Chapter 1. The Heavenly Path is my little brother. In the desolate land of Tianhuang, in the Frost City, at the ancestral home of the Lin family, Lin Yu suddenly opened his eyes while lying on a wooden bed. His pale face quickly turned to one of alarm as he sat up, gasping for breath. Once he regained his composure, Lin Yu wiped the sweat from his forehead and stared blankly at the cramped ancestral home, a familiar sense of dread washing over him. He had once again experienced the same haunting nightmare, being pursued by debt collectors to the edge of a cliff, only to be kicked off to his demise by one of them. Sigh. Yet another day filled with bitterness. In 3 days, I must repay the spirit stones. When will this torment come to an end? Others traverse to other worlds and lead extraordinary lives. And here I am, reduced to this fate. Is the heavenly path truly so unjust? Lin Yu stared vacantly at the ceiling, his mind involuntarily reflecting on how he had fallen into such despair. 3 years prior, he had crossed over into this body. The original owner of this body, Lin Yu, had been the young master of the Lin family, a prominent cultivation family in Frost City. On the very day of his arrival, just as he was merging with the memories of this life, he learned that his family had suddenly gone bankrupt. The parents of this body had vanished without a trace, completely indifferent to their son's plight. Debtors came knocking, demanding payment from the so-called young master, armed with a written contract that bore his own blood as proof. Naturally, Lin Yu found it hard to believe that such a thing was true. However, the debt collectors employed a method to make him accept that the blood on the contract was indeed his. At some point, his parents had taken his blood and used it to seal the contract. With his parents gone, Lin Yu was left to shoulder the burden of repaying this debt alone. Upon discovering the staggering amount owed, Lin Yu felt as though the sky itself was collapsing upon him. 100,000 first-grade spirit stones. According to his memories, spirit stones in this realm were categorized from 1st to 9th grade, with 1st grade being the highest and 9th grade the lowest. 100 9th grade spirit stones equated to a single 8th grade spirit stone, and each subsequent grade increased in value by a factor of 100. Lin Yu could hardly fathom how his family had accrued such an astronomical debt. Having crossed over, he had hoped to live a life of extraordinary fortune. Who in their right mind would want to be burdened with debt after traversing to another realm? Yet the debt collector would not allow Lin Yu any respite. The collector offered no explanation as to how the family had fallen into such dire straits. The contract merely stated that the Lin family owed him 100,000 first-grade spirit stones. In despair, Lin Yu contemplated ending his own life, only to discover that he was utterly immobilized. The debt collector informed him that the blood on the contract was his heart's blood, bound to his very soul. There was no escaping it. He could neither flee nor die, and he could only repay the debt in earnest. The collector commanded Lin Yu to work in a mine that he owned in Frost City, offering him a meager salary of 10 9th grade spirit stones each month. In an act of mercy, the collector allowed Lin Yu to remain in the ancestral home, providing him with a place to stay. From that moment onward, Lin Yu's life would be one of endless servitude, toiling away as the collector's laborer. 3 days from now would mark the repayment date, coinciding with the end of the month's meager salary. Lin Yu could hardly comprehend what 100,000 first-grade spirit stones truly represented. With only 9 9th-grade spirit stones to his name each month, he realized that he would never be able to repay the debt, even in death. After conducting some investigations, Lin Yu discovered that all the miners in the mine were also debtors to the collector. The oldest among them was a terrifying 300 years of age. What was even more dreadful was that this person appeared to be merely 30. This meant that Lin Yu was destined to live a life of repaying debts for hundreds, if not thousands, of years, until the debt was settled. He would not even be able to find solace in death. Lin Yu got out of bed and splashed his face with water, gazing into the mirror at his sunken eyes and emaciated form, forcing a pained smile in the face of his despair. I refuse to accept this. The thought of enduring 1,000 years of relentless debt repayment, unable to die or escape, left Lin Yu's heart feeling like a bottomless pit, devoid of any other thoughts. Suddenly, he recalled something and, with a bitter smile, muttered, "If only his system could awaken." As soon as the words left his lips, ding! Congratulations, host. Fusion successful, and the Heavenly Path system is now active. Host information, Lin Yu. Qualifications, mortal. Age, 25 years. Realm, initial stage, 3rd level. Source of pressure, debt. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a beginner's gift package. The heavenly path has become your little brother. Due to the immense pressure on the host, the heavenly path has taken pity and rewarded you with the eye of the heavens. Additionally, you will receive the blessing of heavenly path power, eye of the heavens description, able to see through the essence, existence, and value of all things in the world. Useful for treasure hunting, defeating enemies, and more. Heavenly path power description. 3 words. Invincible. The booming voice resonating in his mind left Lin Yu in a state of astonishment as he stared at his reflection. Could it be that the pressure had driven him to hallucinations? Ding! Main quest activated. The host must repay all spirit stones within 1 year. Should you fail, the heavenly path will be disappointed and leave you, returning you to your original life. Please cherish this hard-won opportunity. Strive to rise above your circumstances. After a few seconds of dazed silence, Lin Yu erupted into raucous laughter at his reflection. System, you have finally awakened. I've waited 3 years for this. Do you have any idea how I've endured these past 3 years? His previously dull eyes now sparkled with renewed vigor as Lin Yu fixed his gaze upon his reflection. Lin Yu, you are finally destined for an extraordinary life. This system is incredible, even recruiting the heavenly path as a little brother and granting me the eye of the heavens and the power of the heavenly path. Surely, the eye of the heavens will aid me in acquiring spirit stones, while the heavenly path power will ensure my protection. Lin Yu dashed out of the courtyard, excitedly shouting at the sky. Heavenly Lord, you have not forgotten me. I adore you. Enough with the noise. What are you shouting about? After venting his pent-up emotions, Lin Yu heard an impatient voice from the gate. Looking over, he saw a middle-aged man named Zhou Tao, who was responsible for monitoring Lin Yu and collecting the debts. Zhou Tao sneered, yelling to the heavens won't help you. They certainly don't care about garbage like you. Just focus on your life of repaying debts and stop daydreaming. Lin Yu merely smiled foolishly in response. Zhou Tao scowled, still laughing. Aren't you supposed to be getting to work? You have 3 minutes to report to the mine. If you're late, your salary will be docked, and the interest will double. Lin Yu ignored him, racing towards the mine at breakneck speed. He was eager to test the true capabilities of the eye of the heavens. Half an hour later, a massive golden pillar of light, stretching 100 feet high, shot up from deep within the mine, illuminating the sky for hundreds of miles in a brilliant golden hue. The divine aura exuding from the golden pillar distorted the space around it, causing the spiritual energy of the world to swirl chaotically, compelling countless cultivators within a radius of several hundred miles to kneel in reverence. In a certain cave, Lin Yu gazed at a 7-foot-long spear, radiant with golden light and swirling with runes, emanating an overwhelming aura, and he felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Why isn't it a spirit stone? How much could this rusty spear possibly fetch? Was the eye of the heavens truly ineffective? Chapter 2 Bidding. The towering golden pillar of light vanished almost instantaneously, and tranquility returned to the world. This extraordinary phenomenon immediately attracted countless cultivators from within a 500-mile radius, all flocking to Frost City to investigate. In the depths of the cave, Lin Yu gazed at the spear adorned with shimmering runes and radiant gold, questioning, "What is this thing?" Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a low-grade, Earth-ranked spirit weapon, the Golden Radiant Soul Destroyer Spear. Due to being buried underground for centuries, it has been eroded by the malevolent energy of the Earth, leaving the spear's spirit with only 1/10 of its peak power, rendering it only 1/5 as powerful. This item can conservatively be sold for 10,000 6th-grade spirit stones. 10,000 6th-grade spirit stones? A low-grade, Earth-ranked spirit weapon? Upon hearing this price and the classification of the spirit stones, Lin Yu's eyes widened in shock, and a radiant smile blossomed on his face. The ranks of spirit weapons are divided into beginner, intermediate, advanced, spiritual, earth, and heaven, further categorized into low, middle, and high grades. Previously, After a year of arduous labor in the mines, he had only managed to earn 109th grade spirit stones. And if Zhou Tao happened to be in a bad mood, he would even deduct from that, leading to a situation where Lin Yu could neither repay the stones nor avoid incurring interest that would double. Lin Yu had lost count of how many times the interest had multiplied over the past 2 years. At this point, he was beyond caring. His debts had already reached a staggering level, and a few more interest points mattered little. However, compared to the 100,000 first-grade spirit stones, 10,000 sixth-grade spirit stones was hardly worth mentioning. When converted, it amounted to little more than a drop in the bucket. The eye of the heavens is indeed remarkable. Lin Yu murmured to himself, 10,000 sixth-grade spirit stones is no small fortune. I should find a place to sell it. Whatever I can get will be fine. He crouched down to touch the spear, feeling a cold, heavy essence spread through his palms, but it quickly dissipated. After Lin Yu made contact with the Soul Destroyer's spear, the runes and radiance on its surface suddenly vanished, as if it were fearful of him, trembling in his grasp. Picking up the spear, he found it surprisingly light, akin to wielding an ordinary wooden stick. He brandished it a few times, feeling quite impressive. Seizing the opportunity with no one around, Lin Yu swiftly left the area with the spear in his arms. Unbeknownst to him, the emergence of the Soul Destroyer spear had caused quite a stir outside. As the golden pillar appeared, thousands of miners in the cave were rendered unconscious by the overwhelming power released by the golden light. As Lin Yu traversed the path leading away from the mine, he stumbled upon numerous individuals sprawled on the ground, their unconscious forms unnoticed by anyone. Seizing the opportunity, he hastily slipped away. With the mine's exit tantalizingly close, rays of sunlight poured into the cavern, illuminating it for 10 fathoms. For the first time, Lin Yu felt a surge of hope blossoming within him. However, his hopes were abruptly dashed as a throng of people materialized at the exit, obstructing his escape. He came to an immediate halt, his heart racing as he surveyed the 20 individuals before him. Among them were men and women of all ages, each bearing expressions of shock and fervor, their gazes fixated intently on the soul-extinguishing gun he clutched. The aura of spiritual power emanating from this group was astonishingly potent, far surpassing that of the enigmatic creditor. These individuals were evidently formidable practitioners of the cultivation world. The path of a cultivator begins at the initial realm, progressing through the 2nd to 9th realms, each divided into 9 levels. Beyond the 9th realm lies the king level. Using his celestial eye, Lin Yu scanned the group and discerned that the most powerful among them was an elderly woman wielding a black staff, who had attained the 4th level of the 5th realm. The other 19 cultivators were also of the 5th realm. The 20 individuals exchanged glances, bewildered and perplexed by the sight of Lin Yu wielding the soul-extinguishing gun. Why would such a legendary weapon be in the hands of a youth? Could it be that this young man had uncovered the long-lost soul-extinguishing gun, which had been missing for centuries? Dear friends, is it true that the weapon in this young man's possession is indeed the fabled soul-extinguishing gun? One inquired. Indeed, even though the gun's spirit is currently dormant, its lingering essence is unmistakable. Light can only be the soul-extinguishing gun. Another affirmed. 300 years ago, its previous master perished alongside a king-level beast, leaving the gun adrift in the world. Who would have imagined it would end up in this mine, discovered by a mere child? Truly, it must be fate. The crucial point is that the golden light released by the gun upon awakening is potent enough to annihilate any who fall below the 7th realm. Yet this young man emerged unscathed with the gun. Could it be that the weapon has recognized him as its master? If so, does that mean its spirit remains intact? Should the soul-extinguishing gun indeed have chosen a master, it would be unwise to harm him, lest the gun's spirit dissipate, rendering it useless. If it has truly recognized him, then attempting to seize it could provoke a wrath capable of annihilating us all. The 20 formidable figures communicated their thoughts through mental exchanges, momentarily refraining from making any rash moves, yet their spiritual energies were firmly locked onto Lin Yu. What do you intend to do? Lin Yu stammered, feeling like a naive rabbit clutching a golden ingot, surrounded by a pack of ravenous wolves. A woman of breathtaking beauty stepped forward, her demeanor softening as she smiled at Lin Yu. Little brother, did you discover this gun? Lin Yu eyed her warily, and replied honestly, yes, I did. Her enchanting gaze sparkled as she took a couple of steps closer, exuding a subtle allure. Little brother, would you be interested in selling the gun to your elder sister? If you are willing to sell it to me, there will be a special reward. As she spoke, an intoxicating charm radiated from her, captivating the men around her. Upon hearing her, the expressions of the other cultivators darkened, the men feeling parched and overwhelmed. This seductive woman had outmaneuvered them. For the youthful and impulsive, her allure proved far more potent than that of the older men present. Nevertheless, Lin Yu remained unfazed by her charms, smiling as he inquired, "How many spirit stones are you offering?" It appeared she had no intention of resorting to violence. Her inquiry seemed sincere, seeking to ascertain if the price met his expectations. The woman was taken aback. She considered her innate allure sufficient to bring any man below the third level of the fifth realm to his knees before her, let alone a young man of the initial realm. Yet, to her astonishment, Lin Yu showed no reaction whatsoever. Could it be that her methods had failed? The woman boldly stated, 5,000 sixth-grade spirit stones. Are you satisfied, little brother? Lin Yu's expression soured. Did she truly think he would be swindled due to his youth? You vixen, are you preying on the young? An elderly crone, who was fourth level of the fifth realm, emerged, her face lined with wrinkles and an unappealing visage. 8,000 sixth-grade spirit stones. Lin Yu could hardly muster the energy to respond, even to glance at her. The alluring woman shot a resentful glare at the crone, but refrained from speaking out. Enough of your squabbling. This item belongs to me. A commanding voice resonated from behind, releasing an aura of authority that sent shivers through the crowd of over 20 individuals. He had arrived.
Chapter 3. Conditions. The 20 individuals dispersed to either side, having already guessed the identity of the newcomer. A tall man with a solemn expression, clad in a golden robe that radiated a dazzling light akin to the sun. Following him were a handsome young man and a beautiful young woman, both of an age comparable to Lin Yu. The young man possessed a cultivation level of the third realm, 7th stage, while the young woman was at the third realm, 9th stage. As for the man in the golden robe, he was a formidable presence at the 6th realm, 6th stage. It was certain that he was extraordinarily wealthy and of significant standing. As the man strolled forward, the 20 individuals lowered their heads, reluctant to meet his gaze, their expressions troubled as if bearing an immense pressure. Royalty. How could they arrive so swiftly? The might of the soul-extinguishing spear could not be witnessed from the royal capital. Thousands of miles away. Even if word had reached there, it would take a day or two for someone to come. By then, the spear would have surely been seized by another. Unless there were members of the royal family present in Frost City. Lin Yu remained unfazed by the imposing aura of the man in the golden robe. Could it be the protection of the Tao of Heaven that shielded him from its effects? The man in the golden robe halted away from Lin Yu and spoke in a deep, authoritative tone. I hail from the Honglin royal family. The Honglin dynasty governs 100 cities within a 3,000-mile radius. With Frost City being one among the least significant, once, Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was royalty. No wonder he commanded such presence that even this group of cultivators felt immense pressure. To the royal family, wealth was merely a number, thus they would undoubtedly be able to settle his debts. The man in the golden robe spoke with imposing authority. I can fulfill one of your wishes, provided you relinquish the soul-extinguishing spear in your possession. Lin Yu did not rush to respond, pondering what price a member of the royal family might offer. It was far more reliable to trade with royalty than with those dubious cultivators of unknown origins. Your master is inquiring about you, the beautiful young woman called out, a hint of displeasure in her voice. The man in the golden robe remained calm, awaiting Lin Yu's reply. Lin Yu contemplated for a moment and cautiously waved his hand at the man. Understanding his silent gesture, the man soon transmitted a thought into Lin Yu's mind. What is your hidden wish, senior? Is it true that the royal family possesses great wealth? Lin Yu innocently inquired. The man in the golden robe furrowed his brow. I asked that not self-evident? What do you mean by that? Lin Yu replied, to be frank. My family owes an astronomical debt and requires a substantial amount of spirit stones to repay. Oh? How much do you owe? The man displayed a hint of amusement. If Lin Yu were to make an unreasonable demand, the man would not hesitate to withdraw. However, if the transaction involved spirit stones, it would be a straightforward matter. 111,000 third-grade spirit stones. Lin Yu thought to test the waters, initially downplaying the amount by 2 grades. Yet he was met with the man's eyes widening in disbelief, as if he were a ferocious beast ready to devour Lin Yu. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Lin Yu admitted, "That is my modest wish. Do you comprehend the magnitude of 1,000 third-grade spirit stones?" The man's voice resonated in Lin Yu's mind, suddenly booming with anger. Lin Yu shook his head. Having traversed to this world for merely 2 years, he had not even enjoyed a single peaceful moment, instead embarking on a 2-year journey of debt repayment. Thus, his understanding of this realm was still quite limited. The man in the golden robe exclaimed in frustration, selling 3 Honglin royal family members would not even yield half that amount. Lin Yu's lips twitched, so the Honglin royal family was so impoverished. If he had revealed the true figure, would the man not have fled in terror? The man, his voice slightly subdued, commanded, "Change your wish." Lin Yu resolutely responded, "I speak no falsehood. I truly owe that much in spirit stones. Repaying my debts is my sole desire." The man fell silent, his expression icy. Even the pinnacle of the soul-extinguishing spear could not warrant such a sum in spirit stones. "Your wish is beyond my capacity to fulfill. I shall grant you one final opportunity to propose a different wish," Lin Yu, feeling somewhat relieved, offered. "Then I shall not press you unduly. How about 20,000 6th-grade spirit stones?" Stating a price that exceeded the system's valuation by double, Lin Yu felt a twinge of trepidation. Agreed. To Lin Yu's astonishment, the man in the golden robe readily accepted, a satisfied smile gracing his features. Lin Yu was taken aback. Was this man truly willing to accept such a price? Nonetheless, the system had appraised the soul-extinguishing spear, so it should not be mistaken. "I currently lack that many spirit stones. After sunset, I shall seek you out. My disciple will escort you home, to ensure your safety from any potential threats along the way. From now on, the soul-extinguishing spear is reserved for me. You must not sell it to anyone else. Should I learn otherwise, you shall bear the consequences." With that, the man cast a glance at the young woman, who nodded in understanding. He then surveyed the others, his voice cold. "It is best to refrain from actions that ought not to be taken." The 20 cultivators shuddered at his words, hastily nodding in agreement. Apart from the young woman, the rest quickly departed. Approaching Lin Yu, the young woman asked, "What is your name?" "I am Lin Yu." "Ning Ying," she replied with a gentle smile. "My master instructed me to remain here to protect you." Suddenly, she leaned closer, their faces nearly touching, and earnestly demanded, "What secret conversation did you have with my master? Speak." "There was no secret conversation," Lin Yu stated calmly, meeting her intense gaze. Ning Ying sighed in disappointment. "Forget it. Lead the way." An accident had occurred at the mine, causing the miners to faint, and Zhou Wei had vanished without a trace. The creditor had also failed to appear. Taking a day off for himself felt justifiable. Having awakened the system, Lin Yu had unearthed a Geo-class spirit tool, granting him newfound confidence, and no longer would he lie awake at night, tormented by the burden of debt. Possessing the means and methods to earn money to repay his debts was far preferable to remaining at home, lost and uncertain. Yet, the distance to 100,000 first-grade spirit stones remained dauntingly vast. This was merely the beginning. Hope and boundless motivation bloomed within Lin Yu. He returned to his ancestral home with Ning Ying. As she surveyed the impoverished dwelling, devoid of furniture, her heart felt a pang of sorrow. There was only a bed, a stove, and a table supported by 2 makeshift legs, along with a set of utensils and towels for a single person. Despite its bare appearance, the house was surprisingly clean, with neatly folded bedding and clothing, devoid of the chaos Ning Ying had anticipated. Having spent her entire life in the palace, this was her first experience venturing out with that insufferable senior brother. Traversing through dozens of towns, witnessing the toil of the common folk and their emaciated forms, Ning Ying finally grasped the reality of their lives, contrasting sharply with the reports presented to the throne by the ministers during court sessions. Tales of peace and prosperity. Chapter 4. A staggering Lin Yu casually leaned the soul-extinguishing spear against the wall, brushing away the dust from beside the bed before smiling at Ning Ying. "Please, take a seat." Ning Ying waved her hand lightly, saying, "The cultivation technique I practice requires me to stand and circulate my energy continuously. Sitting would disrupt my flow." Lin Yu nodded, lacking comprehension of how cultivators typically trained. "Where are your family members?" Ninging inquired casually. Lin Yu replied calmly, 2 years ago, my family accrued debts they could not repay, and they fled on the day of bankruptcy. In truth, Lin Yu felt no emotional connection to his family in this lifetime. They were utterly foreign to him. Thus, he felt no sorrow, only a sense of deep injustice. What? Ninging exclaimed incredulously. Such parents exist in this world? Lin Yu forced a faint smile, softly responding, unluckily for me. I encountered them. Ninging quickly grasped the situation. You were working at that mine to pay off your debts, weren't you? Indeed. Lin Yu sat on the bed, lightly brushing the already clean sheets, lost in thought. How much do you owe? Ninging pressed. Lin Yu recounted the situation prior to that morning. A lot. Far more than I could repay even in a millennium. Ning Ying's eyes widened in disbelief. How much could that possibly be? Now I understand what you discussed with my master. Ninging nodded in realization. Lin Yu, my master will certainly fulfill his promise to you. You need not worry. Fortunes ebb and flow. One cannot remain unfortunate forever. For instance, you stumbled upon the soul-extinguishing spear, lost for centuries, attracting powerful figures from various factions to seek it out. It just so happened that we passed through here. Otherwise, you would have surely fallen victim to those wild cultivators. This is your stroke of good fortune. Lin Yu smiled but remained silent. This was indeed the truth. Ning Ying continued, her tone dismissive. The value of the soul-extinguishing spear is beyond the comprehension of those lowly cultivators who would dare to assess it in spirit stones. Lin Yu patted the sheets. I owe spirit stones. If I sell it, it must be for spirit stones. You're being foolish, Ninging exclaimed in frustration as she sat beside Lin Yu. With the soul-extinguishing spear in your possession, how could you fear repaying your debts? You cannot fathom the formidable prowess of the soul-extinguishing spear from yesteryears. Even after enduring centuries of erosion, as long as the spear's spirit remains, there lies a chance to restore its former status as a top-grade earthly artifact. If you possessed even a modicum of intelligence and expressed a desire to become my master's disciple, your outstanding debts would cease to be a concern. Moreover, my master would assist you in transforming the soul-extinguishing spear into your very own life spirit tool. You discovered the spear, and you managed to bring it out safely, which signifies that it recognizes you as its master. Ning Ying was astounded. This is a tremendous opportunity. You would so casually part with it? Lin Yu smirked. There was a semblance of logic in that. However, he had no interest in it. With a system at his disposal, a heavenly path as a companion, and the formidable powers of the heavenly path and the all-seeing eye, would he truly covet a damaged lower-grade earthly artifact? Ning Ying cautiously inquired, just how much spirit stone do you owe? In summary, a considerable amount, Lin Yu replied. Ning Ying found it puzzling. As a mere third-realm novice, your family barely qualifies as a third-rate force. How could you have amassed such a staggering debt? Ning Ying narrowed her eyes. You haven't been deceived into working for someone else, have you? Lin Yu chuckled bitterly. Initially, I thought as much. But the creditor possesses a promissory note, stained with my blood, thus it cannot be false. Even if they intended to swindle me, the written word remains valid. As a third-realm novice, how could I resist? Moreover, I find myself unable to even contemplate death. Ning Ying suddenly rose, her expression grave. Did the creditor employ some means against you? Indeed. It seems that suicide is out of the question, Lin Yu resignedly stated. This is utterly outrageous. No matter how one looks at it, there is no justification for this. A conspiracy must be lurking within. Lin Yu refrained from elaborating further. Once he attained sufficient strength, he would naturally investigate this matter. He couldn't just remain a victim. As night fell, Lin Yu lacked the appetite for a meal, waiting for the response from the man in the golden robe. Why master has returned? Ning Ying called from outside to Lin Yu, who lay in bed. Lin Yu rushed out, only to find the man in the golden robe covered in blood. Ning Ying was taken aback, then hurried to the man's side, examining him with a face full of concern. Why are you so severely injured? Silly girl, it's not mine. The golden-robed man smiled at the girl, then spoke solemnly. Step outside. I have matters to discuss with him. Ning Ying confirmed that the golden-robed man's aura was stable and he didn't appear injured. So she stepped outside with relief. The golden-robed man regarded Lin Yu with a knowing smile. Your creditor is quite formidable. Lin Yu was taken aback. Could it be that a confrontation occurred between them? But why would they fight? Then, a storage ring flew forth, and Lin Yu caught it with both hands. 20,000 6th grade spirit stones. He counted them one by one. Despite his injuries, the golden-robed man's commanding presence remained undiminished. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring 20,000 6th grade spirit stones. With the system's affirmation, Lin Yu felt reassured and said to the golden-robed man, I trust that you will not deceive me, senior. The golden-robed man continued, Your creditor has something for you. A scroll flew out and landed in Lin Yu's hands. Upon glancing at the characters on the scroll, Lin Yu was left dumbfounded. He was once again struck by an overwhelming sense of shock. The scroll detailed the precise amounts of all his debts, exceeding even his wildest imaginings. There were exact repayment figures for every grade from 1 to 9. What the creditor initially claimed to be 100,000 first-grade spirit stones was merely a reference to the first grade alone. For the 2nd to 9th grades, each required a definitive repayment amount: 9th grade, 1 million, 8th grade, 800,000, 7th grade, 600,000, 6th grade, 800,000, 5th grade, 3 million, 4th grade, 500,000, 3rd grade, 300,000, 2nd grade, 200,000, 1st grade, 100,000. With trembling hands clutching the scroll, Lin Yu's heart felt as though it was being struck by lightning. What heinous acts had his family committed to incur such astronomical debts? Moreover, that despicable creditor deceived him, failing to disclose the true amounts, merely stating an obligation of 100,000 first-grade spirit stones. How could it be that he owed so much across all grades from 1 to 9? Had his family turned the entire continent upside down before he transmigrated? This was sheer bullying, deliberate malice. At the bottom left of the scroll, his name was inscribed, alongside a drop of blood. Gently touching it, Lin Yu felt an inexplicable connection, as though their bloodlines were intertwined. Chapter 5. The First Repayment Gift. Although there was a sense of bloodline connection, the actual sensation was one of an inescapable, invisible binding, as if his entire being was ensnared. This was the so-called soul restriction, a method employed by the creditor to ensure Lin Yu repaid his debts dutifully. Lin Yu gazed coldly at the figures on the scroll, his inner fervor surging like a torrent. Since he had awakened his golden finger, there was no way he would foolishly repay the creditor with spirit stones. He must uncover the truth. The golden-robed man had little interest in the contents of the scroll. After battling that individual, it was impossible not to feel some irritation towards Lin Yu. Of course, the blood covering him was entirely from the opponent. Who would have anticipated that Lin Yu's creditor held such clout, and had likely learned of Lin Yu's current predicament? Fortunately, Lin Yu had refrained from agreeing to become his disciple earlier. Otherwise, it would have brought a monumental dilemma upon himself and the royal family. He only sought to complete the transaction swiftly. The golden-robed man, seeing the soul-extinguishing spear placed in the ancestral home, reached out and summoned it to his hand. After a brief inspection, he confirmed that the soul-extinguishing spear bore no concealed tricks. A trace of its spirit remained. Lin Yu remained unfazed, his focus solely on the astronomical figures on the scroll, his mind still in a haze. The transaction is complete. I shall take my leave. Take care of yourself. Senior, please wait a moment. Lin Yu suddenly called out to the golden-robed man, who was about to depart. What is it? The golden-robed man replied with indifference. Lin Yu closed the scroll, his expression somber. Did you engage in a battle with my creditor? The golden-robed man did not respond, but his silence was tantamount to acquiescence. Do you know his identity? Lin Yu asked, his face filled with hope. Show me your scroll, the golden-robed man suddenly commanded. Lin Yu hastily handed the scroll over. Did you not curiously glance at it along the way? The golden-robed man opened the scroll, his eyes reflecting shock as he cast an incredulous glance at Lin Yu. Then, his gaze lingered on the signature at the bottom left before he closed the scroll and returned it to Lin Yu. The promissory note is genuine. The blood at your signature is authentic, which has planted a restriction within your soul. Should you fail to repay on time, you will experience a fate worse than death. Lin Yu nodded, already aware of this fact. The golden-robed man coldly addressed Lin Yu. How dare you deceive me? Lin Yu forced a sheepish smile, unsure of how to respond. However, the golden-robed man showed no anger, instead remarking peculiarly, Your creditor is rather intriguing. He seems reluctant for you to repay this portion of spirit stones so swiftly. Out of pity for your plight, I have chosen to speak a few more words with you. Lin Yu felt remorse. I apologize for causing unnecessary trouble for you, Senior. The golden-robed man replied earnestly. As there exists a cooperative relationship, both parties naturally share the risks. In truth, I am well prepared for such matters, and you need not feel guilty. The golden-robed man pondered briefly before handing Lin Yu a golden jade token, inscribed with the image of a creature resembling a dragon or a tiger. Should you possess any valuable items you wish to sell to me in the future, infuse it with spirit energy, and someone will come to seek you out. As for the price, you need not worry. I assure you it will not be undervalued. Lastly, I advise you to clarify this matter as soon as possible. With that, take care of yourself. The golden-robed man finished speaking and departed without lingering. Lin Yu, farewell. Outside the door, Ningying peeked in, smiling as she waved goodbye to Lin Yu. Lin Yu nodded in response, holding the jade token and scroll, his mood heavy as he walked back into the ancestral home. The golden-robed man and Ningying strolled down the alley. Ningying could not restrain her curiosity. Master, what if giving him the sect's token brings him disaster? The golden-robed man replied with a detached expression. There are those who will ensure he remains unharmed. Why have you suddenly taken an interest in this boy? The golden-robed man asked meaningfully. Ningying sincerely felt indignant on Lin Yu's behalf. Such occurrences should not exist. It is utterly unreasonable. Not to mention being a disciple, you have even granted him the sect's token, which signifies you believe he can seek out valuable items once more, does it not? The golden-robed man did not hide his thoughts. Chuckling lightly. Indeed, very soon, back in the ancestral home, Lin Yu, holding the storage ring, gazed at the scroll resting on the bed with great displeasure. The 20,000 6th-grade spirit stones had barely warmed in his possession before they were to be returned. It felt utterly disconcerting. The system prompted. The host need only place the storage ring atop the scroll, and the scroll will autonomously retrieve the spirit stones. Upon repayment, the scroll will calculate the quantity and grade of the spirit stones against 9th-grade spirit stones, ultimately recalculating the total. Even though it is difficult to part with, repayment must be made. Let us consider this from a different perspective. The current version of myself has undergone a profound transformation compared to who I was before today. However, the system has granted me but a year to settle my debts. Otherwise, the laws of heaven will forsake me, and I shall revert to my previous existence. Therefore, during this year, I must exert double the effort. Following the system's guidance, I placed the storage ring upon the scroll. Indeed, the figures representing the 9th-grade spirit stones on the scroll became blurred. Lin Yu gazed intently at that section, eager to ascertain how many 9th-grade spirit stones could be repaid this time. After 10 seconds, the numbers clarified. 9th-grade spirit stones, 500,000. With a sigh of relief, Lin Yu felt a wave of lightness wash over him. Half of the 9th-grade spirit stones had already been repaid, marking a splendid beginning. As for the accuracy of the scroll's conversion, the system remained silent, indicating that there must be no issue. Ding! Congratulations, host, on repaying your first debt. You have received the first repayment triple gift pack. Reward 1. Elevation from Initial Realm Level 3 to Initial Realm Level 9. Reward 2. Enhancement of Heavenly Tao Power to Level 2. The host may harness 10 seconds of Heavenly Tao Power. Reward 3. Enhancement of the All-Seeing Eye to Level 2. You may glimpse the essence of all things beneath the heavenly grade. Lin Yu sprang up from his bed with a swiftness. And after a few moments of bewilderment, he broke into a foolish grin. How could I have forgotten this detail? In certain texts from my previous life, it was written that the host would receive system rewards upon completing tasks. Thus, every time I repay a debt, I shall be granted a reward from the system. With this realization, the gloom that had shrouded Lin Yu's heart dissipated significantly, replaced by excitement and enthusiasm, mingled with a hint of helplessness. Consequently, I have no choice but to repay my debts. Otherwise, I shall be deprived of the system's rewards. Having traversed to another world, Lin Yu harbored but one aspiration: to become a cultivator. With the assistance of the system, this challenge is entirely surmountable, as long as I continuously seek treasures and repay my debts. Regardless of the quality of the acquired treasures, I will receive rewards from the system. Who knows, if fortune smiles upon me and I stumble upon some heavenly grade treasures, perhaps I could truly clear my debts within a year. The Lin Yu of today is no longer despondent. Instead, he is brimming with boundless motivation and resolve. Lying on his bed, with hands cradling his head, a duality of expressions surfaced on his face, one of joy and the other of determination. There may be other treasures within the mines. I shall venture to seek them tomorrow. Chapter 6. The kick that had been bottled for 3 years as dawn broke. Lin Yu remained in deep slumber when a series of loud knocks echoed upon the door, causing the entire ancestral home to tremble slightly. Abruptly awakened from his dreams, Lin Yu's state shifted to alertness in an instant. A surge of unnamed fury flooding his mind. Damn it, which scoundrel is pounding on the door so forcefully? With a face full of ire, Lin Yu leaped from his bed and flung open the door. Revealing the icy countenance of Zhou Tao, Lin Yu's expression was one of confusion. Why was Zhou Tao seeking him at this hour? It was not yet time to commence work. What do you want? Lin Yu queried, his irritation palpable. Zhou Tao remained silent, instead shoving Lin Yu aside as he entered the room and closed the door behind him. Lin Yu furrowed his brow, sensing the faint hostility emanating from Zhou Tao. His early visit could only bode ill. Zhou Tao fixed Lin Yu with a cold stare and inquired, "Did you meet anyone last night?" Recalling the commotion from yesterday, it was indeed rather significant. The miners would undoubtedly be aware. Lin Yu retorted, "Why should I tell you?" Zhou Tao advanced step by step towards Lin Yu, a potent aura of spiritual energy radiating from him, swiftly filling the room. "If you don't speak, I shall break your legs right now," Zhou Tao threatened, standing 3 paces from Lin Yu with a low, menacing tone. "Break my legs?" Lin Yu suddenly burst into laughter, then pointed at his knee with his right foot. "Go ahead, if you have the guts, do it. Breaking my legs means nothing. I won't be able to repay the spirit stones, and then I wonder how you'll explain that to your superiors after all. I owe so many spirit stones. I'm not afraid of you. I've long found you displeasing. If you have the courage, break my legs now. If you don't act, you are my grandson." Zhou Tao's expression shifted to one of disbelief. He had never anticipated Lin Yu would respond so defiantly in just one day. This boy seemed to have transformed entirely. The uproar from the previous day had even reached the higher-ups. After an investigation, it was revealed that Lin Yu was the source of the disturbance. Zhou Tao scrutinized Lin Yu for a moment, then chuckled, "Don't be so tense. I was merely joking." Lin Yu scoffed derisively, "Is this how you joke? I believe you not that I simply wish to know who you met last night. Tell me, and I can transfer you to the first mine. The salary there is 10 times what you earn now. And you will even have surplus spirit stones for personal use." Lin Yu, intrigued, queried, "Why are you so curious about who I met? Besides, since you've come here, you must have already investigated. What need is there for questioning? Even if I told you, what would you do?" Zhou Tao replied cryptically, "What I do is none of your concern. If you refuse to speak, I will have no choice but to throw you into prison, condemning you to a life worse than death. The choice is yours if you tell me. I can ensure your future is somewhat better." Lin Yu's eyes glimmered with golden light as he noticed a layer of dark energy hovering above Zhou Tao's head, an ominous sign. The all-seeing eye communicated within Lin Yu, revealing that even if he divulged the information, Zhou Tao would undoubtedly not spare him. The all-seeing eye could perceive the essence of all things and likewise penetrate the true thoughts within each person. Lin Yu devised a plan. "I shall tell you, but only if I may meet your superior." Zhou Tao's expression darkened, anger flooding his features. "You must tell me now." Lin Yu crossed his arms. Wearing a knowing smile, "I see. You wish to keep the spoils for yourself, do you?" Zhou Tao, having his intentions exposed, erupted in rage, thrusting a fist towards Lin Yu's face. Zhou Tao was at initial realm level 8. Yet before Lin Yu, now at initial realm level 9, his speed resembled that of a tortoise. Lin Yu merely sidestepped, effortlessly evading Zhou Tao's punch, then delivered a swift kick to Zhou Tao's abdomen before he could react. Zhou Tao's features contorted as he was sent flying, crashing through the door and into the courtyard. Lin Yu walked out, his expression cold. Tao rolled on the ground a dozen times before crashing against the wall. Collapsing like a heap of mud, his face pale and blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. This kick nearly shattered his internal organs, leaving him in excruciating pain and unable to move. Lin Yu exhaled a breath of pent-up frustration, stating solemnly, "This kick, I have long desired to deliver to you over these 3 years." In a haze of consciousness, Zhou Tao's face was painted with disbelief. How could this waste suddenly become so formidable? I shall go find the mine owner and directly inquire about his intentions. With that, Lin Yu seized one of Zhou Tao's feet and dragged him along the ground towards the mine. By now, the workday was approaching, and many workers had gathered at the mine's entrance. Lin Yu's dragging of the nearly lifeless Zhou Tao soon caught their attention. Look, Lin Yu seems to be dragging someone on the ground. No way, am I seeing this correctly? The person he is dragging is Zhou Tao. Indeed, it is Zhou Tao. How did he end up like this, as if beaten to a pulp? Could it be that Lin Yu is the one who did this? Ha! Zhou Tao is always bullying us. Seeing him in such a state is truly satisfying. But Lin Yu only seems to be at initial realm level 3. How could he possibly defeat Zhou Tao, who is at level 8? Why does it matter how he managed it? Just seeing Zhou Tao like this is a thrill. Lin Yu dragged the barely conscious Zhou Tao before the crowd. Addressing the workers, my fellow workers, take your vengeance upon him. I leave it to you. Yet, not a single person dared to move. They were all too aware of Zhou Tao's backing. If they intervened, it would spell disaster for them. Even though they had long harbored grievances against Zhou Tao, they dared not act upon them. Make way. Clear the path. At that moment, a figure emerged from the mine, causing the workers to part in fear. This individual was an elderly man, past his 60s, yet with a sharp, unpleasant expression that instantly irked those who beheld him. The old man, named Chen Yu, was the overseer of the mine, and Zhou Tao was his subordinate. Chen Yu's expression turned to one of horror as he beheld Zhou Tao lying on the ground like a dead fish, incredulously looking at Lin Yu. Did you do this? Lin Yu calmly nodded, offering no further explanation. Are you seeking death? Chen Yu's expression darkened, astonished by Lin Yu's audacity. Yet he was equally shocked. How could Lin Yu have beaten Zhou Tao to such a state? Lin Yu replied coolly, I wish to meet the mine owner. Chapter 7. Murder and plunder. Chen Yu was momentarily taken aback. Then he broke into a fit of angered laughter. What do you think you are? Do you actually wish to meet the mine owner? Young man, what exactly are you plotting? Chen Yu coldly inquired. In Lin Yu's memory, Chen Yu had always been diligent and never uttered a word of complaint. Who would have thought that today he would exhibit such audacity? Lin Yu reiterated, I want to see the mine owner. Lin Yu, if you are seeking trouble, I advise against it. Chen Yu spoke in a grave tone. The mine owner is not someone you can simply meet at will. You must understand your own standing. As for why you injured Zhou Tao, I expect a reasonable explanation from you. Otherwise, the consequences need not be elaborated. You know what I mean. Lin Yu scoffed, because I found him unpleasant for quite some time. This morning, he inexplicably smashed my door, waking me up, and spewed a barrage of nonsensical words. He claimed the mine owner sent him to find me, and I merely wished to know what business the mine owner had with me. Nonsense. Chen Yu, a seasoned individual, could see through Lin Yu's lies. Zhou Tao had been his subordinate for many years. He undoubtedly knew what should not be said and whom should not be mentioned. It was certainly not as Lin Yu described. Lin Yu did not expect the other party to believe his words. In any case, I want to meet the mine owner. Chen Yu, instead of growing angry, chuckled. You want to see the mine owner? Very well. First you must pass through me. Lin Yu replied, Manager Chen, considering you have not made things as difficult for me as Zhou Tao did over the years, I would prefer not to resort to violence with you. Prefer not to fight with me? Chen Yu's curiosity was piqued. So according to your logic, if you did choose to fight, I would certainly lose? Lin Yu remained silent, and the atmosphere became increasingly tense. The workers standing by felt a knot in their throats. What had gotten into Lin Yu today, to dare speak so boldly to Chen Yu? Chen Yu's methods were not to be displayed openly. Once offended, one would not know how he would retaliate until it was too late, and no matter how one viewed it, Chen Yu was at the second realm of strength. While Lin Yu could not possibly have advanced from the third level of the initial realm to the second realm overnight. The two, an elder and a youth, stared at each other, their auras intensifying by the moment. Especially Lin Yu's presence, which gradually overshadowed Chen Yu's, his expression calm and filled with unwavering confidence. Conversely, after a prolonged gaze into Lin Yu's eyes, Chen Yu felt an inexplicable fear and pressure. His intuition warned him that Lin Yu's strength might far exceed his expectations. Should a fight ensue, he could genuinely find himself at a disadvantage. Being a seasoned individual, Chen Yu was not as impulsive as the youth. His attitude underwent a complete reversal. Very well, I admire you. Chen Yu surveyed the workers around them and declared, You all possess the right to meet the mine owner. Everyone present is entitled. Upon meeting Chen Yu's gaze, the workers felt a chill and hastily avoided eye contact. They understood that Chen Yu's words were likely laced with ill intentions and should not be trusted. Chen Yu's focus returned to Lin Yu. The The mine owner is present today. I can take you to see him. Good. Lin Yu boldly strode towards the mine, passing Chen Yu, who cast a cold, murderous glance in his direction. What are you staring at? Get back to work. Chen Yu glared at the others before swiftly catching up to Lin Yu. Do you even know where the mine owner is? You are just wandering aimlessly, Chen Yu remarked with a smile. Lin Yu remained silent, and Chen Yu merely chuckled twice before leading the way. They traversed the mine and arrived at a small path leading up the mountain at the rear. Lin Yu looked around at the dense forest and questioned, the mine owner's business is conducted in such a remote area? You will find out if you follow me, Chen Yu replied softly as they entered the woods, the light dimming instantly. That moment, Chen Yu suddenly halted, turning to face Lin Yu, his face shrouded in a layer of gray. Adorned with a chilling smile, Lin Yu narrowed his eyes, bringing me to this desolate place. Are you planning to kill me? Chen Yu evaded the question. Since it is just the two of us here, let us speak frankly. It was I who sent Zhou Tao to find you. Yesterday, you unearthed an Earth-grade spiritual weapon at the mine, causing quite a stir and attracting the attention of 20 prominent figures. Lin Yu inquired, what are you implying? Chen Yu's tone turned icy. To whom have you sold the soul destruction gun? Who I sell it to is none of your concern, Lin Yu retorted, displeased. Of course it is. Chen Yu smirked sinisterly. You must have quite a few spiritual stones on you. Yes, you seem to have forgotten your identity. The spiritual stones you owe must be repaid. The value of a soul destruction gun far exceeds your imagination. Lin Yu chuckled lightly. How can you be sure I sold it to someone else? What if I kept it for my own defense? Chen Yu scoffed. Don't play games with me. Hand over the spiritual stones, and I will spare your life. Lin Yu, unperturbed, replied, my life is worth a lot, but I have no spiritual stones. Then do not blame me for tearing you to shreds. Chen Yu lunged forward like a tiger breaking free. In the blink of an eye reaching Lin Yu, his hands poised like claws aimed at Lin Yu's face and heart. Lin Yu responded with both hands, gripping Chen Yu's wrists directly. What? Chen Yu was taken aback. Lin Yu's speed surpassed his by a margin. With a surge of pain in his wrists, Chen Yu felt a whirlwind of dizziness as Lin Yu flung him away with ease, soaring through the air. Chen Yu straightened his legs, landing on a large tree to dissipate the force, quickly wrapping his legs around the trunk to hang there. Feeling the searing pain in his wrists, Chen Yu was utterly stunned. Lin Yu's strength was not inferior to his own, despite being at the second level. If Lin Yu had not cultivated with spiritual stones, how could he have gained such strength? The spiritual stones must indeed be on him. Lin Yu, observing Chen Yu hanging from the tree, remarked, I had already suspected you intended to kill and rob me. Chen Yu grinned. Carrying so many spiritual stones must be quite burdensome. I see it. While you may have plenty of spiritual stones, whether you have the life to spend them is another matter. Lin Yu suddenly asked, do you know why I owe so many spiritual stones? You will have no chance to find out, Chen Yu taunted. Bang! Chen Yu pushed off from the tree trunk, launching himself like an arrow towards Lin Yu. Lin Yu fixed his gaze on the approaching Chen Yu, his eyes gleaming with determination. Seizing the moment, he crouched low and delivered an uppercut directly to Chen Yu's nose. With a cry of anguish, Chen Yu spun midair, crashing violently against a large boulder. The stone, shattered and riddled with cracks, emitted a burst of purple light from its fissures. Lin Yu paused, sensing an immense surge of spiritual energy emanating from the stone. There must be a treasure within. His luck seemed extraordinarily favorable. Chapter 8. The gathering spirit basin. A mere scuffle resulted in the emergence of a precious artifact. Chen Yu, half embedded in the stone, had his face utterly mangled, nearly disfigured, and had lost consciousness. Lin Yu hurried over, unceremoniously tossing Chen Yu aside like refuse. Gazing at the purple light radiating from the massive stone, Lin Yu struck the already fractured boulder with a punch, causing the mountain forest to tremble. A purple disk, seemingly placed on the ground, shimmered with a flowing violet radiance. The moment the purple disk revealed itself, the spiritual energy from the surrounding 10 miles of terrain surged toward Lin Yu's location as if summoned. Having learned from his previous experience, Lin Yu was determined not to create such a tremendous commotion again. He refrained from hastily using his celestial eye to examine the artifact, swiftly retrieving the purple disk and cradling it in his arms. To his astonishment, the purple disk instantly fused with Lin Yu's body, leaving him utterly surprised. Ding, congratulations, host. You have acquired the Earth-grade superior incomplete treasure, the Gathering Spirit Basin. Gathering Spirit Basin. Capable of gathering the natural spiritual energy within a certain radius and storing it. Every 12 hours, it can autonomously condense a certain number of spiritual stones. Due to its incomplete state, the quality and quantity of the spiritual stones condensed by the Gathering Spirit Basin will vary randomly, ranging from grade 9 to grade 2. Ding. Congratulations once again, host, for successfully merging with the incomplete Gathering Spirit Basin. The Gathering Spirit Basin has now integrated with the host. The host can choose to convert the spiritual energy absorbed by the Gathering Spirit Basin into personal spiritual power or transform it into spiritual stones. Upon hearing the system's introduction to the spiritual artifact, Lin Yu was elated. So, it is a device capable of self-generating spiritual stones while providing substantial spiritual power to enhance the host's strength. Truly an Earth-grade superior artifact. Regrettably, it is incomplete. The quality and quantity of the condensed spiritual stones are uncertain and reliant on luck. Moreover, it takes a day to condense spiritual stones, too lengthy. Warm reminder. If the host wishes to repair the Gathering Spirit Basin, 100 Shien stones and 200 Yangji stones are required. Lin Yu was utterly perplexed, having never encountered these two types of stones before. A warm reminder. Once the Spirit Gathering Basin is repaired, the time required to condense spirit stones will return to normal, allowing for the condensation of one spirit stone every quarter of an hour. Currently, the maximum level for the spirit stone condensation in the basin is 5. The Spirit Gathering Basin is attuned to the host's thoughts. Whatever level of spirit stone the host desires, that is what it will condense, with the quantity being random. A smile of delight spread across Lin Yu's face. Solidifying his determination to repair the basin, he attempted to communicate with it, envisioning that it should first convert the absorbed spiritual energy of heaven and earth into spiritual power. Ding. The Spirit Gathering Basin acknowledged the host's request and switched to the function of converting spiritual energy. Able to convert once every hour for the host. The host may extract spiritual power at any time to elevate their realm. Lin Yu praised, "What a marvelous item." He glanced at Chen Yu, who had been knocked unconscious after being thrown aside. If it weren't for Chen Yu bringing him here, he might never have encountered this exquisite spiritual artifact, since he could not see the mine owner. Lin Yu cared little for Chen Yu's fate and decided to descend the mountain. However, during his descent, he unexpectedly encountered several familiar faces. Hastily, Lin Yu concealed himself in the nearby woods, observing 2 men and a woman approaching along the road. The most recognizable among them was the enchanting woman, one of the 20 powerful individuals who had previously appeared at the mine's exit, the first to propose a price for purchasing the soul-extinguishing gun. The 2 men accompanying her were also among those 20 at that time. They had not made an offer but had merely watched from the sidelines. The expressions of the trio were tense and agitated, frequently glancing around as if fearing that others might discover their presence, even hesitant to hasten their steps. Lin Yu pondered. Perhaps these 3 had been drawn here by the commotion caused by the Spirit Gathering Basin earlier. This suggested that, apart from these 3, the remaining 17 might still be in the city. The 2 men and the woman failed to notice Lin Yu hiding nearby and proceeded into the forest. Lin Yu chose not to follow the main path down the mountain, but instead took a rugged trail, circumventing the mine and ultimately returning to his ancestral home. Just as he reached the entrance of the courtyard, he spotted a hunchbacked old woman in black, leaning on a cane. Lin Yu frowned. This hunchbacked old woman was a practitioner at the 4th level of the 5th realm, also one of the 20 who had come to seize the soul-extinguishing gun. The old woman emanated an aura of malevolence that sent shivers down one's spine. Strangely, how had she found this place? The old woman slowly turned around, her grotesque, wrinkled face resembling the withered bark of an ancient tree, displaying a benevolent smile toward Lin Yu. "Little brother, I've been waiting for you for a long time," she rasped, laboriously advancing toward him with her cane. Suddenly, a mass of black mist erupted behind her, causing the temperature to plummet and plunging the surroundings into darkness. Moreover, hundreds of hands emerged from the surface of the black mist, accompanied by the harrowing sounds of screams, as if countless souls were imprisoned within. Enduring unspeakable torment, the old woman maintained her chilling smile, regarding Lin Yu as her prey. With each step he took, the malevolent aura in the courtyard intensified. Lin Yu's expression grew grave. This was the most formidable adversary he had ever faced. The fourth level of the fifth realm was far beyond his current capabilities to contend with. What do you want? Lin Yu asked, unperturbed and curious about her intentions. Should the old woman take action? He could summon the power of the heavenly path to eliminate her. The old woman halted, her voice sharp as she inquired, "Did you obtain something in that forest?" Lin Yu's heart trembled. How could she know? It seemed the old woman had seen through his thoughts, her cold smile deepening. "In that case, it shall be entrusted to me." "I don't know what you are talking about," Lin Yu replied coldly. "If you don't leave, I won't be polite." The old woman appeared to find his words the most ludicrous she had ever heard, throwing her head back in a maniacal laugh that could shake one to the core. "I have given you a chance." As soon as she finished speaking, her expression darkened, and she lightly tapped her cane against the ground. The swirling black mist behind her surged toward Lin Yu. In an instant, he found himself immobilized, his instincts warning him that being enveloped by the black mist would lead to a grim fate. Just as he was about to unleash the power of the heavenly path, a sudden warmth enveloped his chest. Detecting that the host was encountering a formidable foe, the spirit-gathering basin activated its protective mode. Immediately, a burst of purple light erupted from Lin Yu's chest, completely devouring the black mist released by the old woman. Chapter 9. Revenge for Grievances. The black mist absorbed by the spirit-gathering basin rapidly transformed into an abundance of spiritual power. Ding! Spiritual power successfully converted. Does the host wish to use it to elevate their realm or to condense spirit stones? Special note. Elevating the realm could raise the host from the 9th level of the initial realm to the 3rd level of the 2nd realm, which is superior to randomly condensing spirit stones with uncertain grades and quantities. Upon hearing the system's reminder, Lin Yu decisively chose to elevate his realm. At this point, what need did he have for spirit stones if not to elevate his realm? Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully elevating their realm to the 3rd level of the 2nd realm. The host can continue to enhance their realm by absorbing external powers and converting them into spiritual energy through the spirit-gathering basin. With no limit? No limit? A smile curled at the corners of Lin Yu's mouth. How splendid! Meanwhile, the old woman stood there, utterly dumbfounded. What is happening? How could my spiritual power vanish so suddenly before Lin Yu? Upon regaining his composure, Lin Yu cast a disdainful look at the old woman and provocatively remarked, "Is that all? Can you not be a bit more forceful? It hardly tickles, you little brat. You're truly courting death." The old woman bared her teeth, revealing 2 rows of jagged black teeth like those of a beast. Like a tempest, the black mist surged from behind her toward Lin Yu, engulfing him in an instant. Yet Lin Yu remained unaffected, surrounded by a layer of purple light, which was fervently absorbing the old woman's spiritual power. At this moment, the old woman sensed something was amiss. She felt Lin Yu's aura rapidly strengthening within the black mist. Under normal circumstances, Lin Yu should have been eroded by the black mist, his soul imprisoned within, serving as a furnace for her to cultivate her soul. The old woman quickly realized what was happening, her expression a mix of fury and fear. Lin Yu had undoubtedly fused with that spiritual artifact. Otherwise, he could not achieve such a feat. Damn it, that wretched brat. The old woman cursed in exasperation, no longer inclined to engage Lin Yu but instead contemplating retreat. At this point, the old woman could no longer inflict any harm upon Lin Yu. Any further spiritual power would merely nourish him, continually enhancing his strength. Just as the old woman intended to flee, she heard Lin Yu's voice. "So you wish to leave? You've made a mess of my courtyard, and you think you can just walk away?" The old woman's fur bristled, and without a word, she transformed into a streak of black light, shooting skyward. However, a ray of purple light, faster than her escape, ensnared the black light in midair. The old woman's form became visible as she was forcibly pulled back to the ground. Crashing down violently, the purple light that coiled around her left ankle did not dissipate but instead flickered, beginning to siphon her spiritual power. "You have some audacity?" The old woman glared furiously at Lin Yu. Feeling the rapid drain of her spiritual energy, Lin Yu had completely absorbed the black mist released earlier by the old woman, converting it into spiritual power through the spirit-gathering basin, and had elevated his realm from the 3rd level of the 2nd realm to the 6th level. "You wish to kill me and seize my possessions, yet I cannot retaliate?" Lin Yu's expression was icy. "If I let you go, you would surely summon a host of others like yourself to deal with me, leaving me with no chance of survival." Realizing that her fate was sealed, The old woman met Lin Yu's gaze with resignation. If you kill me, you too will not live. Do you know who I am? Your family, and everyone connected to you, will perish because of you. Lin Yu replied calmly. Is that so? I am quite curious to know who my family is and where they have gone. If you can find them for me, I would be quite grateful. The old woman's eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of person has no family? Not even a single person closest to them. This rendered any threat against Lin Yu utterly impotent. As for who you are, I have no interest. Lin Yu's demeanor was resolute. Do not think I cannot see through your schemes. You use the souls of practitioners as a furnace for your cultivation. You insidiously devour their souls bit by bit while strengthening them to maintain their existence as a long-term furnace. Such a heinous creature as you deserves to be exterminated. The old woman was taken aback, astonished by how Lin Yu had discerned her cultivation method. Suddenly, she sneered, Do not speak such sanctimonious words. Just as you are converting my spiritual power into your own, what difference is there between you and me? Lin Yu scoffed, I am nothing like you. Upon concluding her words, the elderly woman's expression abruptly shifted, her body trembling uncontrollably. Almost instantaneously, a fissure appeared on her brow, from which a torrent of dark mist surged forth. Amidst the swirling black vapor, indistinct and fragmented spiritual entities began to emerge, comprising individuals of all ages and genders. The sight of these spirits caused the old woman to exhibit an extreme expression of terror. These were the souls of practitioners she had imprisoned over the past decade. Now, they had finally escaped the confines of their ethereal prison. Lin Yu observed the incomplete souls with a swell of indignation rising within him. It was evident that these spirits had undergone countless agonizing experiences and torment, leaving them utterly desensitized. Consequently, upon their liberation, the remnants of their consciousness were rendered numb, collectively hovering before the old woman. Ding! 130 fragmented souls detected. Due to nearly a decade of suffering, they are unable to reincarnate. The system continued. The host has two options moving forward. The first, harness the power of the heavenly Tao to fully mend the souls and facilitate their reincarnation. The second, temporarily confine them within the spirit-gathering basin, where they can gradually be restored through the collection of soul stones, thereby becoming a source of strength for the host. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yu internally inquired, Is there a third option? The third option. Awaken the remnants of their consciousness using the spirit-gathering basin's power. But this can only be sustained for 1 minute. Lin Yu replied, I choose the third option. Instantaneously, a brilliant white light illuminated the 130 souls, their fragmented essences temporarily restored by the radiance. The first sight that greeted their awakened consciousness was the old woman, and an overwhelming wave of resentment, fury, and hatred engulfed the courtyard. No. Please, the old woman, feeling the animosity of these souls, pleaded in utter despair. A beam of white light shot forth from above each soul, piercing into the old woman's brow. Subsequently, a spirit, filled with dread and despair, erupted from the crown of her head. It was her own soul. The 130 souls, driven mad with vengeance, lunged toward her spirit, swiftly tearing it to shreds. Chapter 10. The bloodbath at the mine. Lin Yu gazed calmly at the old woman's soul being ripped apart, his heart devoid of any tumult. The old woman had paid the price for her misdeeds. After the 130 souls obliterated her essence, the temporarily restored fragments of their own began to dissolve into wisps of ash. Suddenly, they turned to face Lin Yu, revealing their true appearances from when they were alive. Each countenance radiated a serene smile of profound gratitude as they bowed in unison before him. Lin Yu smiled and waved his hand, saying, This is what I ought to do. By utilizing the power of the heavenly Tao, can I allow them to reincarnate? The system responded, The host has chosen the third option, which has temporarily mended the fragmented souls and established a connection with the host's heavenly Tao form. With just a thought, the host can send them into the cycle of reincarnation or choose to retain them as a formidable force. Lin Yu shook his head. He could not resort to the second option, for that would render him no different from the old woman. Very well, let them reincarnate. He gestured toward the souls, and above them, a radiant and pure sphere of white light manifested. The souls once again bowed 3 times to Lin Yu before being drawn up into the light. Entering the cycle of rebirth, Lin Yu's face blossomed into a smile. The process of reincarnation is a natural law, beyond the interference of any individual. Tio think that it would be as simple as a wave of his hand when it came to himself. With the heavenly Tao now as his ally, facilitating the reincarnation of a multitude of souls was an effortless task. Filled with pride and an overwhelming sense of accomplishment, Lin Yu reveled in the knowledge that he had liberated these tormented souls from their suffering. Ding! The host has sent the souls into reincarnation, unlocking the achievement, Great Compassion and Great Mercy. This achievement grants the host an increase of 10 points to their fortune value. The souls will exhibit affinity towards the host. The host's initial fortune value of 100 points is now elevated to 110 points. Lin Yu was taken aback. There were achievements to unlock that not only enhanced his fortune but also proved to be quite beneficial. Such an increase would surely bolster his luck in future treasure hunting endeavors. Lin Yu mused. Check personal information. Ding! Personal information panel activated. Host information. Lin Yu. Qualification. Mortal. Age. 25. Realm. Second stage. 9th layer. Source of pressure. Debt. Fortune value. 110 points. Unlocked achievements. Great Compassion and Great Mercy. 99 achievements yet to be unlocked. Lin Yu stretched languidly. Achieving the second stage, 9th layer in just one night was astonishingly rapid. Next, Lin Yu resolved to seek out the Shien stone and Yang Extreme stone to repair the spirit gathering basin, firmly deciding against exchanging for spirit stones. This would serve as a sustainable source of both spirit stones and spiritual energy. Should misfortune strike and he fail to acquire valuable items, the spirit gathering basin would serve as a means to elevate his realm. Having performed a noble deed, Lin Yu felt buoyant and tidied up the courtyard before taking a refreshing bath and retiring to bed for a well-deserved slumber. Upon waking the next morning, Lin Yu quickly refreshed himself. He was determined to locate the mine owner that day. Just then, he heard hurried footsteps approaching from the path outside the courtyard, followed by a rapid knocking at the gate. Lin Yu discerned that the visitor was not an enemy but someone bearing urgent news. Upon opening the gate, he was greeted by an elderly miner from the mine, someone he recognized. Oldly? What brings you here in such a rush? Lin Yu asked, noting the terror etched across the man's face. Oldly, in his haste, stammered, "Hurry to the mine. People have died. It's terrifying." Lin Yu's expression shifted, and he grasped Oldly's arm, hastening toward the mine. Before they even reached the site, the air was thick with the stench of blood, emanating from the direction of the mine. Lin Yu felt an ominous premonition welling within him. Upon arrival, they found a throng of people surrounding the mine's entrance, the noise of their commotion palpable, yet the events inside remained obscure. "You're here, Lin Yu," one of the workers called out upon spotting him. At this, the crowd fell silent, turning their gazes toward him with expressions of fear, as though he were a harbinger of doom. They stepped back, creating a path for Lin Yu, who stepped forward, his expression darkening as he beheld the ground within the mine, stained crimson with blood. Not only that, but there lay hundreds of corpses upon the ground. The blood pooling there was the very essence that had flowed from these lifeless bodies. The scent of blood hung heavily in the air. Oldly whispered urgently in Lin Yu's ear, "If you approach, you'll understand." With that, he recoiled in palpable fear. Lin Yu remained silent, advancing into the mine. As he walked, the onlookers cast glances of hatred his way, as if he were the perpetrator behind this massacre. Lin Yu disregarded their glares. He was not responsible for the deaths. However, upon reaching the entrance, he noticed 2 lines of writing etched into the bloodied ground. "Lin Yu has taken what belongs to us. Anyone associated with him shall die." The words emanated a palpable aura of murderous intent. The mine had been bathed in blood, all because of him. Lin Yu's brow furrowed as he contemplated the implications of these inscriptions. The first possibility that sprang to mind was the power behind the old woman. They certainly possessed the means to retaliate within a single night. The threat she issued before her demise served as testament to that. The second avenue of suspicion led him to the alluring woman and the 2 men he had encountered on his way down with the spirit-gathering basin. They could easily learn of his connection with Chen Yu and their venture into the forest. Both scenarios were plausible, yet it was impossible to ascertain which was the true culprit at this moment. Suddenly, Lin Yu turned sharply, startling the onlookers into a state of alarm. "Where is the mine owner?" he demanded. No one responded. Lin Yu approached Oldly, who recoiled in fear, exclaiming, "Don't come near me." Lin Yu firmly grasped Oldly's shoulder, his voice steady, "Do not fear. No harm shall come to you while I am here." Upon hearing this, Old Li forcefully pushed Lin Yu's arm away, his agitation boiling over as he shouted, "How can you guarantee that? If I hadn't fortuitously returned home, I would be among the dead. You know, every worker who had any contact with you in the mine is dead. Some even perished in their own homes." Lin Yu fell silent, the weight of Old Li's words pressing down on him. Old Li, now in tears, shouted, "I am the last one left. They will surely come for me next." With tears in his eyes, he clutched Lin Yu's collar, demanding, "What assurance can you give me? How can you assure me that I will not be slain by those demons?" Chapter 11. Who is the murderer? In response to Lao Li's probing questions, Lin Yu remained silent, his expression a tapestry of conflicting emotions. Lao Li fixed his gaze upon Lin Yu, mouth agape, as if he wished to utter more, yet was rendered speechless, knowing his fate was irrevocably sealed. Once Lao Li's emotions stabilized somewhat, Lin Yu gently patted his arm, whispering, "I can guarantee that as long as you are by my side, no harm shall befall you. My survival is the finest testament to that." Lin Yu then pulled Lao Li's hands away from his collar and turned to address the gathered crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, I, Lin Yu, shall not depart from this place today. The murderer has orchestrated a massacre solely to draw me out. As long as I remain in the open, they will direct their attention solely towards me, sparing you all from harm. Furthermore, you are not minors, and my acquaintance with you is but a fleeting encounter." Every individual present exhibited expressions of disbelief. Lin Yu did not anticipate that everyone would accept his words wholeheartedly, yet he felt compelled to voice them. Someone queried, "But now that you have appeared, we are indeed implicated. Those murderers clearly intend to eliminate anyone connected to you, and now everyone here is tied to you." Upon hearing this, a consensus of nodding heads emerged, fear and anxiety etched into their faces. Lin Yu was at a loss for how to respond and turned to Lao Li, asking, "Lao Li, where is the mine owner? Is it not absurd for the owner to be absent during such tumult?" Lao Li, slumped on the ground, shook his head dejectedly, his voice weak as he replied, "I don't know. I have never seen the mine owner." Lin Yu inquired, "Even if the mine owner is absent, in light of such a significant event, what of the Frost City management?" No one answered this question. Frost City management? It seemed they had never existed at all. Lin Yu's expression turned icy as he strode towards the mine before the watchful eyes of the crowd. Upon reaching the entrance, he suddenly proclaimed, "I, Lin Yu, stand here. What you desire is within my possession. If you wish to take it, come at me alone and spare the innocent." The onlookers were struck by his audacity, their disdain palpable. "What can you possibly do alone?" Lin Yu's voice resounded so loudly that half of Frost City could hear it. Yet none responded. At that moment, Lin Yu stood as a statue amidst the sea of blood. As each individual beheld his silhouette, an inexplicable surge of courage blossomed within them. Gradually, Lin Yu began to exude a profound sense of reassurance. As if his mere presence ensured the safety of all present, he remained standing for an entire day, the crowd awaiting the appearance of the murderer, yet no one materialized, and one by one, they departed. Naturally, they were reluctant to linger in such a gruesome scene. This predicament was of Lin Yu's making. He would handle it himself to ask for whether those demons would unleash their wrath upon them. They no longer cared. Ultimately, the target of those demons was Lin Yu. If it was truly fated that he must perish, then so be it. As night fell, only Lin Yu remained at the mine. The bloodstains within the mine had yet to dry, and the corpses had not begun to decay. The day's weather was overcast and humid, rendering the air thick with a nauseating metallic scent that was nearly suffocating. Lin Yu closed his eyes, his senses enveloping the entirety of the mine. During his wait, the spirit-gathering basin had transformed Lin Yu's spiritual energy fivefold, successfully elevating his realm to the initial stage of the third realm. Suddenly, the eerie stillness of the mine was pierced by the sound of over 10 figures slicing through the air, prompting Lin Yu to open his eyes. Suspended in midair before him were 19 individuals. Unwilling to stand upon the blood-soaked ground, Lin Yu cast a cold glance at them, smirking, "As I suspected, it is indeed you lot." Excluding the deceased old crone, these 19 were the same individuals who had previously sought to claim the soul-extinguishing gun. Had it not been for the appearance of the man in the golden robe, they would have undoubtedly dealt with Lin Yu first before deciding the fate of the gun. Lin Yu secretly hoped they would take action against him. A single strike of heavenly Tao power could annihilate these fiends without a second thought. The alluring woman smiled at Lin Yu. Little brother, it is delightful to see you again. Lin Yu regarded her with cold eyes. Did you kill them? The woman replied solemnly, little brother, do not wrongfully accuse us. We would never commit such acts. We are individuals of reason. We do not resort to murder for that which we cannot obtain. Nor would we harm the innocent. She paused, then altered her statement. Actually, among us, there is one old fool who might do such a thing. Lin Yu queried, that person you speak of wouldn't happen to be the old crone? Would she? The woman chuckled. You are not entirely foolish. She has already met her end at your hands. Do not inquire how we know, lest you wonder how such brutality could transpire. Only the forces behind that old crone would possess such a bloodthirsty nature. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes. If it was not you who committed these acts, then what brings you here? The woman smiled. What we seek is not the soul-extinguishing gun, but rather the treasure you picked up on the mountain yesterday. I knew you harbored ill intentions. Lin Yu retorted. I'm afraid that treasure has already been promised to another. The woman grinned. Little brother, do not lie. Every move you make is within our purview. That individual left 2 days ago. There is no way you could have crossed paths. Lin Yu replied nonchalantly. So what? I have his contact information and have already reached out to him. He will be here shortly to retrieve it. If you do not believe me, feel free to try to take it by force. You are either rogue cultivators or members of a faction or sect. Opposing the royal family will not bode well for you. Lin Yu crossed his arms. Or do you believe that with your abilities, you can stand against the royal family? The expressions of the 19 individuals soured instantaneously, although they had been covertly surveilling Lin Yu. None could guarantee that he had not established a connection with the royal family. Lin Yu added, unless you wish to gamble? The woman replied tersely, you cannot possibly have contacted the royal family. Do not think we are easily deceived. Is that so? Lin Yu suddenly cast a knowing glance toward his residence. Simultaneously, a young girl arrived at the gate of Lin Yu's ancestral home, hesitating to knock, unsure of what excuse to offer, as her purpose for visiting was somewhat tenuous. Chapter 12. Death is also a form of liberation. Standing at the door, Ninging appeared somewhat anxious, and after much hesitation, she gently knocked, and no response. Could he be asleep? Ninging muttered to herself. Lin Yu's situation was different. He had to rise early each day to work at the mine, so it was natural for him to retire early. However, given the urgency of the situation, Ning-ing continued to knock. Still, there was no answer. With her level of cultivation, she could hear the faintest sounds within 100 feet. After knocking twice, yet receiving no response, she concluded that Lin Yu must be in a deep slumber. Taking a deep breath, Ning-ing decided to scale the wall and enter the courtyard. However, the front door was ajar, and there was no one inside. Ning-ying's expression turned peculiar. Where could Lin Yu have gone? Surely he wasn't still at the mine at this late hour. A sense of unease crept over Ning-ying, and her instincts suggested that perhaps Lin Yu was indeed at the mine. The alluring woman chuckled. Little brother, I must say, your attempts at deception are rather endearing. Lin Yu suddenly turned back. It seems someone has indeed arrived. One cultivator noticed a slender figure approaching the mine from a distance and exclaimed in alarm. The woman's smile faltered. So you are indeed here. Ning-ying, seeing Lin Yu standing at the entrance of the mine, breathed a sigh of relief, only for her expression to shift as she caught a whiff of the overpowering stench of blood. Due to the dim lighting of the night, she had not initially perceived the scene within the mine. Upon witnessing the multitude of corpses strewn about, her face paled in shock. What has transpired here? Why are there so many dead? Lin Yu asked in confusion. What brings you here? Ning-ying glanced at the outsiders and whispered, this is not a place for conversation. Let us return to your home where I can explain in detail. Lin Yu shook his head. These individuals will not allow me to leave. What do you mean? Ning-ying gazed at the alluring woman and her entourage, perplexed. Do not tell me that their deaths are somehow linked to you. Lin Yu replied, it has nothing to do with me. The alluring woman's expression darkened, her face contorting as if she had been struck by an invisible hand. How could this girl have appeared here? Could it be that Lin Yu truly made an agreement with the royal family? Ning-ying inquired, why do they not allow you to leave? Lin Yu elucidated, because they wish to see something from me. The seductive woman interjected hastily, young brother, do not wrongfully accuse the innocent. We have not spoken of robbery. If we truly intended to see something, we would have acted long ago instead of wasting time with you. Ning-ying, radiating an imposing demeanor, retorted, hey, you lot, Are you relying on your numbers to bully the few? The alluring woman responded with keen respect. Young lady, you misunderstand. What misunderstanding? Ninging coldly replied. Do not think I am unaware of your group's intentions. You surely harbor nefarious designs, seeking to kill and plunder? The expression of the seductive woman darkened significantly. Ninging narrowed her eyes and said, What, are you irritated now? Linyu, ignore them. Let us depart. You shall not leave. The seductive woman commanded coldly. Just as Ning was about to speak, Linyu interjected, Do not waste time. If you desire something, come and claim it by your own merit. Ning, visibly impatient, declared, These detestable individuals. With a soft snap of her fingers, the seductive woman and her entourage prepared to act, only to suddenly perceive the emergence of over 100 fluctuations of spiritual energy above the fifth realm surrounding them. The expressions of the 19 individuals turned grim. Ning, with an icy demeanor, warned, If you dare to move, I will ensure you vanish from this world forever. The seductive woman, now exceedingly anxious, scanned her surroundings. Although she could not see those hidden in the shadows, the deliberately emitted spiritual energy waves served as an intangible deterrent. She seemed to have forgotten one crucial detail. This young lady hails from the royal family, and so does the disciple by her side. The seductive woman, consumed by the desire to seize that spiritual artifact from Linyu, momentarily overlooked Ning's true identity. Quickly shifting her demeanor, the seductive woman smiled cheerfully. It was all a misunderstanding, you say? Ning replied, If it is merely a misunderstanding, why do you not hastily vacate? Indeed, we shall leave at once. The seductive woman exclaimed, swiftly transforming into a streak of light and departing rapidly, followed by the others. Ning scoffed and turned to Linyu with a polite smile. The trouble has been resolved. Let us return. Linyu remained motionless, gazing silently at the hundreds of corpses before him. Ning furrowed her brow and asked, You cannot possibly be implying that the deaths of these individuals are somehow related to you. They all perished because of me, Linyu replied, his tone heavy with guilt. Ning was momentarily speechless, utterly taken aback. Soon after, she offered words of consolation. Even if their deaths stemmed from you, there is no need for such self-reproach given the circumstances. Yet Linyu managed a faint smile, stating, To put it another way, their deaths have indeed liberated them. What do you mean? Ning felt a shiver run down her spine upon hearing this. Linyu's voice grew complex as he explained, Like me, they are all orphans, lacking family, and burdened with enormous debts of spiritual stones, condemned to toil in the mines until death. If they attempted to escape, they would be captured and brutally punished. And their debts would only multiply. I once faced the same fate. Linyu gazed skyward, exhaling a sigh. In the past, I too contemplated ending it all, but we were ensnared by those individuals. The moment we entertained thoughts of self-harm, we became paralyzed, and they would inevitably discover it. In such cases, the torment we endured would only intensify. Ning's eyes reddened, her fists clenched in anger. Linyu stated matter-of-factly, Thus, should we meet our demise unexpectedly one day, we ought to thank the heavens for our release. I merely happened to be fortunate, unearthing a treasure while mining, which attracted this throng of individuals vying for it. As for why they perished because of me, well, let us leave it unsaid for now. Linyu, unwilling to dwell on the matter, turned to Ning and said, Weren't you seeking me for something? We can discuss it later. I wish to bury them all. After all, they died because of me, and I cannot simply do nothing. Ning, her expression grave, replied, How long do you intend to bury them alone? I brought many people. I will assist you. Linyu nodded. It took half an hour for Linyu to gather the bodies together. During this time, Ning attempted to help, but Linyu declined her assistance. Linyu examined the wounds of the deceased. Each had been sliced open at the chest, their hearts crushed, resulting in a pool of blood. Standing before the mound of corpses, Linyu deeply bowed. I, Linyu, shall surely avenge you all. Chapter 13. After the soul-cleansing gun in front of each body he accumulated, Linyu observed hundreds of souls floating, blankly gazing at their own corpses. Whenever Linyu dragged a body, the soul of its owner would look at him, their expressions devoid of resentment, filled instead with profound gratitude. For each of the deceased workers, their singular thought day and night was how to attain liberation. This notion had already penetrated the depths of their souls, becoming an obsession, rendering their posthumous spirits so acutely aware. They bore no grudge against Linyu for their unjust deaths. For the first time, Linyu wielded the power of the heavenly path, not to slay foes, but to guide the souls of these hundreds of innocent workers towards reincarnation. As a radiant, pure white light tore through the darkness of the night sky, illuminating each soul, their ethereal forms became pristine and unblemished. Before their souls were led away, the hundreds of spirits bowed deeply to Linyu, synchronizing their gestures with his own. Once all the souls were escorted into reincarnation, the hundreds of bodies transformed into specks of white light, coalescing into a stream of white luminescence, entering the cycle of rebirth. This spectacle left Ningying utterly astonished. Although she could not perceive the mysterious white light guiding the hundreds of souls, she felt an exceptionally sacred wave of energy, causing her own spirit to undergo a certain elevation. It was as if the heavens were moved by Linyu's actions, and her perceptive abilities subsequently heightened. Linyu, recognizing his act of compassion had yielded a significant achievement, found his fortune value increasing from 110 to 200 points. Yet he remained unaffected by this rise in fortune as he turned to depart, with Ningying following in awe. Upon returning to his dwelling, Linyu tidied up a bit and offered Ningying an apologetic smile as she entered. "My apologies for taking up your time." Ningying shook her head seriously. Linyu settled onto the bed, stating, "Your visit at this late hour must pertain to a matter of great importance. Otherwise, you would not have come personally." Ningying affirmed with a soft "Is it regarding the soul-cleansing gun?" Linyu inquired. "No need to guess. It is indeed about the soul-cleansing gun," Ningying confirmed. Otherwise, Linyu could not fathom any other reason that would prompt her to seek him out directly. Linyu speculated, could there be an issue with the soul-cleansing gun? Ningying's expression grew solemn as she replied, "Indeed, there are some problems with the soul-cleansing gun." Linyu stated earnestly, "Let me clarify. I have not tampered with the soul-cleansing gun in any way." Ningying chuckled lightly. "Naturally, it has nothing to do with you. But one cannot say it is entirely unrelated either." Linyu refrained from further questioning. Ningying elaborated, "In truth, the descendant of the previous owner of the soul-cleansing gun belongs to our royal family. This individual is my master's uncle. During the great battle of yore, the whereabouts of the soul-cleansing gun became unknown, and we have never ceased our search for it, because the soul-cleansing gun is tied to my master's bloodline. Any unforeseen occurrences with it will also affect my master's lineage. Counting from 300 years ago to the present, 7 generations have already perished. This signifies that the power of the soul-cleansing gun is gradually fading. Once it vanishes completely, my master's bloodline will be entirely severed. In simple terms, as the power of the soul-cleansing gun wanes, those of my master's generation will fall ill, akin to a curse, with diminished lifespans." Ningying's expression grew grave as she continued, "By the time it reached my master's generation, she not only remained unaffected by the soul-cleansing gun, but instead experienced a rapid enhancement in her strength. Just when we believed she had successfully severed ties with the soul-cleansing gun, one day, the spiritual energy backfired on her." Ningying looked at Linyu. "At the moment my master was on the verge of death, precisely when you discovered the soul-cleansing gun, she miraculously recovered." Linyu could not help but ask, "If she recovered and you retrieved the soul-cleansing gun, she should be fine now, correct?" Ningying found the situation perplexing as well. "We share your thoughts. However, the outcome was not as anticipated. After the soul-cleansing gun returned to my master's hands, not only did her injuries not heal, but the curse deepened, swiftly consuming the remainder of her lifespan. Consequently, my master fell into madness, severing ties with her kin and slaying many guards. In desperation, we were compelled to seal my master and the soul-cleansing gun underground using formations, but this merely delays the inevitable. If we do not resolve this issue promptly, my master, in her state of madness, will wield the soul-cleansing gun and bring ruin to the entire royal family." Ningying left the latter part of her sentence unspoken. Linyu could discern from her deeply worried expression what calamity would befall them should the seal be broken. The Honglin royal family could very well face extinction as a consequence. Linyu's expression was grave. He had not anticipated such an event. Once the Honglin royal family faced a crisis, countless citizens would inevitably suffer. Linyu, perplexed, inquired, "Is there any use in coming to find me?" Ningying resolutely replied, "You are the first person to have discovered the soul-breaking gun. Our analysis suggests that there must be some form of connection between you and the weapon. It is possible that, unbeknownst to you, the soul-breaking gun has forged a special link with you. We currently have no other recourse but to ask you to make this journey." After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yu responded, "What if? I'm merely saying what if I am unable to help." Ningying fell silent. If even Lin Yu, their last hope, could not assist, then the fate of the Honglin royal family was already sealed. Lin Yu stood up and declared, "I will accompany you." Ningying gazed at him in surprise, asking, "You agreed without a moment's consideration?" Lin Yu replied with a smile, "What is there to consider? Since this matter arose because of me, I must take responsibility for resolving it. Besides, I have long desired to escape this wretched place and explore the outside world, not to mention that I have never seen what the royal family looks like in my entire life." Ningying, astonished, remarked, "I haven't even informed you of the dangers of this journey. Isn't it somewhat unwise to agree so hastily?" Lin Yu countered with a smile, "If I were to express my concerns and refuse to go out of fear, would you not simply resort to binding me against my will? This is a matter concerning the fate of your royal family. Moreover, you brought so many people here precisely to prevent such a situation from arising." Ningying chuckled, somewhat embarrassed. Had Lin Yu refused, she would indeed have to resort to such measures to compel him, but of course, that would only occur if he absolutely refused to comply. Otherwise, it was preferable to converse amicably. Fortunately, Lin Yu readily agreed. Ningying solemnly stated, "Regardless of the outcome, we will be eternally grateful for your assistance. If you can resolve this matter, the Honglin royal family will forever owe you a great debt of gratitude." Chapter 14. To accept or not to accept. In light of the urgent situation, Ningying suggested that Lin Yu set off immediately, and he readily agreed. However, as they left the house, they were confronted by an unexpected figure blocking their path. Even Lin Yu had not sensed this person's sudden appearance. He suspected that after using the power of the heavenly path to send the souls of over 100 workers into reincarnation, his own perception had been dulled. Ningying's expression shifted. The individual before them was shrouded in obscurity, rendering their features and gender indistinguishable. Yet, their mere presence exuded an immense pressure. Most concerning was the fact that the hundreds of guards she had brought were meant to monitor the surroundings for any potential threats. But this individual had appeared silently, suggesting that the guards had likely been dealt with. The commotion caused by the Honglin royal family had already been relayed to opposing forces by spies embedded within the royal family. Even if they managed to root out these spies, the information had still leaked. Numerous factions, eyeing the royal family with intent, had already taken action. Although Ningying's mission was covert, it had nonetheless been discovered by adversarial forces. Lin Yu's heavenly eye had not been affected by the use of the heavenly path's power, and he discerned that the person before him was a man of the third realm of the seventh stage. The spiritual energy within him surged like magma, indicating that he had recently undergone a fierce battle. Unquestionably, Ningying's guards had fallen before this individual. Without uttering a word, the man advanced slowly towards them. A palpable aura of murderous intent sweeping through the vicinity like a tempest. Ningying's expression was one of utmost gravity as she shielded Lin Yu behind her. He was their last hope. Even if she were to face danger, he must remain unharmed. Just as Ningying was about to employ the trump card bestowed upon her by her master, the man seemed to anticipate her actions and struck first. Ningying trembled, immediately spitting blood, her aura plummeting as her spiritual energy was abruptly siphoned away. Yet Lin Yu, with his heavenly eye, witnessed precisely how the man had attacked. The man had utilized soul energy to directly devastate Ningying's internal organs, forcibly extracting her spiritual energy. Lin Yu found himself powerless to intervene. All he could do was observe as the man unleashed his assault, unable to offer any resistance. The cooling time for the heavenly path's power was still extensive, and Lin Yu was significantly outmatched in terms of realm, rendering any attempt to intervene futile. The man waved his hand towards Ningying once more. This time, Lin Yu chose to stand in front of her. As the man's hand swung, accompanied by a surge of formidable spiritual energy, it was sufficient to obliterate Ningying. However, when this energy struck Lin Yu instead, the outcome was markedly different. Just before the energy made contact, the gathering spirit basin instantly absorbed it. The man emitted a sound of surprise, staring at Lin Yu in disbelief, his heart brimming with astonishment. This strike had failed to annihilate this third realm individual, and he remained standing unharmed? The man immediately became intensely intrigued by Lin Yu, realizing why the royal family would take such great risks to send Ningying into this desolate land in search of him. Lin Yu was indeed the last hope for the Honglin royal family. After the gathering spirit basin absorbed the man's spiritual energy, it rapidly coalesced into a powerful force belonging to Lin Yu, even maintaining the strength of the man's own realm. This meant that this energy was equivalent to a strike from the third realm of the seventh stage. Lin Yu promptly feigned agony, clutching his chest. However, the man was not so easily deceived. He had sensed the energy retreating from Lin Yu at the moment it approached. Since Lin Yu had become the royal family's last hope for salvation, he undoubtedly possessed some extraordinary means. The man refrained from further attacking Lin Yu, instead coldly stating, "This is none of your concern. Should you intervene, you will bear the consequences." Having been seen through, Lin Yu ceased his pretense, straightened his posture, and declared, "Enough with the idle talk. Either kill us or let us go." The man remained unresponsive. He was unaware of Lin Yu's circumstances. If he were to strike and inadvertently be countered, it would be a grave misfortune. The man devised a clever plan. "Then you shall not leave, unless you can defeat me." Lin Yu furrowed his brow, recognizing the man's shameless and insidious nature. The man realized he could not harm Lin Yu and was unable to discern his true capabilities, rendering him hesitant to strike. It was more prudent to block their exit, ensuring that Lin Yu and Ning Ying could not escape. Time was of no concern to the man. The longer he could prolong the standoff, the better it would be for him. Lin Yu understood the man's strategy of delay and was determined not to allow him to succeed. He taunted, "So you are this cowardly? Afraid to strike against a mere third-realm weakling? How do you claim to be a killer?" The man, however, remained indifferent, standing like a sentinel at the door, silent and immovable. Lin Yu's expression darkened. This fellow was resolute, and his verbal jabs were evidently ineffective. "Do you know why I have become their last hope?" Upon hearing this, the man could no longer suppress his curiosity and was inclined to inquire further. Yet, as a professional assassin, he would not be easily swayed by Lin Yu's words. Lin Yu continued, "Because I possess an artifact that can help them turn the tide." The man trembled internally. The royal family's decision to send Ning Ying to Frost City had long been communicated to their spies. The recent events had already established that Lin Yu was indeed the royal family's lifeline. The man could not help but wonder how Lin Yu planned to save the Honglin royal family. Lin Yu, with a hint of a smile, asked, "Do you not wish to see it?" The man remained silent, but his aura began to shift, an indication that he could not escape Lin Yu's heavenly eye. Subsequently, Lin Yu placed his hand on his chest, and a purple light manifested as the gathering spirit basin appeared in the palm of his hand. Upon seeing the gathering spirit basin, the man's countenance changed dramatically, his eyes gleaming with intense greed. Though he did not know the exact nature of this treasure, the energy radiating from the gathering spirit basin suggested that it had the potential to enhance his own spiritual power. It was undeniably a formidable magical artifact. However, the man's rationality quickly suppressed his avarice. Why would Lin Yu be so generous as to present such a significant item? Surely, there must be a hidden agenda. Lin Yu, with a pleading expression, proposed, "I will give it to you. Will you spare our lives? Without it, I would be of no use even if I went. Would I not be fulfilling your desires?" The man was finally tempted, though he remained cautious, stating, "How do I know you have no ulterior motives?" Lin Yu slowly set the gathering spirit basin on the ground, then kicked it 2 paces towards the man. The man retreated a step, but upon seeing the gathering spirit basin remain inert, a flicker of relaxation crossed his vigilance. At that moment, the man wrestled internally, to accept or not to accept. Chapter 15. The Mine Owner. The gathering spirit basin lay before the assassin, and his gaze remained fixated upon it, brimming with fervor and excitement. Though reason cautioned him against being deceived, the overwhelming spiritual energy emanating from the basin gradually eroded the defenses of his heart and heightened his anticipation. Lin Yu, growing impatient, urged, "Either hurry up and make your decision, or swiftly eliminate us. Stop dragging your feet, will you?" The assassin suddenly turned to Lin Yu, remaining silent as he took 3 steps back. A surge of black spiritual energy erupted from his palm, entwining around the spirit-gathering basin. The assassin did not hasten to seize the basin. Instead, he meticulously examined it for any traps Lin Yu might have left behind. It must be said that the assassin was exceptionally cautious. Taking a full minute to confirm that the basin posed no threat, Lin Yu inquired once more, "So, can you let us go?" The severely injured Ning Ying had already succumbed to unconsciousness, her head resting on Lin Yu's shoulder as he supported her. Ning Ying's injuries could not be delayed any longer. They urgently needed a place to rest. The assassin coldly chuckled and retorted, "If I were to kill you, I could obtain the treasure for myself. Why would I let you go? Do you truly believe that as an assassin, I could be so easily deceived by a mere child like you? I must say, you are quite foolish." As soon as he finished speaking, the assassin hurled the spirit-gathering basin towards Lin Yu. Lin Yu's expression darkened as he reached out to catch the incoming basin. However, a sudden blast of black, spiritual energy shot forth from the basin, penetrating Lin Yu's body. The assassin mocked, "I knew you would leave behind a safeguard. Do you think I wouldn't have one myself? You foolishly caught it. Young man, are you not being overly arrogant? Without this treasure to protect you, how will you withstand my attack? You have already been tainted by my malevolence. Your physical form will soon be refined by it." Nevertheless, Lin Yu merely glanced at the assassin as if unaffected by the situation. The assassin's smile abruptly froze. "Why is it ineffective? The malevolence entering your body should cause harm in mere seconds." When the assassin realized something was amiss and attempted to withdraw his spiritual energy from the spirit-gathering basin, he found it ensnared and unable to escape. "What have you done?" the assassin exclaimed, his expression filled with fury. Lin Yu replied in a low voice, "You call me a fool, yet are you not also a simpleton? My intention was for you to touch it, and if you could hold it, all the better." The assassin, enraged, realized he had fallen into a trap. Lin Yu sneered, "You have only yourself to blame for your insatiable greed. Had you ignored it, I would have found it quite troublesome to deal with you. Were you not curious why I could become their last hope?" Lin Yu channeled his spiritual energy, causing the spirit-gathering basin to immediately absorb the assassin's power. "No!" The assassin screamed in terror as his energy was forcibly contained within the basin, which began voraciously consuming its own spiritual energy. Feeling his cultivation rapidly plummet, the assassin was overwhelmed by an immense wave of weakness. Collapsing to his knees, unable to utter a word, a minute later, all his spiritual energy had been drained by the basin, and he perished on the ground. Lin Yu stored the spirit-gathering basin within his body, which contained the essence of a threefold seventh-realm cultivator and could be used 10 times. Henceforth, even when faced with formidable foes, as long as they were not above the threefold seventh realm, he could defeat them with ease. Supporting Ning Ying, Lin Yu hurriedly departed, traversing the desolate streets under the cover of night towards the city gate. Upon reaching the gate, 2 guards spotted the young man assisting a girl and immediately became vigilant. Calling out to Lin Yu, one guard, with an icy demeanor, declared, "No one is allowed to leave the city." Lin Yu furrowed his brow and asked, "Why has the decree suddenly changed? It seemed suspicious that they were not allowed to exit without prior notice." The guard offered no further explanation, stating, "That is the order. Return at once." At that moment, the other guard scrutinized the pair closely, and upon recognizing something, his expression shifted, signaling his companion discreetly. Lin Yu keenly observed this exchange. As the 2 guards brandished their spears towards him, Lin Yu swiftly countered, knocking one guard unconscious with a single punch. The second guard's spear lunged towards Lin Yu's chest, only to be deflected by a swift slap, shattering the spearhead and sending it flying. The guards were taken aback. Despite being 4th realm cultivators, they were woefully inadequate against Lin Yu. While supporting Ning Ying, Lin Yu seized the opportunity to grip the neck of the stunned guard. "If you wish to live, behave yourself," Lin Yu warned coldly. "I will ask you a question. Nod if the answer is yes, shake your head if it is no." The guard, his face pale, nodded repeatedly upon hearing Lin Yu's inquiry. "Why has the decree against leaving the city been imposed? Is it because of our connection, and your superiors are doing this intentionally?" The guard nodded hastily. Lin Yu did not press further. He delivered a swift blow, knocking the guard out cold. Facing the imposing, closed city gate, he attempted to force it open. "Boy, you cannot escape," came a mocking voice from behind. Lin Yu turned to see a man in his 40s. Clad in an opulent robe, his demeanor calm yet imposing. Lin Yu questioned, "Who are you?" "I am the very person you have long wished to meet." The man smiled. Lin Yu appraised him, perplexed. "You are the mine owner?" The man spread his arms with a grin. "What, do I not look the part?" Lin Yu's expression turned wary. "What do you want?" The mine owner lowered his arms, speaking nonchalantly, "Quite simply, you cannot leave the city." The girl beside you must be handed over to me. Lin Yu's mind raced as he tentatively asked, are you collaborating with those people? Those people referred to the forces preventing Ning Ying from escorting Lin Yu back to the royal family. The mine owner evaded the question. Because of you, my mine has been destroyed, and I intend to settle this score with you. Lin Yu queried, what does she have to do with it? That is of no concern to you. The mine owner scoffed. Lin Yu retorted with a scoff. You claim you are not in league with them. The mine owner, uninterested in further conversation, snapped his fingers, and a multitude of guards armed with glistening long knives surged forth from the streets and alleys. Numbering at least 200, Lin Yu observed that these guards varied in cultivation, the weakest at the ninefold third realm, while the strongest reached the fifth realm. The mine owner himself was at the ninth realm of the sixth level. The mine owner wore a confident smile. You wanted to ask me something, so I am giving you the chance to say your final words. Lin Yu directly inquired, who is the one responsible for my debt of spiritual stones? The mine owner sighed. Regrettably, I cannot answer that question. Rest assured, you have a long future ahead. Perhaps one day, luck will be on your side, and you will find out. The mine owner's expression hardened as he gestured. Seize him. Chapter 16. Departure. A throng of guards wielding gleaming long knives rushed towards Lin Yu, their expressions chillingly resolute, exuding an aura of lethal intent, evidently seasoned in the art of bloodshed. Lin Yu stomped his foot, unhesitatingly channeling his spiritual energy at the threefold seventh realm. The energy surged forth like a torrent, causing the surrounding space to momentarily solidify. The mine owner's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily retreated several paces. Lin Yu was able to unleash the power of the seventh realm. The guards swept away by his spiritual energy fell to the ground lifeless, as if mere straw before a tempest. The rampaging spiritual energy continued its advance, cutting down wave after wave of guards, who had no time to react. The mine owner was forced to retreat repeatedly, realizing the danger just in time. Had he hesitated a moment longer, he too would have met his end in a mere 5 seconds. Over 200 guards lay sprawled on the ground, the very surface of the earth upturned by the force of Lin Yu's energy. The mine owner staggered back dozens of paces, only halting when the torrent of energy ceased. Separated by a considerable distance, Lin Yu maintained a calm demeanor, while the mine owner wore a mask of terror. How could Lin Yu possess such formidable power? Even if he had drawn upon some energy from that treasure, it should not have granted him such strength. At this moment, the mine owner no longer dared to issue commands to Lin Yu. He could see Lin Yu's expression was filled with provocation, as if to say, if you dare approach, I will obliterate you. Lin Yu shouted at the mine owner, I expected more from you. Is this all you can muster? Why not step forward and fight me yourself? Humph. The mine owner would never do such a thing. Lin Yu's confidence indicated he could still unleash the earlier might. Approaching would be tantamount to courting death. Lin Yu, consider yourself fortunate, the mine owner remarked coolly, but even if you escape to the ends of the earth, you cannot evade your destined fate. What you carry will follow you for a lifetime. Unless the heavens intervene, no one can help you resolve it. Lin Yu's eyes sparkled. How fortuitous. How do you know I have the heavens' assistance? The mine owner dismissed the jest with contempt. Lin Yu called out, if you have any schemes or allies, now is the time to use them. I must take my leave. The mine owner did not impede Lin Yu's departure. You may leave. I will find you. By the way, do you not wish to know where your parents have gone? Lin Yu's expression remained unchanged. Do not use them to threaten me. They abandoned me, allowing me to bear this burden, which signifies they no longer recognize me as their child. Lin Yu declared fearlessly, now I stand alone, unafraid of anyone. The mine owner said little, merely watching Lin Yu with a smile. Lin Yu retreated step by step to the firmly shut city gate. Just as he was about to unleash his threefold spirit power of the seventh realm to create an opening, a thunderous sound erupted, and astonishingly, the gate swung open by itself. Lin Yu gazed in astonishment at the mine owner, wondering if this fellow had such kindness. Noticing the mine owner's lack of response, Lin Yu gradually stepped outside the city gate until he vanished from sight. The mine owner, standing in the center of the street, wore a broader smile. Frost City was merely the beginning. Far more awaited you ahead. Having successfully departed from Frost City, Lin Yu confirmed that there were no dangers in the vicinity before hoisting Ning Ying onto his back and dashing down the broad avenue ahead. After running for an hour, he had crossed 2 mountains along the way. The cool-down time for the power of the heavenly path had arrived. Standing atop a mountain peak, Lin Yu gazed at a small, brightly lit town nestled in the earth, comparable in size to Frost City. Having spent 3 years in this fantastical world, Lin Yu had never ventured outside Frost City, remaining oblivious to the circumstances beyond its walls. At that moment, the still unconscious Ning Ying stirred, letting out a groan of pain. Lin Yu hastily descended the mountain towards the town, eager to find a place to treat Ning Ying's injuries. Upon reaching the town's entrance, he was relieved to find the gate still open, guarded only by 2 sentinels. The middle-aged guard, with graying hair, extended his hand and called, "Halt!" Lin Yu stopped before him, his expression anxious. "Sir, my sister is injured. May we enter the city to find a doctor?" "Where do you come from?" the middle-aged guard asked, his tone wary. They could not casually allow those of unknown origins, especially with an injured person, to enter the city. Having run tirelessly, his face covered in dust from scaling 2 mountains, Lin Yu pondered what reason to provide when suddenly, Ning Ying coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood, her brow furrowed in excruciating pain. The younger guard, feeling sympathy, interjected on Lin Yu's behalf, "Old Su, let them see my grandfather first. After all, lives are at stake. My grandfather possesses medical knowledge. Let us stabilize her condition before we inquire further." The middle-aged guard, aware of the elder's medical expertise, pondered for a moment and replied kindly, "Very well, but do not speak of this to anyone else, or we shall both suffer." The younger guard nodded and handed Lin Yu a red cord tied around his wrist, briefly explaining the way to his home. "Show this red cord to my grandfather. He will know I sent you, and he will heal your sister's wounds." Lin Yu gratefully accepted the cord and nodded in appreciation. The younger guard glanced around to confirm no one was watching before saying, "Follow me. We will use a secret passage and not enter the city directly." Old Su quietly urged the younger guard. "Hurry back." The younger guard led Lin Yu to a concealed section of the city wall. Stopping 2 paces away, he pushed against a section of the wall, revealing a hidden door that opened upwards. Unveiling a passage. "This is a secret path for the guards. Tonight, only I and Old Su are on duty. There are no other guards inside, so you need not worry about encountering anyone else. Once inside the city, follow the small path I mentioned. If you encounter anyone along the way, evade them. If evasion fails, run." Lin Yu nodded gravely and inquired, "May I ask your surname?" The younger guard replied, "My surname is Wu. Just call me Xiao Wu. Let us hurry." "Thank you." Lin Yu successfully traversed the secret passage and entered the city, where indeed, a dimly lit small path lay to his left. He followed this path forward, encountering no one along the way. After passing through several narrow alleys, he arrived before a grand residence, where a plaque at the entrance read, "Wu Clan." Continuing through the alley, Lin Yu halted before a wooden door adjacent to the Wu residence and gently knocked. The door swung open swiftly, revealing an elderly man in his 70s, clad in a blue robe, his eyes bright and discerning. The elder scrutinized Lin Yu and Ning Ying with curiosity, his brow furrowing. Lin Yu remained silent, directly producing the red cord. Upon seeing the cord, the elder's wariness dissipated. Without uttering a word, he stepped aside. Allowing Lin Yu to enter, he glanced at the alleys on either side, confirming no one was watching, and quietly shut the door behind them. However, at the end of the alley, a shadow lingered, silently observing this scene. Chapter 17. Fong Shien Villa. Upon entering, they found themselves in a dimly lit room, the air thick with the acrid scent of medicinal herbs. To the left stood a stove, boiling a pot of medicine. The elder pointed to a clean bed on the right, and Lin Yu gently laid Ning Ying upon it. Ning Ying's chest heaved, black blood continuously trickling from her lips, her brow furrowed in weakness and agony. The elder's expression grew serious as he observed Ning Ying's pallor and the pool of black blood on her chest, understanding the gravity of the situation. Lin Yu refrained from interrupting the elder. The elder spoke solemnly. "She has been afflicted by a malevolent aura collected from the battlefield, refined through spirit power. Once this aura contacts the skin, it rapidly erodes the internal organs. Had it not been for her solid foundation, she would not have endured for so long." Lin Yu inquired, "Is there a way to treat her?" The elder turned his sharp gaze toward Lin Yu, his eyes glimmering with intensity. "You carry remnants of this malevolent aura yourself. Why are you unscathed?" Lin Yu opted not to explain, as he could not disclose that the spirit-gathering Basin had absorbed the assassin's malevolent aura, leaving only a trace on him. The elder did not press further, stating, I can only delay the aura's erosion of her organs. The sole remedy is to grind a light spirit stone into powder and mix it with water for her to consume. The light spirit stone is a treasure of the Shien grade, which is not available here. Lin Yu asked, where can I find it? The elder replied, 20 miles to the north, there lies Fong Shien Villa, where it can be found. However, the villa's master is eccentric and covets treasures above all else. The light spirit stone is one of the few treasures that cultivators seek to enhance their realms. Not only the master but any ordinary person would be reluctant to part with it. With a serious expression, the elder regarded Lin Yu and added, if you wish to obtain the light spirit stone from that master, you must offer a price exceeding its value. Your friend has but 3 days. Beyond that, even deities would be powerless to save her. Lin Yu nodded, clasping his fists in gratitude. I shall trouble you. Elder, I will depart at once. Wait. The elder approached the stove and retrieved an object, a fire stick. Lin Yu immediately recognized that this stick was no ordinary item. It was a high-grade Shien-level spirit tool imbued with seals. The elder spoke indifferently. Since you have decided to go to Feng Shien Villa, I need you to do me a favor in return. Lin Yu replied earnestly, what must I do? Return it to its owner. The elder's complex gaze was filled with untold stories. Lin Yu accepted the fire stick, and the elder cautioned, retrace your steps. After leaving the city, head north for 20 miles, and you shall find a black mountain where Feng Shien Villa resides, situated halfway up. Also, return this red cord to him, I understand. Lin Yu successfully made his way back through the secret path, emerging outside the city. Xiao Wu, who had been monitoring the direction of the secret passage, hurried over upon seeing Lin Yu and asked, how did it go? Lin Yu nodded and handed the red cord back. Your grandfather asked me to return this to you. Xiao Wu regarded the cord, sighed deeply, and reluctantly tied it around his wrist. Upon noticing the fire stick in Lin Yu's hand, his expression shifted, and he asked, did my grandfather send you to a place called Feng Shien Villa? Lin Yu affirmed indeed. Xiao Wu bit his lip, seemingly displeased with the elder's actions. To be frank, your journey may be perilous, and you might not return. Why do you say that? Lin Yu inquired. Feng Shien Villa is an enigmatic place. Firstly, the master is obsessed with treasures, having reclaimed most Shien-grade spirit items within 100 miles through various means, leaving countless deaths in his wake. Moreover, the Black Mountain where the villa is located is rife with malevolent entities. Anyone seeking retribution has perished on the way up. It is rumored that the master has reached the terrifying 7th realm. With numerous spirit tools at his disposal, he can unleash combat power that few below the 8th realm can match. Lin Yu glanced at the fire stick in his hand, perplexed. What does this have to do with Feng Shien Villa? Your grandfather instructed me to return it to its owner. Is there a connection with the villa's master? Lin Yu refrained from posing these questions to the elder, not wishing to upset him, and the elder clearly preferred to avoid elaboration. Xiao Wu hesitated, harboring unspoken concerns. Lin Yu chose not to press further, stating, regardless, you and your grandfather have saved my friend. I, Lin Yu, shall forever remember this kindness. Xiao Wu suddenly chuckled bitterly. My family has practiced medicine for generations, yet I have become utterly inept, unable to inherit the family business and relegated to guarding this place. Nevertheless, I recall my grandfather's words from childhood. One must not turn a blind eye to those in need. Xiao Wu fixed his earnest gaze on Lin Yu, saying, from the moment I laid eyes on you, I sensed you were no ordinary person. My instincts tell me you will return safely. Lin Yu nodded, replying, I appreciate your well wishes. After a journey of 20 li, Lin Yu arrived at the ominous Black Mountain mentioned by Wu's grandfather and grandson in a mere 10 minutes. This mountain, resembling a gravestone, was shrouded in billowing black mist, rendering the temperature in the vicinity intensely frigid and leaving the surrounding area barren, devoid of any vegetation. The atmosphere was steeped in darkness. With the spiritual essence of heaven and earth significantly weakened, at the foot of the mountain, Lin Yu discerned a manor nestled on the mountainside, shrouded in obscurity. Through the lens of his celestial eye, he observed numerous shadowy figures floating above the manor, moving restlessly and exuding an overwhelming malevolent energy that nourished the Black Mountain. Deep within the manor, he sensed the presence of several spiritual entities of a level beyond the profound. Albeit sealed in a specific location, their energy faint. Adjacent to these sealed entities, an exceedingly potent dark energy surged, seemingly guarding the spirits, As Linyu ascended the narrow mountain path, he immediately spotted at least 30 malevolent spirits lurking within the trees on either side. Upon stepping onto the path, he had scarcely advanced when a clawing female spirit erupted from the right, her pallid visage twisted and stained with blood. Yet, as she drew near, merely a foot away, she was inexplicably engulfed in a searing force. Rendering her form half-transparent, the female spirit emitted a wretched cry, desperately retreating in terror, her wide eyes fixated on Linyu. Surrounding Linyu was a formidable aura of yang energy, protecting him from any malicious entities that dared to approach, which would be met with excruciating torment akin to purgatory. For the spirits, Linyu appeared as a colossal sun, the vitality radiating from him causing all nearby malevolent entities to frantically disperse. Retreating 100 paces in fear, Linyu continued his ascent without encountering any further disturbances from the malevolent spirits, as the dark energy within the mountain swiftly retreated. Upon reaching the mountainside, he beheld a daunting statue standing before the entrance of the manor, a fearsome figure towering 3 zhong, wielding twin maces above its head. As Linyu approached, the statue suddenly animated, its dark energy surging, and chilling winds howled around it. Chapter 18. Benevolence. The statue wielding the maces transformed into a malevolent deity, swirling winds of darkness enveloping it, its expression fierce, blood-red glimmers flickering in its eyes as it charged towards Linyu. In Linyu's grasp, the fire stick trembled violently, emitting mournful cries as its ebony surface cracked, revealing irregular red lines. The malevolent deity swung its maces with immense force, aiming for Linyu's head. Linyu raised the fire stick to block the strike. A shattering sound echoed as the maces, surprisingly fragile, splintered upon contact with the fire stick, disintegrating into fragments. These remnants were swiftly absorbed by the fire stick, its blackened surface shedding layers to reveal a brilliant red glow. The malevolent deity, seemingly oblivious to the destruction of its weapon, retained its ferocious demeanor. Merely a puppet, it swung its colossal hand, capable of crushing skulls, towards Linyu's temple. Instead of defending, Linyu retaliated, the fire stick colliding with the deity's hand. A resounding crash ensued as the malevolent deity's entire right hand shattered, fragments scattering across the ground. Linyu, unwilling to waste time with this creature, leaped and brought the fire stick crashing down upon the deity's head. The 3 zhong tall puppet's head exploded into pieces, its legs collapsing with a thunderous sound, and its body disintegrating inch by inch into a heap of shards. The remnants continued to be absorbed by the fire stick, rendering it incandescently hot. Yet, in Linyu's grip, the heated fire stick felt surprisingly warm. He strode into the manor, forcefully breaking through the tightly shut doors, revealing a vast, pitch-black courtyard before him. Behind the courtyard lay a grand hall, swathed in dense mist, where the outlines of long-abandoned furniture could barely be discerned. Linyu focused on the powerful dark energy hidden deep within the manor and ventured further inside. As he walked down the corridor, the waters of the ponds on either side shimmered with an eerie blue light. The water felt unusual, as though it possessed a viscous hardness akin to steel. At the end of the corridor stood an entrance to a circular courtyard, where the intense dark energy emanated from a specific location behind it. Upon entering the courtyard, Linyu beheld a tall, semi-transparent man standing at the entrance of the manor. This man exuded an astonishingly powerful dark energy, as if he were the very source of the spiritual essence of the manor and the Black Mountain, so potent that the ground around him began to inexplicably seep water. The fire stick in Linyu's hand felt as if it could melt steel due to the intense heat emanating from it. Yearning to devour the overwhelming dark energy, the entire manor seemed to resonate with the presence of this living figure. The man bowed his head, yet Linyu could see his chiseled, knife-like features. Even without glimpsing his visage above the nose, one could easily infer that he was extraordinarily handsome. Upon their first encounter, Linyu felt not the dread of meeting a specter, but rather the aura of a scholarly prodigy. Fong Shien Manor, such an elegant name suggested that the manor's master possessed considerable erudition. "You are the first extraordinary individual to breach my manor in nearly a century," the slender man spoke softly, his lips reminiscent of a woman's, and his voice was as refreshing as a spring breeze, devoid of any sense of oppression or eeriness. His gaze seemed to linger on the fire stick in Linyu's hand, a sly smile gracing his lips, suggesting a certain charm. Has that esteemed elder finally let go? The slender man continued, I am aware of your purpose for visiting. If the lingering dark energy of my humble abode does not displease you, please come in and have a seat. Lin Yu, sensing no hostility from the man, found his demeanor quite amiable. I bear no grievances, he replied, chuckling softly while firmly grasping the restless fire stick that yearned to escape. The slender man's white robe flowed like liquid light, silently gliding across the ground, and in the dim moonlight, Lin Yu caught a glimpse of the shadow behind him. The slender man stepped into the hall. With Lin Yu following closely, ever attuned to the fluctuations of the man's aura, as the slender man entered, the mist within the hall rapidly dissipated, revealing an array of intact and pristine furniture. Upon entering the hall, Lin Yu sensed the faint vibrations of numerous spiritual artifacts and entities emanating from deep within, though they were sealed by some means. Please, take a seat, the slender man offered. Settling into a chair himself, Lin Yu examined the chair before him for any signs of danger before sitting down, facing the slender man. The features above the man's lips remained veiled in a soft silver glow, unable to conceal the charm and elegance radiating from him. Lin Yu found it peculiar that this manners master was not as eccentric as Wu's grandfather and grandson had described. Rather, he was affable. Of course, it was merely their first meeting, and Lin Yu remained vigilant, aware that the true nature of the man may not yet have been revealed. The slender man expressed a hint of apology. My humble abode has been dilapidated for a century, isolated from the world, and I have no tea or refreshments to offer you. I hope you can forgive this shortcoming, and no need for trouble. Lin Yu replied. May I inquire what you seek? The slender man asked directly. Instead of answering, Lin Yu posed a question of his own. I have heard that the manners master possesses an eccentric temperament, having killed countless individuals to seize various spiritual artifacts and entities. Yet, upon meeting you, I find a stark contrast to the descriptions I've heard. The slender man's lips curled into a slight smirk. Tinged with disdain, I am aware of what they say about me. They are not entirely incorrect. I have indeed committed such deeds. However, I do not wish to delve into the reasons behind my actions. How the world perceives me is of little consequence. Lin Yu raised the fire stick and asked, I was entrusted with returning this item to its rightful owner. I ask that you? The slender man turned slightly to regard the fire stick. Remaining silent, that a gust of dark wind swept through the hall, and Lin Yu heard a melancholic sigh within it as the wind subsided. The slender man candidly stated, It has forsaken its previous master. You are its new owner. What? Lin Yu was taken aback, perplexed. The slender man explained, Treasures are claimed by the capable, especially those with a consciousness of their own. They choose their most suitable masters. While I was its previous owner, I was unable to harness its true power. In truth, that esteemed elder's request for you to return it signifies that he has laid to rest the grievances we once shared. Suddenly, the slender man rose, gazing intently at Lin Yu. Do you not wish to know why I killed so many and sought to obtain spiritual artifacts and entities? Please, follow me. As Lin Yu followed the slender man into the backyard. A moment of bewilderment washed over him, nearly blinding him with the dazzling sight before his eyes. The entire yard was cluttered with an array of resplendent spiritual artifacts and mystical objects, numbering no less than 200, all of which were of at least the mysterious grade. However, amidst this vibrant collection lay an ice bed emanating a chilling aura. Upon that bed rested a woman clad in yellow. Chapter 19. Divergent paths of humans and demons. The yellow-clad woman had her hands crossed over her abdomen, her entire form encased in a layer of silvery ice point. One could observe numerous treasures surrounding her, their spiritual energy flowing into the ice bed. Lin Yu scrutinized the yellow-clad woman. To be precise, she was already deceased. Yet, her heart continued to beat faintly. Lin Yu discerned the crux of the matter. The reason her heart still pulsed was primarily due to the chilling power emanating from the ice bed. The surrounding spiritual artifacts, stacked like small mountains, were all infused with potent yang energy. The combination of the overwhelming yang energy and the ice bed's coldness had surprisingly created an astonishing life force, sustaining the yellow-clad woman's existence. However, despite her heart's rhythm, her other organs had long since withered. The infusion of various spiritual artifacts merely enabled her heart to persist, preventing her body from decaying. In that moment, Lin Yu comprehended the intentions of the slender man. He sought to resurrect the woman, and the vast collection of treasures was a means to that end. Yet, such actions could not truly bring her back to life. Lin Yu cast a curious glance at the slender man, who had drifted to the side of the ice bed, quietly observing the yellow-clad woman, and asked, "Do you wish to revive her?" The slender man replied with a calm demeanor. "Do you find it implausible?" Lin Yu instinctively wanted to retort that it was impossible to resurrect the dead, but in a world steeped in the supernatural, one could only say that anything was possible. The slender man extended his delicate arm, caressing the yellow-clad woman's cheek with a tenderness brimming with affection. "She is not human, but rather a wood spirit. In simpler terms, she is a spiritual demon who is cultivated into a human form. As long as her heart remains alive, I can bring her back." The slender man continued, "I have spent a century gathering various potent young artifacts within the limits of my abilities, yet I still lack one crucial element, a terrestrial-grade young artifact." He gently stroked the ice bed with his left hand, icy energy penetrating through his touch. "This piece of heavenly cold stone is a terrestrial-grade spiritual object. I require another terrestrial-grade young object to complement it, to awaken the life force within her." Turning his gaze towards the fire stick in Lin Yu's hand, he remarked, "Its potential exceeds mere mysterious grade. It is a growth artifact, nurtured over a century. It has the opportunity to ascend to terrestrial grade. Yet, I am running out of time." Lin Yu looked at the slender man and said, "You have forcibly prolonged your life using extreme energy for a century. Otherwise, you would have perished 100 years ago." The slender man gazed at Lin Yu in astonishment. "You can discern that?" Lin Yu replied nonchalantly, "Your wife is a being of the wood element, and her cultivation is no easy feat. To transform into a human, she must have spent at least 500 years. As a practitioner, it is no trouble for you to live for 2 centuries. However, you have dedicated the last 100 years to collecting various potent young objects, engaging in battles against formidable foes. While you have survived, you have sustained grave injuries, even if your soul is resilient. Your physical body cannot endure such extensive damage. Thus, you chose this place of extreme yin and declining yang, the Black Mountain, as your sanctuary, transferring your wife here to prolong her life with the combination of the mountain's yin energy and the heavenly cold stone. You, too, have had to forsake your physical form, existing as a yin spirit, waiting for the day you can resurrect her. Yet, you are now at your wits' end, unable to hold on for much longer." Lin Yu glanced at the surrounding spiritual artifacts radiating diverse hues and potent spiritual energy, stating calmly, "Moreover, their spiritual energy is depleting rapidly. You possess the will, yet lack the strength to seek new young artifacts." Upon hearing this, the slender man fell silent, gradually lifting his head to reveal a face mostly decayed, leaving only the skull, and his eyes flickered faint green flames, seemingly on the verge of extinguishing. "I, Fong Shien, have exhausted my fortune, rampaging through 100 miles to seize every mysterious grade sect, solely for the sake of acquiring the means to prolong my wife's life." His hollow gaze turned to the night sky, filled with bitterness. "Yet in the end, I still could not defy fate." The green flames in Feng Shuan's eyes surged, almost spilling from their sockets, fueled by resentment. "We once lived in harmony, not disturbing anyone, mutually encouraging each other's cultivation. She even bore a child." At this juncture, a look of happiness filled Feng Shuan's eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by a terrifying rage. "The reason for our downfall was the so-called righteous practitioners who sought to kill us. Under the guise of exterminating demons, they ambushed my wife in my absence, draining her with spirit power completely. At the moment they seized her heart, I returned." Feng Shuan's face twisted into a mad grin, shedding his previous scholarly demeanor for a countenance filled with murderous intent. "They pursued us at all costs to claim my wife's wood spirit heart. Had she not been a wood spirit transformed into a human, her vitality would have long since perished. Fortunately, heaven had mercy, guiding us to this powerful yin mountain, concealing my wife's aura." With a sinister smile, Feng Shien remarked, "I imagine you encountered many yin spirits upon ascending the mountain. They are the practitioners who hunted us down, coming to eliminate me years ago, all under the pretext of eradicating demons. Their aim was still to seize my wife's heart," he added. "I extracted their souls and imprisoned them within the mountain, forcing them to endure the torment of yin energy tearing at their souls day and night." Lin Yu remained silent, listening intently. Yi Fengxian suddenly fell silent, and after a prolonged pause, he spoke with a frigid tone. I once met a man who told me that my wife and I fell to this plight because of the chasm between humans and demons. I questioned him, for my wife is a being born of nature. Even after her transformation, she is still human. Why can we not be together? His response was that spiritual demons are demons and cannot coexist with humans. In that instant, a chilling wind surged, extinguishing the radiant lights of all spiritual artifacts within the courtyard. Yi Fengshuan's silver soul suddenly morphed into a ghastly green, his smile laced with madness. And then? I consumed that man's soul. His life was filled with deceit and ignorance. He fixed his cold gaze on Lin Yu, saying indifferently, now, it is your turn to answer this question. You are here merely to take something from me to save someone. Do not ask me how I know it in light of your discerning insight and clarity of mind. I shall grant you a chance. If your answer satisfies me, I shall allow you to depart with the items. Should I find your response unsatisfactory, do not think that your possession of that item will save you. I have little time left, and perishing together with you is not out of the question. Lin Yu, seemingly unfazed, retorted, what if I told you that I possess a way to resurrect your wife? In an instant, Yi Fengxian surged towards Lin Yu, their faces nearly touching. Repeat that, he demanded, his eyes ablaze with green flames. His voice hoarse with excitement. Chapter 20. Heart exchange. A century of despair, spent day and night beside the ice bed, gazing at his wife's gentle and beautiful yet lifeless visage, reminiscing about the brief decade of happiness they shared. Driven by obsession, Yi Fengxian had clung to existence as a Yin spirit for 100 years. Today, he was a mere shadow of his former self, his time running short. Yet, a recent event had sparked a glimmer of hope for Yi Fengshuan's survival. It stemmed from an overwhelming malevolent aura emanating from Frost City. 2 days prior, he had ventured to Frost City, only to encounter a powerful individual endowed with royal fortune before even entering the city, an entity whose strength was on par with his own. For Yi Fengxian, a Yin spirit, such a practitioner was a natural counter to his existence, forcing him to retreat. Later, he learned that the terrestrial-grade superior spiritual artifact had fallen into the hands of this royal figure. Just when he thought his hopes of prolonging his life were extinguished, news arrived today that calamity had befallen the Honglin royal family, putting them in dire straits. Yi Fengxian contemplated making a final desperate attempt at the Honglin royal family. If he could seize that artifact brimming with malevolence, not only could he extend his life by a century, but the hope of resurrecting his wife would also grow. Yi Fengxian believed he could transform malevolent energy into extreme yang energy, provided that the artifact was terrestrial grade. Even if the outcome of this endeavor held no promise of survival, he would fight alongside his wife. If he were to die, he would die together with her. Ultimately, Lin Yu's seemingly casual remark reignited the flickering flame of hope within Yi Fengxian, transforming it into a blazing inferno. The green flames surging in Yi Fengshuan's eyes nearly reached Lin Yu's own. Lin Yu, unwavering and resolute, met Yi Fengshuan's gaze without flinching. Say that again, Yi Fengxian, with a frenzied expression, repeatedly uttered. I have a way to bring your wife back to life. Lin Yu and Yi Fengxian exchanged glances, their eyes radiating a chilling intensity. Lin Yu spoke with unwavering determination. I say, I possess the means to resurrect your wife. The green flames that surged in Yi Fengshuan's eyes gradually receded, and he took 3 steps back, fixating his gaze on Lin Yu as if scrutinizing him. From Lin Yu's arrival until now, Yi Fengxian had not truly assessed this individual. He had observed Lin Yu's ascent up the mountain, witnessing how he effortlessly repelled the wandering souls along the way and shattered the malevolent deity guarding the mountain's entrance. In Yi Fengshuan's mind, Lin Yu relied solely on the stick he wielded. However, the moment Lin Yu uttered those words, Yi Fengxian sensed something amiss. It was as if he were confronting an incarnation of celestial authority. A sudden, inexplicable dread toward Lin Yu gripped Yi Fengshuan's heart. What means do you possess? Yi Fengxian asked, his tone remarkably calm. Had it been anyone else daring to make such a claim, he would have unhesitatingly consumed their soul. You think someone could achieve what I have failed to accomplish in a century so effortlessly? Surely, they must be a fraud. Yet, Lin Yu's aura did not exude the essence of a deceiver. It felt as though he genuinely held the key to success. What troubled Yi Fengxian was the stark realization that had he acted impulsively against Lin Yu moments ago, he would have faced divine retribution. Lin Yu glanced at the ice bed, signaling whether he could approach. Fong Shien nodded, his gaze never leaving Lin Yu, remaining vigilant of every movement he made. As Lin Yu approached the ice bed, he casually swept his eyes over the chest of the woman clad in yellow, then turned to Fong Shien and said, "Heart replacement, is this the method you propose?" Feng Shuan's expression shifted abruptly. "Do you think I haven't considered this option?" Lin Yu corrected him. "The heart replacement I speak of is not the simplistic notion you presume." Feng Shien, now at a loss, struggled to comprehend. Lin Yu shook his head and continued, "In truth, you have always possessed the means. You merely overlooked it, blinded by hatred." "What do you mean?" Feng Shien began to panic, utterly bewildered by where he had gone wrong. His greatest fear was that if he had indeed erred, he would not only have squandered a century, but also allowed his wife's body and heart to suffer the relentless erosion of malevolent energy. While the sinister aura of Black Mountain could obscure his wife's presence, it posed a grave threat to her pure young spirit. Lin Yu surveyed the myriad of spiritual artifacts surrounding them. With so many items, most of which harbor immense young energy, why have you not fashioned a heart for yourself? Fashion a heart? Feng Shien was taken aback, and then a light dawned upon him. He had never considered this avenue. Perhaps he had, but deemed it altogether impossible. Lin Yu continued, "Your wife's heart is in a state of decay. No matter how much pure young energy you infuse, it will merely delay the inevitable rot. Only through a heart replacement can you awaken her innate attributes and rekindle her life force." Allowing her to restore the decaying organs autonomously, Lin Yu smiled. "You should be grateful that your wife is not human. Otherwise, this method may not have succeeded." Feng Shuan's ethereal form appeared disordered, his heart heavy with self-reproach and resentment towards himself for not considering this aspect. What could he do now? It was too late to contemplate all this. With despair in his eyes, he gazed at the scattered spiritual artifacts and objects, realizing that his internal spiritual energy was nearly depleted, rendering him incapable of executing Lin Yu's proposed method. Lin Yu quickly interjected, "Do not be agitated. Leave this matter to me." At that moment, Feng Shien placed his complete trust in Lin Yu. He waved his hand, and 10 stones radiating an orange glow flew from the pile of spiritual objects towards Lin Yu. Then, to Feng Shuan's surprise, he knelt before Lin Yu, pleading, "These are what you require. I implore you to act and save my wife." Lin Yu hurried over to assist Feng Shien, only to find he could not touch him. Being an ethereal entity, there's no need for such formality. I have a request of you, and it is only right that I repay you. "Rise," Lin Yu said. Feng Shien stood, his expression resolute. "You may utilize anything here at your discretion, my lord." Lin Yu surveyed the diverse array of spiritual artifacts and objects scattered across the ground and smiled. "This is more than sufficient." Feng Shien watched as Lin Yu delicately touched each spiritual artifact and object in succession. Lin Yu worked with remarkable efficiency, thoroughly examining all the pure young artifacts within mere minutes. Feng Shien discerned that Lin Yu was extracting the remaining pure young energy from each item. Once completed, Lin Yu snapped his fingers before Feng Shien. Above Lin Yu's right hand, a majestic golden light began to coalesce. The pure young spiritual energy within it so potent that it seemed inexhaustible. Feng Shien was utterly astonished. Even if he amalgamated all the spiritual energy he had commandeered, it would not amount to a fraction of what Lin Yu had conjured. Lin Yu, holding this radiant mass of pure young energy, approached the ice bed and infused it into the chest of the woman in yellow. The woman shimmered with golden light as the overwhelming pure young energy surged throughout the mountain manor and the entirety of Black Mountain, momentarily dispelling the malevolent aura. Meanwhile, a group of individuals stood atop a nearby hill, their eyes fixed upon Black Mountain, seemingly plotting something. Upon sensing the temporary dissipation of the dark energy, their faces lit up with joy, and they hastily made their way toward Black Mountain. Chapter 21. Who is the devil? Feng Shien swiftly reached the ice bed, witnessing the faint heartbeat of the woman in yellow suddenly surge with vigor. As if reborn, her heart radiating a robust life force that spread throughout her being, rejuvenating her decaying organs at an astonishing pace. Feng Shuan's face was alight with ecstasy, tears streaming from his eyes. Lin Yu maintained his smile, grateful that the woman in yellow's essence was that of a wood spirit. Otherwise, the outcome would have been dire. Much like a tree enduring the shedding of leaves in autumn and the chill of winter. Although the flowers and leaves may wither and fall, the trunk remains vital, awaiting the arrival of spring. The pure yang energy expelled the malevolent aura from Fengxian Manor, rendering the surroundings clear and distinct. Suddenly, Yi Fengshuan's expression shifted, his gaze turning icy as he focused on a particular direction. Lin Yu, too, felt the disturbance. These insidious parasites have indeed arrived. Yi Fengshuan's aura brimmed with murderous intent, and the overwhelming malevolent energy he released caused countless silver droplets to seep from the surrounding space. The pure yang energy had temporarily banished the sinister aura of Black Mountain, rendering it indistinguishable from an ordinary mountain to practitioners. A group of individuals had been vigilantly observing the changes in Black Mountain, waiting for the opportune moment to strike and seize treasures when the master of Fengxian Manor would inevitably falter. A skilled seer had predicted that the manor's master would reach his end in the coming days, making this the ideal moment for revenge and plunder. However, this seer had not foreseen Lin Yu's arrival. Why? Yi Fengxian scoffed. You think that with the temporary dispersal of Black Mountain's sinister energy, you can take me down? My lord, please safeguard my wife while I dispatch those loathsome insects below, Yi Fengxian requested. Lin Yu nodded in affirmation. This was Yi Fengshuan's grudge to settle. He had no need to interfere, merely focusing on his own responsibilities. Yi Fengxian expressed his gratitude with a bow and transformed into a streak of silver light, darting down the mountain. Lin Yu observed as the woman in yellow's vitality grew stronger, her appearance rejuvenating and becoming increasingly youthful. Her internal organs had already rejuvenated, brimming with energy and life. The reason she had yet to awaken was that her soul, having slumbered for a century, required a bit more time to revive. During this period, should any disruptions arise that jeopardized the woman's restoration, all efforts would be rendered futile. Soon, a deafening sound of combat erupted outside the villa. Lin Yu sensed the fierce clash of numerous spiritual forces beyond the estate, among which the overwhelmingly oppressive yin energy of Yi Fengxian temporarily suppressed the spiritual power of the approaching foes. Suddenly, a tremendous force swept through the entire villa, extending even to the rear courtyard where Lin Yu stood. His brow furrowed. This power was specifically aimed at the soul, something that the woman in yellow must absolutely avoid at this moment. Similarly, for Yi Fengxian, who was already depleted, this was his greatest nemesis. Lin Yu summoned the spirit-gathering bowl, successfully drawing in the force that howled in from outside the villa. Subsequently, he sensed that Yi Fengshuan's owning energy was rapidly diminishing, as over a dozen rays of extreme yang energy imprisoned his yin soul. Yi Fengshuan's spirit was first severely injured, and with the potent yin energy of Black Mountain temporarily suppressed, his combat prowess was reduced to less than half of its original capacity. Lin Yu could not remain uninvolved. He brushed his right hand across his chest, summoning the spirit-gathering bowl and placing it beside the woman in yellow. The bowl, responding to Lin Yu's mental command, accelerated the release of extreme yang energy within her, concentrating it in her soul space to hasten the awakening of her dormant spirit. Upon stepping outside the villa, Lin Yu beheld 13 individuals surrounding Yi Fengshuan's yin soul, wielding spiritual artifacts that shot forth chains of extreme yang energy to confine him. The 13 rays of extreme yang energy continuously refined Yi Fengshuan's yin body, causing waves of black mist to howl around them. Yi Fengshuan's expression was one of anguish and resentment, yet in his depleted state, he could no longer contend with such formidable adversaries. Yi Fengxian, you monster, today you finally receive your retribution. Monster, you killed my wife and children, destroyed my family. I have waited over 20 years for this moment. And finally, I can take revenge upon my enemy. You, driven by selfish desires, annihilated an entire village. All 16 members of my family perished because of you. Your heinous crimes are utterly abhorrent. Today, heaven decrees your downfall, and this is a great blessing for the world. The cause of yesterday has brought forth the consequence of today. With the dispersal of Black Mountain's yin energy, it is time for you to descend into hell. The 13 individuals recounted the grievances Yi Fengxian had inflicted upon them, but through Lin Yu's heavenly eye, he observed that their souls were tainted with darkness, and their words were far from the truth. Bearing a significant disparity, upon hearing their accusations, Yi Fengxian revealed a sinister and disdainful smile. Those present are all wicked souls, driven by their own greed, employing grandiloquent means to calculate the demise of countless cultivators. You claim I killed your wife and children? Huh? Others may be unaware of the truth, but I am well informed. You were a parasite for 10 years, enduring humiliation and scorn, and to vie for the position of clan leader. You hired over a dozen assassins to eliminate your wife's entire family. Once you attained the clan leader position, you systematically eradicated all ties to your wife to mask your true nature as a survivor. Even your 15-year-old daughter, who happened to uncover your nefarious plans, met with your cruel hand. The more extensive your schemes grew, the more you feared exposure, prompting you to visit my former residence and leave a trace of my essence in your family, framing me for your crimes. The man whose truth was revealed twisted his face in rage and shouted furiously, "You, a remorseless monster, dare to speak such nonsense?" Fong Shien, cold gaze swept over the other 12. Mocking, "None among you are innocent of heinous deeds. Upon learning of my acquisition of treasures, you resorted to schemes to frame me, all in the name of justice, to eradicate demons and seize treasures. While I, Fong Shien, have taken countless lives, those I killed were all deeply sinful individuals. The treasures I possess, acquired from the wrongful acts of the innocent, are justly mine. I have never claimed to be a good person. But compared to you, I am not the monster you portray. You are the true fiends." A gaunt man with a vulture-like visage coldly interjected, "Words are futile. Today marks your demise." Another, his face grotesquely bloated and eyes narrow as slits, grinned wickedly, "I hear you have encased your beautiful wife in ice, her body preserved for a century. Once your soul is reduced to but a fraction, I shall revel before you in her fate." At that moment, the dwindling green light in Feng Shuan's eyes surged back to life. The torrent of malevolent energy broke through the suppression of the extreme yang power, becoming tenfold stronger. Chapter 22. The backing behind this sudden shift caused the expressions of the 13 to change dramatically. Every spiritual artifact they held trembled violently, unable to withstand the terrifying malevolent energy Feng Shien unleashed, causing visible cracks to form. The visible energy from Black Mountain, coupled with the immense surge, enveloped the Wind Shien Villa in a thick fog. The overwhelming energy of the Wind Shien Villa condensed the moisture in the air into vast, visible silver mist. At first glance, it appeared as if the entire Black Mountain was submerged in water. Not only the 13, but even Feng Shien felt the peculiarity of the situation. Upon hearing the words of the grotesquely bloated man, Feng Shien was filled with uncontainable rage, wishing for nothing more than to perish alongside the 13. Yet, with his remaining soul nearly depleted, he was powerless to turn the tide. It was not Feng Shien who fueled the surge of energy, but rather Lin Yu, standing at the entrance of the villa. Lin Yu had been listening to the words of the 13 all along. The moment the grotesquely bloated man spoke, Lin Yu was utterly provoked. Without hesitation, he harnessed the power of the heavens to unleash the vast energy concealed beneath Black Mountain, breaking through the suppression of the extreme yang power. While the extreme yang power could suppress the energy to some extent due to Lin Yu's influence, the greater reason lay in the fact that the energy of Black Mountain was being restrained by the forces of nature tonight. This was the timing of the heavens. Lin Yu shattered this established timing, utilizing the advantage of the land to exponentially increase Feng Shuan's combat power tenfold. With the nurturing of Black Mountain's vast energy, Feng Shuan's body, once on the brink of collapse, became rejuvenated, as if reborn. At that moment, Feng Shien heard Lin Yu's voice. "I can only assist you to this extent. Ha ha ha." The chains of extreme yang energy binding Feng Shuan's body had now been entirely eroded by the energy. Feng Shien let out a howl that echoed across dozens of miles, clear enough for every soul in the city where the Wu family resided to hear. In a chamber of the Wu residence, a pungent medicinal aroma pervaded the room. Ning Ying, lying on the bed, winced as the malevolent energy eroded her insides, causing relentless agony. An elderly man clad in a long robe had just poured the freshly boiled medicinal concoction into a wooden basin when he heard a familiar howl echoing from afar. His eyes sparkled as if he understood the events unfolding on Black Mountain, even from 20 miles away. With a faint smile, he approached the bedside, using his spiritual energy to envelop Ning Ying with the medicinal liquid. Suspended in midair, Feng Shien, now resembling flowing water, wielded a completely crimson fire stick. The surging malevolent energy caused silver clouds to gather above Black Mountain. From a distance, the silver clouds looming over Black Mountain exuded an extreme chill. filled with resentment and murderous intent, striking fear into the hearts of onlookers. The 13 cultivators gazed in horror at Shien, who had regained his combat strength while hovering above them. Did not that esteemed figure say tonight the heavens would assist and suppress Black Mountain's Yin energy? Marking Xuan's final hour? Why then has the Yin energy of Black Mountain surged tenfold? Xuan's emotionless gaze swept over the 13, perceiving them merely as corpses. The 13 felt the oppressive Yin energy, thick enough to solidify, swiftly diminishing their yang energy and spiritual power. The extreme yang artifacts in their hands lost their luster, their spiritual energy nearly devoured by the encroaching Yin energy, rendering them nearly powerless. Shien raised the fire stick in his hand. The dense Yin clouds above transformed into a funnel, connecting with the fire stick, coalescing an inexhaustible power of Yin energy. The once fiery red fire stick now shimmered with silver brilliance, and frost began to form around the 13. Shien swung the fire stick toward the 13, and a tidal wave of silver light surged forth, distorting the very fabric of space itself. The 13, faces etched with despair, found themselves immobile, devoid of any thoughts of resistance. Yet just as they believed their end was nigh, a colossal golden hand descended from the heavens, dispersing the torrent of Yin energy. The golden hand was as wide as half the area of Wen Shien Villa, its overwhelming force and vibrant yang energy dissipating a significant portion of Black Mountain's thick Yin energy. The 13 momentarily broke free, and upon seeing the golden hand parting the clouds above Shien, their faces lit up with joy. That esteemed figure has intervened. Xuan's expression darkened as he braced himself with a firewood stick. The golden giant hand descended with immense force, carrying the profound power of extreme yang, relentlessly refining the Yin energy within Shien himself. Soon, a look of arduous resistance emerged on Xuan's face. The individual who struck was undoubtedly a formidable presence, at least an 8th realm cultivator. Even though Xuan's current combat prowess surpassed his peak, the disparity between him and his opponent remained vast. The golden hand continued to press him down towards the ground, while the firewood stick in his grasp flickered with silvery light, emitting lamenting cries as it bore the weight of immense pressure. "Stabilize!" A roar filled with righteous indignation echoed from the heavens, causing the oppressive force of the golden hand to surge dramatically. Xuan's Yin soul body began to exhibit signs of disorder, as the overwhelming righteous energy descending from the golden hand was inherently lethal to his Yin soul form. Just as Shien was on the verge of collapsing, a beam of golden light shot forth from within the manor. Striking directly at the golden hand, bang! The golden hand exploded, scattering golden light across the sky. What? The 13 individuals, who had initially believed victory was within their grasp, were taken aback by the sudden golden light that shattered the means of the expert. Their expressions turning grim and filled with shocked, Shien, relieved, landed on the ground. His Yin soul body dimmed by at least 30%, and the firewood stick in his hand had lost all its luster. "Who dares to intervene?" A voice filled with fury resounded from above. Dark clouds were illuminated by golden light. A circle opened up within, revealing an elder clad in golden robes, wielding a whisk. The elder's eyes shone like the sun, glaring at Shien Manor, searching for the one who disrupted his scheme. Who was this person? Among the 13, someone noticed Lin Yu stepping out from the manor. Xuan's expression twisted in pain. Upon turning to see Lin Yu emerge with an indifferent demeanor, he revealed a grateful smile. Lin Yu was far more powerful than he had anticipated. From the moment Lin Yu entered the manor, although Shien could not discern Lin Yu's true strength, the feeling of being under the pressure of a heavenly will lingered in his heart. Were it not for that, Xuan's temper would have led him to strike Lin Yu down without hesitation. The elder in the golden robes noticed Lin Yu's appearance, his brow furrowing in concern. He could not see through Lin Yu's realm, and the aura exuded by him felt akin to that of a supreme deity. Lin Yu raised his gaze towards the elder in golden robes and inquired, "Are you the one backing this group of scoundrels?" At this remark, both the elder in the robe and the 13 were infuriated. Particularly the elder, who felt that Lin Yu's words directly associated him with the term scoundrel. However, the elder was wary of Lin Yu and dared not respond or act rashly. Chapter 23. Heavenly Retribution. Lin Yu's inquiry went unchallenged by the elder in the robe, for it was the truth. The elder had used divination to ascertain the precise day of Xuan's impending demise, calculating that tonight, with heavenly assistance, would mark Fengshuan's downfall. Who could have anticipated that a peculiar youth would appear and disrupt his plans? The ability to shatter the Elder's means of suppressing evil indicated that Lin Yu's realm was at least on par with his own, if not superior. Unable to discern Lin Yu's true nature, the Elder refrained from immediate anger, solemnly questioning, "This humble one is Hanmo Zhenren. May I inquire as to your esteemed sect?" Lin Yu scoffed, responding, "You, as the backing of a band of heinous individuals, dare to call yourself a true person? Truly shameless." Hanmo Zhenren's expression darkened considerably. Striking a person without striking their face, this youth was exceedingly arrogant. With the arrival of Hanmo Zhenren, the 13 gained newfound confidence. "Boy, do you dare to meddle in affairs that do not concern you? Seeking death, are you?" A burly man pointed at Lin Yu, livid with rage. Lin Yu cast a glance at the man, who then exploded into a mist of blood before everyone's eyes, the crimson spray splattering across the faces of the 12. Hanmo Zhenren's pupils constricted, and he was utterly shocked. He could not discern what technique Lin Yu had employed to obliterate the burly man into a blood mist. Only a 10th realm cultivator could achieve such a feat with a mere gaze, causing both body and soul to shatter. The strongest being within the Honglin dynasty was said to be the inheritor of the legendary soul-destroying spear, the sole 9th realm cultivator within the dynasty. In recent days, however, the upheaval within the Honglin dynasty had reached the ears of nearly every cultivation faction, with many believing the royal family's fate was sealed and that the dynasty was on the brink of change. Hanmo Zhenren, as a 5th-layer 8th realm cultivator, was a renowned figure within the Honglin dynasty, tasked with suppressing and vanquishing all malevolent beings, earning him widespread admiration. However, this was merely the fade that circulated among the masses. In reality, Hanmo Zhenren was the very backbone of this nefarious force, but those who knew the truth had perished. Thus, to the uninformed, Hanmo Zhenren was regarded as the righteous leader of the Honglin dynasty, instilling terror in all evil beings. By killing his subordinate before his very eyes, Lin Yu was undoubtedly slapping the face of this so-called righteous leader. Hanmo Zhenren brandished his whisk, and the skies within a 1-mile radius were swiftly enveloped in golden light, the overwhelming presence descending like a torrent. Hanmo Zhenren glared down at Lin Yu, his voice icy as he declared, "Are you truly intent on opposing me?" Lin Yu, disinterested in engaging in further dialogue with Hanmo Zhenren, and knowing time was of the essence, reached out towards him. Hanmo Zhenren instinctively moved to retaliate, but his expression shifted dramatically as an insurmountable force descended from the heavens, directly siphoning away over 200 years of his cultivation. Suddenly, 3 black flowers erupted from Hanmo Zhenren's mind, carrying with them a soul filled with terror that fled at great speed. This was none other than Hanmo Zhenren's own soul. Boom! In an instant, a bolt of golden lightning struck down from the heavens, instantly obliterating the fleeing soul. The 3 black flowers shattered and disintegrated. Hanmo Zhenren's soul was reduced to ashes before everyone's eyes. Boom! The thunderous roar filled with righteous intent reverberated through the heavens and earth, sending waves of terror through all malevolent beings, causing them to retreat into the shadows, afraid to show themselves. The 12 cultivators were left dumbfounded by this spectacle. 2 words simultaneously sprang to their minds: heavenly retribution. The majesty emanating from this retribution reverberated across the Honglin dynasty, sending shockwaves through all cultivation factions, instilling fear and despair in countless evil beings. They witnessed a bolt of golden lightning strike down somewhere, seemingly slaying a being. The divine might unleashed by the golden lightning compelled all those within the vast territory, harboring even the slightest wicked thought, to succumb to an overwhelming sense of repentance. No one knew what had transpired in that place, what could have provoked the descent of heavenly thunder. Deep beneath the royal palace of the Honglin dynasty lay a space where a woman was sealed away, surrounded by countless golden talismans floating around her, entrapped in the center. This stunningly beautiful woman, cold as ice, knelt on the ground, her right hand gripping a long spear that flowed with black and red hues, the soul-destroying spear. Even in her sealed state, the formidable aura emanating from her was gradually weakening the power of the golden talismans. The myriad golden talismans did not seal the soul-destroying spear, but rather the woman herself. As the power of heavenly thunder descended, her chaotic and frenzied heart began to awaken to a semblance of clarity. She lifted her head, her black-red eyes flashing with a glimmer of awareness. Tightly grasping the soul-destroying spear as a terrifying aura began to coalesce around her. The woman was on the brink of breaking free from her seal. However, this seal was not merely the power of the golden talismans, but rather a curse embedded within her bloodline that bound her to the soul-destroying spear. The residual might of the heavenly thunder spread throughout the entire Honglin dynasty, causing countless evil beings to tremble in fear. While the power of righteousness surged to unprecedented heights, all righteous factions seized this opportune moment, marching towards the domain of evil. Tonight would mark the first time in centuries that righteousness would suppress malevolence. At Fong Shien Manor, as the Yin energy dissipated, a vibrant vitality began to emerge. Though heavenly retribution could obliterate all existence, it could also bestow boundless life. The fall of Hanmo Zhenren filled the 12 feeble cultivators with an overwhelming sense of despair. Under the influence of the residual might of heavenly retribution, the malevolent thoughts that filled their hearts, along with the heinous deeds they had previously committed, transformed into a searing inferno that burned within them, causing them to kneel in agony before Linyu and Yi Fengxian. The bodies of the 12 began to ignite spontaneously, writhing in torment on the ground, destined to meet their end in ashes. Linyu observed this scene with calm detachment, while Yi Fengxian was left in a state of shock. Though the heavenly retribution did not affect him as severely as it did the 12, he had nonetheless taken countless lives in his quest to resurrect his beloved. Even if all those slain were evil, he still bore the heavy burden of his sins, which would inevitably lead to substantial repercussions. Originally an 8th realm cultivator, Yi Fengxian, under the influence of the residual might of heavenly retribution, had been reduced to a mere Yin soul body, akin to what ordinary people would call a ghost. Yi Fengxian was acutely aware that he could not withstand the residual might of heavenly retribution. The reason he had not been reduced to ashes was solely due to Lin Yu's presence, which allowed him to bypass the overwhelming majority of the retribution's force. The punishment was that he had become a mere ordinary Yin soul, and his time in this world was limited. Yet, Yi Fengxian felt a profound sense of relief. He had finally shed an immense burden, his sins cleansed, and he felt lighter and unencumbered. Though he recognized that his time in this world was short, he was nonetheless filled with joy, for the familiar presence within the manor had awakened. He intends to spend his remaining days accompanying her to explore uncharted territories, even if it ultimately results in regrets. It is still worthwhile. Even if he has but a single day left to live, it is a divine blessing. Chapter 24. Amnesia. Linyu said to Yi Fengxian, "Do not be so pessimistic. You have ample time remaining, sufficient for you to seek a new corporeal form." Yi Fengxian looked at Linyu in astonishment, eagerly inquiring, "May I ask, how much time do I have left?" Although he was aware that his days were numbered, he was uncertain of the exact duration remaining. Linyu opened his mouth as if to speak, then hesitated, ultimately cryptically stating, "The secrets of heaven cannot be divulged. It is a form of mercy from the heavens. You still possess a glimmer of hope for survival. However, I cannot tell you how much time remains. That depends on your own efforts." Yi Fengxian, bewildered, asked, "Please, kind sir, guide me. What should I do?" Linyu rephrased his words. "Let us put it this way. If you perform more good deeds from now on, you might just have a chance to prolong your existence." Yi Fengxian immediately grasped the implication, saying, "I have committed countless wrongdoings over the past century. The heavens are punishing me, so I need to atone." Linyu nodded in agreement. That is indeed the point. Yi Fengxian's expression then turned somber as he lamented, "But I am now merely an unrefined spirit, devoid of any cultivation. What can I possibly do? Presently, I lack even the opportunity to appear under the sun. Should I come into contact with sunlight, I would dissipate into thin air." Linyu contemplated and replied, "That is not an insurmountable obstacle. Come with me, and let us check if your wife has awakened." Yi Fengxian nodded vigorously. Upon entering the backyard, Yi Fengxian abruptly halted, his expression shifting from surprise to overwhelming joy. The woman in yellow had risen, sitting on the icy bed, gazing around in bewilderment, when she spotted Linyu and Yi Fengxian. A gentle look appeared but was soon clouded by confusion and a hint of alarm. It was only natural for the woman in yellow to exhibit such a reaction upon seeing this stranger. Yet her gaze lingered on Yi Fengxian for a moment, retaining the same look of uncertainty. Yi Fengxian noticed this. and his earlier exuberance seemed to freeze into a block of ice. What is happening? A sense of panic and helplessness welled up within him. Lin Yu furrowed his brow and said, "It seems her soul has been in slumber for too long. Upon awakening, her memories have become muddled, rendering her unable to recognize you." As soon as he finished speaking, the woman in yellow gently asked, "May I inquire who you are? Where is this place? Why was I lying here?" She looked at the icy bed beside her, nervously questioning. Hearing Lin Yu's explanation and observing the woman's reaction, Fong Shien realized the possibility of this explanation. The woman in yellow then attempted to gently lower her legs to the ground. Having slept for a century, she was still somewhat weak. As she attempted to stand, her body swayed dangerously to one side. She felt a cool yet tender breeze envelop her arms, stabilizing her body. She turned to see Fong Shien beside her, his eyes filled with affection. Locking gazes, the woman in yellow felt her heart race, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. "Thank you, kind sir." Like Fong Shien? The woman in yellow possessed no cultivation, and thus could not perceive that Fong Shien was not a human. He softly asked, "Do you truly not remember me?" The woman scrutinized Feng Shuan's handsome and charismatic features, which undeniably stirred her heart. With a rosy hue on her cheeks, she shook her head slightly, whispering, "I am truly sorry, kind sir, but I do not remember." Then she inquired, "Did we know each other before?" In that moment, Feng Shien recalled many blissful memories, nodding with a smile. "Indeed, we were very good friends. You experienced an unfortunate incident and fell into a long slumber. You have only just awakened, and your memories may be a bit jumbled." Feng Shien accepted the reality, saying, "Nevertheless, it matters not. Whether you recall the past or not, I shall always care for you, should you wish it." The woman in yellow felt an inexplicable fondness for Feng Shien, as if they had once been a couple. With a shy smile, she turned to Lin Yu, asking, "And who might this gentleman be?" Feng Shien supported the woman in yellow as they approached Lin Yu. With heartfelt gratitude, Feng Shien conveyed, "It was this noble sir who awakened you." The woman in yellow gradually began to trust Feng Shuan's words and actions unreservedly. This was not merely due to Feng Shuan's amiable demeanor, but rather a sense that an extraordinary bond existed between them, unbroken even amidst her muddled memories. Regaining some strength, the woman in yellow nodded at Feng Shien, who slowly withdrew his hands, ensuring she could stand firm before letting go. She performed a respectful gesture towards Lin Yu, expressing, "Thank you for saving my life." Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It was a mere trifling matter." Feng Shien solemnly remarked to Lin Yu, "This favor cannot go unreturned. Should I find a glimmer of hope in the future, if you require my assistance, simply send word to the manor, and I shall not hesitate to brave fire and water." Lin Yu chuckled. "If that time ever comes, I shall not be polite. Just live well from now on and remember my words." Feng Shien nodded, affirming, "I shall keep your words close to my heart." Suddenly, Lin Yu inquired, "By the way, what is your relationship with that esteemed elder? What grievance do you hold with the firewood staff?" Feng Shien replied, "It was originally an extreme young spiritual artifact, which I fortuitously acquired, only to discover it was a relic of his." Lin Yu interjected, "I see what this is about. Since he has asked me to return it to you, there should be no more issues between you. Correct?" "Indeed, there are no more issues," Feng Shien smiled. The woman in yellow watched the two converse without interjecting, unable to comprehend their discussion. Feng Shien, feeling somewhat embarrassed, said, "Kind sir, the items you seek are among these spiritual artifacts. However, I do not recall where I placed them." Lin Yu surveyed the array of spiritual artifacts and items strewn across the ground, asking, "If you are willing, I shall take them all." Feng Shien generously responded, "Of course, these items are of no use to us anymore." Suddenly, the woman in yellow recalled something, returning to the icy bed to retrieve the gathering spirit basin. Cradling it with both hands, she presented it to Lin Yu, saying, "I believe this should belong to you, kind sir." Lin Yu accepted the gathering spirit basin with thanks, then proceeded to collect all the spiritual artifacts in the backyard. However, he left the icy bed behind. Lin Yu informed Feng Shien, "You may cultivate upon this icy bed. While it may be challenging to make significant progress, it is certainly better than lacking any means of self-defense. Master Yi, I take my leave. May we meet again by fate in the future." Chapter 25. Annihilation Yi Fengxian and the woman in yellow escorted Lin Yu out of the manor. As Lin Yu descended the mountain, the two bowed deeply in respect. Upon exiting the Black Mountain, Lin Yu stood at the foot of the mountain, glancing back at it. Above the once ominous Black Mountain, a bright moon appeared. The moonlight illuminated the Black Mountain, casting an aura of tranquility over it, revealing the manor's exterior to the world. Moreover, Lin Yu felt the residual power of heavenly thunder enveloping the Black Mountain, establishing a connection with its master. Yi Fengxian. This connection would have gone unnoticed had Lin Yu not stepped out of the Black Mountain. Yi Fengxian remained oblivious to this fact. He had many enemies, and today was merely the first wave. There would undoubtedly be more to come. The residual power of heavenly thunder would persist within Yi Fengxian, silently shielding him from the attacks of malevolent entities. This, too, was a form of protection from the heavens for him and the woman in yellow. As for what would transpire in the future, it all depended on their fortunes. Lin Yu found 13 light spirit stones within the gathering spirit basin. Not only that, but he also discovered 5 profound Yin stones and 7 Yang extreme stones. The total number of spiritual artifacts amounted to 178. The spiritual items totaled 145. All the spiritual artifacts and items were of at least low-grade profound quality. After a century of Yi Fengxian continuously supplying spiritual energy to the woman in yellow, and following Lin Yu's final collection of spiritual energy, all the artifacts and items had been thoroughly depleted of their spiritual power. However, they remained intact, akin to empty water tanks. Lin Yu merely needed to find a location rich in spiritual energy and, using the gathering spirit basin as a medium, channel the natural spiritual energy into each artifact and item, gradually restoring their original capabilities. Yet, this process would consume a significant amount of natural spiritual energy. What Lin Yu needed to do now was seek treasures to exchange for spiritual stones to repay his debts, allowing the miraculous system to elevate his realm. These spiritual artifacts and items could potentially be sold. There would surely be others who, like Lin Yu, wished to restore the artifact's original powers over time. Another approach would be for Lin Yu to utilize the gathering spirit basin to absorb natural spiritual energy and infuse it into any given artifact, thereby restoring that artifact's original power and characteristics for combat. 178 mysterious grade spiritual artifacts, among which 20 are of the superior mysterious grade. If all were to be employed, even merely 1/10 of their might would render Lin Yu unmatched beneath the 8th realm. Lin Yu hastened back to the city where the Wu grandfather and grandson resided. Upon arriving at the city gate, he learned that this city was called Shangming City. However, the guards stationed at the gate were not Xiao Wu and the middle-aged man, but rather 2 others with stern and frigid expressions. Lin Yu dismissed any further thoughts, considering it might simply be a change of shifts. He cautiously approached the hidden door, ensuring he had not been detected. Just as he was about to push it open, he heard footsteps coming from the passageway behind the secret door. Lin Yu's complexion changed slightly, and he quickly retreated over 10 zhang. When the hidden door rose, a group of 20 guards wielding long knives emerged, their expressions exceedingly grave as they strode toward the city gate. Realizing something was amiss, Lin Yu noted that the increase in the number of guards suggested a serious incident had transpired in the city. He had intended to wait for the guards to move away before entering through the secret door, but he overheard their conversation, which was chillingly severe. The Wu family had been annihilated overnight, the assailants leaving no trace. Over 50 lives had been cruelly severed. The Wu family, known for their benevolence for nearly a century, had unexpectedly met such a fate, a reality too harrowing to accept. Lord Wang had already begun searching for potential clues regarding the murderer, and it was rumored that a powerful practitioner was involved. It was unfortunate for Xiao Wu. Had he been at home instead of on duty, the Wu bloodline would have truly been extinguished. You should have seen how heartbroken and despairing Xiao Wu was upon seeing his grandfather's corpse. Had it not been for Lord Wang pulling him away, he might have cried himself to death. If it truly was the work of a practitioner, then that individual had violated the taboo against harming secular families, putting them on the wanted list of the Honglin royal family. You are not aware. There has been a disturbance within the Honglin royal family. It seems there have been issues among the royals, resulting in the deaths of many royal bloodlines. What? Such a thing exists? Lin Yu was already aware of the events surrounding the Honglin royal family. His expression was exceedingly complex. He had surmised that the Wu family's tragedy was likely connected to him. Most importantly, he was concerned about Ning Ying's whereabouts. The murderer was very likely an adversary of the Honglin royal family, who had discovered their presence in Xiangming City and had been trailing them. Just as he was heading to Fong Shien Mountain Villa, the assailant had appeared, intent on taking Ning Ying. But why annihilate the Wu family? Was it a warning directed at him? Taking advantage of the moment when the 20 guards reached the city gate, Lin Yu swiftly passed through the secret door, making his way toward the Wu family residence. Upon nearing the Wu estate, he detected an anomaly and halted his advance, concealing himself beside a building. Half a li away stood the Wu residence, now encircled by a contingent of guards brandishing long knives, forbidding anyone from approaching. Observing the surrounding environment, Lin Yu noted a narrow path that led through. As he stealthily approached the Wu estate via this path, a formidable surge of sword energy suddenly swept in from behind. Lin Yu summoned the power of the Tao, invoking heavenly thunder to slay the demonic reality. But that power then entered a cooling period. During this cooldown, his perception through the heavenly eye would significantly diminish. Thus, during this interval, he could not sense practitioners above the 6th realm. Faced with the menacing sword energy approaching from behind, Lin Yu's resolve hardened like ice, and without hesitation, he utilized the spirit-gathering basin to absorb the sword chi. He whirled around to find a stunningly beautiful woman clad in armor, her figure slender and her hair tied in a ponytail. Her demeanor icy and formidable, standing behind him with a long knife shimmering with a blue light, coldly regarding him. Indeed, she was a practitioner of the 7th layer of the 6th realm. No wonder Lin Yu had been unable to detect her hidden presence. Their eyes met, and her expression was frigid, her gaze filled with astonishment. That strike had been charged with intent, calculated to ensure Lin Yu could not evade it. Naturally, Lin Yu had not dodged it. Yet, inexplicably, the sword energy vanished just a foot away from him. The woman's narrow, elongated eyes glinted with a resolute chill as she coldly inquired, "Who are you, and why do you stealthily approach the Wu family?" Chapter 26. Cooperation. Wang Wan, the foremost young investigator in the Xiangming City government, was tasked with uncovering the truth behind the annihilation of the Wu family. She had been searching for clues at the Wu residence when she suddenly noticed someone half a li away approaching the estate. Wang Wan concealed herself in the shadows to observe Lin Yu. Indeed, after surveying the Wu residence, Lin Yu discovered a narrow path leading to it. As he stealthily advanced, Wang Wan traversed the rooftops, following him while gathering her strength, ready to unleash a decisive strike. That strike was not intended to kill Lin Yu, but to incapacitate him, temporarily sealing his abilities with the sword energy. What Wang Wan did not expect was that Lin Yu had somehow absorbed the sword energy. Did he already detect her presence? Wang Wan prided herself on her agility. It was virtually impossible for someone of the same realm to spot her. Although Lin Yu did not exude any spiritual fluctuations, Wang Wan was confident that his realm was indeed lower than hers. "You are from the government?" Lin Yu queried, recognizing her attire, the long knife in her hand, and her aura of hostility, concluding that she must belong to the authorities. Wang Wan narrowed her eyes. If she suspected Lin Yu was the murderer or an accomplice, he would not be so calm. No matter how well someone could act, a lie would inevitably reveal itself through changes in demeanor and the flow of their essence. Wang Wan had become the youngest investigator in Xiangming City not only due to her realm but also because of her investigative methods, which included a keen eye and advanced perception techniques to sense any changes in practitioners. After a moment's contemplation, she arrived at a singular conclusion. Lin Yu was not the murderer. However, he undoubtedly had some undisclosed connection to the Wu family. Tightly gripping the hilt of her knife, Wang Wan maintained her vigilance and questioned Lin Yu. "Why are you approaching the Wu family?" Lin Yu countered, "Why did you attack me? You should be able to see that I am not the murderer you suspect." Wang Wan, infuriated, demanded, "Answer my question. I'll ask you, can you let me go?" Lin Yu calmly inquired. Wang Wan coldly replied, "As long as you speak the truth and confirm you have no connection to the murderer, I will let you leave, if you can provide us with some clues. That would be even better. Xiangming City will remember your contribution." Lin Yu nodded, "I can tell you." Wang Wan slightly relaxed her guard, though she did not sheath her knife, stating, "This is not a place for conversation. Follow me." Lin Yu followed Wang Wan, unperturbed by the possibility of her plotting against him. They arrived at a secluded meadow beside a small river. Wang Wan turned to Lin Yu and said, "You may speak now." Lin Yu began, "I had a brief encounter with a member of the Wu family." Wang Wan's brows furrowed. This person indeed had ties to the Wu family. Who? Lin Yu replied. I do not know his name. I only know he was an elder skilled in medicine. I sought him out to treat a friend who was severely injured. Who would have imagined that after my visit, the Wu family would meet such a tragic end? Wang Wan's keen observational skills kicked in. You do not seem like a resident of Shangming City. How did you come to be here? Lin Yu explained, I am indeed not from Shangming City. I hail from Shuangqing. I gained entry through a young man named Xiao Wu, who was on duty at the city gate. Wang Wan's expression turned peculiar. You say your friend was severely injured and sought the elder of the Wu family for treatment. Where did you go afterward? I went to Fong Shien Mountain Villa. Lin Yu did not conceal anything, as he had no need to lie. He actually hoped to leverage other forces to find the murderer and Ningying's whereabouts, as relying solely on himself would be a protracted endeavor. Upon hearing those 4 words, Wang Wan's complexion shifted dramatically, her expression filled with trepidation. Fengxian Mountain Villa was infamous within a 100-li radius. Instilling fear in all, the closest Shangming city dared not even whisper about it. You went to Fengxian Mountain Villa? What was your purpose there? Wang Wan's perception of Lin Yu was transformed. The fact that he could venture alone to Fengxian Mountain Villa and return alive was astounding. No wonder that strike had been so inexplicably neutralized by Lin Yu. Wang Wan pieced together the clues she had gathered with Lin Yu's account. Swiftly arriving at a vague conclusion, she fixed her gaze on Lin Yu, her tone laced with ire. I suspect that your and your friend's disappearances led to this massacre of the Wu family. Lin Yu remained silent, neither confirming nor denying, for it was highly plausible that it was indeed the case. Wang Wan sheathed her long knife. However, you are not the murderer. I will not apprehend you. But you must cooperate with me in the investigation. Lin Yu regarded Wang Wan. What if I refuse to cooperate? Wang Wan gripped the knife sheath with a resolute demeanor, as if ready to draw her blade at any moment. You will cooperate, for your friend may still be alive. You must enlist the power of our official agency to uncover the whereabouts of the murderer. You previously ventured alone to the Wu family residence? Presumably to conduct an investigation, Lin Yu retorted. How do you know my friend is not dead? Wang Wan replied, the elderly individual you mentioned is the physician of the Wu family. His medical skills are exceptional, yet his temperament is peculiar. He is the only one in the Wu family who is difficult to converse with. At his residence, we found no traces of blood or signs of a struggle. However, a considerable quantity of medicinal liquid was left on one of the beds. The footprints on the ground belong to 3 distinct individuals, one of which bears a residual spiritual energy, undoubtedly that of the murderer. One set of footprints is feminine, marked by erratic and feeble steps, suggesting your friend was startled awake during treatment by the murderer's sudden appearance. The other 2 sets of footprints seem to indicate a confrontation, likely between the murderer and the elderly man. The 3 sets of footprints abruptly cease here, leaving no further clues as for why the entire Wu family was decapitated. The most plausible explanation lies in vengeance and a warning. Wang Wan took a deep breath and said, the Wu family has been established for over a century, known for their benevolence and charitable deeds, regarded as a paragon of virtue by the citizens of Shangming City. The occurrence of such a tragedy has incited outrage among the populace, and the official agency has a deadline of 7 days to solve the case. Wang Wan's tone softened slightly. If you could assist me in the investigation and solve the case within the time frame, it would be advantageous for both of us. Lin Yu pondered for a moment before asking, if the Wu family was indeed exterminated because of me, would I not bear some responsibility? Wang Wan replied solemnly. Currently, the Wu family has only one survivor, the grandson of that elderly man, whom you encountered earlier, Wu Xiaojun. As for your accountability, we must first ascertain whether the Wu family was truly annihilated due to your presence. And then it will be up to Wu Xiaojun to decide if he wishes to hold you responsible. If he chooses to forgive you, we shall not pursue the matter further. After a moment of silence, Lin Yu said, I can cooperate. However, you must first take me to meet him. Chapter 27. The murderer's whereabouts. Wang Wan led Lin Yu to the official agency, but they entered through the back door. Most personnel had been deployed around the Wu family residence to secure the scene. Lin Yu questioned, why are we going to the agency? Wang Wan explained, Wu Xiaojun insisted on being housed here, claiming it is safer than anywhere else. Upon reaching a courtyard, Lin Yu observed Wu Xiaojun seated on a stone bench, gazing up at the night sky. Wang Wan announced, Wu Xiaojun, someone has come to see you. Wu Xiaojun did not respond, remaining fixated on the moon as if he were deaf to her voice. Wang Wan furrowed her brow and called out, Wu Xiaojun, Someone is here to see you. This time, Wu Xiaojun heard her, but as he slowly turned his head, Lin Yu's expression changed dramatically. He rushed forward, embracing Wang Wan and leaning to the side, that moment, as Wu Xiaojun turned his head. His eyes emitted two beams of black light, swift as arrows, surging past the spot where the two had stood just as they fell. Wang Wan tensed, her anger flaring. Having never been embraced so by a stranger, she found Lin Yu's audacity infuriating. Yet, upon witnessing Wu Xiaojun's eyes shooting forth black light, her expression shifted to one of shock, realizing Lin Yu was saving her. That moment, Wu Xiaojun's appearance sent chills down Wang Wan's spine. His eyes had turned entirely black, black blood oozing from the corners, his face twisted into a sinister smile, as if he had transformed into another being. After his failed attempt, Wu Xiaojun slowly turned his gaze towards the two fallen individuals. Grinning widely, his mouth splitting open to his earlobes, blood gushing forth from the fissures. Even though Wang Wan had witnessed many horrific scenes, this bizarre sight sent tremors of terror through her very core. Such terrifying visions were of the deceased. The figure before her was alive. Most alarmingly, why had Wu Xiaojun transformed in this manner? He had clearly been possessed. Lin Yu, seeing Wu Xiaojun's state, his demeanor turned icy. Quickly helping Wang Wan to her feet, Wu Xiaojun refrained from further attacking them, his mouth still gaping and his blood-soaked eyes fixed coldly upon them. Wang Wan gripped the hilt of her sword, drawing a fraction of it with a sharp clang, her expression one of utmost vigilance. Lin Yu scrutinized Wu Xiaojun, realizing that his soul had been ensnared by a malevolent spiritual force. The black beams emanating from his eyes were a targeted attack on the soul. Had Lin Yu not perceived the threat in time, even if he survived, Wang Wan would surely have met a tragic fate. Wang Wan, furrowing her brow in confusion, murmured, "How could he have changed so drastically? He appeared perfectly well when we discovered him at the Wu family residence," Lin Yu replied. "It must have happened while you were absent. Someone must have enacted their scheme against him. His soul is under the control of a wicked spiritual technique, likely intended to kill you." Wang Wan asked incredulously, "Kill me?" Lin Yu nodded. "It is likely the work of the murderer, who wishes to prevent you from discovering their whereabouts. Furthermore, Wu Xiaojun may have been ensnared before entering the agency." Wang Wan seethed. What a cunning and treacherous villain. "Is there still a chance for him?" Lin Yu replied gravely. "His soul has been severely tainted by the malevolent energy. Even if we were to dissipate the spiritual force, he would likely not survive for long. I suspect the murderer has targeted the Wu family specifically. Otherwise, why would they resort to such extreme measures?" Wang Wan began to recognize the gravity of the situation. Lin Yu continued, "Could you assist me with a task? Perhaps I can utilize the malevolent energy within Wu Xiaojun's soul to track down the murderer." Wang Wan's gaze remained fixed on Wu Xiaojun. "What do you intend to do?" she asked. Lin Yu replied, "I need to draw upon your spiritual energy." Wang Wan inquired, "My spiritual energy? What exactly do you have in mind?" Lin Yu noticed the malevolent energy within Wu Xiaojun's soul beginning to shift and urged, "Hurry! His soul is being consumed by the wicked force." Wang Wan shot Lin Yu a glare, yet she proceeded to channel her spiritual energy to him. Lin Yu, utilizing the energy Wang Wan provided through a spirit-gathering basin, transferred it into a spiritual artifact known as the Soul-Searching Pearl. This artifact can trace a person's lingering spiritual energy, blood, aura, or even scent left upon a location or another individual to uncover their whereabouts. The Soul-Searching Pearl can harness the spiritual energy left within Wu Xiaojun's soul to locate the murderer and any traces they might have left in the courtyard. Lin Yu approached Wu Xiaojun. Placing a hand upon his forehead, Wu Xiaojun's complexion shifted dramatically. His body trembled as he let out a piercing, furious scream, desperately clawing at Lin Yu in an attempt to thwart the soul-searching. Wang Wan swiftly positioned herself behind Wu Xiaojun, pressing her fingers onto his shoulder to immobilize his joints with spiritual energy. Wu Xiaojun's shrieks drew the attention of others within the agency, who rushed to the scene. Upon witnessing a stranger standing before Wu Xiaojun, a middle-aged man clad in a deep purple official robe adorned with flying fish patterns felt a sense of unease. Why has Wang Wan brought a stranger to the agency? Upon hearing Wu Xiaojun's anguished screams, 7 individuals within the agency felt a chill run down their spines. "Wang Wan, what is happening?" the middle-aged man called out, his expression darkening. Wang Wan shook her head at the man, signaling for him to remain silent. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow, well aware of Wang Wan's character. She would not casually bring a stranger into the agency. The inexplicable screams from Wu Xiaojun certainly hinted at something amiss, leaving him with no choice but to wait. Once Wu Xiaojun ceased his screams, a stream of black light shot forth from his head, momentarily resembling a man's silhouette, swiftly flying outside the agency. Lin Yu suddenly shouted, "Quick, pursue!" Wang Wan activated her agility, darting into the air like lightning, her speed matching that of the shadow, swiftly closing the gap. Wu Xiaojun, however, lay rigidly on the ground, his mouth agape, eyes filled with terror, his visage grotesque in death. The middle-aged man, witnessing this, hastily led his subordinates into the courtyard. Upon seeing Wu Xiaojun's lifeless form, he glared at Lin Yu, demanding, "Who are you, and how did he die?" Recognizing the man's flying fish garb, Lin Yu deduced that he was a high-ranking official within the agency. Soon, Wang Wan appeared in the courtyard, standing before the middle-aged man with a reluctant expression, saying he escaped. "Wang Wan, what on earth is going on?" The middle-aged man whispered, his voice low, teetering on the edge of fury. Wang Wan succinctly recounted Lin Yu's connection to the Wu family residence, their collaboration, and the events that had just transpired. The middle-aged man, upon hearing this, regarded Lin Yu with a mixture of suspicion and shock. This individual has just returned from Fong Shien Mountain Villa, yet possesses such formidable abilities? Wang Wan asserted resolutely, "Chief, the shadow that just fled was a manifestation of the murderer. I suspect that the murderer is that very person." Chapter 28. The shadow demon. Lin Yu inquired in astonishment. "Do you know the murderer?" The middle-aged man cast a displeased glance at Lin Yu, as Wang Wan introduced him. "This is the commanding officer from the Yamen, Chen Tu." Lin Yu nodded gently in acknowledgement. Chen Tu's gaze towards Lin Yu was rife with suspicion and wariness, as he addressed Wang Wan. "You rashly collaborated with him without consulting me. Do you even know who he is? Could he be an accomplice of the murderer, or harbor ulterior motives? Have you considered these questions?" Lin Yu did not take offense. It was only natural for the commanding officer of the Yamen to be cautious of a sudden stranger. Wang Wan, confident in her intuition, locked eyes with Chen Tu and asserted, "But he has already helped us identify the murderer." Chen Tu was rendered speechless in his fury, yet Wang Wan spoke the truth. When that shadow erupted from Wu Xiaojun's head, Chen Tu had indeed seen the visage of that figure clearly. It was unmistakably him. Taking a deep breath, Chen Tu conceded, "Very well. Since you have confirmed the identity of the murderer, then please, do elaborate." "Shadow demon." The utterance of those two words transformed the expressions of Chen Tu and the 7 other Yamen officials. "What did you say?" Chen Tu inquired with palpable anger. "Indeed, it is the shadow demon." Wang Wan replied with unwavering conviction. Chen Tu, incensed, retorted, "How can you be so certain it is the shadow demon?" "I am certain," Wang Wan insisted. "Chen Tu, I will explain the reasons shortly." Chen Tu had no choice but to hold his tongue. Fully aware that once Wang Wan identified someone as the murderer, there was a 90% chance of her being right. Having been with the Yamen for less than 3 years, Wang Wan had already ascended to the position of the youngest chief constable of Shangming City, even drawing the attention of the Central Yamen, where she was included in the list for potential command training due to her astute sense for clues and remarkable intuition. In every major case, she could uncover crucial leads from the most inconspicuous details. Wang Wan elaborated to Lin Yu. The shadow demon is one of the top 10 wanted criminals in the Honglin domain. He practices a vile sorcery that allows him to transform into hundreds of shadowy figures, each possessing a fraction of his power, with the weakest starting at the 6th realm. No one knows his motives for murder. His origins and experiences remain a mystery. The Central Yamen has investigated him for 10 years without any results. What is known is that he has an insatiable thirst for blood, targeting individuals with no personal vendettas, purely based on his whims. The most troublesome aspect is that his shadowy figures leave no trace after committing their heinous acts, employing an array of brutal methods that are utterly appalling. Wang Wan clenched her fists in rage. For a full decade, we have been unable to even ascertain his whereabouts, let alone apprehend him. The Wu family has always been benevolent towards the citizens of the city, maintaining an excellent reputation. Who would have thought they would fall prey to the shadow demon? Such a fiend deserves to be struck down by heaven's wrath 1,000 times. Chen Tu and the other 7 Yamen officials, clad in their flying fish attire, shared her abhorrence towards the shadow demon. Lin Yu perceived a glaring inconsistency. If your understanding of the shadow demon is so scant, how can you be certain that the shadow we just saw was one of his manifestations? Do you even know what he looks like? This question echoed Chen Tu's own curiosity. Wang Wan replied, while we do not know his true appearance, I can confirm the presence of the shadow demon's shadow. A year ago, the Central Yamen discovered his whereabouts in an ancient tomb and summoned personnel, including Chen Tu and myself. It was then that we faced off against 10 of the shadow demon's manifestations. We went with 100, yet only 11 survived, Chen Tu and I being among them. As she spoke, Wang Wan pulled aside her clothing at the left shoulder, revealing a patch of blackened, decayed skin. Chen Tu's eyes widened in shock. When did you sustain this injury? Wang Wan's expression turned icy. This is the wound I received from a shadow of the shadow demon. I refrained from treatment because I noticed that whenever one of his shadows appears, the injury would exude a chilling sensation. Wang Wan's resolve was unwavering. Thus, I have endured this until now, waiting for the appearance of the shadow demon's shadow. Even though I have suffered from the corrosive pain it brings every night, I have never confided in anyone. Upon hearing this, Chen Tu's face was etched with concern and guilt. Wang Wan had never divulged this matter to anyone. With a stoic expression, she donned her clothing once more. The shadow that erupted from Wu Xiaojun just now caused my injury to flare up once again. Therefore, that shadow must be the shadow demon. Wang Wan's resolute declaration plunged the room into silence. As Lin Yu beheld Wang Wan's injury, he sensed a lingering essence within her that bore resemblance to the previous shadow. Chen Tu and the other Yamen officials were visibly pained for Wang Wan. Why didn't you say anything? Chen Tu, with reddened eyes, asked, his voice choked with emotion. Wang Wan was, in fact, an orphan. The adversity she had faced to enter the Yamen and ascend to the position of the youngest chief constable of Shangming City in under 3 years were known only to Chen Tu. Due to his status, he had never married and had always regarded Wang Wan as his own daughter. Among the 11 survivors from the battle against the shadow demon's manifestations, 3 had sustained grave injuries, while 5 had suffered lighter wounds. The 3 who were severely injured succumbed to their wounds within 7 days, their bodies succumbing to decay. The 5 with lighter injuries were still bedridden, lingering on the brink of death. With no remedy available, suddenly, Chen Tu recalled that ever since that fateful night a year ago, Wang Wan had returned to the Yamen each night pale, drenched in sweat, her expression one of barely contained agony. Whenever Chen Tu inquired, Wang Wan would merely claim to be fatigued and needed rest. This also explained why, since that battle a year ago, Wang Wan had made no progress in her cultivation. Instead, her condition had continued to deteriorate. Yet, what perplexed Chen Tu the most was how Wang Wan had managed to endure until now. Wang Wan suddenly furrowed her brow, her complexion paling further. She fought through the pain. Forcing a smile, just now, I finally awaited the appearance of the shadow demon. Too bad I could not catch up to him. With that, Wang Wan's eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Lin Yu hurriedly caught her, only to feel a chilling presence not just at her left shoulder but also along her back. Ignoring the propriety of gender boundaries, Lin Yu forcefully tore open the fabric at the back of Wang Wan's clothing. What are you doing? His actions startled Chen Tu and the others, who quickly drew their weapons, surrounding Lin Yu. Chen Tu, a young man, caught sight of the situation on Wang Wan's back, his expression one of utter horror. Chen Tu furrowed his brow, stepping behind Wang Wan to take a look, and was left dumbfounded. Wang Wan's back was mostly blackened, the skin shriveled and beginning to rot, emanating a chilling aura and a nauseating stench. Chapter 29. The method of healing. Lin Yu examined the injury and spoke gravely. Her wound is fresh. It must have been inflicted just now, while pursuing the shadow demon. Chen Tu, in a state of frantic urgency, asked, young brother, you returned safely from Fong Shien mountain villa and found a way to force the shadow demon to reveal himself. You must have a method to heal her. Right? Lin Yu replied. I will give it a try. He glanced at the door beside him. Is there a bed inside? Chen Tu quickly signaled to his subordinates, and the 7 hurried to open the door. Lin Yu carefully lifted Wang Wan, carrying her into the room, where he found a simple bed designated for the Yamen personnel's rest, and laid Wang Wan upon it. Observing her decayed skin, Lin Yu's expression grew serious. Clearly, Wang Wan had been unaware of the severity of her injury until it manifested. A corrosive force within her was rapidly decaying her internal organs and meridians, even causing her blood to begin clotting. Most critically, the injury on her left shoulder had long since caused the meridians on the left side of her body to rot. Lin Yu surmised that Wang Wan must have employed some special means to suppress the deterioration of the corrosive force, allowing her to endure until now. Otherwise, she would not have been able to last this long. Chen Tu and the others approached Lin Yu's side, gazing at Wang Wan's decaying back with a mixture of deep sorrow and intense hatred. The shadow demon must be eradicated. Do you have any means to help her? Chen Tu implored anxiously. Lin Yu assessed Wang Wan's condition and replied, her injuries are too severe. I can only attempt to help. Chen Tu nodded, asking, what do you need? We will prepare it immediately. Wait. Lin Yu's eyes brightened as he seemed to discover something within Wang Wan. Through his transcendent sight, he detected a trace of the extreme yang energy of the fire stick lingering within Wang Wan's left side meridians. It was this very energy that had delayed the corrosive force from eroding Wang Wan's flesh. Lin Yu found it quite curious how Wang Wan could possess the spiritual energy of the fire stick within her. Then, he considered a possibility. The reason Wang Wan had been able to endure for so long must be due to the assistance of the fire stick's spiritual energy. The fire stick has always been in the possession of Wu Xiaojuan's grandfather, who subsequently handed it over to Lin Yu, and it was later returned to Yi Fengxian. It is highly probable that Wang Wan sought out Wu Xiaojuan's grandfather for assistance in examining her injuries. Thus, Wu Xiaojuan's grandfather utilized the spiritual energy of the fire stick to delay the deterioration of Wang Wan's condition. Lin Yu believes that, with the aid of the fire stick's extreme yang power, he can surely heal Wang Wan's wounds. However, fortuitously, Lin Yu has already returned the fire stick to Yi Fengxian. It is likely that a conflict arose between Yi Fengxian and Wu Xiaojuan's grandfather over the fire stick. Yi Fengxian had previously mentioned, in fragmented words, that the fire stick originally belonged to Wu Xiaojuan's grandfather, who had left it in a certain location, only to be discovered later by Yi Fengxian. When it came to the subsequent events, Yi Fengxian hesitated to elaborate, prompting Lin Yu to refrain from pressing further. Lin Yu speculated that, since Yi Fengxian had acquired the fire stick, which is an exceptionally rare and high-grade extreme yang spiritual tool, he would undoubtedly not return it to Wu Xiaojuan's grandfather. Upon learning that Yi Fengxian had seized the fire stick, Wu Xiaojuan's grandfather sought to reclaim it, naturally leading to a confrontation between the two. The outcome was predictable. Wu Xiaojuan's grandfather emerged victorious. Otherwise, how could the fire stick have remained with him all this time? Initially, Yi Fengxian had also stated that the fire stick once recognized him as its master, yet he was unable to harness its true power. Consequently, the reasons for the conflict between the two became quite apparent. Firstly, Yi Fengxian found the fire stick, which voluntarily acknowledged him as its master. Unaware that it was, in fact, a belonging of another, Wu Xiaojuan's grandfather must have had some disagreement with the fire stick, leading it to forsake its first master, compelling Wu Xiaojuan's grandfather to abandon it. Later, feeling unsatisfied, he returned to the place where he had discarded the fire stick, only to discover that it had been taken by Yi Fengxian, resulting in a subsequent clash. As for why Wu Xiaojuan's grandfather ultimately decided to let Lin Yu return the fire stick to Yi Fengxian. It is likely that he had won that battle and reclaimed the fire stick, yet the fire stick was unwilling to recognize Wu Xiaojuan's grandfather as its master again. When Lin Yu arrived with the injured Ningying, who required the light spirit stone for her treatment, Wu Xiaojuan's grandfather learned that Fengxian Villa possessed the light spirit stone, and ultimately chose to relinquish the fire stick, allowing Lin Yu to return it to Yi Fengxian. This also elucidates why Yi Fengxian remarked upon first seeing the fire stick. Has that venerable elder finally let go? Wu Xiaojuan's grandfather is certainly not an ordinary individual. Wang Wan also mentioned that the traces left in Wu Xiaojuan's grandfather's room indicate that both he and Ning Ying are not dead, but rather missing. Therefore, it is imperative to locate the shadow demon to ascertain their whereabouts. However, the pressing matter at hand is to heal Wang Wan's injuries. I know how to treat it, Lin Yu said to Chen Tu and the others. Chen Tu and the others were overjoyed. Before they could inquire about Lin Yu's method, he suddenly whispered, however, the one who can heal her is not me, but another person. Who? I will go find them. Chen Tu exclaimed with excitement. Lin Yu smiled enigmatically. The person I seek is Yi Fengxian. Chen Tu's expression of unwavering confidence immediately froze, the temperature in the room dropping drastically, and the other 7 individuals appeared dazed. You can't be joking? Chen Tu finally regained his composure, fear evident in his voice. When it comes to those who instill fear within 100 miles, there is but one. Yi Fengxian, the Lord of Feng Villa? The Black Mountain Ghost King, the area where the shadow demon wreaks havoc, is far too extensive to be included. Lin Yu stated seriously, I am not joking. He possesses an item that can precisely resolve her injuries. I have just returned from there, and while I could go again, I fear that by the time I return, Wang Shunbu may not withstand it. Chen Tu, you must have some means to send a message to Feng Villa at the fastest possible speed. Right? Chen Tu's expression shifted repeatedly, and he finally nodded, steeling himself. Yi Fengxian and the Shadow Demon are both among the 10 most wanted criminals of the Red Lin dynasty. However, due to Yi Fengshuan's unique nature and the protection of Black Mountain, unless a practitioner of the 8th realm or higher intervenes, no one can suppress him. It is difficult to determine who is stronger between Yi Fengxian and the Shadow Demon. After contemplating, Chen Tu concluded that Lin Yu likely would not lie. And with no other options available, he had no choice but to trust him. What do you need? I will send the message right away. It should take about 15 minutes for a round trip. Lin Yu replied, the fire stick, signed by Lin Yu. Is it really that simple? Chen Tu asked in disbelief. Lin Yu nodded, rest assured, he will definitely deliver it. Chen Tu was rendered speechless in shock. Earlier, he had heard Wang Wan mention that Lin Yu had just returned from Fengxian Villa. No one knew why Lin Yu had gone to Fengxian Villa or how he had returned. Hearing Lin Yu speak with such absolute certainty that Yi Fengxian would deliver the item led one to believe that Lin Yu had likely engaged in combat with Yi Fengxian and won. Otherwise, how could he have possibly returned alive? Chapter 30. Wang Wan's plea. Chen Tu, filled with confusion and astonishment, personally sent a message to Black Mountain. Remarkably, the message had barely been dispatched for a minute when the temperature in the office plummeted. An eerie chill emanating from everyone's bodies. Chen Tu and the others exchanged glances, alarmed, as they turned to the door, where a remarkably handsome young man clad in a silver robe appeared in the courtyard. It's him! Chen Tu's expression was one of sheer terror as he gripped the long knife in his hand, remaining on high alert. The 7 others of the office mirrored his vigilance, their legs trembling. Yet they all held their ground. Lin Yu softly advised Chen Tu and the others, do not be agitated. He is here to deliver something, not to cause trouble. Lin Yu then walked outside, under the watchful eyes of Chen Tu and the others. Upon seeing Lin Yu emerge, Yi Fengxian respectfully clasped his fists, greeting, Brother Lin. Lin Yu returned the gesture and smiled. I apologize for troubling you with a visit so soon after my departure. It was simply unavoidable. Yi Fengxian shook his head, smiling. Whenever Brother Lin encounters difficulties, simply send a message to Yi, and I shall go through fire and water for you. How is your wife's condition? Lin Yu inquired. Yi Fengshuan's face lit up with joy as he replied. She is much better now. Lin Yu scrutinized Yi Fengxian, astonished. I left not even half an hour ago. How did you recover to the 5th realm so quickly? Yi Fengxian, equally surprised, explained. We followed Brother Lin's instructions and practiced on the ice bed, resulting in significant progress in both my and my wife's cultivation. Otherwise, upon receiving Brother Lin's message, I would not have been able to come to your aid immediately. Thanks to your reminder, we have gained a measure of self-protection. Yi Fengxian then produced the fire stick from behind him, presenting it with both hands to Lin Yu. Chen Tu and the others were left incredulous at the sight. Why Yi Fengxian exhibited such respect towards Lin Yu? It was as if he were a subordinate. What could have transpired between Lin Yu and Yi Fengxian? Yi Fengxian inquired, Brother Lin, is there something urgent happening that necessitated your sudden need for it? Lin Yu glanced back at Chen Tu and the others before breaking into a smile. I happen to have encountered some matters here. Perhaps you can lend a hand. Yi Fengxian cast a sidelong glance at Chen Tu and the others, who remained on guard, and coldly smiled. It's been a while, everyone. Chen Tu and the others felt a chill run down their spines. They could never forget the terrifying experiences they had endured when they ventured to Black Mountain. Lin Yu remarked, since you all know each other, that makes things easier. Yi Fengxian nodded with a smile, then turned to Chen Tu, saying bluntly, so, I have delivered the item. Are you not even going to let me in? Chen Tu's face darkened considerably. Not only was he unwilling to let Yi Fengxian enter, but even standing behind a door, he could hardly bear the intense malevolence emanating from Yi Fengxian. Chen Tu swallowed hard, unable to speak. Lin Yu took the initiative. Brother Yi, please come in and take a look. Though Chen Tu and the others were internally reluctant, they dared not voice their objections as they watched Lin Yu lead Yi Fengxian inside. The moment Yi Fengxian crossed the threshold, the chilling aura radiating from Chen Tu and the others dissipated, and the room's temperature returned to normal. This alleviated the tension in the 8 individuals, who only then realized their backs were drenched in cold sweat. Fong Shien cast a teasing glance at the eight of them, then furrowed his brow, seemingly sensing something, and turned his gaze toward Wang Wan. Oh? Feng Shuan's eyes fell upon Wang Wan's back, which was covered in putrid wounds, and he was visibly taken aback as he approached her. Qian too wanted to say something but fell silent when he noticed Lin Yu gently shaking his head. Feng Xian approached the bedside, examining the decayed wounds on Wang Wan's back, his expression grave as he stated, I have seen this injury before. Qian too could no longer contain himself, asking, You've seen it before? Where? Feng Xian ignored Qian Tu's question, glancing at Wang Wan's left side, and immediately understood why Lin Yu had requested him to bring the fire stick. Lin Yu approached Feng Xian, inquiring. This injury was inflicted by a mysterious practitioner known as the Shadow Demon. Do you know who he is? Feng Xian nodded. I know him. I have fought against him. He had previously visited my mountain villa to demand a certain magical artifact, which I did not grant him. Qian and the others were taken aback. Feng Xian had actually engaged in combat with the Shadow Demon, and then? Lin Yu inquired curiously. Feng Xian smirked and replied, A mere buffoon. Really, he left empty-handed and fled in disgrace. Do you possess any additional information about the Shadow Demon? Lin Yu asked. Feng Xian responded. I have only encountered him that once. He has not returned since. Chun raised an eyebrow in skepticism. How then do you know he is called the Shadow Demon? Feng Xian scoffed. He fancied himself quite famous, and the first thing he did upon arriving at my villa was to proclaim his name. How could I not know? Chun fell silent. This indeed aligned with the Shadow Demon's modus operandi. Feng Xian turned to Lin Yu and said, Brother Lin, I can heal her injuries. Chen exclaimed in delight. Really? Feng Xian glanced at Chen before addressing Lin Yu. The Shadow Demon practices a sinister soul technique. For both cultivators and ordinary people, once tainted, it first rots the flesh, then devours the soul, ultimately becoming nourishment for the Shadow Demon to enhance his own essence. Otherwise, how could he possibly utilize the technique of transforming into myriad demons? Lin Yu pondered for a moment and asked, Can I assume that the soul technique practiced by the Shadow Demon is of no use against you? Feng Xian nodded. I am inherently in spirit. Having cultivated in the Black Mountain for over a century, no matter how malevolent a soul attack may be, it holds no power over me. However, it seems someone is unwilling for me to heal. Upon hearing this, all present were filled with confusion. Lin Yu glanced at Chen, who quickly asserted, I have said nothing. Feng Xian looked at Wang Wan and clarified, I am not referring to you all, but rather to her. Lin Yu was astonished. She is speaking to you? Feng Xian replied with interest. She originally possessed the extreme yang energy of a fire stick within her, which has delayed the decay of her physical form, yet inadvertently strengthened her soul. She is merely in a state of physical slumber, while her soul remains alert. I can hear her soul's pleas. What does that mean? Chen asked, perplexed. Feng Xian explained. She claims that her injuries are the key to locating the Shadow Demon. If healed, she would lose the ability to sense his presence, and how then could she capture him? Chen was momentarily stunned, his eyes reddening with a mix of anger and heartache. Her life is at stake, and yet she still seeks the Shadow Demon, that stubborn girl. The other 7 officials felt both admiration and a sense of inferiority. Feng Xian, growing impatient, said, What are you fussing about? Lin Yu tentatively inquired. Surely you have a way to achieve a win-win situation? Feng Xian smiled at Lin Yu. Of course. Chapter 31. The win-win solution. Chen suddenly approached Feng Xian, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. His tone earnest, Master Yi, I implore you to lend your aid. Following this matter, I am willing to sacrifice my life to assuage your grievances. Feng Xian remained silent, observing Chen. Chen's gaze was neither servile nor arrogant. Radiating sincerity and unwavering resolve, it was evident that for Wang Wan, he was prepared to give his life. Feng Xian let out a derisive laugh, gently brushing Chen's hands away. Chen, feeling a surge of fear, braced for an imminent attack, yet he stood resolute in silence. However, his hands remained unscathed, and he looked at Feng Xian in astonishment. Feng Xian fixed his gaze on Chen and stated, You must understand one thing. I am not here for your officialdom, but for Brother Lin. Were it not for his sake, your lives would hold no significance to me. The one you should be beseeching is not me, but Brother Lin. Get your priorities straight. Chun then turned to face Lin Yu, who waved his hand dismissively. There is no need. Brother Yi, what is your solution? Shien replied with a smile, just leave it to me. Brother Lin, hand me the fire stick, and please escort these individuals outside first. When I cast my spell, there should be no onlookers. However, Chun protested, no, I need to be present. Shien frowned. Lin Yu handed the fire stick to Shien and said to Chen, let us step outside for now. If anything happens to Wang the Divine Constable, it will be on me. Chen hesitated but eventually nodded solemnly, leading his subordinates and Lin Yu out, closing the door behind them. Immediately, an astonishing chill filled the room, causing Chen's heart to leap to his throat, his expression fraught with worry. Lin Yu whispered, although there have been conflicts between Chen and Brother Yi, he is a person of clear principles. He will not act recklessly. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Chen asked, forgive my intrusion, Brother Lin. But what transpired between you and him previously? Why does he behave in such a manner? Lin Yu chuckled. It is all in the past. Nothing worth mentioning. We merely assisted each other. Chen ceased his inquiries, harboring profound respect for Lin Yu. A minute later, the door burst open with a gust of wind, and the first to emerge was none other than Wang Wan. Chen and the others were overjoyed. Before they could inquire about Wang Wan's condition, Shien suddenly stepped out from behind her, whispering sternly, do not speak. Chen and the others looked confused, then noticed Wang Wan's pallor. Her gaze vacant and fixed on the ground, it was not just her complexion that seemed amiss. Her entire demeanor appeared altered. When Chen observed that Wang Wan's legs were suspended 3 feet off the ground, her form appeared as light as paper, somewhat translucent, he instantly grasped the situation, his expression turning furious as he glared at Shien. At that moment, Wang Wan was manifesting in the form of a spiritual entity before them. Lin Yu, however, was not surprised. What have you done to her? Chun had no choice but to lower his voice, questioning Shien to avoid startling Wang Wan's spirit. Shien replied coldly, her soul can no longer remain within her decaying physical body. It must be extracted. As for her body, I have employed a method to preserve it, utilizing the extreme yang energy to gradually refine the rotting power. This will take time. Fengshuan's words took Chun a moment to digest, and he finally comprehended the rationale behind the other's actions. Chun then asked, if she encounters the shadow demon, how will she be aware of his presence? What if the demon consumes her? Shien, slightly irritated, replied, why do you ask so many questions? In any case, her current condition is stable, and her body is recovering. Chun gritted his teeth in frustration. How could he accept Wang Wan's current form? Lin Yu reassured Chen, regardless, the life of the divine constable Wang has been preserved. Brother Yi, how will she sense the shadow demon's presence? Lin Yu inquired. Fengshuan's tone softened. It is quite simple. Should the shadow demon appear, her currently hazy spiritual state will be instantly awakened. Another question. Where shall we search for the shadow demon? Chen, now calmer, asked. Shien smiled mysteriously. The shadow demon's greatest desire is to consume powerful souls to enhance himself. I have heard various accounts of his deeds. His killings appear random and chaotic, yet every victim is invariably a person of strong spirit or a practitioner, with the latter being more prevalent. Chun was astonished. Are you suggesting that the shadow demon annihilated the Wu family to consume their souls? Shien confirmed. I have heard of the good deeds the Wu family has done over the past century in Ming City. There is a saying that a benevolent family will have all its members blessed with divine merit. There is a common saying that good deeds accumulate in virtue, and that is precisely what it means. Very few practitioners understand that the power of in virtue enhances a person's fortune and soul. When one performs many good deeds and accumulates substantial in virtue, that individual may not see rewards in their lifetime, but the blessings will manifest for their descendants and family. The shadow demon is quite particular about the souls he consumes. They must be imbued with in virtue, otherwise, his strength will not increase significantly upon consumption. Chun suddenly understood. No wonder they could not uncover the shadow demon's motives. This rationale was so unconventional that few would think along those lines. Chun asked, what relevance does this have to Wang Wan's current spiritual form? It has everything to do with it, Shien explained. She and the shadow demon established a subtle connection long ago. Tio put it simply, the scent of fragrance attracts flies and rats. She is in that situation now. Her soul is exceedingly resilient, which meets one of the shadow demon's cravings, and her unique bond with him makes her the perfect bait to lure him out. Chen appeared ready to explode. Shien asserted, This is the only method to compel the shadow demon to reveal himself. If you wish to eliminate him, you must follow this approach. Chun contemplated deeply. It seemed this was indeed the sole solution. The shadow demon must pay for his transgressions. Chun took a deep breath and spoke to Shien with a solemn tone. Given the circumstances, I hope she does not encounter any unforeseen complications because of this matter. Xuan's lips curled slightly. I cannot guarantee that. The shadow demon is inherently difficult to deal with. Eliminating him will not be a simple task. One must be prepared to pay a price. Out of respect for Brother Lin, I have already done what I can. What you choose to do next is no longer my concern. Shien turned to Lin Yu, clasping his fists in a courteous gesture. Brother Lin, is there anything else you wish to instruct? Chun and the others immediately looked toward Lin Yu, their eyes filled with hope. Chapter 32. The emergence when it comes to confronting the shadow demon. They lacked confidence. However, with Xuan's assistance, the situation would be different. Shien could be regarded as the mightiest practitioner within a 100-mile radius, having previously gained the upper hand in battle against the shadow demon, forcing him to retreat in disgrace. Yet, given Xuan's eccentric temperament, how could Chen expect to persuade him to stay? But if Lin Yu were to speak, Shien would undoubtedly remain to help. Indeed, Shien himself had inquired if there were further instructions. Chun continually cast meaningful glances at Lin Yu, urging him to convince Shien to stay and assist in dealing with the shadow demon. However, Lin Yu feigned ignorance, clasping his fists and saying to Shien, "Thank you, Brother Yi. You have other matters to attend to, so I shall not trouble you further. Very well, call upon me should you require anything." Shien replied with a smile, handing the firewood stick to Lin Yu. "This item is of no use to me. You may keep it, as it may yet serve another purpose." Lin Yu accepted the firewood stick without hesitation. Before departing, Shien cast a glance at Chen and the others, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Chen's expression was one of frustration as he looked at Lin Yu, feeling an urge to scold him yet finding himself unable to muster the courage. How could he dare? The formidable and troublesome demon like Shien displayed utmost civility in Lin Yu's presence. As a mere officer of the court, whose cultivation had not even reached the 7th realm, how could he presume to criticize Lin Yu? However, a young and impetuous official could no longer contain himself. Seizing the moment when Shien was absent, he directly voiced his discontent to Lin Yu. "You did that on purpose, didn't you?" Lin Yu turned his gaze toward him, remaining unperturbed as he calmly asked, "In what way did I act with intent?" The young official, now enraged, retorted, "You clearly could have asked him to stay and assist us in dealing with the shadow demon. Why did you not do so?" Lin Yu responded with a smile, countering, "Then why did you not extend the invitation yourself?" The young official was rendered speechless, his mouth agape as though grasped by an unseen force, struggling to articulate a single word. How could he dare? Lin Yu, with hands clasped within his sleeves, spoke calmly. "I invited him out of respect. I possess no authority to command him. Moreover, he has already rendered significant assistance to you. How could you shamelessly request him to remain to confront the shadow demon? I, for one, do not possess such audacity. Furthermore, he has more pressing matters to attend to." The young official was on the verge of rebuking Lin Yu when Chun suddenly reached out, placing a hand on the young man's shoulder, signaling him to refrain from speaking further. With a sincere expression, Chun apologized to Lin Yu. "Brother Lin, initially I harbored doubts about you and treated you poorly. That was my mistake." "Why should you apologize to him?" the young official exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Yu chuckled. "Brother Chun speaks wisely. Your suspicions are entirely justified. I have no intention of holding it against you. The owner of Yi Manor indeed has crucial matters to attend to, and we must not waste his time any longer." Chun readily accepted this. "It is indeed our fault. May I ask, Brother Lin, what should we do next?" Lin Yu observed Wang Wan's soul form and soon discerned the nature of Xuan's influence upon it, the extreme yang energy of the firewood stick. It was this very spiritual energy that had been staving off the decay of Wang Wan's physical body, continuously strengthening her soul over the past year. This was the primary reason she had managed to endure until this night. Through the gaze of his celestial eye, Lin Yu noted that Wang Wan's soul, aside from being robust and resilient, possessed a peculiar power. This was the Yin virtue and fortune that Shien had mentioned. A soul that was reinforced and resilient, imbued with Yin virtue and fortune, was indeed the finest delicacy for the shadow demon. Interestingly, Shien had not severed the connection between Wang Wan's soul and her body. Once the shadow demon appeared, the decaying force within Wang Wan's body would react, causing changes to her soul. In other words, when the shadow demon emerged, Wang Wan's soul, currently in a semi-dreamlike state, would be awakened. There was no need for any additional action. Shien had already made the arrangements. Once Wang Wan's soul was extracted, the shadow demon would be able to detect the essence of her soul's energy. Coupled with their subtle connection, the shadow demon would undoubtedly come to investigate, not wanting to miss such a delectable soul. Lin Yu addressed Chen and the others. We shall await the shadow demon's emergence. Chen's expression stiffened. Then I shall hasten to summon assistance. Lin Yu interjected. There is no need. Even if all the officers in your court were to converge, they would pose no threat to the shadow demon, rather inciting his wariness and prompting him to retreat. Chen furrowed his brow. But how can we eliminate the shadow demon with just the few of us? Lin Yu replied softly. There is no need for you to intervene. I shall handle it myself. You may merely observe. Just you alone. Chen and the others clearly found it hard to believe that Lin Yu could tackle the shadow demon single-handedly. Even if Fong Shien had a special relationship with Lin Yu, it did not imply that Lin Yu possessed the ability to engage the shadow demon in a duel and emerge victorious. Lin Yu's expression turned serious. Trust me. Simply follow my lead. Very well, I, Chenjiu, will trust you this once, Chen declared, revealing his name, signifying his complete trust in Lin Yu. Thereafter, Lin Yu instructed Chen and the others to retreat into a room. Wang Wan's soul form floated in place. While Lin Yu settled upon the stone bench where Wu Xiaojun had previously Saturday, Lin Yu gazed at Wu Xiaojun's lifeless form, feeling a pang of discomfort in his heart. Time passed, and half an hour elapsed. The group hidden within the room, Shien and the others, found their patience wearing thin, yet they still awaited the shadow demon's appearance. Doubts began to creep in regarding Lin Yu's ability to compel the shadow demon to reveal itself. Wang Wan's body lay undisturbed upon the bed. Suddenly, a young official pointed at Wang Wan's body, whispering, Chen, look. Chen immediately turned his gaze to Wang Wan and noticed a dark aura enveloping her, causing the temperature in the room to plummet. It's here. Chen sensed the shift in the ambient spiritual energy and detected an immensely powerful evil presence swiftly approaching. Seated outside the courtyard, Lin Yu, holding the firewood stick, felt a stirring within him. He did not lift his head but rather cast a sidelong glance upward. Indeed, a shadowy figure appeared in the sky, rapidly descending toward the court. The shadow accelerated, locking onto Wang Wan's soul while disregarding Lin Yu entirely. When the shadow was within 3 zhang of Wang Wan's soul, it abruptly shifted its target toward Lin Yu. In the demon's perception, it believed Lin Yu posed no threat. It held great confidence in its ability to conceal its presence. The shadow seemed to regard Lin Yu as an inconvenience, intending to consume his soul before devouring Wang Wan's. Lin Yu's soul trembled momentarily but quickly regained its composure. However, Lin Yu's perceptive awareness never left the shadow. The shadow's form suddenly expanded in midair, just as it was about to envelop Lin Yu. He swiftly tossed the firewood stick upward. With only a foot of distance between them and Lin Yu's rapid motion, the shadow had no time to react and was directly struck by the firewood stick. Chapter 33. Provocation. The shadow that was struck by the firewood stick emitted no sound. Instead, it vanished directly above Lin Yu's head. Lin Yu reached out, and the firewood stick quickly returned to his grasp. He raised his gaze to scan the night sky, finding no trace of the shadow demon. Within the room, Shien and the 7 others peered through the crack in the door to observe the unfolding scene. Upon witnessing the firewood stick strike the shadow, their hearts surged with joy, thinking, is the shadow demon still alive? However, when the shadow vanished without a sound, confusion enveloped the 8 of them. Had they truly struck it? Lin Yu rose to his feet, his gaze sweeping the surroundings like a hawk in search of potential hiding spots for the shadow demon. Just moments ago, Lin Yu was certain he had struck one of the demon's clones. Legends spoke of his ability to create hundreds of such duplicates, so destroying one might not significantly impact him. Yet, even a mere clone would surely cause discomfort to the shadow demon. Suddenly, a chilling wave of coldness, causing Lin Yu's blood to run cold, surged from behind. He pressed the burning stick against his chest, a surge of extreme yang spiritual energy flowing from his front to his back. A fierce, searing sound erupted. Turning around, Lin Yu found himself face to face with a shadow, nearly touching noses. its red eyes filled with agony. The entity clearly could not fathom Lin Yu's swift reaction. After being struck by the extreme yang energy, a patch of its chest glowed red, rapidly spreading across its body. Upon glancing down, Lin Yu discovered that the shadow was indeed connected to his own. True to its name, wherever there was a shadow, the shadow demon would utilize it to launch unpredictable attacks. However, faced with Lin Yu, who wielded the power of the heavenly Tao and had cooled down, the shadow demon was rendered exposed, regardless of how well it concealed itself. The shadow appeared no different from an ordinary person, save for its pitch-black form and blood-red eyes. It gazed at the burning patch on its chest and then at Lin Yu. Confusion flickered in its eyes, as if it could not comprehend why Lin Yu had emerged unscathed. Lin Yu smirked. "Are you wondering why I remain unharmed while you suffer?" The shadow's pupils constricted. It was taken aback that Lin Yu could read its thoughts so easily. Lin Yu flicked his wrist, the burning stick in hand, and remarked with a smirk, "There are others in this world who can wield strange and mysterious techniques. Not just you, Shadow Demon." The Shadow Demon realized that Lin Yu was a formidable opponent, the second challenging adversary it had encountered in many years. The first had been the elusive phantom body, which it could never touch. Lin Yu made the Shadow Demon feel as though no method could inflict any harm upon him. The wise man does not suffer losses in front of him. It thought, "If I cannot defeat you, can I not target others?" The Shadow Demon remained silent, turning swiftly to confront Wang Wan's spirit body, its eyes glimmering with greedy fervor as it lunged toward her. "I shall devour this resilient and powerful soul first, and then settle the score with you later," Lin Yu scoffed. "You truly underestimate me, don't you?" He planted his foot where the Shadow Demon connected with its own shadow. With a sharp crack, he indeed stepped upon something tangible. The Shadow Demon, lunging toward Wang Wan, abruptly halted, spinning around to glare at Lin Yu with newfound fury, its voice booming. "Let me go." Lin Yu questioned whether the Shadow Demon's intellect was somewhat lacking. Its words and actions seemed exceedingly childish and laughable, akin to a petulant child. Having finally compelled the Shadow Demon to reveal itself, Lin Yu did not rush to obliterate it, but instead inquired, "Did you kill the Wu family?" The Shadow Demon's clone trembled sporadically, as if struggling against Lin Yu's weight. Yet, it remained trapped. Upon hearing Lin Yu's question, the Shadow Demon chuckled coldly. "So what if I did?" Lin Yu narrowed his eyes, mocking. "They say the Shadow Demon instills fear in others, yet you hardly seem as formidable as the tales suggest." This statement struck a nerve with the Shadow Demon, which glared at Lin Yu. "What do you mean?" "I've heard there are still 2 members of the Wu family alive, who managed to escape your grasp." Lin Yu replied with derision. "What do you mean if you're not a waste of space?" "I am not a waste." The emphasis on those words further incited the Shadow Demon, which let out a piercing roar, its shadow shifting from black to red, its aura intensifying. However, Lin Yu pressed down with greater force, seemingly grasping the Shadow Demon's lifeline, reducing its aura to a mere whisper. Lin Yu snorted. "What are you if not a waste? You cannot even kill an old man and a frail woman. Yet you still dare call yourself a Shadow Demon? Do you even have the right to be among the top 10 wanted criminals of the Honglin dynasty? I see you merely as a foul stench, akin to a rat lurking in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. It's not that I couldn't kill them. They escaped." The Shadow Demon raged, desperate to prove it was not incapable of defeating the elderly and the weak, but rather that they were too cunning. "Oh? They escaped?" Lin Yu feigned surprise. "And you still claim you are not a waste? You let 2 old and frail individuals slip away." The Shadow Demon, in a fit of rage, retorted. "That old man was incredibly elusive. He took the nearly dead woman and evaded my ambush. Where did they flee to?" Lin Yu suddenly demanded. Without hesitation, the Shadow Demon replied, "To the east," suddenly realizing something. The Shadow Demon refrained from finishing its sentence. Lin Yu's lips curled into a mocking smile. He did not need to wait for the Shadow Demon to complete its thought. He already knew the elderly and the frail had escaped and were headed east. "Are you trying to deceive me?" The Shadow Demon's emotions instantly cooled, filled with rage at being outsmarted by a mere youth. Nevertheless, the whereabouts of those 2 individuals did not matter to him. Whether spoken or not, it was irrelevant. "You lured me out for this?" the Shadow Demon questioned, perplexed. Lin Yu replied sternly, "Not solely for this purpose. You will also pay for your past deeds." Upon hearing this, The shadow demon laughed mockingly. With you? And those turtles hiding inside there, do you think you can kill me? Having been discovered, Chen Tu and the others pushed open the door and quickly surrounded the shadow demon. Chen Tu stood before Wang Wan's spirit body, drawing his long knife, its cold gleam slicing through the air. The shadow demon surveyed its surroundings, eyes filled with disdain, then turned to Lin Yu. You have quite the audacity, luring me here with such a bait. But do you truly believe it will be so easy to kill me? The reason I, the shadow demon, have thrived in the Honglin realm for over a century is not due to my vulnerability. Even if you possess some unique means to suppress me, let us say you managed to destroy this clone of mine. So what? Lin Yu suddenly chuckled coldly. Is that so? Are you certain? As soon as the words left his lips, the shadow demon's eyes widened in terror, for it sensed a powerful chill approaching from 10 miles away. Chapter 34. The location of the true body. Though the shadow demon could create hundreds of clones, its true body also required a certain range to control and observe the actions of each clone. 10 miles away, a small hill concealed a hidden entrance, where Yifeng Shien parted the grass, revealing a secret cave that a faint red glow flickered from within. Inside the government office, the shadow demon's clone sensed its true body might be in danger and instinctively sought to escape and reunite with it. Lin Yu suddenly hurled the burning stick, which stuck to the clone's chest, the extreme yang energy rapidly spreading around it, turning the clone entirely crimson. Lin Yu observed the struggling shadow demon clone and stated, "The more clones you create, the weaker your true body becomes. I suspect you have spawned quite a few elsewhere. Otherwise, how could my friend have so easily located your true body?" The shadow demon clone glared fiercely at Lin Yu, shouting, "All your previous words were mere drivel to buy time." Lin Yu replied with an impassive expression, "Indeed, the excessive division has left you somewhat lacking in intelligence." The shadow demon clone suddenly responded with a calm, mocking smile, "Even if your ally finds my true body, do you think I have not made preparations? No matter who your ally is, when they approach my true body, they will pay a heavy price." Lin Yu countered, "What if my friend is not human?" The shadow demon clone's eyes flickered as it failed to comprehend Lin Yu's meaning. If not human, then who could it be? Within the cave, Yifeng Shien encountered a middle-aged man clad in black robes, surrounded by dozens of black shadows floating in the air. Upon sensing Yifeng Xian's presence, the shadows fixed their gaze upon him and without hesitation lunged at him. While Yifeng Xian remained unfazed, allowing the shadows to rush toward him as he continued his advance toward the black-robed man. The shadows attacked Yifeng Xian, yet they merely passed through him as if he were air. Surrounded by dozens of shadows, one after another passed through Yifeng Xian's form, failing to impede his approach toward the black-robed man. As Yifeng Xian stood before the black-robed man, he gathered a ball of crimson light in his right hand and slowly infused it into the man's chest. Boom! The black-robed man's body shook violently, and he suddenly opened his eyes, filled with shock and terror. "You?" The black-robed man recognized Yifeng Xian, his expression turning grim. Why? Yifeng Xian smiled. "It has been a while." The black-robed man could hardly believe that the one who dared to ambush his true body was Yifeng Xian. "You?" The shadow demon attempted to speak, but suddenly felt an intense burning pain in its chest, as if its organs were ignited, turning its entire being a vivid red. "What have you done?" The shadow demon was taken aback, as he realized that his very soul and meridians were being gradually consumed by flames. Around him, dozens of clones were engulfed in a crimson blaze, ultimately disintegrating into nothingness. Each of the dispersed clones possessed a fragment of the shadow demon's cultivation and consciousness. Once all the clones were reduced to ashes, the shadow demon's essence naturally weakened at an alarming rate. Having once clashed with Yifeng Xian, the shadow demon found himself unable to harm Yifeng Xian, just as Yifeng Xian was equally powerless against him. However, what Yifeng Xian had embedded within him was an extreme young spiritual force, the very nemesis of the dark soul sorcery the shadow demon practiced. Yet, the shadow demon was acutely aware that Yifeng Xian, being a being of the dark soul, could not harbor such extreme young power without risking his own annihilation. Could it be that in merely over a decade, Yifeng Xian's cultivation had advanced significantly? Yifeng Xian calmly stated, "I've added a little something extra for you." At that moment, the shadow demon found himself immobilized, compelled to channel his spiritual energy to counteract the extreme young force. Thus, he became akin to meat on a chopping block, vulnerable to slaughter. Aware of the dire situation, the shadow demon did not succumb to madness or despair, but instead maintained a cold demeanor as he exerted his energy to resist the extreme yang power. Perplexed, he inquired, Yi Zhuangzhu, we bear no grudge nor enmity. Why do you assist a mere boy against me? Even if our past encounter over treasures led to a conflict, surely it shouldn't warrant such resentment? Yi Fengxian chuckled. While that may be the case, today is not yesterday. His tone then grew solemn. That mere boy you speak of is now my benefactor, a benefactor whose kindness can never be repaid in a lifetime. The shadow demon gazed at Yi Fengxian in shock, curiosity etched on his face. By what means could he possibly be your benefactor? I know of your tribulations. Could it be that he? Yi Fengxian smiled without responding. The answer obvious. The shadow demon sighed deeply, having come to understand the events that transpired between Lin Yu and Yi Fengxian. Ultimately, it was his own greed that led to this outcome. Reflecting on the night's events, the shadow demon self-mockingly remarked, had I not sensed that Wang Wan's soul was exceptionally resilient, promising an elevation in my own realm upon consumption, I would not have been so hasty. Yi Fengxian revealed the truth. Like me? You are nearing the end of your vitality, requiring the consumption of numerous souls to survive. Otherwise, how could you have so brazenly perpetrated slaughter, devouring hundreds and thousands of souls over the past decade? The shadow demon looked at Yi Fengxian, a wry smile forming. In this world, you are the only one who understands me. What more do you wish to say? Yi Fengxian softly replied, having been struck by an extreme yang force directly into your heart. Your death is merely a matter of time. The shadow demon smiled faintly. For over 200 years, I have consumed souls, my sole desire distilled into one word: to live. Truth be told, the hundreds of clones I have birthed have developed independent thoughts, nearly beyond my control. Thus, I am indeed running out of time. Yet to perish at the hands of a friend who comprehends my downfall is a worthy end. Yi Fengxian suddenly queried, among those you killed in the Wu family, there was an old man and a young boy. Do you know their whereabouts? The shadow demon shook his head. As I mentioned earlier, each clone has birthed its own independent thoughts, and controlling them consumes immense soul power. Currently, I lack the ability to specifically control any one clone or merge their memories. Therefore, to learn the fate of those two, you must inquire with the clone suppressed by your friend, for only he possesses that knowledge. The shadow demon then smiled enigmatically. Yi Zhuangzhu, before I fade away, allow me to present you with a parting gift. Yi Fengxian narrowed his eyes, observing a purple orb materializing in the shadow demon's palm. A soul-gathering orb? Yi Fengxian exclaimed, surprised. Among the myriad spiritual artifacts he had once collected, one such orb had been gifted to Lin Yu. The soul-gathering orb must have been a result of the shadow demon grasping some form of spiritual technique, enabling him to create hundreds of clones. This is a valuable item for you, the shadow demon remarked with a faint smile, while inwardly he scoffed. Chapter 35. A discussion at the manor for Yi Fengxian. The soul-gathering orb held little significance. He withdrew his gaze and smiled. I appreciate your kind gesture, but the soul-gathering orb is of no use to me. The shadow demon's form had become emaciated. Yet he still clung to life. Perplexed, he retorted, oh, given your current state, shouldn't gathering more dark souls enhance your strength? Yi Fengxian waved his hand dismissively. In that case, let it be. The shadow demon reluctantly pocketed the soul-gathering orb, and his form began to disintegrate. Seeing this, Yi Fengxian maintained a tranquil expression. Yi Zhuangzhu, take care. The shadow demon spoke calmly as he witnessed his form begin to crumble. Yi Fengxian remained silent, and once the shadow demon had completely vanished from sight, he turned to exit the cave. Yet upon stepping outside, he encountered another figure clad in black robes standing at the entrance. Furthermore, behind the black-robed man, a multitude of identical clones began to materialize, numbering in the hundreds. Yi Fengxian regarded this scene with composure and remarked to the shadow demon, your true self has finally revealed itself. The shadow demon, with an icy demeanor, retorted, I almost fell into your trap. Yi Fengxian recalled that when he infused the shadow demon with extreme yang spiritual power, a wisp of dark wind had darted away towards the cave's exit. The shadow demon within the cave was, in fact, merely one of his clones, one that possessed a considerable degree of independent thought. Observing the calm Yi Fengxian, the shadow demon questioned, you seem unfazed? Feng softly replied, years ago, when the Honglin royal family dispatched 27th tier commanders to hunt you down. You not only escaped unscathed, but also eliminated half of them. The infamous Shadow Demon would not be so easily dispatched. The Shadow Demon queried, if you were aware of my true self, why did you not act to prevent me? Feng casually stated, my only responsibility was to ascertain your location. The task of eliminating you belongs to others. The Shadow Demon, intrigued, asked, you wouldn't be referring to that boy who has benefited you? Would you? Feng smiled without answering. Why, Zhuangzhu, you underestimate me. The Shadow Demon declared coldly, in our previous battle, we were evenly matched. Tonight, we shall settle this with either your death or mine. You are a rare 100-year dark soul body. By consuming you, I shall ascend to the 8th realm. At that point, in the entire Honglin domain, there will be no one left to rival me except that ancient relic, Feng, with a half-smile. Remarked, it seems your information is rather lacking. What do you mean? The Shadow Demon furrowed his brow. Why, Feng pointed to the sky. Did you not notice the commotion half an hour ago? As a being of dark spirit, you should have sensed it. The Shadow Demon's expression changed dramatically. Half an hour prior, a bolt of heavenly thunder descended, striking an unfortunate soul, instilling fear in all dark spirits throughout the Honglin domain. As a top-tier dark spirit, the Shadow Demon was deeply affected, hiding beneath the earth in trepidation. It was only after the residual force of the thunder dissipated that he dared to show himself. The Shadow Demon questioned, what relevance does this have to you? It has everything to do with me. Feng stepped forward, a calm smile radiating an air of dominance. I invite you to my manor for a discussion. The Shadow Demon scoffed. Why would I want to visit your dilapidated manor? Feng replied. Do you not wish to understand the reason behind the appearance of the heavenly thunder? Come to my manor, and you shall find out. Additionally, you will encounter that which you fear the most, Zhenma Zhenren. The Shadow Demon suddenly realized something was amiss, but before he could react, Feng waved his sleeve, unleashing a torrent of golden light rushing toward him. The Shadow Demon, skilled in slaughter, immediately summoned the power of his hundreds of clones, forming a black vortex before him. Yet, the golden light transformed into a bolt of lightning, shattering the black vortex in an instant. What? The Shadow Demon was taken aback, trembling in fear. He could distinctly feel the remnants of the heavenly thunder's power. Piecing together Feng Xuan's earlier words, the Shadow Demon quickly surmised the target of the heavenly thunder. Feng declared authoritatively, let us go, for a discussion at my manor awaits. With that, the golden light enveloped the Shadow Demon and all his clones, propelling them toward the Black Mountain. Inside the yamen, the essence of the Shadow Demon's clones suddenly surged in strength, breaking free from Lin Yu's suppression as a torrent of black light surged around him. Chen Tu and the others reacted swiftly. Retreating 10 paces, Lin Yu, however, stood his ground, allowing the black light to rush toward him, but as it reached within a foot of him, the dark energy was swiftly dissolved by an inexplicable force. The Shadow Demon's clone exclaimed in shock, you have cultivated a realm of spiritual energy? Lin Yu offered no reply, seizing the moment of the clone's astonishment to leap forward, raising the fire stick to strike the Shadow Demon clone's head. The Shadow Demon clone coldly smiled, fully aware of the damage the fire stick's spiritual energy could inflict upon him, and swiftly divided, darting in opposite directions. Lin Yu's strike met only empty air. Do not let him escape. Qian Jiu gazed upon the bifurcated Shadow Demon doppelganger, yearning to flee the yamen. He hastily instructed his subordinates to intercept it, yet the two phantoms moved with a speed so swift, akin to wraiths, that the 7 yamen guards could not keep pace. Aware that his own speed was insufficient to give chase, Qianzhou turned to find Lin Yu standing still, perplexed. He inquired, why aren't you pursuing them? Lin Yu sheathed his firewood stick, his eyes fixated on the vanishing doppelganger, and replied, it is merely a doppelganger. There is no need to pursue. Qianzhou furrowed his brow, unable to fathom Lin Yu's intentions. Having painstakingly lured out the Shadow Demon, why would he allow it to escape? With a faint smile, Lin Yu explained, I have already pinpointed the location of its true form. Qianzhou's eyes sparkled with hope. Is that true? Where? I shall gather our forces immediately. Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively, stating, it is unnecessary. Unless you can gather practitioners of the 8th realm, more people would simply be a burden. Then shall we do nothing? Chen Jiu queried. Of course not. We must confront its true form. Lin Yu asserted. I shall not claim this credit. It shall all be attributed to you. When the time comes, your ascension within the Yamen will be assured. With a serious demeanor, Chen Jiu declared, to slay the shadow demon is to ensure that no more innocents suffer a tragic fate. Lin Yu offered no further words, instead approaching the ethereal form of Wang Wan. Snapping his fingers, Wang Wan's soul form awakened, and with a wave of Lin Yu's hand, it soared like cotton fluff into the inner chamber, returning to her corporeal body. Having successfully lured the shadow demon and enabling Shien to locate its true form, Wang Wan's task was complete. Chen Jiu, puzzled, asked, What are you doing? Lin Yu smiled. I'm allowing you all to share in this merit. Unsure how to respond, Chen Jiu inquired, but Wang Wan's body has been corrupted by the shadow demon's spiritual energy. Has it not? Lin Yu glanced towards the inner chamber, where a pale Wang Wan emerged unsteadily. Chen Jiu gasped, recognizing that this was not her soul form, but her physical body, with an expression of utmost seriousness. Wang Wan addressed Lin Yu and Chen Jiu. We shall go together to slay the shadow demon. Chapter 36. The abyssal realm. Chen Jiu was taken aback by Wang Wan's condition, as if she were aware of the events that had just transpired. Was not her soul in a hazy state? How could she know that Lin Yu had found the shadow demon's true form? Moreover, it seemed she was aware of its precise location. Where shall we confront the shadow demon? Chen Jiu asked, bewildered. In unison, Lin Yu and Wang Wan replied, Fong Shien Mountain Manor. These 4 words echoed in Chen Jiu's mind like a nightmare. However, considering the relationship between Fong Shien and Lin Yu, he felt less trepidation than before. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he turned to Lin Yu in shock. Could it be that the one who found the shadow demon's true form is him? Who else could it be? Lin Yu replied with a grin. Initially confused, Chen Jiu soon grasped the implication. But did you not say? Had you both conspired in secret? Lin Yu offered no explanation. It was understood between him and Fong Shien. Wang Wan, her demeanor icy, interjected, Chen Jiu, let us not linger on trivial matters. We must hasten to Fong Shien Mountain Manor. If we allow the shadow demon to regain its strength, our opportunity will be lost. Glancing at the scene, Chen Jiu noted that he had only 7 reluctant subordinates. To contend with the shadow demon while guarding against Fong Shien. This number was hardly sufficient. Lin Yu felt compelled to reiterate, Chen Darren, I have previously stated that more people would be of no use. We are already sufficient. After some contemplation, Chen Jiu resolved, very well, tonight I, Chen Jiu, shall put my life on the line. I vow to not rest until the shadow demon is slain. But Wang Wan, are you in a condition to fight? Chen Jiu inquired with concern. Wang Wan nodded, I am fine. Lin Yu, please lead the way. There is no need for guidance. They have come to escort us. Lin Yu responded, gesturing towards the sky. Suddenly, a golden bridge shot forth from afar, rapidly approaching the Yamen, leading to the direction of Fong Shien Mountain Manor. The golden bridge descended from the heavens, landing before Lin Yu and the others. Leaving them in a we.is this the power of a top-tier practitioner? Lin Yu was the first to step onto the golden bridge, followed closely by Wang Wan. Chen Jiu and the others hesitated briefly before following suit. As the golden bridge swiftly drew to a close, the group ascended into the sky, with the scenery of Shangming City becoming increasingly visible. As the moonlight illuminated the dark mountain, they beheld a shadowy figure, reminiscent of a wraith, engaged in combat with Fong Shien within the manor. Wang Wan's expression grew colder, for she sought vengeance not only for the innocent souls devoured by the shadow demon, but also to avenge the suffering she had endured over the past year. Fong Shien appeared calm as he battled the shadow demon, seemingly unfazed. In contrast, the shadow demon, having been forcibly brought to Fong Shien Mountain Manor by Fong Shien, was now suppressed by an inexplicable aura within the manor, significantly diminishing its power. Upon noticing the group descending from the sky, the shadow demon was seized by an ominous premonition, realizing that if it did not flee now, it would be trapped Fong Shien. Observing the shadow demon's inclination to retreat, coldly declared, on my territory, do you think you can escape? Golden light suddenly appeared around the shadow demon, transforming into a mass of black mist attempting to flee, only to be repelled by the golden light. Fong Shien, do not overstep your bounds, the shadow demon threatened loudly. With a dismissive smile, Fong Shien retorted, Is this your first day hearing of me? Who in the vicinity does not know that my methods are rather excessive? You and I have no grievances. Why must you target me so? The shadow demon shouted in exasperation, futilely attempting to strike the golden light with its spiritual energy, only to find it dissipating like a futile effort against an iron wall. Shien remained silent, instead watching as Lin Yu and the others descended from the sky, nodding at Lin Yu with a smile. Lin Yu clasped his fists in greeting. Brother Yi, thank you for your efforts. Shien smiled slightly, as Lin brother mentioned. Performing good deeds may atone for the sins I have committed over the years. The shadow demon, having relinquished its resistance, disdainfully remarked to Shien, even if you slay me to redeem your sins, it will not absolve you of your past transgressions, Shien calmly replied. I have never claimed to be free of responsibility for my sins, but this does not conflict with my quest for justice. The shadow demon cast a glance at the arrival of Lin Yu and the others, scoffing. Do you truly believe you can easily slay me? Lin Yu fixed his gaze on the shadow demon, stating, you left a soul seed somewhere, intending that if your true form were to perish, you could resurrect through it. The shadow demon's calm and confident demeanor suddenly crumbled. You? How do you know? It stammered, its voice trembling. This was its greatest secret and final trump card. Even if its true form were to be annihilated by Lin Yu and Shien tonight, it could resurrect through the soul seed. It would merely require another 50 years of cultivation to return for revenge, as long as it remained low-key during this time and sought out remote areas to consume various souls to restore its power. It could endure and await the opportunity for vengeance, however. Never had it anticipated that its trump card would be revealed by Lin Yu. What hope did it have left? Unfazed, Lin Yu declared, since I have dared to speak. I am not afraid of your attempts. I grant you the opportunity to try. See if you can still connect with the soul seed now. The shadow demon warily glanced at Shien, confirming that he was not exuding any aura, and attempted to communicate with the soul seed. The result was silence. The enveloping black mist abruptly coalesced into a middle-aged man clad in black robes. His face ashen as he lowered his head in contemplation, his eyes filled with resentment. Wangwan swiftly drew her blade, advancing towards the shadow demon, and proclaimed fiercely, Shadow demon, for years you have committed countless murders. Your deeds are nothing short of heinous. Tonight, justice shall prevail, and it shall be the day you descend into hell. Descend into hell, you say? The shadow demon suddenly grinned sinisterly, addressing everyone. Descending into hell is precisely the fate I have long desired. However, before I do so, there is a scene I must show you. Chunjia warned, do not attempt any tricks. Ignoring him, the shadow demon forcefully clapped its hands against its temples, unleashing a torrent of black mist that erupted from its head. I shall show you what true hell looks like. The shadow demon wore a sinister grin, while Lin Yu furrowed his brows. The inky mist spread through the air for over 10 zhong. And soon, various chilling, despairing, and excruciating cries of anguish, worse than death itself, emanated from within the black fog. Countless figures, both young and old, were ensnared within this shroud, their faces contorted in torment, desperately screaming. Each individual seemed trapped in a sea of magma, writhing violently within the black mist, most of them enduring unbearable agony as they crawled toward the edges of the fog. Yet, the mist appeared endless, with each inch gained taking them further from freedom. No matter how fiercely they struggled, they remained unable to escape the clutches of the black fog. Chapter 37. An identical fate. Wang Wan, Chun Jiao, and 7 officials stood aghast at this hellish reality, their expressions frozen in horror, their hearts reeling from the overwhelming impact. They gradually found themselves swayed by the emotions of those trapped in the black mist, a strange chill of searing intensity radiating outward from within them. As if they too were part of this torment. Despite having committed numerous atrocities in the past, Shien was deeply shaken by the scene before him. As a phantom entity, he could distinctly sense that each soul ensnared within the mist was still alive. Every soul, unable to break free, was being gradually consumed by the black fog, which seemed to harbor a chilling and searing duality, slowly devouring their essence. Wang Wan trembled, glaring at the shadow demon in fury. How could you commit such atrocities? These souls belong to those you have slain. The shadow demon had not directly consumed the souls. Rather, it had employed some dark sorcery to confine them in a pool-like space. The black mist fed upon their souls, transforming them into sustenance for the shadow demon, a distinction between mere satiation and overwhelming gluttony. Lin Yu's expression remained impassive. He was no stranger to such horrors. The old crone was similarly involved. Were these two perhaps from the same sect? The shadow demon, with a cold smile, threatened the group. If you kill me, they will perish alongside me, Lin Yu retorted coldly. And so? The shadow demon replied triumphantly. Release me, and they may yet live. Wang Wan, infuriated, shot back. What nonsense! They endure a fate worse than death, their souls imprisoned without knowing when they shall be freed, and you dare to utter such words. The shadow demon dismissed her outburst, claiming with feigned benevolence, at least I have not directly consumed their souls. They still retain their consciousness and can be with their loved ones, family, and comrades. Lin Yu interjected. I suspect you are not alone in capturing so many souls. The shadow demon cast an irritated glance at Lin Yu, asking, what are you trying to imply? Lin Yu advanced step by step toward the shadow demon. A few days ago, I encountered an old witch whose dark arts bore a striking resemblance to yours. She too imprisoned souls in black mist, slowly consuming them, allowing each soul to recover over time. The shadow demon, upon hearing this, frowned deeply. How do you know of these matters? Lin Yu, brandishing a fire rod, closed the distance. That old witch threatened me, claiming that after I slay her, a formidable force behind her would seek vengeance. And you are a part of this very force. You and that old witch are of the same lineage. The shadow demon's eyes widened in alarm, not because of the similarity of their dark arts, but due to Lin Yu's knowledge of his affiliations. Why the panic? Because the supreme existence of this force had communicated an imperative upon the shadow demon's joining. Anyone aware of their existence must be silenced. Failure to do so would result in the shadow demon's own demise. Thus, the existence of this mysterious and malevolent force must remain a secret. Those who learned of it had to be eliminated, or the one who divulged the secret would perish instead. The shadow demon, realizing he was outmatched, resorted to revealing his greatest secret, the thousands of living souls he had ensnared, as a means to intimidate Lin Yu and his companions. He believed they were unaware of his affiliations. Little did he know, Lin Yu was informed, and had previously slain one who shared his allegiance. With a grim countenance, the shadow demon remarked, Since you know I belong to that force, are you not afraid of retribution? He surveyed the group. Now that you all are aware, none shall escape death. Anyone connected to you will perish. Upon hearing these words, the 7 officials were visibly shaken. Recognizing the truth in the shadow demon's threat, Wang Wan, undeterred, boldly declared, when your kind, lurking in the shadows, is finally exposed to the light, it will be your end. Chunjiu snorted, Don't think this will deter us. IVE apprehended countless criminals and faced innumerable threats. If I were afraid, I would have long abandoned my post as the commandant and returned home to live a quiet life. Yi Fengxian smiled serenely. I, Yi Fengxian, have fulfilled my life's ambitions and fear nothing. Lin Yu stepped before the shadow demon, pressing the fire rod against his chest, unleashing a torrent of pure yang spiritual energy that surged through the shadow demon's being. The shadow demon emitted a wail of agony as the black mist ensnaring the thousands of souls began to writhe in chaos. However, it seemed that the souls too endured the same torment as the shadow demon. Seeing this, Wang Wan cautioned Lin Yu, do not act recklessly. Lin Yu smiled reassuringly, do not worry. I have dealt with similar situations before. No harm will come to the souls. With that, Wang Wan fell silent. Trusting in Lin Yu's capabilities, Lin Yu gazed coldly at the shadow demon. You presume that by imprisoning thousands of souls, you can threaten us into submission, though you think this signifies your victory? As his words fell, Lin Yu activated the spirit-gathering basin. In an instant, the spiritual energy from the surrounding environment surged toward the Black Mountain like a tempest summoned by a call. The sheer magnitude of the influx astonished Yi Fengxian and the others, who were bewildered by Lin Yu's ability to amass such vast spiritual energy. It was truly incredible. The shadow demon sensed the gathering energy, his expression morphing from pain to confusion, unsure of Lin Yu's intentions. When the overwhelming spiritual energy flooded into the spirit-gathering basin, Lin Yu's eyes gleamed with golden light, engulfing the shadow demon entirely. A torrent of golden light erupted from Lin Yu's eyes, amplifying the shadow demon's cries into a more agonizing shriek. Beyond enduring infernal suffering, the thousands of souls he had imprisoned were now imbued with golden energy. Breaking free from the black mist's grasp, they finally rose, filled with righteous fury, emerging from the fog as radiant beams of light hurtled toward the shadow demon. No, no. The golden rays pierced through the shadow demon's corporeal form, each penetration dimming his flesh further. Feng Shuan's expression tightened. As the thousands of liberated souls retaliated against the shadow demon, each soul's passage through his body effectively tore his own essence apart. Simultaneously, the agony of having his soul shredded by thousands of vengeful spirits was a torment no being could endure. The echoes of the shadow demon's harrowing screams reverberated through Shien Mountain. While Lin Yu and his companions gazed on with icy resolve, this was the shadow demon's fate, an identical fate to that of the old crone. Chapter 38. The hidden hand emerges. The thousands of souls swirled like a tempest of golden lightning, continuously piercing through the shadow demon's flesh. Over time, the night sky resonated with distant thunderclaps. Feng sensed a shift, turning his gaze toward Lin Yu. The remnants of the heavenly thunder lingering over the black mountain seemed inexplicably awakened. A sense of unease stirred within Feng, as if a greater danger was looming. Lin Yu subtly shook his head at Feng, signaling for him to remain calm. Just as the shadow demon's body and spirit were on the brink of annihilation, a black hand suddenly emerged from the shadow demon's chest. The appearance of this hand startled Wang Wan and Chen Jiao, sending them reeling. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes, while Feng Shuan's expression darkened. Remaining vigilant, the malevolent aura radiating from this hand was overwhelmingly potent, even overwhelming Feng Shuan's resolve. The thousands of souls, which were on the verge of obliterating the shadow demon's corporeal form and spirit, were suddenly drawn into the black hand in an instant. Lin Yu, taken aback, had no time to intervene. What? Wang Wan gasped in shock, realizing that the thousands of souls had been devoured by the black hand. Leaving no hope for salvation, Lin Yu's expression turned frigid as he addressed Wang Wan and Chen Jiao. You must take refuge inside the mountain villa. The ensuing battle is beyond your capabilities. Wang Wan stubbornly shook her head. No. Chen Jiao urged, my dear little aunt, this is not the time for bravado. Quickly, get inside. As Lin Yu observed the black hand, he noticed a figure beginning to emerge from the shadow demon's body. The malevolent energy surging exponentially, he shouted urgently. Chen Jiao firmly grasped Wang Wan's hand and, along with his 7 subordinates, hurriedly made their way toward the villa. The overwhelming aura of malevolence almost rendered them breathless. The impending battle was indeed beyond their capacity to withstand. A dark hand emerged from the shadow demon, gripping its head tightly as a leverage point, forcefully extracting its body from the confines of the shadow demon. Feng Shuan's instincts warned him that he could not allow the original entity of this dark hand to seize control of the shadow demon. He attempted to intervene, only to discover that his spiritual energy could not be summoned from the spirit body. Suppressed by an immense force, Feng Shuan's expression darkened, as he could do nothing but watch the mysterious powerhouse pulling half of the shadow demon's body out. Lin Yu had been observing the situation of the Dark Hand's master with his celestial eye, refraining from immediately unleashing the power of the heavenly Tao to annihilate the threat. Firstly, it was unnecessary. The emergence of the Dark Hand had alerted the residual thunderous power lingering in Black Mountain to the presence of this formidable evil force, which should have struck the shadow demon at once. However, Lin Yu chose to temporarily suppress the thunder's wrath. Finally, the malevolent force behind the old crone and the shadow demon made their appearance. Rather than be ambushed from behind, it was better to confront them head-on. The old crone did not suffer the same fate as the shadow demon, likely due to her insufficient cultivation, rendering her incapable of being protected by the powerful evil force. Although the shadow demon was being seized by the Dark Hand's master, its torn soul was in the process of reconstituting. The master of the Dark Hand was intent on preserving the shadow demon's soul from obliteration. The choice between safeguarding the shadow demon or the old crone was undeniably clear. Feng Shuan's anxiety escalated as he noticed Lin Yu's calm demeanor, yet he hesitated to inquire further. The shadow demon was enveloped in swirling black light, transforming completely into another being. This figure was bald, with pale skin, draped in a black satin robe. The black attire, accentuated by the aura of evil, seemed weightless, ethereally floating around him, radiating an ominous presence akin to that of a sovereign's descent. At first glance, he appeared to be a quintessential villain. Despite his baldness, the figure bore no facial features, as though shrouded in a layer of white skin, deliberately obscuring his true visage. His pale, withered fingers, adorned with black nails, gently caressed the sides of his head, as if acclimatizing to the shadow demon's new corporeal form. When this individual lowered his hands and fixed his gaze upon Linyu, he spoke coldly. I wondered who this was. It turns out to be merely a brash youth. Linyu retorted with sarcasm. Indeed, it is this brash youth who has dispatched both of your subordinates. What, do you intend to seek revenge for them now? The mysterious figure smirked darkly. Revenge? They were simply outmatched and deserved their fate. I shall never keep such useless trash, he continued. I have come to propose a transaction. Linyu replied, I have nothing to negotiate with you. The mysterious figure chuckled. Do not be so hasty in your refusal. Do you not wish to understand why you bear such immense pressure? Lin Yu's expression shifted slightly. He recognized that the mysterious figure referred to the colossal debt of spirit stones owed by his family, now his burden to repay. You know? Lin Yu asked. The figure proudly asserted. Of course, there is nothing in this world that we do not know. However, you must join us, and I shall reveal the entire truth to you and extricate you from this abyss. Lin Yu shook his head. I knew you would say something like that. Do you think I would join you in your nefarious deeds simply because of this? The mysterious figure laughed softly. Do not rush to a decision. I can share some information with you first, and then you can consider whether to join us. Lin Yu waved dismissively. Do not think I cannot see you are merely stalling for time, gathering the dark energy from beneath the earth to catch us off guard. The mysterious figure fell silent, for Lin Yu had struck the mark. Lin Yu smirked cunningly. However, I am quite curious about you. Since you are aware of the truth behind my family's debt, I shall have to interrogate you thoroughly. Suddenly, the mysterious figure declared, Ning Ying is in my possession. Lin Yu's expression remained unchanged. Who are you trying to frighten? With a wave of his right hand, the space before him warped, revealing Ning Ying bound to a pillar shrouded in black mist. Not only that, but specters floated around her, their eyes filled with fervent greed, ready to pounce and devour her at any moment. Lin Yu's complexion darkened. He could tell this was no illusion. The location where Ning Ying was held was unknown, presenting only a small part of the scene. Fong Shien fixated on the black mist pillar behind Ning Ying, deep in thought. Ning Ying's mouth was sealed by the black mist. Upon seeing Lin Yu, her eyes widened, her lower face trembling violently, as if desperately trying to convey something to him. The mysterious figure waved, dispelling the projection. So, shall we talk? He sneered. Lin Yu's gaze seemed to penetrate all, as he coldly remarked, So, you are the hostile force opposing the Honglin royal family. Chapter 39. Of course, I intend to eliminate him. The mysterious figure feigned ignorance. I am unaware of what you speak. Lin Yu regarded him, stating, You seem to have misunderstood a critical point. Oh? What is it? The figure inquired. Lin Yu maintained a calm demeanor. Ning Ying and I are merely acquaintances. We have only exchanged items once. Frankly, whether she lives or dies does not concern me. Why earlier assistance was merely coincidental. He scoffed. Do you think threatening me with her will compel my compliance? Lin Yu shook his head with a derisive smile. You seem to believe she holds great importance to me. The mysterious figure was not deceived. He recognized that Lin Yu was merely attempting to buy time. Oh, since you say so, then there is no need to spare her life. With a wave, the scene of Ning Ying's imprisonment reappeared. Upon seeing Lin Yu again, Ning Ying seemed to realize something and frantically shook her head, her gaze resolute. She believed Lin Yu might concede to the mysterious figure's demands in exchange for her freedom. However, this time she was mistaken. The billowing black mist surged from beneath Ning Ying, swiftly engulfing half of her body. Initially surprised, Ning Ying's expression soon turned serene as she calmly nodded at Lin Yu. When Ning Ying first encountered Lin Yu, she had implicitly warned him not to acquiesce to the mysterious figure's requests. She had guessed the figure's identity. Should Lin Yu agree to the mysterious figure's demands and choose to collaborate with him, the royal family would be doomed. Lin Yu observed as the black mist gradually enveloped Ning Ying, remaining unperturbed. This reaction left the mysterious figure at a loss. Are you serious? Just as the black mist was about to completely consume Ning Ying, it abruptly halted at her neck. Lin Yu disdainfully regarded the mysterious figure. sneering, "Why did you stop? Go on, continue." The mysterious figure fell silent, struggling to decipher Lin Yu's thoughts. How could he remain so composed? Did he truly not care for Ning Ying's life? Or was there an ulterior motive? Perhaps Lin Yu genuinely did not concern himself with her fate, as their relationship was merely one of convenience. Ning Ying sought Lin Yu's aid, while he simply wished to exit Frost City unscathed. The survival of the Honglin royal family was indeed of no consequence to him, even if chaos erupted in the Honglin domain. Lin Yu's unique connection to spiritual energy would ensure his safety. Thus, the mysterious figure found himself at a loss when it came to Lin Yu. Very well, very well. The tone of the mysterious figure began to waver as the scene of Ning Ying's imprisonment vanished. Lin Yu's seemingly flawless demeanor rendered the figure powerless. "Go on, make your move. I'm watching." Lin Yu pressed on, relentlessly provoking the mysterious figure. Ignoring Lin Yu, the mysterious figure contemplated his next course of action. Killing Lin Yu was out of the question. His superior had specifically requested Lin Yu for a crucial task and could not be eliminated. Suppressing him seemed equally daunting. An exceedingly potent spiritual force was silently coalescing within Black Mountain. They had begun to piece together how the master of demon shaking had met his demise. Given that he had visited Black Mountain not long ago, his fate now evident. Every action of Lin Yu was under their watchful eyes. Even a tenacious adversary like Fong Shien had been thoroughly impressed by Lin Yu. The most critical aspect was that the mysterious figure's true self had not yet appeared. He was merely possessing the shadow demon's form temporarily, unable to exert his full strength. Given these circumstances, it was indeed challenging to find a way to deal with Lin Yu. What could be done to threaten someone who was indifferent to the truth behind his family's colossal debt? To threaten with Ning Ying is indeed a strategy of the lowest order. After much contemplation, the mysterious figure found no means to coerce Lin Yu. Lin Yu clasped his hands within his sleeves and remarked, "Since you have no leverage over me, you might as well depart swiftly. Your presence is quite bothersome." The mysterious figure confirmed once more, "Do you truly disregard Ning Ying's well-being?" Lin Yu suddenly cast an impatient glance at Fong Shien beside him and inquired, "This fellow is excessively annoying. If you were in my position, what would you do?" Fong Shien replied with a cold smile, "Naturally, I would eliminate him, then let us proceed to do so." No sooner had he spoken than the Black Mountain trembled violently. The mysterious figure shuddered as the immense spiritual energy within the mountain erupted, transforming the night sky into a blinding golden expanse. Bathed in this golden light, the mysterious figure felt as though he were being scorched in a cauldron of oil. The sizzling sound of his flesh burning resonating in the air. Realizing he had been deceived, the mysterious figure's soul, occupying the body of the shadow demon, began to uncontrollably fragment under the golden illumination. Yet, the mysterious figure was not one to resign himself to defeat. A dark aura emanated from his faceless visage, causing the surrounding space to warp slightly as he shrank towards the center of this distortion. Fong Shien shouted, "He intends to escape through the void." "He will not succeed," Lin Yu retorted with a mocking shake of his head. The residual power of the heavenly thunder within the Black Mountain would not permit an evil cultivator to flee. Lin Yu need not lift a finger. As a bolt of golden light struck the mysterious figure's face from the heavens, the body of the shadow demon erupted, disintegrating into a vast cloud of black dust. Amongst it, a fist-sized black sphere, the soul of the mysterious figure, desperately flew towards the swirling point at the center of the distorted space. Lin Yu suddenly cast a glance at Fong Shien. Understanding immediately, Fong Shien reached out and tore the mysterious figure's soul from the warped space. Under the suppression of the residual force of heavenly thunder, no matter how formidable the mysterious figure's escape methods were, they held no sway against the intimidation of the heavenly Tao's power. Grasping the trembling black sphere in his hand, Fong Shien opened his mouth and swallowed it whole. Lin Yu, witnessing this, felt a chill run down his spine. Would it truly be digestible without refining? For Fong Shien, consuming a soul was akin to a normal person, having just completed a run, quenching their thirst with a refreshing sip of ice water. "So, have you confirmed her location?" Lin Yu inquired. After 3 seconds, Fong Shien nodded. Having refined the mysterious figure's soul, confirmed. 50 miles to the north, there exists a force known as the Tianyuan sect, where Miss Ning is being held captive. Fong Shien added, somewhat astonished, "I had no idea the Tianyuan sect was merely a small branch of this evil force. 30 years ago, I passed by that place and found it to be a dilapidated, desolate sect, devoid of any aura of spiritual artifacts or treasures. Who would have thought that the apparent ruin was merely a facade, and that the sect's domain was actually underground? Lin Yu's expression turned cold as he declared, "In that case, we shall pay a visit." Chapter 40. A must-visit. Lin Yu had been urging Yi Fengxian to remain poised to unleash the residual force of heavenly thunder at any moment, seeking an opportunity to catch the mysterious figure off guard for a decisive blow. Naturally, Lin Yu was concerned for Ning Ying's safety, for he could not stand idly by while she was in peril. However, his words to the mysterious figure were, of course, half-truths, to assist someone to the end. Having promised to help, Lin Yu felt compelled to return Ning Ying to the royal family. Whether he could resolve the connection between the soul-extinguishing spear and the royal bloodline would depend on the circumstances at hand. Once this matter was concluded, it could foster a bond of goodwill. After all, one could never know when the royal family's power might be needed in the future. Relying solely on those 10 seconds of the heavenly Tao's power was still too limited. Upon entering the back courtyard of the villa, Lin Yu and Yi Fengxian discovered Wang Wan conversing with a woman in a yellow dress, while Chen Jiu and his 7 subordinates stood quietly by. Listening intently, Fong Shien, the woman in yellow, beamed gently upon seeing Yi Fengxian return unscathed. Her heart finally at ease. Yi Fengxian approached her with a smile, prompting Wang Wan to step aside. Wang Wan then approached Lin Yu and asked, "How did it go?" Lin Yu replied with a grin, "We appeared safely, which naturally means the matter has been resolved. The shadow demon has met its end." Chen Jiu approached, his skepticism evident. Yi Fengxian cast a menacing glare at Chen Jiu, pointing to his abdomen and saying, "His soul is right here with me. Would you like me to show it to you?" Chen Jiu felt a shiver run down his spine, shaking his head in response, inwardly cursing his misfortune. Suddenly, Yi Fengxian cleared his throat, sending a wisp of black light flying towards Chen Jiu. Startled, Chen Jiu instinctively drew his blade to slash at the black light. However, the wisp dissipated like air, splitting into 2 strands of black light that clung to the blade's surface. "What have you done?" Chen Jiu asked in a panic. The long knife in his hand instantly became frigid, rendering his entire right hand numb. With the 3-inch tip turning black, Yi Fengxian stood with his hands clasped behind his back and softly remarked, "This is the essence of the shadow demon's soul. You may take this knife to the main headquarters to claim credit." Chen Jiu was taken aback, astonished that Yi Fengxian would show such benevolence, actually bestowing upon him the credit for eliminating the shadow demon. Yi Fengxian continued, "Not only is the essence of the shadow demon present, but the aura of the owner of that black hand you witnessed earlier is also included. With this, Chen Jiu would surely ascend within the ranks of the main headquarters, and Wang Shunbu would also rise in status." Both Chen Jiu and Wang Wan felt a sense of disbelief. The shadow demon and the mysterious powerhouse who had occupied its body were formidable entities beyond their reach. Yet, they had been resolved by Lin Yu and Yi Fengxian, who then proceeded to transfer the credit to them. In that moment, both of their expressions grew complex, unsure of how to respond. Lin Yu inquired of Wang Wan, "Do you know what the Tianyuan sect is?" "The Tianyuan sect," Wang Wan responded, her face a picture of astonishment. Chen Jiu's expression shifted, asking, "What do you seek information about this place for?" Observing the reactions of Wang Wan and Chen Jiu, Lin Yu surmised that the Tianyuan sect was likely not so simple. "If possible, I would appreciate it if you could share any information you have." Wang Wan and Chen Jiu exchanged glances, and the former spoke. "The Tianyuan sect was destroyed over 50 years ago. Strangely, the reasons for its downfall have never been uncovered. It is rumored that the sect's master and disciples vanished overnight, with no one knowing their whereabouts. From that point on, the Tianyuan sect became a ghostly legend among the common folk. At night, those passing by would hear strange sounds or witness mysterious shadows. The nearest city to the Tianyuan sect is Fengxing City, where the commanding officer once sent people to investigate, only for them to barely return." At this point, Chen Jiu shot a glance at Yi Fengxian, chuckling, "Isn't the esteemed Yi Zhuangzhu known for having visited every place within 100 miles? Why not enlighten us with what you know? It would help us gain some fresh insights." Yi Fengxian paid no heed to Chen Jiu's sardonic tone, for he had already conveyed all he knew to Lin Yu. Lin Yu nodded, understood. Wang Wan pressed further. "Are you planning to go to the Tianyuan sect?" "Indeed," Lin Yu affirmed, "my friend is likely imprisoned there." Wang Wan offered, "In that case, I shall accompany you. I know the commanding officer of the Fengxing City headquarters. I can enlist his assistance, Yi Fengxian waved his hand dismissively, saying, "We appreciate the good intentions of Wang Shenbu. However, the Tianyuan sect is fraught with peril, and it would be unwise to involve you further in this venture." Wang Wan, however, remained adamant, "But the situation there is best understood by the Fengxing City headquarters. If you plan to rescue someone, you must first gather information and formulate a plan before proceeding." Chanjiu furrowed his brow. Sensing something off about Wang Wan, he was acutely aware that Wang Wan and the personnel from the Fengxing City headquarters had a particularly contentious history. They had clashed during their investigation into the Shadow Demon's whereabouts, nearly coming to blows. The reasoning was simple. Whoever could pinpoint the Shadow Demon's exact location would earn merit with the main headquarters, enhancing their prospects for promotion. Both commanding officers of the two headquarters had once jointly theorized that, given the circumstances surrounding the Tianyuan sect, it was highly likely to be the Shadow Demon's hideout. It seemed that the Tianyuan sect might indeed be the very place where the Shadow Demon was concealed. Especially since the forces behind the Shadow Demon had imprisoned Lin Yu's friend there, this all made sense. Yet, for Wang Wan, there was another crucial reason regarding the Tianyuan sect. Lin Yu discerned a glimmer of reluctance and a yearning for something within Wang Wan's eyes. "We appreciate your goodwill, Wang Shenbu. However, as Yi Zhuangzhu stated, we cannot further entangle you in this peril. Furthermore, I have already fulfilled my promise to help you eliminate the Shadow Demon. The matters that follow shall be handled by us." Wang Wan wished to say more, but Lin Yu firmly interjected, "There is no need for further discussion, Wang Shenbu." Wang Wan's expression dimmed slightly, but upon seeing Lin Yu's resolute demeanor, she understood that further insistence would be futile. "Very well, I wish you a safe journey." Wang Wan outwardly expressed her sentiments, yet internally, her thoughts were elsewhere. "Chunjiu, I shall not see you off." Yi Fengxian smiled and said, "Farewell." Chunjiu, with an expression of indifference, clasped his fists towards Lin Yu and Yi Fengxian, swiftly departing from Fengxian Villa alongside Wang Wan and others. Regardless of whether Yi Fengxian was currently virtuous or nefarious, the mere presence of the fearsome Fengxian Villa and the man himself instilled a profound sense of trepidation within Chunjiu, prompting him to hasten his exit for a greater sense of comfort. Once the group had vacated Black Mountain, Wang Wan, however, came to a halt. Chunjiu paused, turning to regard the resolute Wang Wan, and inquired, "Have you truly made up your mind?" Wang Wan replied with unwavering determination, "Chen Tu, I am truly sorry, but I cannot return with you this time. You once mentioned that my parents' demise is intricately linked to Tianyuanmen. I must uncover the truth." Chapter 41. The map. Fengxian, do you truly intend to go? The woman in yellow expressed her concern upon learning that Yi Fengxian was set to accompany Lin Yu to Tianyuanmen. Perhaps heaven was watching, for upon awakening, the woman's memories were muddled. Yet, after half an hour of meditative practice upon the ice bed, her recollections returned. She was acutely aware that Yi Fengxian's current state was far from his peak strength, especially considering the formidable and enigmatic adversaries they were to face. Her anxiety for Yi Fengxian's safety was palpable. Yi Fengxian tenderly caressed the woman's cheek, reassuring her, "Do not worry, I shall be fine." Lin Yu assured her as well, "With my presence, I will ensure that Brother Yi remains unharmed." The woman, well acquainted with Yi Fengxian's character, recognized that once he had set his mind on something, he would see it through, and thus refrained from further attempts to dissuade him. "Lin Gongzi, I am in your debt," she said, her voice tinged with pleading. Yi Fengxian cautioned, "Your body is still quite frail. Do not leave the ice bed until you have fully recovered." "Understood," the woman replied, her face illuminating with happiness. As Lin Yu and Yi Fengxian stepped out of the villa, they encountered Wang Wan, who had just ascended from the mountain below, appearing at the entrance. Lin Yu was not surprised by her presence. Her earlier resolute gaze had hinted that she was determined to accompany them to Tianyuanmen. Yi Fengxian, having anticipated Wang Wan's decision, remarked, "On this journey, we cannot guarantee your safety. Are you certain you wish to join us?" Wang Wan's expression remained steadfast as she declared, "There is one matter I must ascertain. Why parents' deaths are connected to Tianyuanmen." Lin Yu and Yi Fengxian exchanged startled glances, realizing that Wang Wan bore a significant grudge against Tianyuanmen. Wang Wan continued, "I have already severed ties with the officials. I am no longer one of them. Regardless of whether I return, Chen Tu will not trouble you." Accepting her resolution, Lin Yu chose to respect her decision. Yi Fengxian observed the encroaching dawn and remarked, "In 1 hour, the sun will rise, and the yang energy will strengthen while the yin energy wanes. thereby diminishing the danger somewhat. I know a path that leads directly to Tianyuamen. Wang Shunbu, please share with us the details you know about Tianyuamen as we journey. Behind Black Mountain lies a mountain range that stretches from north to south. Yifeng Shien led Linyu and Wang Wan through the mountains, their passage unhindered. The trio walked at a steady pace, covering 50 miles in an hour, just as the first light began to break. They stood atop a small hill, gazing down at the dilapidated structures situated 3 miles ahead, Tianyuanmen. On the way, Linyu and Yifeng Shien gleaned additional insights about Tianyuanmen. It was said that the sect's leader had succumbed to the perils of his own cultivation, leading to the overnight disappearance of the entire Tianyuanmen. Whispers claimed that something strange lay beneath Tianyuanmen, corroborating the mysterious soul's memories. Standing atop the hill, Wang Wan pointed eastward, indicating, beyond 10 miles to the east of Tianyuanmen lies a city, comparable in size to Shangming City. Ye Fengxian queried, earlier, you mentioned collaborating with the officials of Fengxing City. Was that merely a guise to investigate the cause of your parents' deaths? Wang Wan's demeanor turned icy as she affirmed, indeed, and I cannot cooperate with them. According to my and Chen Tu's investigations, the officials of Fengxing City have some unspeakable connections with Tianyuanmen. I once accompanied Chen Tu to inquire about my parents' deaths, only to be ambushed by their people, who sought to kill us. We barely escaped, yet they did not pursue us further, hastily retreating into Tianyuanmen. I suspect that the officials of Fengxing City are linked to the mysterious forces hidden beneath Tianyuanmen, and I cannot fathom their intentions. Lin Yu casually inquired, how can you be so certain that your parents' deaths are tied to Tianyuanmen? Wang Wan cast a glance at Lin Yu before producing a purple jade pendant from her collar. This pendant has been with me since I can remember. It remained on me until I passed the examination and became an official constable. As my cultivation progressed, I dreamed of a scene where I was an infant cradled in someone's arms, caught in the midst of a massacre. The person holding me was my mother, while a middle-aged man fought valiantly to protect us from those intent on our demise. He was my father. Wang Wan's eyes brimmed with tears as she recounted, in the end, my father was brutally slain, and my mother was surrounded by faceless assailants. I witnessed a blinding white light enveloping us, and when it faded, those who besieged us lay lifeless. Yet in that moment, I fell into darkness. As my mother succumbed to her injuries before my eyes, I could hear her breath fading until there was none left. Even then, my gaze remained fixed on a standing stone tablet inscribed with 3 characters, Tianyuanmen. As she spoke, tears streamed down Wang Wan's face, her expression a blend of icy resolve and profound sorrow as she choked out, I have dreamt this many times. Yet, upon awakening, I always clutch this pendant tightly. This pendant undoubtedly holds a significant connection to Tianyuanmen and the death of my parents. It is the sole clue to unraveling the mystery behind their demise. When Chen Tu and I investigated Tianyuanmen, the pendant began to heat up, and I heard a strange voice guiding me deeper into the sect. Subsequently, we were surrounded by the officials of Fengxing City, and I have just recounted the events that followed to you. Lin Yu's heart stirred as he observed Wang Wan's pendant and inquired, would you mind if I take a closer look? Wang Wan did not refuse. Instead, she removed the pendant and handed it to Lin Yu. He held the pendant aloft, his eyes shimmering with golden light, then adjusted its position to align with the rising sun in the east. Suddenly, the pendant emitted a purple glow, projecting a rectangular map before the 3 of them. The image depicted a blurred landscape, its details obscured. Wang Wan was taken aback. The pendant indeed harbored secrets. Lin Yu contemplated the mountainous illustration, but the image soon dissipated, seemingly affected by some unseen force, unable to remain for long. He returned the pendant to Wang Wan, stating, this pendant is a memory soul crystal. The landscape depicted likely represents a map. The heavenly eye can unveil any hidden secrets. Ye Fengxian suddenly exclaimed, someone approaches. No sooner had he spoken than a cacophony erupted from all directions. In an instant, approximately 100 figures emerged from the cliffs and surrounding forest, encircling Lin Yu and his companions in a blink of an eye. Chapter 42. The King of Yi's soldiers, to be precise. They were skeletal figures, their flesh in various stages of decay, with remnants of putrid skin clinging to their bones. They were not lying in ambush. Rather, they had been moving within this area, suddenly appearing before Lin Yu and Yi Fengxian, who had been oblivious to their presence. The multitude of skeletons surrounded the trio, led by one particularly tall skeleton. nearly half a zhang in height, adorned with a tattered red official's hat. The skeletal leader wore a chilling smile, his murky, pale eyes radiating a cold malevolence. The number of skeletons continued to swell, with a line of them rushing up from the mountains, easily amounting to over 500 at a glance. Having weathered countless storms, Shien had encountered terrifying and bizarre scenes innumerable times. The skeletal army before him was merely a trifling spectacle. Wang Wan's face turned pale. This was the first time she had witnessed such a sight. Never having seen decaying corpses animated as skeletons, Lin Yu, through his heavenly eye, discerned that each skeleton had met its demise in the same manner, pierced through the heart by a single sword thrust. Even with the naked eye, one could observe that each skeleton bore a similar wound at the location of the heart. Their souls were profoundly fragmented, and it was precisely this fragmented spiritual essence that allowed them to persist in skeletal form. Furthermore, within each skeleton's shattered soul resided an immensely potent force of resentment. This resentment not only enabled them to survive for an extended period in their skeletal forms, but also allowed them to cultivate. Much like practitioners, the skeletal leader, standing half a zhang tall, possessed a cultivation level comparable to Shien before he underwent the baptism of heavenly thunder. At the 7th realm, 8th tier, Shien regarded the skeletal leader with curiosity. When he had passed through this area years ago, he had not encountered this legion of skeletons, particularly noting that the skeletal leader's cultivation level was not inferior to his former self. Moreover, the skeletal army seemed to have been empowered by the mysterious forces residing within the mountain, enhancing their combat prowess. Lin Yu fixed his gaze upon the skeletal leader and inquired, "What is your intention?" The skeletal leader grinned widely, revealing rows of jagged teeth, wisps of black mist seeping through the gaps. "You trespass upon our territory, yet you dare question our motives?" Lin Yu replied, "We did not intend to intrude. We were unaware that this sacred ground belonged to your esteemed predecessors. Given that the other party had not launched an attack, it seemed there was room for negotiation, if a discussion could be had." He preferred to avoid conflict. However, should dialogue prove futile, they would resort to battle. The skeletal leader, exuding an air of authority, slowly advanced, and his skeletal subordinates followed suit. "Intruders shall perish," Shien smirked coldly, just as he prepared to engage the skeletal leader in combat. Lin Yu raised a hand to halt him. He then summoned a fire stick, positioning it before him. The dawn had broken, heralding the rise of the natural energies of the earth. The fire stick radiated with profound yang energy, erupting into a golden light that surged forward. The skeletal leader's expression darkened, and the skeletal soldiers displayed visible anger. The yang energy did not harm the skeletal army. Instead, it provoked their ire. Lin Yu could discern that this group of skeletons had undergone some peculiar transformation, for they seemed unperturbed by the sunlight, even at daybreak. The yang energy of the fire stick merely served as a deterrent, evidenced by the skeletal leader's cessation of advance. Extending his bony arm, the skeletal leader pointed at the fire stick, his expression grave. "Where did you obtain that?" Lin Yu responded with a faint smile, "That is no concern of yours. We are merely passing through and will depart shortly. I kindly request your cooperation." The skeletal leader chuckled darkly. "And what if I refuse to let you leave? Absorbing the yang energy of the three of you would be a tremendous boon for us. Why should I allow you to depart?" Lin Yu's demeanor suddenly shifted to coldness. "If you refuse to converse, must we resort to force? Do you truly believe I cannot handle you?" He tossed the fire stick to Wang Wan, who caught it, her eyes widening in surprise as Lin Yu produced two yellowed talismans from his hands, inscribed with runes radiating a purplish-red glow. The two purplish-red lights erupted from the talismans. They startled all the skeletons, including the leader, who recoiled in alarm. The purplish-red light shone brilliantly before the skeletal army, compelling each skeleton to raise its hands defensively, averting their gaze from the talismans in Lin Yu's grasp. The skeletal leader raised a hand before him, speaking in a tone of terror. "Why, you are a disciple of the Shinmen?" Lin Yu glanced at the two talismans in his hands. These were high-grade spiritual items collected by Shien, the evil-breaking talismans. The evil-breaking talismans were among the few spiritual items that had not been drained of their power by Shien, as not all spiritual items were beneficial to the woman in yellow. Upon hearing the term Shinmen, Wang Wan stared at Lin Yu in shocked. Shien had never heard of this sect, and Lin Yu was equally unaware of its significance. yet he did not refute it. At that moment, the previously silent system suddenly issued a notification. Ding! A batch of Een soldiers has been detected. Incorporating the Een soldiers will grant the host a new source of combat power while continuously absorbing their extreme Een energy for the restoration of the spirit-gathering basin and the enhancement of your cultivation level. Note: if the host inflicts harm upon any of the Een soldiers, the incorporation will fail. Successful incorporation. The host may directly advance to the 5th realm. Lin Yu's heart soared with joy. To leap 2 realms at once was an absolute necessity. However, convincing this group of Een soldiers would not be an easy task. How could he incorporate them without inflicting harm? Since they feared the evil-breaking talismans, that would be his means of peaceful incorporation. With a triumphant smile, Lin Yu stated, "Now that you know I am a disciple of the Shin Min, do you understand why I have come here?" The leader of the Een soldiers lowered his hand and gazed intently at the power emanating from the evil-breaking talismans, his eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions: confusion, struggle, and reluctant acceptance. Ultimately, the Een soldier leader bowed his head and knelt before Lin Yu. All the Een soldiers synchronously knelt before him. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successful incorporation. The host's cultivation level has risen to the 1st tier of the 5th realm. The power of the heavenly path has been upgraded. The host may utilize the power of the heavenly path for 1 minute. Achievement unlocked. King of Een soldiers. King of Een soldiers. All ghostly and malevolent entities will be 100% loyal to the king. Lin Yu was momentarily stunned. Had he truly succeeded so effortlessly? He had merely spoken bluster, yet the leader of the Een soldiers had taken him at his word and sworn fealty. This was baffling. Nevertheless, he had completed the system's task, reaped rewards, and unlocked a formidable-sounding achievement. This was a tremendous gain. The title King of Een soldiers was imposing. Fong Shien was utterly astonished, while Wang Wan was left dumbfounded. What had initially seemed like an impending battle had been resolved effortlessly by Lin Yu. Were those of the Shinmin truly this formidable? Chapter 43. The mystery of the map. Lin Yu stowed the evil-breaking talismans away, adopting a serious demeanor, his presence akin to that of a true monarch. "Rise," he commanded. "Thank you, Your Majesty." The leader of the Een soldiers clasped his hands in gratitude. Rising alongside the hundreds of Een soldiers, their expressions filled with reverence. Lin Yu suddenly recalled something and turned to Wang Wan. "May I borrow the jade pendant?" Wang Wan, still in shock, snapped back to reality and obediently removed the jade pendant, handing it to Lin Yu. Following his earlier method, Lin Yu directed the pendant toward the sun. And the map reappeared in the AI. "Do you know where this place is?" Lin Yu inquired of the leader of the Een soldiers, feeling a spark of inspiration that perhaps the leader might recognize the location marked on the map. The leader of the Een soldiers scrutinized the unclear map. Through his earnest gaze, he appeared to perceive the complete image. Strangely, Lin Yu, even with his heavenly eye, could not discern the entire map. It was not due to a lack of ability. Rather, it suggested that the level of his heavenly eye was insufficient. Currently, with his 2nd-tier heavenly eye, he could see the essence of all things below the heavenly grade. This indicated that the map was likely a heavenly grade or even an item of higher rank. Suddenly, the leader of the Een soldiers' murky eyes flashed with gray light, and his Een energy surged violently as he strained to peer into the secrets of the map. The Een energy of hundreds of Een soldiers erupted, forming a torrent of gray that rushed into the leader's body. Lin Yu's expression turned serious. The fact that even the leader of the Een soldiers had to draw upon the power of his subordinate's Een energy to decipher this map spoke volumes about the strength of its sealing power. Boom! The leader of the Een soldiers was abruptly struck by an unseen force, causing his body to tremble violently, his robust Een energy dissipating, his expression contorted in pain. Lin Yu lowered the pendant, and the map vanished. "Are you all right?" he hastily inquired. The leader of the Een soldiers was taken aback. Why would Lin Yu concern himself with his well-being? This was not typical behavior for a monarch. "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. I am unharmed," the leader replied, trembling in a "WETO report back to Your Majesty. This map marks the location of another realm, a place steeped in darkness, isolated from the Yang realm." Wang Wan interjected urgently, "Do you know where this place is? It could be connected to my parents' deaths, and perhaps we could uncover the truth behind their demise." The leader of the Een soldiers glanced at Wang Wan and replied, "At the very edge of the extreme west." "Extreme west?" Fong Shien mused. Legend has it that the extreme west is an endless ocean, home to various ancient beasts, fraught with danger, a forbidden zone for practitioners. So there is indeed an end to the extreme west. The leader of the Yin soldiers nodded slightly at Yifeng Shien. For now, the secret of the map could wait. Lin Yu shifted his focus, gesturing toward the distant Tianyuan Gate. Do you know why the Tianyuan Gate transformed into a realm of ghosts overnight? The leader's eyes filled with deep resentment as he struggled to contain his anger. To report back to your majesty, we are the disciples of the Tianyuan Gate. At this revelation, the three were utterly astonished. What an incredible coincidence! At that moment, Wang Wan noticed a detail. She observed that each of the ghostly soldiers bore a wound from a sword piercing through their hearts. This nightmare had plagued her numerous times, imprinting the sequence of events in her memory with vivid clarity. I in the dream. Apart from her parents protecting her, a mere infant in swaddling, she witnessed two factions engaged in fierce combat from all directions. Due to the overwhelming disparity in strength, the weaker side quickly fell in droves, all meeting their demise in the same manner, slain by a sword thrust through the heart. Although Lin Yu, with his heavenly vision, could ascertain that each ghostly soldier shared the same fate, he was unable to discern the specifics of their battles. As their souls were fragmented, he could not access the memories beyond that which was lost. Wang Wan, overwhelmed with emotion, inquired fervently, "How did you survive?" The leader of the ghostly soldiers, his brow furrowed and his expression pained, replied, "Our souls are incomplete. We only remember that we later resurrected in this mountain as ghostly soldiers. The rest remains a blank." With her eyes reddened and fists clenched tightly, Wang Wan's inner torment and anguish rivaled that of the ghostly leader. She had believed that the truth behind her parents' demise was within reach, only to discover that the souls of the ghostly soldiers were fragmented, their memories of the massacre lost. "They speak not falsehoods," Lin Yu softly remarked to Wang Wan. "All memories of the ghostly soldiers halt at the moment they were pierced through the heart. After that, the only recollection is of their resurrection in this mountain, not far from Tianyuan Gate, wandering for a full 50 years, unable to depart." With a resolute expression, the ghostly leader mustered his courage and beseeched Lin Yu. "I humbly request one thing from you, my lord." Lin Yu pressed his hand down and nodded. "I understand what you seek. Our purpose here is indeed for this matter. You may now leave this mountain, but your condition does not permit you to roam the world. Should you be discovered by cultivators, they will surely seek to extinguish you." After pondering, Lin Yu summoned a black banner from the system's space. "This is the banner of 10,000 souls." The ghostly leader, astonished, exclaimed the name of the artifact. The banner of 10,000 souls is inherently capable of gathering malevolent spirits, possessing a unique resonance with such entities. Especially for ghostly soldiers, who are among the most formidable of these spirits, the greater their number, the more potent the banner becomes. Lin Yu declared, "You shall all enter the banner of 10,000 souls to cultivate. When I require your assistance, I will summon you forth. If all goes well, we might even recover your fragmented memories, allowing you to remember who your enemies are." The ghostly leader led all the ghostly soldiers to kneel before Lin Yu once more. They yearned to reclaim their lost soul memories, driven by the need to understand the reasons for their demise and the identity of their killers. Yet, for reasons unknown, they could not escape this mountain. Any attempt to leave would result in being drawn back by the mountain's mysterious powers. Upon submitting to Lin Yu, all ghostly soldiers felt the bond between themselves and the mountain dissolve. Signifying the lifting of their seal, Lin Yu became their great benefactor, a monarch they would follow for life. As the ghostly soldiers rose, the leader gazed thoughtfully towards Tianyuan Gate and remarked to Lin Yu, "Your Majesty, I have a feeling that upon entering Tianyuan Gate, we shall recall many things." Lin Yu replied, "Very well." All ghostly soldiers entered the banner of 10,000 souls, which suddenly radiated a deep black light. The ghostly energy surging forth, rustling in the absence of wind, accompanied by the wails of myriad spirits. Wang Wan, apprehensive, instinctively took 2 steps back, distancing herself from the potent ghostly energy emitted by the banner. Lin Yu retracted the banner, and at that moment, Yifeng Shien suddenly gazed towards Fengxing City. His eyes glimmered with an intensity as if he had discerned something, stating, "A contingent is emerging from Fengxing City, seemingly heading towards Tianyuan Gate." Upon closer inspection, Yifeng Shien affirmed, "It is the officials from Fengxing City." Chapter 44. Whom are you trying to scare? a regiment clad uniformly in flying fish attire, consisting of 20 individuals, each bearing a sheathed sword at their waist, marched in unison from the city gates. The leader was a corpulent middle-aged man, Yang Xien, the commander of the Fengxing city officials. Today, they aimed to enter Tianyuan Gate before the hour of the snake to locate a specific artifact to present to the main office. Should they miss the deadline, the ghostly energy within Tianyuan Gate would surge perilously, not only becoming lethal but also trapping them within for an entire day. The following day, any beings trapped within Tianyuan Gate would be transformed into corpses. With an hour remaining until the hour of the snake, time was of the essence, leaving no room for carelessness. Yang Xien held the lethal decree issued by the main office, stating that should any faction dare to obstruct them along the way, they were to be executed without exception. The group hastened their pace, reaching Tianyuan Gate in just 20 minutes. At this moment, the yang energy of the world was just beginning to manifest, coinciding with one of the few days in the year when yang energy peaked, temporarily suppressing the overwhelming ghostly energy within Tianyuan Gate for an hour. Should they miss this opportunity, they would have to wait until the same day next year. With a serious expression, Yang Xien instructed his subordinates. Remember, regardless of what you hear or see during this time, do not engage. Consume the exorcism pills. Each person, including Yang Xien, produced a white pill. Swallowing it down, a faint white glow enveloped them, capable of repelling the ghostly energy within Tianyuan Gate. Although the ghostly energy was suppressed by the yang energy, it was merely a significant reduction. A residual 10% of ghostly energy lingered. Even this diminished level posed a life-threatening risk to cultivators. The group entered the gate, surveying the remnants of shattered walls and structures, many surfaces marred by the scars of sword and blade. The ground bore a violet-black hue, remnants of the bloodshed from that fateful massacre. While visible wisps of white mist wafted from ahead, permeating the entire sect. Despite the protective exorcism pills, an intense chill gripped them, and feelings of dread gradually accumulated within their hearts. The artifact required by the main office was concealed within the cultivation chamber of the Tianyuan Gate's master. Located in the innermost grand hall, progressing slowly through this stifling, eerie, and deathly silence, every passing second felt like an ordeal. They had to expend mental energy to continuously adjust their breathing and maintain a calm demeanor. Striving to minimize the intake of ghostly energy, prior to their venture, Yang Xien had cast nearly half of the death row inmates from Fengxing City's prison into Tianyuan Gate, inscribing them with sensory sigils to scout the treacherous terrain of this ghostly sect. Only after nearly all the inmates had perished did they ascertain the location of the Master's Grand Hall and establish a relatively safe route with weaker ghostly energy. Had they not prepared in advance, their recklessness would have spelled their doom. Tianyuan Gate comprised the Master's Hall, the Elder's Hall, the Disciples' Quarters, and the Workmen's Area, 4 distinct clusters of buildings. Feedback from the numerous death row inmates indicated that the Disciples' Quarters housed the most intense ghostly energy, making it absolutely off-limits. The Workmen's Area, however, was the place with the least ghostly energy. The route chosen by Yang Xien and his party led them first to the Workmen's Area, then around the Disciples' Quarters. Heading towards the Elder's Hall. The Elder's Hall stood before the Master's Hall. To reach the Master's Hall, they must first pass through the Elder's Hall. The ghostly energy within the Elder's Hall was twice as potent as that of the Workmen's Area. However, with the suppression of the yang energy today, and after consuming the exorcism pills, Yang Xien and his group only had 10 seconds to swiftly traverse the Elder's Hall, or they would face certain death. Each individual was equipped with 2 exorcism pills. The first was to counter the ghostly energy on their way to the Elder's Hall, while the second was reserved specifically for the energy within the Elder's Hall. Through precise calculation, the second exorcism pill had to be consumed 10 seconds before the first one's effect waned. This way, the effects of both pills could be amplified for a brief 10 seconds. Additionally, it was crucial that Yang Xien and his companions reach the entrance of the Elder's Hall within that 10-second window before the first pill expired. The group successfully traversed the chaotic Workmen's Area and arrived at the cluster of Disciples' Quarters. The quarters were surrounded by walls, and at that moment, Yang Xien and his party found themselves in the lower right corner of the housing complex. They needed to proceed straight to the upper right corner, then walk left for 100 zhang to arrive at the northern gate of the Disciples' Quarters, which faced directly towards the Elder's Hall. Everyone be cautious, Yang Xien whispered to his subordinates. At this moment, every individual, including Yang Xien, was drenched in sweat and breathing heavily. They distanced themselves 10 zhang from the left side wall, hastening their steps. However, the effects of the exorcism pills began to dwindle as the overwhelming ghostly energy surged forth from behind the walls, compelling them to quicken their pace. Suddenly, one individual at the rear of the group halted, his pupils constricting as he stared blankly at the wall. This person had grayish-white eyes, his expression devoid of emotion, silently breaking away from the group and advancing towards the wall. When he reached the wall, without hesitation, he drew the long knife at his waist, gripping it tightly with both hands, and prepared to sever his own throat. The second-to-last person in the line suddenly realized he could no longer hear the footsteps of his companions behind him. Puzzled, he turned to look back, his expression shifting to one of shock. The person had vanished. Confused, he gazed towards the wall ahead and witnessed the most terrifying sight of his life. A surge of fear erupted within him, his pupils dilating, features contorting, and a torrent of green bile began to spill from his mouth. The third-to-last individual furrowed his brow, sensing something was amiss as he heard some eerie sounds. When he turned to look back, a blood-curdling scream filled with terror erupted like thunder in the deathly silence of Tianyuan Gate. 17 individuals continued their journey, only to be paralyzed with fear as they heard a terrifying howl from behind. Instinctively, they turned to see a scene that threatened to shatter their very souls. As if their spirits were about to flee in terror from the top of their heads, before them stood a figure at the foot of a wall, wielding a knife, methodically slicing into his own neck. The blade, having already penetrated his flesh and blood, tainted with a chilling aura, floated ominously around him. After the blade had traversed his neck, the individual released the bloodied knife, discarding it, and proceeded to lift his own head from his shoulders. Noticing the onlookers, he cradled his severed head in both hands and slowly turned to face young Xian and his companions, revealing a face, blood oozing from 7 orifices, that bore a sinister grin. The second-to-last in line was so horrified by this spectacle that he trembled uncontrollably, ultimately collapsing to the ground, succumbing to sheer terror. The third individual, upon witnessing the scene, let out a scream that expelled the boundless fear within him, only to vomit blood and collapse face down. In the ensuing moments, a wave of dark mist surged forth from behind the wall, slowly drifting toward young Xian and his group. The man who had severed his own head approached them, still clutching his grinning visage. Just as young Xian's party was engulfed in an abyss of dread and despair, the man, as if propelled by an unseen force, was sent flying forward, his headless body careening ahead. "Who are you trying to scare?" The group beheld Lin Yu emerging from the fog, his expression one of disdain. Chapter 45. I bow before you. The severed head rolled like a ball to the feet of young Xian's group, its features contorted with horror, eyes darting about in fury and malevolence. With Lin Yu's arrival, young Xian was abruptly yanked from his profound terror, his expression one of shock and confusion. How could someone suddenly appear here? Is he a ghost soldier? Young Xian realized that Lin Yu might very well be a ghost soldier born from the Tianyuan sect, drawing his long knife and shouting. However, the others did not draw their weapons. Seemingly oblivious to young Xian's words, fixated on Lin Yu as he approached, young Xian, alarmed by his companion's inaction, shouted, "What are you doing?" Yet, they remained frozen. "Stop shouting, they are paralyzed with fear," Lin Yu stated gravely as he stood before young Xian. "I am a living person, not a ghost soldier." "You're not a ghost soldier?" Young Xian, filled with trepidation, scrutinized Lin Yu closely and felt the absence of malevolent energy. Lin Yu replied calmly, "If I were a ghost soldier, I would have killed you already, rather than come to your aid." "But why can't they hear me? Have they truly been possessed?" Young Xian asked, casting a peculiar glance at his companions. "They are merely stunned? Their souls have entered a state of self-preservation, temporarily losing awareness of their surroundings," Lin Yu explained. "What should we do?" Young Xian questioned anxiously. Lin Yu extended his fingers, tracing a line of spiritual energy to each individual's forehead. Each person shuddered, their vacant gazes snapping back to reality. Seeing this, young Xian urgently asked, "Are you all right?" The 16 remained dazed, nodding foolishly, their breaths rapid and faces pale. Then, with a frigid gaze, young Xian turned to Lin Yu and inquired, "Who are you? Why are you here?" Lin Yu glanced at young Xian with a cold smile. "What, do you still wish to kill me?" Young Xian tightened his grip on his long knife, pointing it at Lin Yu, stating, "You should not be here." Lin Yu, hands tucked into his sleeves, replied with a bemused smile. I saved your lives, and yet you wish to kill me? Is that your intention? Young Xian remained silent, the implication clear. As the leader brandished his knife at Lin Yu, the 16 regained their composure and drew their blades, warily focusing on Lin Yu. They bore the decree of the main office, and any presence here was to be eradicated. Lin Yu surveyed each face with a mocking grin. Without me, that man who severed his own head would have been your fate. You intend to pass through the Elder Hall to reach the Master Hall. Am I not correct? Young Xian's expression shifted. How could Lin Yu know their intended path so precisely? Lin Yu continued calmly, of course, we could also go our separate ways. My motivation for saving you is merely to avoid witnessing such a grotesque scene. Farewell. With that, Lin Yu turned to leave. Do you not think you can escape? Young Xian commanded, signaling his subordinates. Suddenly, the 16 members dropped their knives, collapsing to the ground like a heap of mud, eyes wide, gasping for breath. Exhaling more than inhaling. You? Young Xian gasped in shock, glaring at Lin Yu. What have you done to them? Lin Yu continued walking, not bothering to respond. Young Xian's mind raced. He realized that alone, he could never pass through the Elder Hall, let alone enter the Master Hall to obtain that spiritual artifact. The exorcism pill had a cumulative effect. The more individuals who consumed it together, the greater their combined aura to resist malevolent energies. If it were just him, he might not even reach the Elder Hall before being consumed by the malevolent aura. This sudden appearance of a youth was the only chance he had to complete his mission. Wait! Young Xian called out to Lin Yu as he was about to step into the mist ahead. Determined, he dropped his knife and knelt. That I bow before you. Please, wait! Young Xian shouted, his eyes reddened. Lin Yu paused, turning to regard the kneeling Young Xian, noting the man's fierce heart. Without turning fully, Lin Yu regarded Young Xian with a sidelong glance. A commanding officer of the office discarding his knife was not lost on Lin Yu. Young Xian spoke with a fierce expression. If you can help me obtain what lies within the Master Hall, I will do anything you ask. Lin Yu's lips curled into a slight smile. Is that item of great significance to you? Of utmost importance, Young Xian affirmed with conviction. Yet Lin Yu's next words left Young Xian speechless. But it holds no value for me, since it is of no importance to me. Why should I assist you? Just because you kneel before me? Would my heart soften merely because of that? Do not forget, you were the one who sought to kill me moments ago. I have yet to settle that score with you. Young Xian clenched his teeth, unable to counter Lin Yu's accusations. In the Master Hall, there is a secret passage. Young Xian revealed the Tian Yuan sect's greatest secret. The passage led to an underground space rumored to house a terrestrial-grade spiritual artifact, a treasured heirloom of the Tian Yuan sect. I surmise you have come to the Tian Yuan sect to obtain it as well, Lin Yu inquired with keen interest. And what about you? Young Xian divulged, what I seek lies within the Master Hall. The terrestrial-grade artifact is merely a rumor, something beyond my reach. The underground space beneath the passage is fraught with peril. Even if one were to cram an entire city's populace inside, it would be a certain death. I know the location of the secret passage, and I can guide you there. Lin Yu chuckled. Even without your guidance, I could find the passage. Why would I rely on you? Young Xian stated firmly, because accessing the secret passage requires a key, and the key is with me. If the passage is forcibly opened without the key, it will trigger a mechanism that seals the passage, unleashing corrosive spiritual energy that would ruin the terrestrial-grade artifact. With that, Young Xian produced a key from his waist and placed it before him. Lin Yu glanced at the key and said calmly, it appears that without your assistance, I truly cannot proceed. Young Xian's heart lifted with joy. Lin Yu turned back, his expression neutral. What are you waiting for? Lead the way. Young Xian glanced at his comrades, now unconscious on the ground. Lin Yu remarked, their souls have suffered extreme fright. Even if I were to expend effort to save them, they would merely end up bedridden for life. If you wish to save them, that is your own affair. However, I have no time to waste with you. Young Xian picked up the long knife, his expression resolute as he nodded. Chapter 46, The Undying Flesh. Young Xian glanced at his subordinate, who, after falling into a coma, gradually lost all signs of life. His expression was frigid, his gaze devoid of any emotion. With utmost swiftness, he collected all the anti-evil pills from his subordinates, excluding the one who had decapitated himself. Totaling 18 pills. 18 anti-evil pills were sufficient for Yang Xian to sustain himself until he reached the Master S Hall. Lin Yu walked ahead while Yang Xian followed closely behind. Yang Xian fixated on Lin Yu's back, his right hand gripping the hilt of the knife, his expression shifting constantly, as if he were searching for Lin Yu's vulnerabilities. Lin Yu displayed his back entirely to Yang Xian, unhurried and with steady strides, seemingly unafraid of an unexpected attack from Yang Xian. Strangely, Yang Xian found not a single flaw in Lin Yu, despite the latter fully exposing his back to him. He lacked the confidence to inflict any harm on Lin Yu. It felt as though the man ahead was a being of absolute defense, rendering any attack futile. Yang Xian reluctantly abandoned the notion of ambushing Lin Yu at any moment. Soon, Yang Xian noticed a peculiar change. As he and his subordinates traversed the Tianyuan Gate, an ominous aura pervaded the surroundings, where even the slightest touch would prove fatal. Yet, as Lin Yu walked ahead, the surrounding ominous energy quietly receded, revealing a broad path, as if Lin Yu emanated an invisible force capable of forcibly dispelling the malevolent aura. This also clarified how Lin Yu could emerge unscathed from the thick mists and effortlessly dissipate the dark energy surging from behind the walls. The more Yang Xian observed, the more he felt that Lin Yu was unfathomable, eluding his understanding. Trusting Lin Yu was a gamble for Yang Xian. Without it, he would perish here. Unbeknownst to them, they arrived at the northern gate of the disciples. Turning right, they beheld the Elders' Hall directly opposite the disciples' quarters. Within the Elders' Hall, a purple mist lingered, signifying an overwhelming presence of ominous energy. Yang Xian hastily consumed an anti-evil pill, yet still sensed the oppressive energy, prompting him to take another, which alleviated the chilling sensation within him. Lin Yu proceeded toward the Elders' Hall, and Yang Xian took a deep breath to follow suit. The purple mist within the hall seemed to possess awareness. Swiftly coiling toward the two as they approached, Lin Yu merely waved his hand, and the mist was instantly scattered to either side, revealing a clear path devoid of ominous energy. Yang Xian stood in astonishment. Who exactly was Lin Yu, capable of dispersing malevolent forces with a mere gesture? Could he be a disciple of the Shien, dedicated to cultivating righteous energy? Only the disciples of Shien possessed such abilities, capable of dispelling dark forces without the aid of any spiritual tools, simply by reaching a certain level of cultivation. In a wonder, if Lin Yu were not a disciple of Shien, how could he dare to venture alone into Tianyuan Gate? It would be tantamount to seeking death. Based on Yang Xian's rudimentary understanding of Shien, the ability to disperse ominous energy with a wave of the hand indicated that he had refined a Shien Dan, at least a formidable practitioner known as Huangzi Zhenren within Shien. The three realms of Shien, Huangzi Zhenren, Zixia Daoren, and Tiantong Xianjun. There was only one Tiantong Xianjun, the leader of Shien. The Zixia Daoren had 3 positions? While there were 10 Huangzi Zhenren was a venerable figure of great cultivation and respect, whereas Zixia Daoren could communicate with the forces of heaven and earth, elusive as a dragon. Tiantong Xianjun, the head of Shien, possessed profound understanding of the mysteries of the universe and had qualifications for enlightenment. However, it had been over 1,000 years since a Tiantong Xianjun had appeared. And currently, it was rumored that there were only 2 Zixia Daoren. Are you perhaps a Huangzi Zhenren? Yang Xian inquired tentatively. Lin Yu curtly replied, do not ask what you should not. Yang Xian's expression turned icy, and he remained silent. The purple mist parted at Lin Yu's command, unveiling a path. The two successfully navigated through the Elders' Hall and arrived at the imposing Master S Hall, perched on a hillside. Within the Master S Hall, there were no weapons, nor could one sense any ominous energy. It was merely an ordinary place. At this moment, the sun hung directly above the Master S Hall, illuminating the vast plaza before it, rendering it impossible for any dark energy to linger. Yang Xian's expression grew grave, devoid of any relaxation. The true danger lay within the Master S Hall. Lin Yu turned to Yang Xian and asked, is what you seek inside? Yang Xian nodded, stating, the hidden passage is near the object I wish to acquire. The meaning was clear. Either Lin Yu would accompany him inside, and upon finding what he sought, he would grant him the key to access the hidden passage. Lin Yu understood Yang Xian's intent. Very well, let us proceed. Crossing the vast plaza, the two ascended the hill toward the entrance of the Master S Hall. Yang Xian gazed up at the grand hall, his face lighting up with joy, only for it to quickly darken. The entrance to the hall stood ajar, indicating that someone had already entered. Yang Xian's expression turned grim as he approached the entrance and peered inside. A face devoid of color and expression suddenly appeared, locking eyes with Yang Xian. Startled by this sudden apparition, Yang Xian instinctively swung his knife at the face. Swish! The blade sliced through the air, cleaving the visage in two, which dissipated into a cloud of mist. Yang Xian exhaled in relief. It was merely an illusion formed by the ominous energy. With a thud, Lin Yu approached Yang Xian, forcefully pushing the other half of the door open, the sound reverberating throughout the hall. Yang Xian was taken aback, and as light flooded into the hall, the scene before him left him in shock. Inside the hall stood over 100 figures, all deceased. Yet their bodies remained intact, showing no signs of decay despite having succumbed to the ominous energy 50 years prior. These individuals wore identical garments, both male and female, arranged in 4 rows, facing away from the entrance, their heads slightly bowed toward the golden throne at the hall's forefront. Seated upon the throne was a man clad in a golden serpent-patterned robe, adorned with a purple crown, who, too, was deceased but showed no signs of decay. The 100 figures bowed in reverence to the man on the golden throne, yet something inexplicable had occurred, as their life force seemed to have been drained in an instant, leaving them frozen in their original postures. Witnessing this, Yang Xian's face broke into an excited smile, for what he sought was the mysterious spiritual artifact responsible for preserving the bodies of these individuals, who had been dead for 50 years. The situation within the Master's hall matched the intelligence he had received perfectly. Moreover, the artifact had been concealed upon the Master of Tianyuan Gate all along. The man seated upon the golden throne must surely be the Master. Yang Xian's heart raced with exhilaration, momentarily forgetting to assess his surroundings for danger, as he sheathed the long knife and charged toward the golden throne. To reach it, he would have to pass through the ranks of the figures standing in the hall's center. As Yang Xian surged into the throng, several of the corpses around him suddenly sprang to life, reaching out with limbs to trip and seize him. Chapter 47. The Soul Congealing Pearl. Yang Xian, consumed by excitement and greed, lost all sense of caution. As he fell to the ground, 2 icy hands gripped his shoulders tightly, the ominous energy infiltrating his body, swiftly nullifying the effects of the anti-evil pills. Yang Xian was hoisted into the air, terror-stricken, his throat constricting as he struggled to utter a sound, his body paralyzed. Suspended in the air, Yang Xian beheld the purple-crowned man on the golden throne, whose tightly shut eyes gradually opened, glimmering with a chilling purple-black light. Yang Xian felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, fear gripping him as he watched the purple-crowned man rise and descend the steps, slowly approaching him. The figures along the way also began to awaken. As the purple-crowned man advanced, they instinctively stepped aside, creating a pathway. Yang Xian's expression shifted from fear to profound despair. The purple-crowned man halted before Yang Xian, a mere 10 feet away, his gaze cold and penetrating. Suspended in the air, Yang Xian noticed a circular indentation at the center of the purple crown atop the man's head, within which rested a purple pearl. Yang Xian's eyes widened. That pearl was the artifact he sought, yet he was utterly incapable of obtaining it at this moment. Yang Xian yearned to call for Lin Yu's assistance, but no sound escaped his lips. His heart sank in hopelessness. Perhaps Lin Yu had fled. The purple-crowned man's gaze suddenly shifted away from Yang Xian, focusing instead on something behind him, his expression grave. Yang Xian's heart leaped with hope. Could it be that Lin Yu had not departed? With the cultivation of a Huangzi Zhenren, he would undoubtedly have no trouble dealing with these malevolent entities. Lin Yu had indeed not left. He had crossed the threshold and stood within the hall. The power emanating from the purple crown was the very reason all the bodies within the hall remained uncorrupted. Ding! He sensed the presence of a high-grade spiritual artifact. The Soul Congealing Pearl. The Soul Congealing Pearl. It gathers the souls of the deceased within, and when combined with areas rich in ominous energy, it can prevent the bodies of the dead from decaying and their souls from perishing. For those on the brink of death, the Soul Congealing Pearl can preserve the soul, if placed in an area dense with ominous energy for an extended period. A sufficiently resilient soul may return to its body and be revived. For the living, It is an exquisite treasure for cultivating spiritual power. Lin Yu was taken aback. This was indeed a remarkable treasure, particularly for Yifeng Xian. The Black Mountain was inherently a place of profounding energy, and if Yifeng Xian were to cultivate with the everlasting soul pearl alongside the ice bed, his ghostly body would become increasingly resilient. In fact, after reaching a certain level of strength, he could seek out a corporeal form and resurrect himself. This pearl must be secured. As for the purple-crowned man and the suddenly awakened multitude, they were essentially spectral soldiers. Their souls, post-mortem, had been condensed within the everlasting soul pearl, and after 50 years of flourishing in energy, they were tenfold more powerful than the previous batch. The multitude of spectral soldiers turned to gaze at Lin Yu, including the two who had captured Yang Xian, prompting Yang Xian to glance back and cry out, "Save me!" His eyes bulged with desperation as he pleaded. Lin Yu paid him no heed. This man was driven by greed, and this fate was a result of his own recklessness. Lin Yu was acutely aware that on their way to the Elders' Hall, Yang Xian had been searching for flaws to exploit, plotting how to deliver a fatal blow. Merely bringing him here was already a significant concession. Lin Yu scanned the surroundings and noticed a crucial detail. Each of the spectral soldiers bore a blood hole in their chests, identical to those of the recently conscripted soldiers. In total, there were just over 100 spectral soldiers before him, yet the number in the soul banner had already exceeded 600. More than the living? Who fears whom? Lin Yu fixed his gaze upon the purple-crowned man and commanded in an authoritative tone, "Remove the object from your head." The purple-crowned man wore an expression of utmost coldness, his commanding presence flowing like an unstoppable tide within the hall. "Do you refuse to comply?" Lin Yu extended his hand, summoning the soul banner. The purple-crowned man and the 100 spectral soldiers recoiled in terror, eyes wide with fear, retreating 10 paces as if confronted by a formidable foe, along with Yang Xian, who was suspended in midair. The soul banner had the power to absorb all malevolent entities, serving as the finest instrument for cultivation, yet it could also annihilate countless evils. Lin Yu held the flagpole beside him with his right hand, while his left pointed accusingly at the purple-crowned man. "Do you hear me? Will you remove it or not?" At that moment, Lin Yu emanated an aura of sovereign authority. The purple-crowned man trembled, his face contorted with anger and reluctance. He was enraged that Lin Yu dared to command him. Yet, faced with the oppressive might of the soul banner, he was unwilling to relinquish the everlasting soul pearl. His lifeline. To part with it would mean his utter annihilation. Conversely, if he chose to keep it, Lin Yu could effortlessly obliterate him and all his spectral soldiers with a mere flick of the banner. "What are you doing?" With the pressure of the soul banner, the Yin energy of all spectral soldiers diminished abruptly. Allowing Yang Xian to regain his ability to speak, he shouted angrily at Lin Yu, "This brat's intention mirrors mine." Lin Yu cast a disdainful glance at Yang Xian and retorted, "I just offered you an opportunity to seize it with your own abilities. Now, observe your current predicament. If you lack the skill, do not take on such formidable tasks." Yang Xian was seething with rage, his entire being trembling as he struggled to break free from the grip of the two spectral soldiers, who held him tightly. The spectral soldiers, irritated, shot a glare at Yang Xian, making him recoil in fear, his pupils dilating with terror. Afraid of Lin Yu and the soul banner in his grasp, they certainly did not fear a useless wretch like him. Seeing the purple-crowned man still hesitating, Lin Yu smirked and twisted the flagpole, aligning the soul banner directly ahead. A wave of dark energy surged forth, instantly consuming all the Yin energy within the hall. The purple-crowned man's features contorted in horror. Unable to withstand the pressure of the soul banner, he collapsed to his knees, his purple crown falling to the ground. The 100 spectral soldiers followed suit, kneeling before Lin Yu, repeatedly bowing and pleading for mercy. The two spectral soldiers, though kneeling, did not release Yang Xian. Instead, they used their hands to slam him repeatedly against the ground. After several impacts, Yang Xian's face was bloodied and distorted, rendering him unconscious. The purple everlasting soul pearl hovered above the purple-crowned man's crown. Trembling, he cradled the pearl in his hands while shifting forward on his knees. Upon reaching Lin Yu, he finally noticed the swirling, profound black light at Lin Yu's brow, radiating an unmatched majesty and regal presence. With a thud, the purple-crowned man prostrated himself completely, his body shaking uncontrollably. the everlasting soul pearl rolling from his grasp. Lin Yu blinked in surprise, quickly comprehending the reason behind this reaction. It seemed that his status as the king of spectral soldiers imposed a suppression on anyone who approached within a foot's distance. Lin Yu wiggled his fingers, causing the everlasting soul pearl to levitate from the ground and land in his palm. Suddenly, he glanced towards the entrance of the hall. A large crowd suddenly appeared at the door. Packed tightly, their eyes fervently fixed on the everlasting soul pearl in Lin Yu's hand. Chapter 48. No chances left. Silence enveloped the hall and its surroundings. It is the everlasting soul pearl. Indeed, it is the everlasting soul pearl. We have finally found it. With so many lives lost and after enduring countless hardships, it seems the rumors were true. Ha ha ha. The crowd outside the hall appeared to be a united front. Upon confirming that Lin Yu indeed held the everlasting soul pearl, they erupted with exhilaration. Lin Yu maintained a calm expression as he regarded them, a burly man, wielding a massive axe over his shoulder. With a fierce countenance and copper-like eyes, glared at Lin Yu and shouted, "Hand over the pearl!" Lin Yu tossed the everlasting soul pearl playfully, startling everyone outside the hall. "You little brat, don't you dare move recklessly. If it breaks, I'll make you pay with your family's lives." The everlasting soul pearl had a fatal flaw. It was exceedingly fragile, lacking the sufficient hardness of other spiritual artifacts. If Lin Yu failed to catch it properly and it fell to the ground, it would shatter instantly. Lin Yu replied coldly, "If you want the pearl, come and take it. Are you implying that I dare not enter?" The burly man, his temper flaring, attempted to step into the hall but was halted by another individual. "Are you foolish? Do you think you can survive once you step inside?" The shorter man, with a cunning gaze, whispered to the burly man. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the burly man quickly withdrew his foot, which had almost crossed the threshold. Lin Yu overheard the words of the shorter individual, noting their evident trepidation toward the spectral soldiers within the hall, which explained their hesitation to storm in and seize the pearl. Before the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Yu stored the everlasting soul pearl into his system space. The expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically, revealing their fury. "Beast, where did you hide it?" Someone shouted angrily, pointing at Lin Yu. "Hurry and hand over the pearl, or I shall ensure you meet a gruesome end." Such audacity! A cacophony of voices erupted, with hundreds of people yelling and cursing at Lin Yu, who remained unfazed as he turned to walk back into the hall. "Don't you dare leave!" Lin Yu turned to face the burly man, beckoning him with a finger and sneering, "You think you have the guts to come here? Bring it on. I'm not afraid of you." The burly man could hardly contain his rage. Lin Yu's arrogance incited a desire to tear him apart. He stepped into the hall, prompting an immediate silence among the others, who watched with serious expressions. Lin Yu smiled as he took a step back, lightly shaking the soul banner. Suddenly, the spectral soldiers who had been kneeling all lifted their heads, their cold, murderous gazes fixating on the burly man. The sight sent chills down the burly man's spine. He froze in place, feeling as if he had stepped into an icy abyss. Below them, the 100 spectral soldiers appeared as mere statues, completely unaware of what had transpired prior. How did they come back to life? The burly man's boiling anger was doused by a bucket of ice water, his heated mind clearing instantly, faced with the frigid stares of the spectral soldiers. Any further movement forward would result in him being torn to shreds by them. "What are you afraid of? They are just a bunch of rotting corpses. Your blood axe is said to be capable of cutting through anything. One swing for each. What is there to fear? Go ahead. If you can bring the pearl back to the boss, you might just become the deputy leader. Hurry." The onlookers, reveling in the chaos, began to incite the situation further. The bearded giant, upon hearing their taunts, felt a surge of confidence return. Prior to this moment, he had spilled the blood of dozens of disciples from the Shien men, infusing his blood axe with an abundance of yang energy, all in preparation to confront the malevolent spirits at the Tianyuan sect. With axe in hand, the bearded giant strode forward, his steps heavy and his demeanor fierce, approaching Lin Yu. However, as he took his first step, 5 spectral soldiers suddenly erupted from the ground, lunging towards him. With a mighty roar, the giant swung his blood axe in a sweeping motion, unleashing a crimson gust of axe wind. Yet, when the wind struck the 5 spectral soldiers, it merely momentarily hindered their advance, leaving no mark upon their forms. The bearded giant was struck with astonishment. How could these spectral soldiers possess such formidable physicality? As the blood axe grazed the chests of the 5 soldiers, it sparked a shower of fiery embers, producing a jarring sound akin to metal scraping against metal. Despite the overwhelming force of the axe, the spectral soldiers fell to the ground, yet they closed the distance to the giant, their hands reaching toward his face, body, and limbs. Realizing that his attacks bore no fruit, the giant's expression turned to one of shock. He hastily positioned the blood axe defensively before him and began to retreat. The 5 spectral hands gripped the axe handle, their dense energy coursing through it and into the giant's hands. In a moment of desperation, the giant bit his tongue, letting his blood drip onto the axe handle. In an instant, a brilliant golden light erupted forth. The blood-soaked axe radiated with an immense yang energy, enveloping the spectral soldiers. Yet, the 5 spectral beings remained impassive, their bodies partially shrouded in golden light, but suffering no harm. Instead, the darking energy they exuded swiftly extinguished the golden glow emanating from the blood axe. What? The bearded giant's heart sank in terror. The yang energy unleashed from the blood of the dozens of Shien disciples was utterly ineffective against the spectral soldiers. How could this be? This sight rendered the 100 spectators outside the hall grave and solemn. The situation was far more dire than they had anticipated. The black energy threatened to consume the blood axe. The bearded giant, in a moment of panic, discarded his cherished spirit weapon and turned to flee. The yang energy from the blood of the disciples had been his strongest ally against the spectral soldiers. But now it was of no use. What was the point of fighting? Why not flee to survive? However, just as he turned, only a few steps into his escape, he felt a crushing wave of energy slam into his back, enveloping him completely and freezing him in place. The giant's expression morphed into one of despair. Before the eyes of the onlookers, the 5 spectral soldiers swiftly dismembered him, severing his limbs and head from his body. The bearded giant's flesh was rendered into a solid mass by the energy, which one of the soldiers struck with a single palm, shattering him into a multitude of gray fragments. An eerie silence fell over the atmosphere once more. The bearded giant, despite being a cultivator of the 6th realm and wielding a profound blood axe, augmented by the potent young blood of the disciples, had failed to inflict even superficial damage upon a single spectral soldier. The 5 spectral soldiers stood behind the shattering remains of the giant, coldly fixating their gaze upon the 100 onlookers outside the hall. The spectators were paralyzed with fear, their breath held, contemplating retreat. What could they do? There was no chance of victory. The 5 spectral soldiers were overwhelmingly powerful, and the presence of 100 more loomed behind them. Especially the formidable middle-aged man clad in robes. Chapter 49. Just escaped the tiger's den, only to enter the wolf's lair. Lin Yu stood in the center of the grand hall, observing the bearded giant's effortless demise at the hands of the 5 spectral soldiers with an expression of calm detachment. He refrained from intervening, curious to ascertain just how formidable these spectral soldiers had become after 50 years of reinforcement through the soul-condensing pearl. Indeed, they appeared significantly stronger than the spectral soldiers he had previously encountered on the mountain. However, as they were currently training within the 10,000 Souls banner, it was merely a matter of time before they could reach such strength. With the enhancement of the soul-condensing pearl, the 10,000 Souls banner could potentially amplify the energy tenfold. Lin Yu was intrigued by the true strength of the Tianyuan sect's leader. After all, this leader had cultivated under the soul-condensing pearl for 50 years, likely reaping the greatest benefits. It was conceivable that even the peak of Shien would not stand a chance against him. Shien and Wang Wan had not accompanied Lin Yu because he had stored them within another spirit artifact. Unbeknownst to Shien, one of the spirit artifacts he had collected was capable of containing living beings. Long before young Xien and the others had entered the Tianyuan sect, Lin Yu and his companions had already arrived. Using his heavenly eye, Lin Yu examined the situation within the Tianyuan sect and discovered that the energy present would severely impact Fengshuan's spectral body. While Wang Wan would be even more vulnerable. At that moment, the system had alerted Lin Yu, prompting him to utilize the artifact that could contain living beings, allowing Fengxian and Wang Wan to safely wait within. Crucially, this artifact not only accommodated living beings, but also allowed them to observe the outside world from within its confines. Thus, Lin Yu had witnessed everything transpiring from the moment he encountered young Xien until now. It was evident that Lin Yu's decision had been prudent. Had he brought Fong Shien and Wang Wan into the hall, they would have been unable to withstand the pressure exerted by the soul-condensing pearl. Before the soul-condensing pearl had come into Lin Yu's possession, it posed a lethal threat to any foreign beings. Of course, Lin Yu could have used the power of the heavenly Tao to protect them, but it was unnecessary. Lin Yu glanced at the terrified crowd outside the hall and called out, "Hey, are you coming in or not? If not, I might just leave." The 100 onlookers seethed with anger at Lin Yu's provocation, yet felt utterly powerless. Had they ever contemplated why this young man had not been attacked by the spectral soldiers? How had he managed to acquire the soul-condensing pearl unscathed? Indeed, the soul-condensing pearl belongs to the leader of the Tianyuan sect. To obtain it, one must defeat the leader. Are you blind? Can't you see what he's holding? It appears to be a black banner. Of course, it's a black banner. But there exists a particular black banner designed to gather all malevolent spirits. Could it be the soul banner? No wonder he remains unscathed. He has obtained a soul banner. How infuriating! Lin Yu paid no heed to the spectators' speculations regarding his circumstances, nor did he wish to squander any more time with them. He approached the leader of the Tianyuan sect, who inclined his head respectfully toward Lin Yu. Lin Yu instructed, "If they dare to step 1 foot inside, you know what to do." The leader of the Tianyuan sect bowed deeply to Lin Yu and then turned to glare icily at the crowd outside the hall. The expressions of the onlookers grew increasingly grim as they beheld the soul-condensing pearl within reach, yet dared not enter. One foolhardy individual challenged Lin Yu. "Hey, are you brave enough to toss aside what you're holding and face us fairly?" The moment those words escaped his lips, the others regarded him as though he were a fool. "You may be foolish, but do you presume others are as dim-witted as you?" Lin Yu was disinclined to respond. Instead, moving to the side of Yang Xian, who lay battered and barely clinging to life, he retrieved the key from Yang Xian's person and approached the golden chair. Through the scrutiny of his heavenly eye, he discerned a hidden panel beneath the chair with a keyhole. Upon pushing it open, he uncovered a secret passage leading underground. Lin Yu activated the 10,000 Souls banner, and a torrent of black mist surged forth, enveloping the entire hall in an instant. "Itsine energy, retreat." The 100 onlookers recoiled in alarm as the black mist surged towards them, filling them with an overwhelming sense of dread. They hastily retreated. The black mist only filled the hall, without spilling a single wisp outside. As the crowd fell back to the steps, witnessing that the black mist did not breach the outer world, they collectively sighed in relief. Albeit their faces remained grim and angry. This development only solidified their inability to enter. The 100 exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for a solution. "What if we dig a tunnel to get in?" Someone proposed. Their eyes brightened at this suggestion. It was indeed a viable plan. Inside the hall, Lin Yu pushed the golden chair to the side, revealing the hidden panel, and inserted the key, turning it slightly. With a click, the panel vanished like flowing water, revealing a staircase descending below. "Wait!" At that moment, a feeble voice emerged from behind. Lin Yu turned to see Yang Xian had miraculously regained consciousness, straining to stand. His bloodied visage bore a resolute expression as he addressed Lin Yu. "You cannot enter. Once you step inside, you will be at odds with the general office and the royal family," Lin Yu scoffed. "The royal family is on the brink of collapse. Do they have time to concern themselves with me?" Yang Xian's eyes widened in shock. How did this young man know of the royal family's impending disintegration due to a powerful adversary? Originally, Yang Xian had intended to intimidate Lin Yu by invoking the royal family and the general office, only to find that Lin Yu was already well informed. Before entering, Lin Yu suddenly inquired, "Do you wish to live?" Despairing and contemplating suicide, Yang Xian's expression turned peculiar as he asked, "What do you mean?" Lin Yu explained, "Some 20 years ago, a battle occurred at the Tianyuan sect. A couple with an infant was besieged and slain by a group of people. Are you aware of this incident?" Yang Xian's eyes flickered as Lin Yu spoke. "If you know, I shall spare your life." Yang Xian's gaze instantly sharpened, and he swiftly replied, "I know." Lin Yu inquired, "Who orchestrated the ambush against this couple?" Yang Xian asserted with conviction, "The royal family." Lin Yu frowned slightly. Under the scrutiny of the heavenly eye, it was evident that Yang Xian was indeed telling the truth. Lin Yu quickly pieced together some thoughts. Yang Xian, filled with excitement, said, "Now that I've told you, will you let me go?" "Of course, you may leave," Lin Yu replied, genuinely parting the dark energy to create a path leading outside the hall. Yang Xian, overjoyed, turned and fled. Meanwhile, outside the hall, 100 individuals were searching for the best location to dig a tunnel when they suddenly heard footsteps emanating from within. They turned towards the grand hall and beheld Yang Xian, bloodied and drenched in sweat, emerging from the ominous darkness. Just as Yang Xian was about to express his relief at having narrowly escaped death, he was met with the sight of over 100 pairs of eyes staring intently at him. He froze, his heart plummeting from the heights of elation to the depths of despair. He recognized those faces, disciples of the crazy blood gang. Yang Xian, is it truly you? One exclaimed in disbelief. Goodness, I can't believe you were here all along. And I didn't even realize. Another chimed in, heh. It's high time we settle the score between your officials and our crazy blood gang. Chapter 50. A symbiotic relationship. Lin Yu entered the secret passage and freed Wang Wan and Yi Fengxian. Taking a deep breath, Yi Fengxian remarked solemnly, Brother Lin, your foresight in not allowing us to accompany you has proven wise. Otherwise, I would have met my end. Lin Yu nodded with a smile and turned his attention to Wang Wan, who wore an indifferent expression. She had heard Yang Xian's revelation. The force behind her parents' demise was none other than the royal family. Wang Wan lowered her gaze, picking up the purple jade pendant at her neck, her face devoid of emotion. The secret contained within the pendant might very well hold the true reason behind her parents' murder. It was simple. The royal family sought to seize the pendant to obtain the map within. What lies at the end of the extreme west? Lin Yu said to Wang Wan, to be candid, that friend of mine is affiliated with the royal family. Wang Wan glared at Lin Yu, anger flashing in her eyes. Why are you only telling me this now? Lin Yu refrained from elaborating. He had been unaware that Wang Wan's parents had been killed by the royal family. Wang Wan scoffed, now I finally understand your intentions. Are you going to assist the royal family? She turned her head aside dismissively, gesturing, I understand without you saying anything. I should never have come here with you. I shouldn't have directed my anger towards you. This is my own affair and does not concern you. Your decision to aid the royal family is yours to make, and I have no right to criticize you. As she spoke, Wang Wan wiped away the tears from her face. Lin Yu addressed her, my primary objective is not to aid the royal family for personal gain, but rather to utilize their influence to inquire about matters I wish to know. Wang Wan looked at Lin Yu, forcing a smile. You need not explain anything to me. In fact, I should thank you. You have revealed the cause of my parents' death. Wang Wan removed the jade pendant and handed it to Lin Yu. You have unraveled its secret. It rightfully belongs to you. Lin Yu frowned slightly. Your reasoning is rather unconvincing. Regardless, it is the only relic left to you by your parents. Wang Wan smiled serenely. To me, it is merely a burden. For years, wearing it has subjected me to a recurring nightmare, a source of torment and anguish. Consider it my token of gratitude. Please accept it. Lin Yu felt it inappropriate to argue further and accepted the purple jade pendant. He then retrieved 2 orbs from the system's space. These are soul-stabilizing orbs, capable of fortifying and enhancing your soul. I can tell that you have been tormented by nightmares, rendering your soul frail. Though you have been putting on a brave front, with these orbs, whatever malevolent entities you encounter in your endeavors will steer clear of you, safeguarding your well-being. Wang Wan was taken aback. She had heard of the rarity of soul-stabilizing orbs, and here Lin Yu was gifting her 2. Yi Fengxian smiled approvingly at Lin Yu's gesture. Very well, Wang Wan said cheerfully, accepting the orbs I shall accompany you to rescue the others, and I want to join you in visiting the royal family. Lin Yu was puzzled. Why? Going to the royal family is hardly a favorable prospect for you. Wang Wan replied flatly, I wish to witness the current state of the royal family and how wretched they have become. The 3 of them ventured deeper into the secret passage, ultimately arriving at the entrance of a hidden chamber. The entrance was shrouded in a layer of shimmering, multicolored light, obscuring the situation beyond. Lin Yu reached out to touch the radiant glow but quickly withdrew his hand. This was a malevolent aura capable of decaying spiritual energy and living beings. Lin Yu shook the soul-gathering banner in his hand, and the multicolored light was swiftly absorbed, revealing a small chamber. Ning Ying was bound atop a black pillar at the center of the chamber, in a state of unconsciousness. Yi Fengxian remarked incredulously. Is it really that simple? There are no guards here. This contradicts the modus operandi of evil forces. Lin Yu employed the heavenly eye to scan the chamber, confirming the absence of danger or traps. He approached the orb and used the soul-gathering banner to extract the dark energy from Ning Ying's brow. Ninging soon opened her eyes, and upon seeing Lin Yu, a faint, weak smile graced her pale face. "You have come," she murmured feebly. Lin Yu gently urged, "Do not speak, Yi. Lend me a hand." Yi Fong Shien replied gravely, "We cannot. If she leaves the pillar, she will perish." Lin Yu, puzzled, examined the pillar closely and discovered the anomaly. It turned out that a symbiotic relationship had been established between Ning Ying and the pillar. If Ning Ying were to depart from the pillar, even by the slightest margin, this bond would shatter, resulting in the simultaneous destruction of both her and the pillar by malevolent forces. Upon hearing this, Ning Ying's eyes darkened momentarily. Lin Yu suddenly inquired, "What happened to the elder?" referring to Wu Xiaojuan's grandfather. Ning Ying replied, "It was that elder who eradicated the shadow demon avatars within the chamber. Afterwards, I lost consciousness." Lin Yu questioned, "Were you not captured by the shadow demons together?" Ning Ying shook her head. "Only the shadow demons captured me here. As for the whereabouts of that elder, I do not know." Lin Yu felt that something was amiss. Yi Fengxian suggested, "There is a way to collect both Miss Ning and the evil pillar into the soul-gathering banner." Lin Yu's eyes brightened. "We can use the banner's dark energy to gradually wear down this symbiotic relationship." Yi Fengxian nodded, "Precisely, but Miss Ning will need the soul preservation pearl to safeguard her soul. Her physical form will be at risk." Ning Ying promptly replied, "If my physical body is destroyed, it matters not. As long as my soul endures, I possess the means to reconstruct my body." The three were taken aback. Such a capability truly existed? Yi Fengxian pondered and then asked Ning Ying seriously, "Forgive my curiosity, but since you are of royal lineage, are you a disciple of that esteemed individual?" Ning Ying cast Yi Fengxian a knowing glance, but did not respond. Yi Fengxian understood and refrained from probing further. Lin Yu inserted the soul preservation pearl into Ning Ying's brow, and she immediately fell unconscious. Under the protection of the pearl, Ning Ying's soul entered a deep slumber. Lin Yu waved the soul-gathering banner, unleashing a beam of black light to collect Ning Ying and the black-pillared. Yi Fengxian sensed something and turned to the dark passage, sneering, "That group actually dug a tunnel leading here. Is that so?" Lin Yu replied with a cunning smile, once again waving the soul-gathering banner. The wall of the dark passage was suddenly breached by a tremendous force, creating an opening. Members of the Crazy Blood Gang leapt into the dark passage one by one. "They are here!" The first three members of the Crazy Blood Gang to jump out turned to see Lin Yu and the others in the hidden chamber. As the words left their mouths, the dark passage was suddenly filled with a throng of skeletons, their hollow eyes gleaming with malevolence as they grinned ominously at the three members of the Crazy Blood Gang. The large group of Crazy Blood Gang members still traversing the tunnel had not yet reached the breached entry when they heard blood-curdling screams echoing from ahead. Chapter 51. For my use, a voice from a shadowy soldier emerged from behind. Lin Yu stepped forward and beheld two shadowy soldiers dragging young Xian out of the tunnel. Young Xian's face was ashen, his legs weakly dragging on the ground, devoid of the strength to even walk, utterly terrified by the shadowy soldiers. Lin Yu decided to spare him, believing he might escape this calamity. Little did he expect that outside the hall, a group of members from the bloodthirsty gang forcibly seized them and led the way into the tunnel. Fortunately, the members of the bloodthirsty gang, unable to restrain their impatience, had two of them leap out of the dark passage first. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly been the first to perish. Hearing the agonizing screams from the bloodthirsty gang, young Xian desperately fled towards the tunnel's exit, only to be relentlessly pulled back midway. Eventually, a chilling wind surged into the tunnel, swiftly claiming the lives of over 100 members of the bloodthirsty gang. The deceased bore expressions of sheer terror, their souls devoured by the shadowy soldiers as the wind passed through their brows. In a moment of desperation, young Xian shouted, "I know your master." Otherwise, he would have met the same fate as the members of the bloodthirsty gang. Lin Yu, observing young Xian being brought before him by two shadowy soldiers, chuckled lightly, "You possess quite the luck to still be alive." Supported by the shadowy soldiers, young Xian did not feel relieved at having escaped death. Instead, despair engulfed him once more. "Just kill me." Even though he had not fallen to the shadowy soldiers, he was thoroughly eroded by the overwhelming dark energy, rendering him akin to a shell of his former self. Lin Yu replied, "I am not a bloodthirsty individual. Since you have miraculously survived, I find no reason to slay you." "Do I?" Young Xian managed a weak smile. You're not bloodthirsty? Yet you harbor a legion of shadowy soldiers beneath you, who without hesitation slaughtered over 100 members of the bloodthirsty gang. Who would believe your words? Lin Yu suddenly remarked, you've commanded for 10 years, yet rather than obliterating the bloodthirsty gang, you've allowed them to flourish. The main office deems your efforts inadequate and is poised to strip you of your command. Hence, you sought the arduous task of finding the soul-nourishing pearl at Tianyuan Gate to preserve your position. Am I mistaken? Yang Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. This was something known only to him. Never shared with another soul. How did Lin Yu come to know? Lin Yu continued, do not speculate on how I know. I have a proposition for you. You may wish to hear it. Yang Xian lowered his head, lacking the will to listen. Lin Yu calmly stated, regardless, even if you survive this ordeal, you will eventually be slain by the bloodthirsty gang. I can assist you in annihilating them, ensuring not only your command remains intact, but perhaps even elevating you within the main office. Yang Xian looked up at Lin Yu, astonished and puzzled. Why would you help me? He inquired, bewildered by Lin Yu's intentions. Lin Yu smiled, to forge a good karma. Perhaps I may find use for you in the future. Yang Xian did not easily acquiesce. What exactly do you want from me? Lin Yu laid bare his thoughts. Do you think the main office has not been infiltrated by a mysterious force? I do not grasp your meaning, Yang Xian said, increasingly confused. Lin Yu squinted, shaking his head. What a pity. You squander the chance given to you. If that is the case, let it be. He then turned to the two shadowy soldiers, commanding, dispose of him at Tianyuan Gate. Let him fend for himself, lest he spread news of today's events. Yes, your majesty. The two shadowy soldiers replied coldly, dragging Yang Xian away. No. I agree. Do not cast me out. As he was dragged along the ground, Yang Xian suddenly found the strength to struggle. Fear etched across his face as he cried out to Lin Yu. Wait. Lin Yu halted the two shadowy soldiers and approached Yang Xian, the soldiers parting to allow him passage. Yang Xian resigned himself. Even if I agree, I possess no capability to assist you. I am but a broken man now. Serving me does not necessitate power. Lin Yu replied, glancing at the shadowy soldiers beside him. They can assist you. Yang Xian's eyes widened in terror. Living under the same roof as these shadowy soldiers would surely drive him mad with fear. With no other options, Yang Xian relented. What do you wish for me to do? He asked weakly. Lin Yu pondered for a moment. I cannot think of anything at present. Just fulfill your duties, and when I require your assistance, I will seek you out. But how do I report to the main office? Yang Xian questioned further. Lin Yu scoffed. How did you manage as a commander? Would you not shift all blame onto the bloodthirsty gang? This way, they become the target of public outrage. Wouldn't he that serve you better? Yang Xian contemplated this, realizing it was indeed a viable option. After all, he had resorted to such tactics before. Lin Yu then inquired. You mentioned that there is an Earth-grade spiritual artifact here. Why have I not discovered it? Yang Xian shook his head. I've only heard rumors, but I cannot confirm that moment. Fong Shien whispered something in Lin Yu's ear. And suddenly, Lin Yu realized his folly. One last question. What is the quickest route to the royal family? Wang Wan's heart stirred, her gaze cold and piercing. Yang Xian replied, the royal family lies 3,000 miles from Fengxing City. The fastest way to reach them is through the teleportation array. Fengxing City has a mysterious grade teleportation array that can transport one to another city 1,000 miles away. From there, another teleportation will lead to the Royal Dragon City. Lin Yu chuckled. It seems keeping you around was indeed the right choice. Returning to Fengxing City, after leaving Tianyuan Gate, Yang Xian regained his ability to walk and accompanied Lin Yu and the others towards Fengxing City. 10 miles away, as they approached the city gates, they found themselves confronted by a blockade of 500 to 600 individuals wielding various weapons. Chapter 52. Roadblockers, die. Departing from Tianyuan Gate, Lin Yu conveniently summoned all the shadowy soldiers from the hall into the 10,000 souls banner. A considerable force indeed. Unfortunately, this time, he did not receive any rewards from the Defiance system. Perhaps such rewards and tasks could only be triggered once. Lin Yu realized an important fact. Without the system actively issuing tasks, his actions would not spontaneously elicit rewards. Of course, actively depositing valuable items into that scroll would trigger the system and grant him a realm enhancement. Determined to spend some time studying the reward-triggering mechanisms of the Defiance system, Lin Yu, lost in thought, unknowingly drew closer to the gates of Fengxing City. To his dismay, he discovered that the gates were obstructed by a throng of 500 to 600 armed individuals. Yang Xian's complexion paled as he gazed upon them, his expression shifting. Members of the bloodthirsty gang. Wang Wan asked, "Are they here to seek revenge on you?" Yang Xian pondered for a moment. It is a possibility. For over 20 years, the bloodthirsty gang has been scheming to seize Fengxing City. During this time, they have plundered nearly every village and small town within 30 miles, along with many travelers. Moreover, the bloodthirsty gang has allied with another faction known as the Tiger King Gang, significantly expanding their power. The bloodthirsty gang has been sending half of the kidnapped children and women to the Tiger King Gang, who, in turn, offer various treasures and riches to the bloodthirsty gang in exchange. Thus, over the span of 20 years, both gangs have amassed thousands of members. It is said that 1/4 of the Tiger King Gang consists of cultivators, another quarter specializes in body refining, while the remaining half are formidable fighters. The bloodthirsty gang comprises 1/3 cultivators, 1/3 body refiners, and the last third comprises ordinary individuals who provide fresh blood to the gang through the women they abduct, subsequently nurturing new cultivators with the treasures acquired from the Tiger King Gang. During this period, the main office dispatched numerous guards to protect Fengxing City, but gradually, they were eliminated by the bloodthirsty gang's infiltrators within the city. Furthermore, the previous commander of the office colluded with the bloodthirsty gang, plunging Fengxing City into turmoil for a decade. Yang Xian expressed his deep resentment. Upon taking office, my first act was to eliminate the previous commander, and I spent a month completely eradicating the bloodthirsty gang's infiltrators within the city. However, this action incited the bloodthirsty gang to retaliate, leading to at least 100 incidents each year. As a cultivator, I could not allow the citizens of Fengxing City to endure the oppression of the bloodthirsty gang once more. Reflecting on his past actions, Yang Xian felt a surge of pride. I later organized a group of young individuals, training them as cultivators to resist the bloodthirsty gang. With the support of the citizens, the bloodthirsty gang was gradually pushed back, suffering hundreds of casualties, which eventually led them to temper their actions. Wang Wan suddenly inquired, 25 years ago, did the previous commander of the office ever visit Tianyuan Gate? Upon hearing this question, Yang Xian recalled a detail. Before I ascended to the position of commander, I served as a constable under the previous commander for 5 years. Heard that the previous commander once journeyed to Tianyuan Gate alongside the Tiger King Gang, the bloodthirsty gang, and a mysterious force, roughly 20+ years ago. At this moment, Yang Xian scrutinized Wang Wan, feeling a sense of familiarity. My dear, have we not crossed paths before? Wang Wan remained cold and silent. Having already discovered the cause of her parents' demise and the identity of their murderer, she no longer cared about the past grievances with the Fengxing City magistracy, deeming it unnecessary to bring them up. Lin Yu, observing the throngs of people in the distance, inquired, "What are your plans for addressing this crowd?" Yang Xian, his expression grave, replied, "On this outing, I brought 1/5 of our practitioners. The rest remain within the magistracy. They ought to be aware of the city gate situation. Why have they not appeared?" Wang Wan questioned, "Is this operation meant to be clandestine?" Yang Xian affirmed resolutely, "Naturally, it is confidential." Wang Wan responded, "Then it seems someone has leaked information. Your subordinates may have already been infiltrated by the Guangshui gang and dealt with in secret. With your absence, how could the Guangshui gang possibly let such a prime opportunity for revenge slip by? This group is merely waiting for your return. Should you not appear within a certain time frame, they will storm the city and wreak havoc." Yang Xian's complexion darkened significantly. "Lord Lin, I find myself in need of your assistance. If the spectral soldiers were deployed, there simply would not be enough to vanquish these foes." Lin Yu waved dismissively and assured, "I have pledged to assist you and shall not go back on my word." Yang Xian's expression relaxed, relieved by this assurance. As the group drew nearer to the Guangshui gang members, one of them noticed Lin Yu and Yang Xian's approach. "Yang Xian has returned," a gang member shouted. Pointing at the approaching figure in that instant, approximately 600 members of the Guangshui gang pivoted to face Yang Xian, their faces contorted into expressions brimming with murderous intent. "You're alive. I thought you wouldn't make it back. We've awaited your return for so long. But now that you're back, you shall not be permitted entry into the city." Hundreds of voices erupted in a cacophony of shouts and jeers directed at Yang Xian, much to the displeasure of the tranquility-loving Yi Fengxian. "Wait!" At that moment, someone recognized Yi Fengxian. He turned to the gang member who had spotted him and smiled faintly. "My good fellow, Do we have an acquaintance? The gang member's expression shifted from shock to terror, ultimately settling into despair. Why EMO? It truly is EMO. How could he be alongside young Xian? As countless gazes converged upon Yifeng Shien, the expressions of the gang disciples morphed into sheer horror. Their initial bravado crumbling as they began to retreat. Within 100 miles, wherever practitioners dwelled, Yi Fengshuan's reputation was unparalleled. For the Quangshui gang and the Tiger King gang had previously been robbed by him. Yi Fengxian suddenly recalled a certain incident, sneering, 30 years ago, I encountered a gang transporting women, children, and a multitude of spiritual artifacts in secrecy through the mountains. It was ULOT at that time. Yi Fengxian had been solely focused on acquiring various extreme young spiritual artifacts. Showing indifference to the identity of the faction he faced, young Xian stood beside Yi Fengxian, and upon learning his true identity, felt a wave of dread wash over him, instinctively retreating. Yi Fengxian glanced at young Xian with disdain. Mocking, what are you afraid of? I have no intention of looting your Fengxing city. Your city is so impoverished that it does not pique my interest. Yi Fengxian then turned his gaze toward the Quangshui gang members ahead, his demeanor chilling. Those who obstruct my path shall perish. Chapter 53. The celestial array, a momentum like thunder reverberated within the hearts of every Quangshui gang disciple. Run. What the hell? Flee, with a clamor. Nearly 600 Quangshui gang disciples scattered like a herd of frightened sheep, gripped by terror. Some even discarded their weapons to lighten their load, fearing that any delay would lead to their dismemberment. Yi Fengxian paid no mind to the fleeing gang members, deeming them unworthy of his attention. Young Xian hastily implored Yi Fengxian, Lord Yi, could you capture one for me? I wish to inquire about certain matters. He needed to ascertain whether the Quangshui gang had truly infiltrated Fengxing City in his absence. Yi Fengxian glanced at Lin Yu, who nodded slightly. With a casual gesture, Yi Fengxian seized a hapless gang member from over 100 feet away, bringing him crashing to the ground. Lord Yimo, I beg you, spare my life. The gang disciple, terrified by Yi Fengshuan's cold stare, immediately knelt and sobbed, bowing in supplication. Young Xian observed the other fleeing Quangshui gang members, his expression darkening. This was the prime opportunity to diminish the gang's power. Letting them escape would be a grave mistake. Lin Yu and the others would soon depart, and once the Quangshui gang regained their senses, they would undoubtedly return with vengeance. Yi Fengxian cast a sidelong glance at young Xian, his voice icy. What is it? Do you take issue with my actions? Young Xian's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly shook his head. And no objections. Wang Wan coldly remarked, you should count your blessings. They will surely believe you are closely allied with Yimo and will not return in the short term. Young Xian, acknowledging this logic, turned to the captured gang disciple and inquired, tell me, have your people infiltrated the city? Logically, there should have been personnel stationed at the city gate. Yet now it stood deserted. The gang disciple, paralyzed by fear from Yi Fengxian, struggled to articulate a response, his mouth opening and closing as he trembled, unable to utter a single word. Yi Fengxian stepped forward, impatience evident in his tone. I lack the patience to waste time with you. Speak, and I may spare your life. The gang disciple, elated by the prospect, inhaled deeply and replied earnestly, no. We haven tea. Then what were you doing at the city gate? Young Xian queried, perplexed. Waiting for your return. The gang disciple stammered. Young Xian's brow furrowed as he delivered a kick to the disciple's chest, seething, do you take me for a fool? So many await my return. Do you think I am someone of significance? Lin Yu and Yi Fengxian exchanged amused glances. You do possess a modicum of self-awareness. The gang disciple clutched his pained chest, blood trickling from his mouth as he lamented. I swear I am not deceiving you. The gang leader instructed us merely to wait for your return, nothing more. Young Xian narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the disciple's expression, and discerned no deceit. And then, you await my return to capture me? Young Xian pressed. The gang disciple vigorously nodded. Yes, enough. You may leave now. Young Xian waved dismissively, his face a mask of cold disdain. He had gleaned some unfruitful information, deeming the time wasted. Wang Wan interjected, he is merely a common disciple of the gang. Even if there are infiltrators in the city, he would have no knowledge of it. Young Xian's expression turned frigid, regardless of their schemes. I harbor no fear. He then respectfully addressed Lin Yu, my lord. I apologize for wasting your time. I shall escort you to the teleportation array. I prefer to remain inconspicuous, Lin Yu replied nonchalantly. Young Xian understood the implication. Upon entering the city, he led Lin Yu and the others along a secluded path. Arriving at a desolate well, beside the well stood a thatched hut, and as Lin Yu and the others appeared, an elderly man, leaning on a cane, emerged slowly, his left hand trembling. The elderly man smiled at Yang Xian. Ah, little Yang, it has been ages. Do you still remember this old fool? Yang Xian's face broke into a genuine smile for the first time. Old Liang, how is your health? Old Liang shook the cane in his hand. Chuckling, I'm still alive. He then turned his gaze to Lin Yu and the others, pausing momentarily on Yifeng Shien before glancing past Wang Wan to linger on Lin Yu. And who might these three be? Old Liang inquired. Yang Xian approached Old Liang and whispered a few words in his ear. After listening, Old Liang shook his head. I've guarded this well since I was 10. It has been over 80 years. And not once has it produced water. I haven't tasted well water in ages. It's been rendered useless. Were it not for my father's dying wish to uphold the tradition and ensure this well remains unsealed, I would have sealed it long ago. Lin Yu grasped the meaning behind Old Liang's words. This well, the teleportation array, had been abandoned for over 80 years and was no longer functional. Yang Xian looked at Lin Yu with a touch of helplessness. This abandoned well was Fengxing City's greatest secret, known only to Yang Xian after becoming the commander. However, he was uncertain whether it could still be utilized. It had been operational in the past. Moreover, Yang Xian rarely needed the teleportation array, visiting the old man during his leisure time to bring him food and daily necessities. Thus he lacked extensive knowledge about the well. Old Liang gazed hopefully at the group. You are all young. Surely you possess the means and ability to help this old man reopen the well? Yang Xian could not help but question. I have offered to assist you in reopening it several times. Yet you always refused. Why do you consent now? Elder Liang gazed at Lin Yu and the two others with a smile, saying, the three esteemed guests who have traveled from afar must be parched. How could an old man neglect the courtesy of hospitality? Yang Xian chuckled helplessly, replying, very well, I shall fetch someone to bring the tools. No need. The tools are readily available, Elder Liang remarked, his gaze shifting towards the well's opening. As Yang Xian approached the well, he found only a shovel. What use is a mere shovel? Elder Liang sighed. I am growing old. My limbs are frail, and I can no longer move. I must shamelessly implore you young folks for assistance. Lin Yu proactively responded, all right, we shall take care of it. Approaching the well, Lin Yu grasped the shovel and forcefully struck it down towards the well, surrounded by withered grass. At that moment, a dazzling white light surged forth from the shovel in Lin Yu's hands, instantly enveloping the entire Fengxing city. Among those present, only Elder Liang was shielded by an invisible force, repelling the white light. Lin Yu hurled the pulsating shovel into the well and then turned to Elder Liang, offering a smile and a nod. Elder Liang maintained his smile as his form began to dissipate, speaking to Lin Yu, at last, I have awaited the arrival of a fated person. The Tianqing array is now yours. Young one. Once Elder Liang vanished, a torrent of transparent waves erupted from within the well, engulfing Lin Yu and the others, save for Yang Xian. Subsequently, the well transformed into a vibrant ray of light, soaring into the sky and heading northward. Chapter 54. Qianlong Auction House. As the dazzling light enveloped them, they found themselves in another city. Lin Yu's expression turned grave. While he had invoked the power of the heavenly path while digging, Elder Liang seemed unaffected by it, even isolating it. The celestial eye could not discern what manner of being Elder Liang was, but he was undoubtedly a formidable figure of extraordinary means. Elder Liang had dedicated his life to guarding the Tianqing array, awaiting the arrival of a fated individual capable of claiming it. Lin Yu couldn't help but reflect on the abundance of mysterious masters in this world. Even with the power of the heavenly path, it appeared there were still limits to what could be accomplished. Ding. You have acquired a low-grade heavenly spirit tool. Tianqing array, crafted autonomously by the power of the heavenly path, possessing the ability for long-distance teleportation, the range of which depends on the user's cultivation level. Ding. The host has obtained a heavenly spirit tool for the first time and received a 5-fold gift package for first-time acquisition. Gift Package 1. The host's cultivation realm has been elevated from the 1st to the 5th level of the 5th realm. Gift Package 2. The exchange rate for treasures to spirit stones has doubled. Gift Package 3. The duration of the host's use of the power of the heavenly path can be paused. The usage time has increased from 1 minute to 10 minutes. The cooldown time for the power of the heavenly path has been reduced to half an hour. Note: the remaining pause time is determined by the duration of the host's usage of the power of the heavenly path until the 10-minute usage time concludes, after which the cooldown begins. Gift Package 4. The Celestial Eye has been upgraded to Level 3. It can perceive the essence of all things below the upper-grade Heavenly Spirit tool. Gift Package 5. Luck value has increased to 200 points. Lin Yu was astonished. The Tianqing Array was indeed a Heavenly Spirit tool formed by the autonomous convergence of the power of the Heavenly Path, a naturally occurring entity that could not be forged by human hands. Presumably, all Heavenly Spirit tools were formed through the same divine process. The Celestial Eye had finally advanced to Level 3, allowing Lin Yu to uncover the other secrets within that map. Most crucially, the exchange rate for treasures to spirit stones had doubled, which would prove immensely convenient. Furthermore, the duration of the Heavenly Path's usage had risen from 1 minute to 10, a 10-fold enhancement, with the added ability to pause its usage time and a reduced cooldown period. This was a significant boost in bounty. Where is this? Wang Wan observed that they were in a remote area overgrown with weeds, despite being within a city. Fong Shien sensed the surrounding environment and remarked, "The vitality here is far stronger than in Fengxing City. It must be a large city with no less than 1 million inhabitants." Lin Yu's eyes flickered with a purple-golden glow as he absorbed the entirety of the city's situation in that instant. Fong Shien was indeed correct. The city's population exceeded 1 million. This city was named Qiancheng. The range of the Level 3 Celestial Eye had expanded to a terrifying 20-mile radius. Lin Yu could now teleport directly to the Imperial Dragon City via the Tianqing Array. However, he did not rush to teleport but instead sought out the items he needed within Qiancheng. Xianin stones and Yangji stones, the key materials for repairing the Gathering Spirit Basin. The two types of spiritual materials collected by Fong Shien were limited, and Lin Yu aimed to gather more, hoping to restore the Gathering Spirit Basin all at once. After a day and a night of accumulation, the Gathering Spirit Basin had gathered a substantial amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth. Lin Yu had not yet chosen to convert it into his own spiritual power or spirit stones. For now, he did not need to worry excessively about repaying debts with a large quantity of spirit stones, especially as his strength gradually increased, alleviating his concerns. Moreover, Lin Yu did not wish for the mastermind behind the massive debt of spirit stones to appear too soon. Should he encounter a crisis that even the power of the heavenly path could not resolve, Lin Yu could toss all the treasures in the system space into the scroll, instantly elevating his realm. During this period, he aimed to gather as many treasures as possible, preparing for unforeseen circumstances and ensuring a retreat. Lin Yu said to the two, "I need to visit an auction house to procure some items. Would you care to accompany me?" Fong Shien replied in surprise, "What are you planning to buy? Don't you already have what you need from my collection?" With so many spirit tools and spiritual items at his disposal, there was more than enough for Lin Yu to establish his own sect. Lin Yu responded, "I need a substantial quantity of Xianin stones and Yangji stones to repair a spirit tool." "What spirit tool requires so many?" Fong Shien inquired curiously. Lin Yu summoned the Gathering Spirit Basin. Fong Shien recognized the Gathering Spirit Basin, recalling how it had concentrated the extreme yang energy of all spirit items within his wife, playing a decisive role in her revival. However, he had not taken a closer look at the Gathering Spirit Basin before. Now, upon seeing it, he felt the immense spiritual energy contained within, even surpassing all he had collected over the past century. This item was truly extraordinary. Fong Shien was astounded. Although Wang Wan could not discern the true nature of the Gathering Spirit Basin, she sensed it was undoubtedly a rare spirit tool. "Let us go together." Fong Shien eagerly anticipated the potential of the Gathering Spirit Basin once it was restored. Lin Yu said, "Brother Yi, your condition is not suitable for walking about the city. It would be best for you to enter the 10,000 Souls banner." Fong Shien chuckled, "The 10,000 Souls banner is quite beneficial for me. Perhaps I shall remain within it from now on." Lin Yu suddenly asked, "Brother Yi, have you informed your wife about your journey to the royal city with me? This trip to the imperial city could prove quite troublesome, especially with the mysterious malevolent forces they would face." Fong Shien nodded, "No problem." After Fong Shien entered the 10,000 Souls banner, Lin Yu and Wang Wan proceeded into the city. Walking through the bustling streets filled with throngs of people, they soon arrived at the largest auction house in Qiancheng. Qianlong Auction House with a steady flow of patrons entering and exiting. As Lin Yu and Wang Wan approached the entrance, they were halted by a doorman. "May I see your invitation letters, please?" the doorman inquired politely. Lin Yu flipped his right hand, revealing 2 platinum invitation letters. Wang Wan looked astonished, wondering where Lin Yu had procured such invitations. Upon seeing the platinum invitation letters, the doorman's expression shifted dramatically, and his demeanor became exceedingly respectful. "Please wait a moment." After a brief wait, a beautiful woman in a purple qipao, with an alluring figure and a cold demeanor, emerged. "Hello, please follow me," she gestured gracefully. Led by the woman, Lin Yu and Wang Wan entered the grand hall and ascended to the 2nd floor. Traversing a golden corridor devoid of anyone else aside from the 3 of them. "Where are we headed?" Wang Wan inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she admired the opulent decor. The qipao-clad woman replied softly, "You 2 are our auction house's highest-tier platinum VIPs. Naturally, we are headed to the platinum VIP room." Upon reaching the end of the corridor, the woman bowed slightly and pushed open the resplendent golden door. A spacious, magnificent VIP room with a massive rectangular mirror facing the auction house's main stage appeared before them. To Wang Wan's surprise, there was even a red bed large enough to accommodate 10 individuals. Exuding an intoxicating allure, Chapter 55. Not a burden, the room was furnished with various precious materials, and everything one could desire was available. The air was suffused with pure spiritual energy, making it not only a place for leisure but also a potential cultivation chamber, worthy of being the highest-tier platinum VIP room. The woman in the purple qipao placed her hands delicately on her flat abdomen and smiled at the 2, saying, "You may take a moment to rest." She cast a flirtatious glance at Lin Yu. "If you require anything, Ajio will do her utmost to accommodate." Observing the woman's gaze, Wang Wan shot a sidelong glance at Lin Yu, slightly pouting, before sitting down on a nearby sofa. If it weren't for the hassle, she would have preferred to switch to another VIP room, allowing Lin Yu and this Ajio to discuss their needs at leisure. The large bed nearby was clearly prepared for their satisfaction. Lin Yu, well aware of her thoughts, chuckled lightly. "Thank you, Miss Ajio, for your assistance." "Not a burden at all," she replied. Ajio flashed a bewitching smile and stretched her hands behind her, as if to unzip a zipper. Wang Wan, seated on the couch, widened her eyes and cast an irate glance at Lin Yu. "Could you please finish your business before troubling others? Is it really that urgent?" Lin Yu, startled, quickly replied, "You've misunderstood. What I meant to say is that I will inform you when the need arises." Suddenly realizing that this might lead to further misunderstanding, he hastily rephrased, "In any case, I will speak to you about it later. Please refrain from moving." Ajio's eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment, but after her professional training, her expression remained unchanged. She lowered her hands and nodded with a smile. "All right." Lin Yu exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling a chill wash over him. The woman in the qipao before him was young and beautiful, with an exquisite temperament. Her figure could be described as the most alluring he had encountered since traversing into this fantastical realm. Indeed, Ajio's image perfectly aligned with the ethereal beauties that Lin Yu had envisioned in his past life. Now, having truly crossed into a fantastical world as a vigorous young man, it was impossible for Lin Yu to claim that he was devoid of any fleeting thoughts when faced with the kind of enchanting woman he had once only fantasized about as a mere underdog. Although the heavenly path had become his subordinate, it was still a normal relationship. He was just an ordinary person. Though be frank, if Wang Wan were not present, Lin Yu might have indeed found himself entangled with Ajio. However, the matter at hand was of utmost importance. There would be ample opportunities in the future, wouldn't he there? Wang Wan, somewhat astonished, mused that Lin Yu could maintain his composure in such a situation. His self-restraint was impressive. Regarding this matter, Wang Wan took a rather pragmatic view, considering it quite normal. Lin Yu addressed the main issue. "Miss Ajio, I require Yang Jishir and Shien Inshir. Whatever quantity is available, is it possible to purchase them directly, without going through an auction?" Ajio initially felt a thrill of excitement, thinking to herself that, as a platinum client, he was indeed affluent. Unfortunately, these 2 spiritual materials cannot be purchased directly, even by platinum clients, as they are essential currency for cultivators and cannot be monopolized. Lin Yu nodded, finding her reasoning sound. He preferred not to waste too much time here, still hoping that the platinum invitation he had procured from others would grant him some privileges. He had not stolen anyone's platinum invitation. Instead, He had replicated 2 copies using a spiritual artifact capable of duplicating items, and they were indeed genuine. A Jew smiled. However, as a platinum client, you are entitled to a 30% discount on any auction items and enjoy first priority. First priority? Lin Yu queried with curiosity. A Jew patiently explained, our auction house has 3 tiers of clients, Shien Jin, Qi Jin, and Bai Jin. For instance, if a Qi Jin client bids on the same item as you, and the final auction prices are identical, you will be given precedence. Lin Yu pondered, isn't that somewhat unfair to the others? If both parties are bidding the same price, wouldn't the other party be upset? A Jew, with a flirtatious glimmer in her eyes, inquired, forgive my boldness, but is this your first time attending an auction? Lin Yu answered candidly, yes, I heard there are items I need here, and my family provided us with 2 invitations to join the excitement. That was indeed the truth. A Jew, without further thought, continued to address Lin Yu's concerns. The solution to the situation you mentioned is quite simple. If you and a Qi Jin client are bidding on Shien Insure, and both of you have reached your maximum price and cannot increase further, the auction item will belong to you. We will then sell a batch of Shien Insure to the Qi Jin client at 5 less than the final auction price. In this way, both parties can benefit. Lin Yu's eyes brightened as he exclaimed, clever. This way, the Qianlong auction house offends no one, and both sides can obtain what they desire. It's quite equitable, a Jew replied with a gentle smile. In truth, such situations rarely occur. Typically, when there is a disparity in client levels, the lower-ranking party will automatically forfeit their bid. In simple terms, they do not wish to offend higher-ranking clients. For cases where this might occur, we provide certain discount prices to the forfeiting party. We have many solutions to ensure both parties are satisfied. So, you need not worry about such matters arising. Should you encounter any troubles, we will handle it, ensuring that you, as a platinum client, receive the respect you deserve. Lin Yu nodded, realizing that with a certain status came rights and services that were indeed convenient and effortless. A Jew's eyes sparkled as she informed Lin Yu. The auction is about to begin. I will go down now to make arrangements for you. As Lin Yu watched a Jew sway her alluring figure away, Wang Wan, seated on the sofa, asked with a teasing smile. Isn't she enticing? Quite beautiful, isn't she? Lin Yu, with no reason to shy away, replied, as platinum clients, our treatment is indeed different. Wang Wan stood up and playfully suggested, shall I move to another VIP room, allowing you two to converse more intimately? Lin Yu, bemused, responded, Wang Shunbu, please don't jest. Even if I had such thoughts, I'm not that hasty. Suddenly, Wang Wan posed a question. In your opinion, how do I compare to her? What advantages do I lack? Lin Yu leaned back slightly, finding the question rather difficult to answer. He looked Wang Wan up and down, before replying, it's a matter of inherent differences. It's best to accept it. You scoundrel. Wang Wan's face turned crimson as she picked up a piece of fruit from the platter and tossed it at Lin Yu. Thank you, he said, catching the fruit and taking a bite, surprised by the delightful flavor. A Jew soon returned and informed Lin Yu, the Shien Insure will be the second auction item, while the Yang Jishur will be the 5th. They will be with you shortly. We are auctioning a total of 350 Shien Insure and 170 Yang Jishur. Lin Yu inquired, can I use a spiritual artifact to exchange for spiritual stones as payment? A Jew smiled, of course, that is your right. Chapter 56, 2 million. Lin Yu stood before the mirror, gazing down at the auction stage, surrounded by a circle of seats on 10 tiers, all filled to capacity. A young, beautiful woman clad in a golden silk qipao, tall and graceful, ascended the auction stage, her alluring figure partially concealed. As she announced the commencement of the auction, she presented the first item for bid. Under the scrutiny of the heavenly eye, treasures below the earth level held little value for Lin Yu. Curiously, he asked a Jew, what is the difference between the attire worn by the auctioneer and yours? A Jew, gazing adoringly at the more elegantly poised woman below, replied, she is our esteemed big sister, while I am merely little a Jew. Only the big sister is qualified to be an auctioneer, while we smaller ones must gradually ascend. Lin Yu queried, so, what privileges does one possess as a big sister, aside from being an auctioneer? A Jew sighed softly, as a big sister, one receives support from the royal family and enjoys various cultivation resources. However, the big sister is very kind to us smaller ones. She shares her gains, ensuring we do not fall too far behind. If we fail to advance our realms within a certain time frame, we will be dismissed. A Jew hesitated, her expression darkening as she continued, when we face particularly troublesome clients, the big sister stands up for us. There was once a sister who encountered the young master of a major sect. We thought she would leave the auction house and lead her own life. But unexpectedly, within 6 months of being with that scoundrel, she met a tragic end. Later, we learned that this young master practiced a vile technique of yin and yang absorption. That sister returned to the sect with him and, after half a year, was drained into a desiccated corpse, which was discarded in the wilderness. A Jew's eyes turned red with fury as she recounted the tale. Upon learning of this, the big sister said nothing, buried the sister's body, and left that night. 3 days later, the sect was annihilated. That despicable beast was castrated and, kneeling before that sister's grave, endured 7 days and nights of soul-refining torment before meeting his demise. From that moment on, no client dared to act recklessly or coerce us into unwanted actions. Of course, as hosts to our clients, we still fulfill all reasonable requests. A Jew suddenly laughed, addressing Lin Yu, however, for Shien and Qijin clients. Any self-imposed requests come with certain conditions. Only platinum clients can choose freely. Lin Yu chuckled awkwardly, comprehending a Jew's implied meaning. Wang Wan, arms crossed, quietly listened as a Jew shared the intricacies of their profession. Similar occurrences were all too familiar to her in her line of work. A Jew gazed at the poised and confident big sister below, filled with admiration and respect. I do not aspire to become a big sister. I merely hope that she finds a cherished companion soon. Lin Yu, puzzled, asked, "Why do you hold such a sentiment? Normally, shouldn't you be the one aiming to become like your big sister? What significance does her finding a beloved hold for you?" A Jew's expression turned somber as she replied. In truth, all 9 of us sisters are orphans, including the big sister. Elder sister is 5 years our senior, embodying the role of an elder sister, treating us with the warmth and affection akin to that of true siblings. However, I have heard that she has been wounded by a heartless individual in the past, as her younger sister. I sincerely hope that she can find her own happiness and genuinely embrace joy. Not wishing for her fate to mirror that of the aforementioned sister, over the years, elder sister has dedicated herself to safeguarding our rights, investing considerable effort and care. Coupled with the emotional scars she bears, having endured immense pressure, I cannot bear the thought of her succumbing to despair. Lin Yu remained silent, gazing at the poised and elegantly adorned woman in a golden qipao below, feeling a deep sense of admiration. Suddenly, Lin Yu inquired, "I wish to meet elder sister. I wonder if there is an opportunity for that?" Ajio displayed a look of surprise, but quickly comprehended Lin Yu's intent, letting out a faint sigh within. "If there is someone better, how could one not pursue them?" Lin Yu remarked to Ajio, "You think too much. I have some matters of significance that I wish to discuss with her." "Significant matters?" Ajio scoffed inwardly, questioning what could possibly be of importance to him. Was it not the usual affairs? Wang Wan, this time devoid of sarcasm, secretly agreed with Lin Yu's approach. Ajio mentioned that elder sister had the backing of the royal family. Once Lin Yu secured the items he needed, he would promptly set off for the royal dragon city. His actions were undoubtedly aimed at understanding the current state of the royal family, to grasp the changes therein, thus enabling him to devise strategies in times of trouble. Ajio politely smiled, stating, "Whether you can meet elder sister depends on her personal consent. Even as a platinum client, if she is unwilling, there is little that can be done." Lin Yu remained unperturbed, responding, "No matter. I shall wait until the auction concludes." As the first item was about to be successfully auctioned, Lin Yu casually remarked, "You actually wish to leave this place and pursue the life you desire, do you not?" Ajio's gaze flickered, her expression complex, lowering her head in silence. She, of course, yearned for that, to learn the identities of her parents and whether they still lived. If they did, she wished to understand why they had abandoned her. If they were gone, she desired to pay her respects at their graves. The stark reality was that, not only she, but even elder sister would find it exceedingly difficult to leave the Qianlong auction house. Verging on the impossible, elder sister was indispensable to the Qianlong auction house. They could not let her go. Ajio glanced below, prompting, "It is your turn." Elder sister announced the second auction item, the Xianin stone, 350 pieces, non-divisible, with a minimum price of 100,000 7th-grade spirit stones, each subsequent bid not less than 100,000, capped at 3 million, Ajio stated, "You may declare your price, and I will convey it." Lin Yu countered, "What amount do you think would secure it directly?" Ajio shook her head with a smile, saying, "We cannot arbitrarily set prices for clients. It is against the rules." An elder sister would punish me if she were to find out. Wang Wan interjected. 350 pieces of Shien stone, at standard pricing, would total approximately 2 million 7th-grade spirit stones. Then 2 million 7th-grade spirit stones, Lin Yu declared, not hesitating much as he communicated his pricing to a geoda. A Jew nodded with a smile, her eyes glimmering with a faint golden light. Her voice echoed through the auction house, plunging it into silence. All gazes turned to the VIP room occupied by Lin Yu, filled with shock, envy, and despair. They understood the caliber of clients that room represented. Even elder sister raised her head in astonishment. Chapter 57. Platinum card. Those with insight recognized that securing 350 pieces of Shien stone for 2 million was already a sound deal. Other clients in different VIP rooms had a maximum bidding limit of 150,000, provided there were no higher-tier clients contesting. Consequently, no one dared to continue bidding. After all, who would dare challenge a platinum client? Just as elder sister, poised and elegant, prepared to finalize the bid, a voice rang out, 230,000. The sudden call ignited a stir throughout the hall. Goodness, another platinum client. How fortunate. 2 clients of the highest tier are about to compete. The crowd displayed expressions of eager anticipation, keen to witness how far this bidding war would escalate. Ajia's expression soured as she remarked to Lin Yu, "It is another platinum client. What is your perspective?" Lin Yu maintained a calm demeanor, having anticipated the presence of another individual of his caliber before the bid was announced. Wang Wan cautioned, "I believe the other party will not easily concede." Lin Yu replied with an affirmative sound, instructing Ajio, "Since the cap is 3 million, let us engage in a drawn-out contest, 250,000. A laugh escaped Wang Wan, while Ajio stifled a smile. Then calmly articulated the price. As the figure was announced, the room erupted in astonishment. One was oblivious to what that number signified. While one could increase the bid as one wished, such an increment was clearly targeted. Even elder sister, serving as the auctioneer, revealed a fleeting smile. 251,000. The opposing bidder swiftly raised the price, evidently acting out of haste. The audience erupted in muffled laughter, all too aware of the situation. After all, the one above could see the happenings below. If they were to harbor resentment, it could lead to complications. Elder sister elegantly reminded the platinum client, each bid must exceed a minimum of 100,000. Please rebid. After waiting a full minute without a response from the other party, elder sister declared the bid closed. As silence within a minute indicated forfeit, Ajio could not help but smile at Lin Yu, saying, "Your actions may lead to them holding a grudge against you." Lin Yu smirked indifferently, "We are all platinum clients. Who fears whom? If they can so easily hold a grudge, then this platinum client is rather petty. I am merely increasing the bid within the prescribed limits. How much I raise is my prerogative." Ajio suppressed a smile and then stated, "I shall step out to fetch your auction items." "Very well," Lin Yu replied, settling back on the sofa, awaiting the bidding for the Yangji stone. Ajio soon returned, cradling a storage ring, which he presented to Lin Yu with both hands. "All your auction items are contained within this storage ring. As a platinum client, you receive a 30% discount, so you need only pay 175,000 7th-grade spirit stones." Lin Yu stood, accepting the storage ring, and inquired, "Shall I pay now?" Ajio answered gently, "You may also pay after the auction concludes. Then I shall settle it now to avoid further calculations later." With that, Lin Yu produced a collection of spirit items from his system space, arranging them in a heap upon the large table before him. Ajio's eyes widened as she gazed at the dazzling array of at least 70 spirit items, her heart racing. Though she had encountered numerous high-stakes clients and had seen many settle payments with spirit items or artifacts, none had done so as extravagantly as Lin Yu. Growing up within the auction house, Ajio had developed a keen eye for discerning treasures, quickly identifying the quality and type of the items presented by Lin Yu, none of which fell below the mid-tier of the Shien grade. Some were exceedingly rare, rivaling the value of low-tier Earth grade. While Wang Wan was not adept at appraising these items, she had seen enough to realize their intrinsic worth was undoubtedly significant. She was not as overwhelmed as Ajio, having surmised the origins of these spirit items. Lin Yu gestured toward the array before him, saying, "Select those which can be exchanged for 175,000 spirit stones and take them." The system space contained over 100 items of even higher quality than these. "Very well, please hold on for a moment," Ajio replied, still somewhat dazed as she surveyed the collection before her. Carefully selecting, she glanced cautiously at Lin Yu, who remained focused on the auction below, evidently unconcerned about Ajio taking more than necessary. A warmth spread through Ajio's heart, knowing that adhering to the rules and principles. She had chosen 6 items totaling 175,000 7th-grade spirit stones in value. That will suffice. Please verify, Ajio stated. Lin Yu made no effort to count, simply waving his hand to store the remaining items back into the system space. Smiling at Ajio, thank you for your assistance. This was simply her duty. Ajio flashed a charming smile, carrying the 6 items as she exited. Wang Wan could not help but remark, you are quite generous. Are you not concerned that she might take a few for herself? Lin Yu responded with a nonchalant smile. It matters little. Even if she did, it would not be an issue. Wang Wan scoffed. Yet you claim you have no intentions toward her. You laid out such exquisite items before her. It has left the poor girl flustered. Lin Yu sighed. I truly do not know which spirit items amount to 175,000 7th-grade spirit stones. I simply presented a portion for her to assess. Wang Wan, half smiling, suggested, why not take her along then? I can see that Ajio is genuinely interested in you. To be candid, I have heard that the Qianlong auction house is backed by the royal family. Perhaps you might consider taking elder sister as well. It would facilitate your dealings within the royal family. One exudes grace and elegance, while the other embodies vivacity and playfulness. Is this not the very essence of what men desire? Lin Yu, caught between laughter and tears, remarked, are you still the resolute Wang Xinbu I met at the outset? Such a penchant for jest. It is a rare occasion to witness the serious Wang Wan displaying such a mischievous demeanor. Wang Wan crossed her arms, leaning casually against the mirror, and with a playful smirk, said, maintaining a serious facade day in and day out is utterly exhausting. At that moment, Ajio entered, holding a platinum card, and presented it to Lin Yu, stating, this is your platinum account card. Please keep it safe. Lin Yu accepted the card with curiosity. Ajio explained, from now on, you may deposit spirit stones into this card for future auction deductions. If spirit stones are stored within, you will enjoy a 10% interest each month. So much? Lin Yu was taken aback. Ajio nodded, playfully smiling. This is a privilege exclusive to platinum clients. Lin Yu suddenly grew cautious, saying, you won't suddenly misappropriate the spirit stones, will you? What if I wish to withdraw them and find myself unable to do so? Ajio, with utmost seriousness, assured him, such a scenario will never occur. You may rest easy. Should it happen, we will compensate you with double the account limit. Chapter 58. Oh, then let it be. With this assurance, Lin Yu felt at ease. He inquired, Miss Ajio, how much spirit stone do you suggest I deposit? Ajio was momentarily taken aback. Shouldn't that be determined by you, the master? If I suggest a large amount, can you even deposit that much? Wang Wan interjected, do not worry about his finances. This fellow is quite wealthy. Speak freely. Say as much as you wish. Ajio cautiously regarded Lin Yu, and upon seeing his silent smile, interpreted it as acquiescence to Wang Wan's words. That depends on the grade of spirit stones you wish to save. Ajio said earnestly, starting with 7th-grade spirit stones, deposits between 1 million and 10 million enjoy a 10% interest. For 6th-grade stones, the minimum is 3 million and the maximum is 50 million. With a 15% interest. Higher grade stones require the approval of the elder sister. Lin Yu nodded, his mind racing to calculate. Merely considering it, saving 6th-grade spirit stones seemed the most advantageous. Just then, Yi Fengshuan's voice echoed in Lin Yu's mind. Brother Lin, deposit whatever you like. If it's insufficient, I still have some spirit stones here. They serve little purpose for my wife and me. Consider it an investment. Lin Yu felt somewhat embarrassed, replying, but that's your money. Yi Fengshuan's voice grew solemn. Do we need to speak of such matters? Brother Lin, are you treating me as an outsider? My collection of spirit artifacts and stones was solely for the purpose of reviving my wife. You have eliminated much of the malice I carried, granting me a second chance. How can I repay such kindness? Those trivial possessions mean nothing. Take all you need. If it's not enough, I have many ways to acquire more spirit stones. Had you not arrived in time, I was prepared to venture into the royal spirit vein. I had even set up formations there, intending to seize an opportunity amidst the chaos. Wait, Lin Yu exclaimed. You mean to say you have established formations in the royal spirit vein? Does that imply you can enter the royal premises at will? Of course, it is done without anyone's knowledge, Yi Fengshuan assured. Lin Yu, intrigued, pressed, Then how many spirit stones might reside within the vein? Oh, there are certainly plenty. It is not mere boasting. The quantity of 5th-grade spirit stones is substantial, beyond our imagination. After all, it is the royal spirit vein. What say you, Brother Lin? Lin Yu, stirred by the prospect, replied, I certainly have thoughts on the matter. Let us discuss this further later. All right, should you require additional spirit stones, call upon me at any time. Lin Yu smiled at Ajio. Then let it be 6th-grade spirit stones. I shall deposit the maximum of 50 million. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a dazzling array of over 100 types of spirit objects filled a table a yard long. With some items spilling onto the floor, it was not merely 100 types. Each type had a considerable quantity, totaling at least 1,000. Ajio's eyes widened in shock, her mind blank. This was an unimaginable wealth. She noticed several superior-grade spirit objects, each capable of equating to 5 or 6 million 6th-grade spirit stones. Overwhelmed by the sheer quantity, Ajio found herself at a loss for how to proceed. Fear not, Miss Ajio. Simply choose. Any surplus can be regarded as additional savings. There is no need to be anxious, Lin Yu said with a casual smile, gesturing toward the pile of spirit objects. May I consult the elder sister? Ajio asked, her hands trembling, overwhelmed with excitement to the point of tears. I cannot make such a decision. You cannot? Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. Ajio, sensing his expression, became flustered and quickly clarified. I cannot make such a significant decision. But did you not say you could only make decisions above 6th-grade stones? You are not exceeding that limit, Lin Yu pointed out curiously. Ajio, agitated, replied. What I mean is that 50 million spirit stones is an enormous amount. I must consult the elder sister. Otherwise what? Lin Yu smiled lightly. As a platinum client, I have the right to designate who assists me. However, since you have stated this, I will not make it difficult for you. You may request approval and I shall wait here. But your elder sister is quite busy. Perhaps it would be better to wait until after the auction. Just as Ajio was about to respond, her expression shifted dramatically, and she appeared extremely reluctant and tense, yet helpless. Bowing to Lin Yu, her face pale, she said, I apologize. I must take my leave for a moment. Noticing Ajio's unusual demeanor, Lin Yu furrowed his brow but thought little of it, quickly gathering all the spirit objects. Shortly after Ajio exited, another alluring woman clad in a purple and gold qipao entered. Her attire was daringly revealing, exposing her fair and ample thighs as she sashayed in. As she entered, she caught sight of Lin Yu clearing the table of vibrant spirit objects, a sight that almost made her melt. Lin Yu regarded her with a peculiar expression. The woman's heavy makeup was unsettling, particularly her application of a beguiling fragrance designed to enchant the senses, rendering one utterly captivated. Lin Yu's heart remained as steadfast as the eternal laws of nature. Such tricks held no sway over him. The alluring woman bowed gracefully, her sultry gaze piercing, and said in a soft, honeyed voice, Greetings, I am Qi, here to assist you with your spirit stone deposits. And Ajio? Lin Yu glanced toward the not entirely closed door, failing to spot her. Qi's eyes flickered with a hint of jealousy and malice as she replied softly, Ajio is attending to other clients. I shall take over from here. Ajio has briefed you on the situation. How much spirit stone do you wish to deposit? What grade? Lin Yu, sitting indifferently on the sofa while Qi cast flirtatious glances, remained silent, his expression apathetic. With only 2 items left before the auction of the Yangji stone, the bidding outside had reached a fever pitch. Qi furrowed her brow, puzzled by Lin Yu's demeanor. Have you made a decision? She inquired. Let Ajio handle it, Lin Yu replied coldly. Qi's displeasure was evident on her face. Wang Wan, leaning against the mirror, noted the shift with a smirk of amusement. Apologies, but Ajio truly has no time, Qi replied, striving to maintain her decorum. Then let it be, Lin Yu stated coldly. Chapter 59. Live life freely. Qi's brow furrowed deeper, biting her lip in irritation. No, this was a rare opportunity to engage with a super client. She must not offend him. Patience was vital. Should she succeed in this transaction, her status in the auction house would ascend dramatically. Aside from the elder sister, none of the 5 above her dared to undermine her authority. If Lin Yu could be cultivated as a long-term client, and she catered to him well, perhaps she could even challenge the elder sister's position. After all, the elder sister's support was beginning to wane. With a seductive smile, Qi said, Sir, my authority exceeds that of Ajio. Handling your affairs with me will be far more convenient. Suddenly, Lin Yu asked, "Were you the attendant who previously vied with me for the bidding of the Shien stone?" Aki's expression underwent a dramatic shift, perplexed by how the other party had discerned her feelings. Even if it were through auditory means, the auction house was influenced by a spiritual array, rendering the voices of every attendant indistinguishable. Thus, even those practitioners well versed in the internal affairs of the Qianlong auction house could not deduce the identity of the individual in question. There had been cases where unscrupulous cultivators had their auctioned items snatched away by clients of higher standing, leaving them seething with indignation. Yet, they dared not confront the clients directly, instead venting their frustrations upon the attendants who called out bids on their behalf. To prevent such incidents from recurring, the voices of bidders from 3 different tiers of clients were affected by the spiritual array, ensuring that all sounded remarkably alike. Therefore, Lin Yu ought to remain oblivious to the situation. After all, among the platinum clients present at the auction house today, there was not only Lin Yu and the earlier individual, but 2 additional platinum clients who remained silent, awaiting the final auction item. Aki forced a smile, albeit awkwardly, and stated, "Aki is unaware of what you are speaking of. In truth, her patience was nearing its limit. She had relied on her beauty and figure, along with her self-crafted intoxicating fragrance, to ensnare countless men, including those with peculiar tastes, who could resist falling beneath Aki's skirt. Yet, it was unforeseen that she would encounter such a troublesome individual today. Aki could not fathom why Aji garnered Lin Yu's favor. Aji's transaction with Lin Yu, exchanging spiritual materials for spirit stones, was known to Aki and her sisters immediately. Aside from their eldest sister who was engaged in bidding, the 2nd to 6th sisters were attending to individuals of even greater importance than platinum clients. Thus unable to cater to Lin Yu, Aki would not let such a golden opportunity slip away, and thus arranged to substitute Aji. The rationale was straightforward. After attending to one platinum client, he specifically requested Aji to accompany him. This man's desires were not only fervent, but he had a particular fondness for Aji's type. Upon learning that Aji's client was exceptionally affluent and that Lin Yu sought to acquire spirit stones, Aki could not afford to miss such a lucrative prospect. In truth, swapping attendants among platinum clients was a common occurrence for them. Those fortunate enough to encounter a high-spending platinum client could not only amass a wealth of cultivation resources, but also stand out in this fiercely competitive environment. Aki was determined to seize this opportunity, regardless of how difficult the client might be. Aki did not confess, and Lin Yu did not press further. "Your thoughts? How could I be unaware of them?" Under normal circumstances, Lin Yu would not perceive any issue. Anyone could handle the matter. The problem lay in the fact that Aki was not a woman of virtue, and the client Aji was to attend was far from a decent man. Aji and Aki were not of the same ilk. As long as it did not contravene his principles and conscience, Lin Yu would proceed according to his own inclinations and preferences. There was no other choice. The heavenly laws were but my subordinates. In this new life, I shall live in splendid ease. Lin Yu rose and addressed Wang Wan. "Keep an eye on things for me. I shall step out for a moment." "Look at you," Wang Wan remarked. Knowing Lin Yu's intentions, she shot him a sideways glance, yet still cautioned, "Be careful." "Where are you off to?" Aki inquired, her curiosity piqued. Lin Yu remained silent, ignoring Aki as he exited. She instinctively glanced at Wang Wan for clarification, only to find Wang Wan averted her gaze, fixated on the auction floor below. Aki recalled Lin Yu's icy gaze as he passed by her. "This is bad. Trouble is brewing." Aki, filled with anger, stomped her feet and hurriedly pursued him. "Please, don't do this." Aji's expression was one of unbearable anguish as she found herself ensnared in the embrace of a burly man, whose hands were far from respectful as they roamed over her body. At that moment, Aji's mind was consumed by thoughts of one particular individual. He was gentle and understanding, sharing a bond with her that made her feel remarkably at ease. Distinctly different from the clients she had attended previously, among them, Aji was the only one who had yet to lose her innocence. Some might wonder how she could remain unspoiled after attending to so many clients. The answer is simple. Aji had not been in the role for even a year and was particularly cherished by their eldest sister. The bond between the two was akin to that of true sisters. Having experienced emotional scars herself, the eldest sister wished to spare Aji from repeating her own mistakes and did not want her to end up like herself. Consequently, the eldest sister had issued a warning. Without her consent, no one dared to mistreat Aji, lest they meet a dire fate akin to that of the sect responsible for such misdeeds. The burly man sneered, tightening his grip on Aji. What are you pretending for? To be favored by me is your fortune. If you dare resist, I'll lodge a complaint, and you won't be able to stay here any longer. Not even your big sister could save you. Tears streamed down Aji's face as she struggled, disbelief etched on her features. You lie, the man scoffed derisively. Don't believe me? The royal family is on the verge of collapse. Your sister's backing has already crumbled. Mark my words, soon enough, this woman will be mine. So you better be sensible, or I'll make your life a living hell with that. The burly man could no longer contain himself and, with brute force, seized Aji and violently hurled her onto the bed. Watching her weep, retreating against the headboard in despair, only fueled his excitement. Just as he was about to mount the bed, the door was suddenly smashed to smithereens, causing the entire auction house to tremble. The commotion startled everyone in the auction hall, and the eldest sister wore an expression of shock as she turned toward the source of the noise. Who dared to cause trouble here? As the crowd struggled to comprehend the situation, a mirror in a VIP room on the left side of the third floor shattered explosively, the sound reverberating as if it would shatter their hearts as well. Simultaneously, a burly man was flung out, causing half the practitioners in the auction hall to scatter in haste. He landed heavily on the auction floor, creating a significant dent. The eldest sister's countenance turned icy with rage, and her intentions turned deadly. Yet, the next scene left her feeling perplexed and astonished. Chapter 60. Who said there were only 3 people? The figure before everyone was Lin Yu. How audacious for such a young platinum client to cause a scene in the Qianlong auction house. The last person to stir trouble here was also a platinum client, and the result was the entire sect being uprooted by the eldest sister within 3 days, reduced to ashes, with the perpetrator meeting a grim fate. Since that incident, no matter the client's standing, all enjoyed only reasonable privileges at the Qianlong auction house, which did not equate to a license for unruly behavior. Everyone understood that this young man was doomed. The eldest sister's gaze was frigid as she regarded Lin Yu. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Aji, tear-streaked and desolate, slowly appear beside Lin Yu. The eldest sister furrowed her brow. Sensing something was off, having navigated this world for so long, she could not be oblivious to the ordeal Aji had endured to arrive in such a state. A typical person's first reaction would be to assume Lin Yu was to blame for Aji's condition. However, the eldest sister's instinct was that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. The burly man who had been thrown out was known to the eldest sister. His background was anything but trivial. He was a disciple of a powerful gang, in opposition to the royal family, and was among the 10 most notorious criminals dispatched from the main headquarters, known as the flower-chasing hand, Lu Kuei. The eldest sister understood the current precarious situation of the royal family all too well. Her standing in the Qianlong auction house was beginning to waver, and those whom she had previously offended were gradually seeking revenge. With the backing of a formidable force outside the royal family, Lu Kuei had taken to bullying and abusing women in the Honglin domain, leaving countless innocent women victimized and perished. Lu Kuei had frequented the Qianlong auction house, not for auctions, but to toy with sisters like Aki and Aji. Among those he had toyed with, only Aki willingly engaged with him. Before the royal family descended into chaos, Lu Kuei had maintained a level of restraint. Having had numerous intimate interactions with Aki, while occasionally being hands-on with other sisters. However, upon Aji's arrival, Lu Kuei had developed an insatiable desire for her. With Aji being well protected by the eldest sister and Lu Kuei wary of her capabilities, he had bided his time. Now that the royal family's foundation was shaking, Lu Kuei's formidable backing had begun to undermine the royal family, emboldening him. Lu Kuei was convinced that the eldest sister would not dare to act against him, which is why he felt so brazen. His intent today was to create chaos. He aimed to first capture Aji before shifting his focus onto the eldest sister. Little did he expect a twist of fate. Aji exchanged glances with the eldest sister, who instantly understood that it was Lin Yu who had rescued her from Lu Kuei's grasp. Bang! Meanwhile, the entrance of the auction house was violently shattered, and a large group of practitioners clad in black robes surged in, swiftly converging upon the spot where Lu Kuei had fallen. The sheer force of their arrival sent a wave of horror through the gathered practitioners, who were taken aback by the sight of Lu Kuei's lifeless body at the bottom of the pit. Their gazes turned icy, filled with murderous intent directed at Lin Yu. Lu Kuei, a formidable warrior of the 9th layer of the 7th realm, had been struck down in a single blow. The sudden appearance of Lin Yu was not to be underestimated. The expression of Dai Jie darkened. Indeed, the forces behind Lu Kuei could no longer restrain themselves from taking action against her. Dai Jie addressed all the practitioners present at the auction with a commanding voice. I apologize, but I must ask everyone to exit immediately. The events that follow do not concern you. All participants in the auction hastily vacated the premises, for those with any sense understood that the Qianlong auction house was about to face dire consequences. The group of black-clad individuals bore a conspicuous emblem, a red blade piercing through a dragon's head. The Dragon-Slaying Society. Their existence was aimed at subverting the royal family. The precarious situation of the Honglin royal family had become common knowledge among the practitioners in the Honglin domain, but it mattered little to them. They simply wished to avoid being caught in the crossfire. The best course of action was to leave the Honglin domain altogether. The fate of the royal family was of no concern to them. A significant upheaval was imminent in the Honglin domain. Lin Yu cast a glance at the hundreds of practitioners adorned in the Dragon-Slaying Society's black attire below, then shifted his gaze to Dai Jie. They had been waiting near the auction house, anticipating the moment the auction would conclude, at which point Lu Kuei would emerge to cause chaos, and they would rush in to assist. Their original target had been Dai Jie. But unexpectedly, Lin Yu's arrival disrupted their plans. Dai Jie, witnessing the group of black-clad individuals, turned pale with fear and urgently warned Lin Yu. They are members of the Dragon-Slaying Society, the sworn enemies of the royal family. Lin Yu nodded silently. In truth, these individuals held another layer of identity, one even they themselves were oblivious to, a cadre of pawns manipulated by an evil force. The members of the Dragon-Slaying Society suddenly directed their gaze towards the solitary figure of Dai Jie, swiftly encircling her on the auction stage. Faced with this dire situation, Dai Jie displayed no hint of panic. She remained composed and dignified, exuding an aura of quiet authority that hinted at an underlying dominance. Despite the commotion, her subordinates had not yet emerged, undoubtedly having been preemptively subdued or dealt with by the Dragon-Slaying Society. Dai Jie paid no heed to the surrounding black-clad figures. Instead, she turned to Lin Yu and spoke softly. Esteemed sir, please ensure Ajie's safety and escort her away from here. Ajie shook her head vigorously, her expression fraught with concern as she insisted, No, we must leave together. If I go with you, you will face their relentless pursuit. Dai Jie smiled calmly. They seek me, not you. With Lu Kuei, the pursuing flower, already dead, they will not target you. No. Ajie's face was streaked with tears. She understood all too well what would happen to Dai Jie if she fell into the hands of the Dragon-Slaying Society. The sect that Dai Jie had eradicated years ago was, in fact, a subsidiary force of the Dragon-Slaying Society. The society had bided its time until the royal family was on the brink of collapse before striking at Dai Jie. Intent on eliminating all external forces nurtured by the royal family, a black-clad figure glared at Dai Jie, coldly stating, There is no need for further words. None of you will escape. You speak truly? Interjected Lin Yu, not Dai Jie. All the black-clad figures turned their furious gazes toward Lin Yu, who merely smiled with indifference. None of you will escape. As his words fell, the expressions of the 100 black-clad individuals suddenly darkened, for they had inexplicably lost their connection to the outside world. There were still many of their comrades outside the auction house, yet now they were cut off from calling for reinforcements. Dai Jie felt a powerful surge of spiritual energy quietly spreading throughout the auction house, severing the external perception of the proceedings within. A look of astonishment crossed Dai Jie's face as she regarded Lin Yu. She could not discern his realm of cultivation, but to sever external perception instantaneously was beyond the capabilities of anyone below the 8th realm point. One of the black-clad figures, however, remained unfazed, smirking at Lin Yu. Even if we cannot summon help, what can you three do against us? Lin Yu chuckled mockingly. Who says there are only 3 of us? No sooner had he spoken than a bone-chilling gust of malevolent wind swept through the auction hall. Chapter 61. Luring the enemy, the frigid wind of malevolence surged through the auction house, enveloping it in an atmosphere of death and decay, transforming the venue into a hellish landscape. The expressions of the Dragon-Slaying Society's disciples shifted dramatically, their eyes wide with terror. The intensity of the malevolent energy was so great that their spiritual powers froze within their meridians, rendering them immobile. Then, to their astonishment, skeletal soldiers with ashen faces began to emerge from the very fabric of space, filling the auction house to capacity. They are Yin soldiers. Someone recognized the origin of the skeletal apparitions. Even Jie, well-versed in the arcane, felt a chill run down her spine at the sight of such horror. She had heard of Yin soldiers and had witnessed their terrifying emergence firsthand. Wherever they tread, not a blade of grass would grow, and no living thing could enter. To do so would mean certain death. The sheer number of Yin soldiers before her now surpassed even her previous encounters. Jie trembled involuntarily, her gaze fixed on Lin Yu with a mixture of shock and disbelief. Undoubtedly, these Yin soldiers had been summoned forth by Lin Yu. She had never heard of any practitioner capable of commanding Yin soldiers to serve their will. Yin soldiers could only be forcibly suppressed or annihilated. They could never be controlled to form an individual's force. It was said that the number of Yin soldiers in the world far exceeded the combined total of practitioners and ordinary people. If someone could control Yin soldiers and transform them into their own power, the world would be ruled by these specters. Yet, Lin Yu's presence shattered Jie's preconceived notions regarding Yin soldiers. In truth, there was nothing impossible in this world. It was merely a matter of finding the right method. Even with a method, one needed the capability to execute it. The disciples of the dragon-slaying society were filled with despair and dread. They would rather perish at the hands of the enigmatic Lin Yu than face the Yin soldiers. Lin Yu stood at the edge of the VIP room, regarding the members of the dragon-slaying society with a bemused smile. So, do you still intend to outnumber me? I can allow those outside to join you for a count. If my Yin soldiers are insufficient, I can always summon more. His final statement left the disciples of the dragon-slaying society feeling utterly despondent. He had even more Yin soldiers at his disposal. One of the disciples, in a fit of desperation, shouted defiantly, "I am the second hall master of the dragon-slaying society. If you meddle in our affairs, do you not fear the annihilation of your entire clan?" Lin Yu scoffed, "A bunch of crawlers, manipulated as pawns without even realizing it, thinking you possess some great power." The second hall master dismissed Lin Yu's words. "It matters not if you kill us. Our members are scattered across every corner of the realm. You cannot escape." Lin Yu smiled lightly. "Is that so? Then I shall not shy away from the trouble of visiting your dragon-slaying society's headquarters. With the dragon banner broken, what could you insignificant crawlers achieve?" The disciples of the dragon-slaying society were struck with alarm, their faces etched with fear. How did Lin Yu know of the significance of the dragon banner to the society? Could he possibly be a spy within their ranks? "Are you of the royal family?" The second hall master inquired grimly. Jie, too, was eager to uncover Lin Yu's identity. Why had he chosen to assist them? And how did he possess such intimate knowledge of the dragon-slaying society? Lin Yu did not respond to the second hall master's question, but waved his hand. The 300 Yin soldiers revealed eerie, cold smiles and began to advance slowly toward the disciples of the dragon-slaying society, the torrent of malevolent energy swirling like a flood in the air. Over 100 disciples of the dragon-slaying society were instantly paralyzed with fear, instinctively retreating, only to find themselves at the very edge of the auction stage. With no escape to that moment, the second hall master, in a fit of desperation, leapt onto the auction stage and lunged at Jie. Whether Jie had chosen not to resist or was simply unable to do so, she was easily seized by the second hall master, who held her before him as a shield. "Sister!" Jie's face was etched with extreme worry. The second hall master tightened his grip on Jie's throat, positioning their bodies toward Lin Yu, his expression icy as he declared, "If we die, she dies too." Lin Yu, however, remained unfazed, casually responding, "Oh, then go ahead and kill her." This. The second hall master was momentarily taken aback. Jie stared at Lin Yu in disbelief, questioning whether she had misheard him. Jie, on the other hand, maintained her composure, regarding Lin Yu with curiosity, eager to see his next move. Lin Yu, with his hands folded within his sleeves, nonchalantly remarked, "Whether she lives or dies is of no concern to me." Your threat holds no weight. Jie was left in a state of shock, as Lin Yu transformed into a different person, cold and unyielding, instilling fear within her. However, Lin Yu continued, his tone shifting, "I am rather fond of this young lady's demeanor." He glanced at Jie with a gentle smile. "As her elder sister, I naturally would not wish for her to come to harm. If anything were to happen to her, I would be quite displeased. When I am in a state of displeasure, I may very well direct my frustrations towards you, as Lin Yu remarked with a squint and a smile directed at the second hall master. The second hall master furrowed his brow, utterly perplexed by Lin Yu's intentions, as his words seemed disjointed and incoherent. Just then, amidst the second hall master's momentary stupor, the disciples of the dragon-slaying society emitted blood-curdling cries of terror and anguish, causing him to become utterly flustered. Simultaneously, the great sister's gaze sharpened, and seizing the opportunity, she unleashed her spiritual power. A severed hand fell before her, and soon after, the second hall master let out a heart-wrenching wail, clutching his shoulder where his arm had once been, retreating in disarray. The severed hand belonged to the second hall master's right hand, which had been gripping the great sister's throat. The spiritual force unleashed by the great sister struck like a blade, severing the second hall master's right hand in an instant, leaving him momentarily stunned before being forcefully repelled by her power. In a swift motion, the great sister turned and pointed her sword at the center of the second hall master's forehead. A surge of azure sword energy shot forth, piercing directly through his head. The second hall master's retreat faltered, his expression one of disbelief as he gazed at the great sister. Blood began to ooze from his forehead. And ultimately, with a look of unwillingness, he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The great sister, her expression devoid of emotion, lowered her hand and observed the scene below, where the disciples of the dragon-slaying society were being frantically torn apart and devoured by a horde of vengeful spirits. The horrifying spectacle sent shivers down her spine. In the VIP room, Agio exhaled a sigh of relief, still shaken, and looked towards Lin Yu, her voice trembling as she asked, "Were you distracting him just now?" Lin Yu replied with a smile, "Miss Agio, your intellect shines through. You are indeed correct. The great sister, possessing formidable prowess, had used herself as bait to lure the second hall master closer, all to create an opportunity for his capture." The situation had become dire for the second hall master, leaving him with no means to escape. His only hope lay in seizing the great sister, who was now within arm's reach. In his bewildered state, he had lost his composure and judgment, failing to recognize that this was a blatant trap. While being taken hostage, the great sister had discreetly communicated with Lin Yu through her gaze, urging him to divert the second hall master's attention. Fortunately, Lin Yu grasped her intention. Chapter 62. The souls of vengeful spirits. Agio turned her head away, unable to bear the sight of the gruesome scene below. The great sister, standing on the auction stage, dared not move, her gaze fixed upwards, unwilling to witness the carnage unfolding before her. It was only when the vengeful spirits had completely devoured the flesh of over 100 disciples from the dragon-slaying society that a multitude of terrified souls emerged, soaring into the air and fleeing in all directions. However, under Lin Yu's confinement, they found themselves with nowhere to escape. The great sister, looking upwards, beheld the 100 souls, the very souls of those devoured by the vengeful spirits. Suddenly, a vengeful spirit adorned with an official's cap pointed at these souls. All the souls trembled and writhed in the air as if struck by lightning, ultimately bursting into ashes with a hissing sound. In an instant, all the souls before the great sister were reduced to nothingness. Her expression turned to one of utter shock, her heart racing, when the chilling gaze of the vengeful spirit leader fell upon her. The great sister's face drained of color, and she staggered backward in the VIP room. Lin Yu suddenly called out to the vengeful spirit leader, "Why frighten her?" The vengeful spirit leader promptly knelt partially before Lin Yu, respectfully clasping his fists as he reported, "Your Majesty, this woman carries the aura of a vengeful spirit." "What did you say?" Both the great sister and Agio exclaimed in unison, their voices laced with shock. The great sister's eyes widened in horror, a chill running down her spine as she frantically examined her own body, yet found no trace of any vengeful spirit within her. The vengeful spirit leader coldly stated, "The vengeful spirit resides within your soul, and you are oblivious to its presence. Have you encountered vengeful spirits crossing your path before?" The great sister, in a daze, nodded. She had indeed encountered them, but that had been 5 years prior. At that time, she had just become a royal member and, on her way back to the auction house from the imperial city, had inadvertently wandered into a place thick with malevolent energy at night. The atmosphere there was so charged with dark energy that it disrupted the senses of cultivators, and the deeper she ventured, the more intense the energy became, threatening her very existence. realizing she might not escape that night. The Great Sister sought refuge in a relatively weaker area of dark energy to wait for dawn. Unexpectedly, just as she found a place to rest, she spotted a group of vengeful spirits emerging from the mist ahead. The reason she had managed to escape that forest alive was largely due to these passing spirits. The moment the vengeful spirits appeared, she lost consciousness, and when she awoke, it was dawned, to her relief. She discovered she was still alive, her body unscathed by the dark energy, her internal organs intact, albeit her consciousness was weak. Believing herself fortunate to have survived, she paid no further heed to the incident and returned to the auction house unscathed. Since then, she had never mentioned this to anyone, nor had she suffered any major illness, and life continued as normal now. Hearing a vengeful spirit inform her that one resided within her was utterly unsettling. The Great Sister felt as though ants were crawling on her, her body trembling uncontrollably, even contemplating tearing her qipao apart to inspect herself closely. The vengeful spirit leader coldly remarked, "It lies dormant within your soul." A spirit of a vengeful being. Your soul is highly suitable for it to inhabit. It will awaken once your soul reaches a certain level of power, seizing your physical form and transforming into a human. This is also why you survived your encounter with the vengeful spirits 5 years ago. At that moment, the Great Sister could no longer maintain her composure, letting out a frantic scream. For a woman, the proximity of malevolent entities is unbearable, let alone the fact that a vengeful spirit's essence has been residing within her soul, biding its time to awaken and usurp her body. Witnessing the Great Sister's frantic screams, Agio felt a pang of sympathy and implored Linyu, "Young master, can you save the Great Sister?" Linyu replied with a calm smile, "Since my subordinate has uncovered this issue, I must certainly rectify it. The problem caused by the vengeful spirits should naturally be resolved by the vengeful spirits themselves." After a few moments of screaming, the Great Sister suddenly collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face as she stared vacantly at the ground. Her life, it seemed, was irrevocably ruined. The vengeful spirit leader spoke, "You need not fear. There are methods to resolve this." With a heart as cold as ash, the Great Sister glanced at the vengeful spirit leader and managed a wry smile. Having lost all hope, the vengeful spirit leader, now irritated, said, "Do you not believe me? If you wish to live, you must submit yourself to me, and I will extract the vengeful spirit from your soul." He huffed disdainfully, "I am doing this for the sake of your king. Otherwise, I would not concern myself with your fate. Whether you choose to comply or not is entirely up to you. I have no time to waste on your indecision." The flicker of hope returned to the Great Sister's downcast eyes as she regarded the vengeful spirit leader, tentatively asking, "What do you mean by submitting myself to you?" As a woman, she had a vague understanding of the implications, yet the entity before her was a vengeful spirit, an intangible presence. What could it possibly do to her? Did vengeful spirits retain the abilities they possessed in life? The vengeful spirit leader frowned tightly, his irritation palpable. "What nonsense fills your mind, woman? I must envelop your entire being with the power of the vengeful spirit, so you must be unclothed. Any clothing will hinder the effectiveness of the dark energy." With that, he concluded his explanation, leaving her to decide. Gio, with an uneasy expression, inquired, "Young master, must it truly be this way?" Linyu, somewhat awkward, replied, "As it is a vengeful spirit, it knows best how to deal with the issues it creates. I see no problem with it." The vengeful spirit leader suddenly received a thought from Linyu and turned to the silent, conflicted Great Sister, revealing something important. "Furthermore, your encounter with the vengeful spirits was orchestrated by someone. That person is someone you trust most, the one who has aided you." Upon hearing this, the Great Sister shot her gaze at the vengeful spirit leader, her face a mask of horror. "No, it's impossible." She shook her head in disbelief. The vengeful spirit leader, growing impatient, stated, "Whether it is possible or not will be clear once I extract that dormant vengeful spirit from your soul and ask it. You have 1 minute to decide. Otherwise, we shall abandon this matter." During that minute, the Great Sister's expression shifted from despair to confusion, pain, anger, determination, and finally to icy resolve. She stood up, her demeanor transformed to that of the imposing Great Sister she once was. Turning to Linyu, she declared, "Young master, I trust you." She then addressed the vengeful spirit leader, "Let us proceed." The vengeful spirit leader shot a glance at Linyu, while the eyes of the Great Sister and Ajio converged upon him. Understanding the true meaning behind his awkward expression, Chapter 63. True identity. The leader of the Shadow Soldiers is responsible for elucidating the facts. If the Great Elder Sister is to truly resolve the Shadow Soldier soul that resides within her spirit, it must be Lin Yu who takes action. It is Lin Yu who, through heartfelt whispers, informs the leader of the Shadow Soldiers about the Great Elder Sister's circumstances while allowing her to ponder her own stance. The expression in the Great Elder Sister's eyes is one of profound complexity. She cannot fathom why Lin Yu refrains from speaking directly and instead lets the leader convey his words. Is it out of embarrassment? Her gaze flickers, and ultimately, she offers a gentle smile, inclining her head slightly towards Lin Yu as she softly states, "Young master, I entrust this to you." As she speaks, the Great Elder Sister begins to disrobe. All the Shadow Soldiers turn their heads, evidently having received Lin Yu's command. Ajio watches Lin Yu in silence, her heart filled with a mix of emotions. To her, the Great Elder Sister is both an idol and a pillar of strength. Lin Yu's actions leave her somewhat bewildered. Most importantly, the notion of the Great Elder Sister bearing herself is something she finds hard to accept. However, Ajio is not foolish. The strong-willed Great Elder Sister is undoubtedly seeking to leverage Lin Yu's power to preserve her own life, her very existence. The Dragon Slayers have already made their move, and the royal family is in a precarious situation, leaving no room to concern themselves with the Great Elder Sister's safety. Now, she stands alone, vulnerable, and must rely on external forces. As the Great Elder Sister's gradual motions threaten to reveal her form, Lin Yu suddenly gestures with his hand. A golden light envelopes the Great Elder Sister, leaving only her head exposed. Upon witnessing this, Ajio secretly breathes a sigh of relief, her expression relaxing as she offers Lin Yu a gentle smile. The Great Elder Sister herself is somewhat taken aback, upon seeing her body below the neck shrouded in golden light. The tension within her eases. The golden light flows through her meridians like a school of little fish, consuming impurities with each passage. When these luminous entities surge up to her mind, the Great Elder Sister swiftly closes her eyes. Seemingly entering a state of deep slumber, Ajio cannot help but inquire, "What is happening to the Great Elder Sister?" Lin Yu explains to Ajio, "I have put her consciousness into a slumber. This way, the Shadow Soldier soul that lies dormant within her will reveal itself." Ajio's eyes widen as she observes a dark soul emerging from the Great Elder Sister's crown. The scene unfolds like a corpse lying in a graveyard. Suddenly startled awake, rising with a gaze filled with horror and rage as it surveys its surroundings, Ajio gasps, covering her mouth with her hands, her eyes filled with terror. Indeed, there exists a Shadow Soldier soul concealed within the Great Elder Sister. Yet, after all this time, why has it not seized control of her? What is it waiting for? The appearance of this scene causes the temperature in the auction hall to plummet once more. Lin Yu lightly coughs, drawing the attention of the Shadow Soldier leader, who then communicates with his subordinates. Over 300 pairs of cold, gray eyes fixate on the Shadow Soldier's soul awakening from the Great Elder Sister's spirit. The forcibly awakened Shadow Soldier's soul, upon seeing a throng of its kind glaring at it with malevolence, is momentarily stunned by their expressions of fury. Each of these beings is tenfold stronger than itself. Particularly, the Shadow Soldier leader, who regards it with a greedy glint, seems eager to devour it. The isolated Shadow Soldier soul resembles a lamb cowering in a corner, confronted by over 300 hungry wolves contemplating how to feast upon it. At first, the Shadow Soldier soul considers resistance but quickly dismisses this futile notion. Resistance? Even if it were to exert all its strength and seize this woman's flesh at an inopportune moment, it would be of no avail. The Shadow Soldier leader coldly inquires, "Will you emerge voluntarily, or shall I compel you to do so?" The Shadow Soldier's soul wears a face of unwillingness but makes no move. It has been given a deadly command to remain hidden within this woman's spirit, no matter the circumstances. Should it face an insurmountable situation, it intends to perish alongside her. Just then, Lin Yu speaks from above. "Do you wish to burn your bridges? Is that even possible?" The Shadow Soldier's soul gazes up at Lin Yu in utter astonishment, its expression one of disbelief. Had Lin Yu not spoken, it would have remained unaware of another presence above. "Who are you?" the Shadow Soldier's soul asks coldly for the first time. Lin Yu, uninterested in engaging in idle chatter with this being, gives a signal to the Shadow Soldier leader, who steps forward to stand before the great elder sister. You wish to take my life, but I shall not spare this woman either, the shadow soldier's soul exclaims with a fierce countenance. However, in the next moment, it finds itself in a state of confusion. It is certain that neither Lin Yu nor the shadow soldier leader has made a move, yet for some inexplicable reason, it cannot summon the power of its shadow soul to seize this woman's spirit. The shadow soldier leader regards the pitiful creature beneath him with disdain. Lin Yu's golden light surrounding the great elder sister serves precisely to prevent the shadow soldier soul from overtaking her spirit. The shadow soldier soul can only scan its surroundings but cannot look downward, leaving it unaware of the great elder sister's true condition. What have you done to me? The shadow soldier's soul demands. Its expression twisted with rage as it glares at Lin Yu. Lin Yu remains silent, casting a glance at the shadow soldier leader. The leader takes action, seizing the shadow soldier's soul. No. The shadow soldier's soul screams in despair as it feels a terrifying chill rush toward its essence. In an instant, the shadow soldier's soul is effortlessly separated from the great elder sister's spirit by the shadow soldier leader, who then discards it onto the ground as one would dispose of refuse. The shadow soldier's soul, now only the size of a fist, bounces slightly upon hitting the ground. Simultaneously, its visage transforms from that of a skull into that of a man. Soon after, the great elder sister opens her eyes, her gaze immediately falling upon the diminutive shadow soldier soul before her. "ITSU?" she exclaims, staring wide-eyed at the male figure, disbelief etched across her face. Even though Lin Yu had previously hinted that the shadow soldier's possession was orchestrated by someone within her circle, the great elder sister had been skeptical. Now, confronted by the visage of the male shadow soul, she is utterly convinced. The man, suppressed by a mass of shadow energy, casts a dispassionate glance at the great elder sister. A look of disdain and embarrassment upon his features. It is evident that they are acquainted. The great elder sister quickly regains her composure, her expression filled with complexity as she inquires, "Why did you do this?" "Why?" The male shadow soul replies with a mocking smile. "To me, you have always been a mere pawn, a plaything. Had it not been for your soul's potential to allow me to resurrect, why would I have aided you all these years? Did you truly believe that after leaving the imperial city, you were entitled to become the crown princess?" The man continues, "Lu Yumu, you are far too naive." The great elder sister, Lu Yumu, reveals a bitter, self-mocking smile. Gio, standing beside Lin Yu, is equally taken aback. The individual who once harmed the great elder sister turns out to be a prince. Chapter 64. Quietly entering the game, no one knows the identity of the person who inflicted emotional pain upon the great elder sister. She has never spoken of it. Now, with the truth unveiled, it surpasses Ajia's imagination. It turns out that the great elder sister has always been a tool of the royal family, a pawn in a prince's resurrection scheme. Suddenly, Ajia recalls a rumor and questions the shadow soul of the prince below. "Are you the third prince who perished at the age of 15? The third prince's shadow soul casts a cold glance at Ajio, letting out a disdainful snort without a word. Bang! The third prince's shadow soul is then forcefully pinned beneath the foot of the shadow soldier leader, who exclaims coldly, "You are nothing more than a pathetic creature, a mere fragment of a carefully orchestrated scheme. What grounds do you have to be arrogant?" The third prince's shadow soul howls in a frenzy, feeling as if it is genuinely being trampled underfoot. Lu Yumu's face turns ashen as she offers a sorrowful smile, lost in self-mockery. How could a person of her humble origins suddenly gain the favor of the third prince? Is it truly possible to become the crown princess after just one night in the palace? Lu Yumu previously failed to comprehend one thing. Why, after arriving at the palace and staying until midnight, did the third prince suddenly order her to leave? As for the reason, as a prince, he could simply command her to depart without needing to provide an explanation. Reluctantly, with a heart full of joy, Lu Yumu left the imperial city alone. Yet, midway, she stumbled into a realm of potent shadow energy and encountered the rare passage of shadow soldiers. Everything seemed so coincidental. Only now does Lu Yumu realize that all of it was part of the third prince's intricate plan. No, more accurately, it was the actions of those behind the third prince that orchestrated everything. In truth, the third prince is merely another pitiful pawn under someone else's control. Lin Yu, curious, asks, "If he has perished, then how is this possible?" Ajio, equally puzzled, replies, I only know that the third prince passed away at a young age. The rest of the details are known only to the great elder sister. Brother Lin, the situation is quite simple. A voice suddenly emanates from the soul banner. Yi Feng Shien. Lin Yu, taken aback, responds, "Oh, Brother Yi, you know?" Yi Feng Shien explains, "When I infiltrated the imperial palace in search of the spiritual vein, I inadvertently overheard some secrets regarding the third prince. When he was 15, he suffered from a grave illness, not an untimely death, but rather a result of human machinations. Afterward, the queen sought out a reclusive sage, said to possess the extraordinary ability to bring the dead back to life. Ha, resurrection? Surely, no one would believe such a claim. Yet, the queen, deeply fond of her third prince, entrusted her faith in this individual's powers, going to great lengths to summon him to the palace. This sage performed a ritual for the third prince, extracting his soul moments before death and confining it within a mystical artifact, while utilizing secret techniques to preserve his corporeal form from decay. He then informed the queen that this was merely the first step towards the prince's resurrection. The second step was of utmost importance. She must find a maiden endowed with a natural soul space, preferably an untouched girl. The prince's soul would reside within this maiden's soul space for 7 years before it could take form. The third step involved the soul of the prince, once fully formed, seizing the maiden's body. After nurturing his soul within her for a year, it could then be transferred back to his original body, thus achieving rebirth. Lin Yu listened in disbelief. It sounded as though this method could genuinely restore life. However, he understood that matters were not so simple. Lin Yu inquired, "How could you know such intricate details? That person you encountered by chance, could it be that he is the very reclusive sage?" Yi Feng Shien chuckled lightly. "Indeed, fate has a curious way of intertwining lives. On that fateful night, while the queen was alone with the sage, I happened to be eavesdropping as he explained the process of resurrection to her. Subsequently, certain unspeakable events transpired, which I shall refrain from elaborating. Suffice it to say, they are commonplace occurrences within the royal lineage." Lin Yu immediately became intrigued. Is it true that the emperor remains unaware of the queen's actions? Yi Feng Shien dismissed the notion, saying, "At that time, my sole purpose was to seek out the royal bloodline. I had no interest in the royal family's trivial matters. However, ever since that night, the emperor has not attended court, citing ill health. Shortly thereafter, the sage ascended to the position of national master. From that point on, the queen and the national master have frequently engaged in profound discussions, and it is evident to any discerning observer what has transpired, yet no one dares to speak of it." The subsequent events were clear to Lin Yu without further inquiry. Yi Feng Shien, with keen interest, continued, "However, this national master, who has so swiftly risen to power, harbors a profound fear of a certain entity within the royal family. Were it not for this entity's early insight into the truth and subsequent discreet maneuvering, the royal family would not have endured until now without fracturing." Lin Yu was taken aback. "You don't mean to say that this entity is the descendant of the soul-cleaving spear, the strongest in the Honglin realm?" "Precisely, it is this extraordinary woman," Yi Feng Shien replied. "The soul-cleaving spear recently resurfaced, and it was later revealed that it had indeed returned to her possession." Why, Yi Feng Shien sighed. "Upon learning of the spear's emergence in Frost City, I encountered a master who practiced dragon chi on my journey, forcing me to retreat." Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, finding it both amusing and tragic. It was he who had unearthed the spear and personally entrusted it to Ning Ying's master. Suddenly, Lin Yu realized something. Could it be that the turmoil leading to the royal family's impending collapse was orchestrated by this national master? Who else could it be? Yi Feng Shien stated matter-of-factly. That extraordinary woman is the only obstacle to the national master's ambitions. As long as she remains, he cannot secure his place within the royal family. The forces behind the emo-shaking realms, the shadow demons, and the aforementioned dragon-slaying society are all puppets of this national master. Unbeknownst to us, we have unwittingly stepped into this intricate web. Wait. Yi Feng Shien suddenly realized a crucial matter unfolding right before him. You hail from Frost City, and Miss Ning is a royal disciple. If she has been captured by the national master's forces, could you be the one who unearthed the soul-cleaving spear? Lin Yu could not help but laugh, leaving Ajio bewildered. After a long silence, Yi Feng Shien joined in laughter. Ah, truly, fate is a capricious force. Lin Yu smiled. Brother Yi, it seems we are destined to cross paths. Had you been resolute enough to venture into Frost City? We might have become acquainted sooner. Fong Shien replied cautiously, enough of that. I dare not approach the royal experts who practice dragon chi. I am fortunate to have retreated. Otherwise, I could not have escaped unscathed. Since we are both entangled in this situation, and events have escalated to this point, it seems we must confront the royal family. I too wish to know if that legendary woman, the sole heir of the soul-cleaving spear, still possesses any hope of survival. Lin Yu glanced down at the boisterous big sister, who was embroiled in a heated debate with the third prince, and declared, "Let us start with her." Chapter 65. A most lively performance. Lin Yu suddenly turned to face the entrance. Behind the door, a pair of curious yet frightened eyes were peering at them. Upon being discovered by Lin Yu, she quickly recoiled in fear. Gio, without needing to look, already knew that the one spying from behind the door was a Qi, who had previously almost been humiliated after being delivered into Lu Kuei's hands. Lin Yu casually waved his hand, causing a Qi, who was attempting to flee, to stumble and fall into the room face first. A Qi, pale and trembling, lay on the ground, paralyzed by Lin Yu's icy gaze, shivering in fear. When Lin Yu burst into the VIP room and confronted Lu Kuei, a Qi had been lurking at the door, watching. Fortunately, she had not rushed in to stop Lin Yu. Otherwise, she might have met a fate similar to Lu Kuei's. Lin Yu glanced at Gio and said, "I'll leave her to you." Hearing this, a Qi scrambled to her feet in terror and immediately knelt before Lin Yu, pleading, "Please, young master, spare this wretched servant's life." Lin Yu stepped aside coldly at the moment a Qi knelt, saying, "It is not a matter of whether I choose to spare you." A Qi understood, quickly turning to kneel before Gio, discarding any semblance of sisterly pride as she repeatedly bowed her head at Gio, with a frosty expression, replied, "Leave, I no longer wish to see you." "Thank you, Gio," a Qi exclaimed, relief washing over her as she lifted her head, her face alight with joy. Gio turned her gaze away, unwilling to look at the woman any longer. Lin Yu's attention was now fixed on the auction house below. A Qi confirmed that Lin Yu would not pursue her, promptly getting to her feet and dashing out. "Wait!" Lin Yu called out to a Qi, just as she was about to step out. The sudden shout startled her, causing her to retreat. "Young master," a Qi turned, her face a mask of sorrow and fear. Lin Yu said coolly, "Lu Kuei was brought here by you. Don't you think you ought to go and apologize to your big sister?" "What?" Gio gasped in shock, glaring at a Qi. "You brought Lu Kuei and the Dragon-Slaying Society members here." With events having reached this point, a Qi's expression darkened, her gaze locked onto Lin Yu as she gritted her teeth. "Don't push your luck. Am I being unreasonable?" Lin Yu feigned innocence as he turned to Gio. Gio remained silent. The auction house below was the answer. Lin Yu addressed Lu Yumu below. "Lu Kuei and the Dragon-Slaying Society members were brought here by a Qi. How do you intend to deal with this, you?" A Qi's expression changed dramatically, her body trembling in fear. Lu Yumu had already learned from the third prince that the queen was orchestrating everything, leaving her expression devoid of emotion. With a heart turned to ash, she felt as though the entire world had dimmed. The only thought in Lu Yumu's mind was to confront the queen and deliver a couple of slaps across her face. Hearing Lin Yu's words, Lu Yumu turned to him and replied with a smile, "I leave it to you, young master." Lin Yu cast a glance at a Qi, smiling. "You were relying on the Dragon-Slaying Society for protection, were you not? Well then, I shall be heading to the Dragon-Slaying Society's headquarters shortly to break the dragon flag.as for you. Given that Gio and your big sister have so far chosen not to take action against you, if you wish to survive, you'll need to figure that out for yourself." A Qi's face drained of color, despair consuming her. In a bid for survival, a Qi steeled herself, approaching the edge of the VIP room and kneeling before Lu Yumu, who stood in the auction house. "Big sister, I am sorry I was wrong to be so blinded by greed as to agree to the Dragon-Slaying Society's scheme against you, and I should not have delivered a Gio to Lu Kuei. I beg you, big sister, spare my life. I do not wish to die." Lu Yumu regarded the kneeling Qi with an icy stare, remaining silent. Ultimately, Gio, still seething with anger, suddenly placed her foot on Qi's back, booting her off the VIP room and onto the auction floor. Qi fell face first to the ground, the impact causing a sharp pain that rendered her momentarily speechless, her body trembling uncontrollably. Her already flimsy Qi Pao torn further apart. Gio exhaled heavily, releasing pent-up frustration. Lu Yumu remained expressionless. What do you intend to do? In a state of turmoil, the third prince, his spirit in disarray, bellowed at the gathered crowd. Witnessing the fate of Ichi, he feared his own destiny would mirror hers. Under the relentless torment of the leader of the Shadow Soldiers, he was compelled to reveal to Lu Yumu that it was the queen who orchestrated these events. Unbeknownst to him, the true mastermind manipulating the queen was the newly appointed national master, who had also been responsible for his current predicament. Now, in such a dire state, resurrection was but a distant hope. Even surviving as a wraith was uncertain. Suddenly, Lu Yumu erupted into laughter, a mirth that chilled the very essence of the third prince. Given the queen's fervent efforts to restore you to life, how could a humble girl like me refuse the decree of fate? She proclaimed, towering over the third prince, whose wraith was no larger than a fist. Lu shall now embark on a journey to escort the third prince back to the palace. The third prince, aghast, cried out, "Do not act recklessly. If I perish, you shall not escape unscathed. And those 6 wretches, should you dare to harm me, they will surely meet their demise." Lu Yumu and Ajia's expressions darkened. He referred to his other 6 sisters, likely already captured by the Dragon-Slaying Society. This meant a visit to the Dragon-Slaying Society was inevitable. Lu Yumu bowed her head to Lin Yu, pleading, "I, Lu Yumu, humbly request that you intervene. From this day forth, the 7 of us shall be at your service." Ajia too cast a hopeful glance at Lin Yu, her resolve unwavering. Lin Yu nodded, stating, "I, too, wish to pay a visit to the Dragon-Slaying Society." He gestured towards the unconscious Ichi below, adding, "And to present them with a welcoming gift." With tears brimming in her eyes, Lu Yumu gracefully performed a deep bow to Lin Yu. Lin Yu turned to Ajia, saying, "Ajia, do you not wish to uncover the whereabouts of your parents? Perhaps the Dragon-Slaying Society holds the answers." Ajia's face lit up with hope, her eyes glistening with tears. Lin Yu smiled. "A simple inquiry will reveal all." The third prince glared at Lin Yu, sneering, "You are courting death by going there. Do not think that your shadow soldiers make you invincible." The leader of the Shadow Soldiers let out a chilling laugh. "Over the years, I've devoured many clad in the garb of the Dragon-Slaying Society. I am well aware of their prowess." The third prince, a mere puppet of the queen, found himself silenced by the leader's words. Ignorant of the vastness of the world he inhabited, Lin Yu commanded the leader of the Shadow Soldiers to gather the third prince and the unconscious Ichi, intending to educate them within the Soul Banner. As Lin Yu and Ajia returned to the original VIP room, Lu Yumu approached from the auction hall, obediently walking beside Lin Yu. Upon entering, they found Wang Wan standing before the mirror. Turning to Lin Yu, she gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "What a lively performance." Chapter 66. Why not say it sooner? The internal strife within the royal family was a source of delight for Wang Wan. "I know the location of the Dragon-Slaying Society's headquarters," she informed Lin Yu. Lu Yumu gasped in surprise. "You have been there?" Wang Wan replied coldly, "The disciples of the Dragon-Slaying Society have slain many of my colleagues. It is time to settle the score." Lin Yu nodded. "It is fortuitous that Wang Shunbu knows the way." Ajia inquired of Lu Yumu, "Sister, could the guild leader be affiliated with the Dragon-Slaying Society?" The guild leader, elusive and shrouded in mystery, was rumored to possess extraordinary abilities, and it was believed that Sister had established connections with the royal family through him. Lu Yumu scoffed. "Why do you still refer to him as guild leader?" Ajia fell silent, her heart heavy with dread. It became clear that the higher-ups of the auction house had been compromised by the Dragon-Slaying Society. Had Lin Yu not appeared today, Ajia could scarcely imagine the fate that awaited her and her sister. As the 4 exited the Qianlong auction house, they found the once bustling street now eerily deserted. The road stretched ahead, seemingly endless, with not a soul in sight, and the shops lining the street were all shuttered. Just as they stepped out of the auction house, a throng of black-clad figures surged forth, blocking the street with overwhelming numbers, at least 700 strong. Each wore the emblem of the Dragon-Slaying Society, their eyes glinting with hostility, brandishing glimmering curved blades. Lu Yumu's expression darkened. "The disciples of the Dragon-Slaying Society's second hall have mobilized." Ajia, having never witnessed such a scene, instinctively drew closer to Lin Yu. Her fear palpable, Lin Yu chuckled softly. "Outnumbered? I've never feared such odds." A robust black-clad figure stepped forward, raising his blade and declaring, "I am the Vice Hall Master of the Second Hall." He glanced back. his brow furrowing in confusion. For he had expected the hall master to present the four, yet here they stood alone. His expression soured as he glared at Lin Yu and his companions, demanding, "What have you done to our hall master?" Wang Wan found the situation amusing. "Do you not see that we emerged unscathed? What has become of your hall master is beyond your inquiry." Lin Yu remained silent, merely waving his hand at this gesture. All the disciples of the Dragon-Slaying Society raised their blades in unison, retreating a step. Lin Yu did not attack. Instead, the disciples beheld a torrent of corpses spilling forth from the auction house, forming a towering mound between the two parties. The sight sent shivers down the spines of the second hall's disciples, their faces paling in terror. The vice hall master had hidden over 100 elite members within the auction house. How had they all become corpses? The temperature plummeted, and the street fell into a heavy silence. Lin Yu glanced at the pile of bodies and smiled at the vice hall master. "Perhaps you should search for your hall master's remains among them?" No one dared to respond. The mountain of corpses rendered any search for their leader's body absurd. "You have the audacity?" the vice hall master shrieked, his face contorted in horror as his blade shattered into fragments, the sharp metal shards embedding into his visage. A scream escaped the vice hall master's lips as he instinctively clutched his face, only to find his hands bloodied and pained by the sharp debris, causing him to stagger back and collide with several of his subordinates. "Vice hall master!" Two aides rushed to assist the fallen figure. "Get away!" he roared, pushing them aside, revealing a grotesque visage marred by iron shards. The sight of the piled corpses instilled dread among the 700 subordinates, who began to entertain thoughts of retreat. The combined might of the hall master and his elite force surpassed that of their mere numbers. How could they possibly contend with Lin Yu and his companions? Struggling to stand despite his injuries, the vice hall master glared defiantly at Lin Yu, his eyes brimming with malice. "Why do you all hesitate? Charge!" he barked, but his followers remained frozen in place, their terror palpable. You? The vice hall master fumed, his insides churning with rage, incredulous that his men feared just 4 individuals. Suddenly, a figure at the back, unable to contain his fear, let out a scream and fled, discarding his blade in his haste. Once one fled, others followed suit, and soon a dozen of the Dragon-Slaying Society's disciples abandoned their weapons in favor of escape. Fearing that their arms would hinder their flight, the vice hall master could only stare in disbelief as nearly half his men vanished in an instant. "Stop! Stand your ground!" he cried weakly, yet none heeded his command. "If you dare run, I shall slay you," he shouted in desperation as his subordinates continued to retreat. "Vice hall master, look behind you." A disciple, pale with fear, pointed shakily forward. The vice hall master, filled with fury, spun around, eager to see what had terrified his followers. Upon turning, he was met with the sight of a grinning skull, its gaze fixed upon him, an overwhelming aura of dread emanating from it. The sheer intensity of the malevolence nearly froze his very soul. The vice hall master stood paralyzed, his eyes locked with the grinning skull, his body numb and immobile, as if the world around him had succumbed to silence. Shadow soldier. The fury and intent to kill he held for Lin Yu dissipated in an instant. At that moment, all he wished was to flee, to remain meant certain death. Before him, a throng of shadow soldiers filled the entrance of the auction house, their chilling gazes trained upon him, their faces twisted in mocking smiles. The vice hall master's spirit trembled, and he felt tears welling up, his pain forgotten in the face of terror. He could not fathom the depths of his rage towards those who had fled. Why did they not voice their fear as they ran? A cry could prove fatal, couldn't it? And what of the first sighting of the spectral soldiers and their followers behind? Why was there no early warning of their appearance? Are they made of wood? Except for the few dozen disciples of the Dragon-Slaying Society at the front, who were rendered immobile by the oppressive aura released by the hundreds of spectral soldiers. All those at the back fled, leaving the ground littered with curved blades. At times, standing further back is not such a misfortune. The vice leader had soiled his trousers, wishing to weep but finding himself unable. Despair engulfing his heart. Suddenly, the leader of the spectral soldiers moved aside, and Lin Yu approached the vice leader. The vice leader looked at Lin Yu with a face full of hopelessness, his heart overwhelmed with disbelief. It was evident that this group of spectral soldiers was led by Lin Yu. He was witnessing a practitioner capable of controlling spectral soldiers for the first time. Chapter 67. The Main Hall. The vice leader realized he could speak and, in a state of sheer terror, stammered, "What do you want? Don't do anything rash." His singular focus was on preserving his own life, with a mountain of corpses piled before him. Feeling as though he could become one of them at any moment, Lin Yu smiled and said, "I am quite interested in the dragon flag of your dragon-slaying society's main hall. I would like to pay you a visit." The vice leader's face turned ashen, falling silent. Implicitly, this meant Lin Yu intended to breach the main hall. Had this been during their earlier encounter with just 4 of them, the vice leader would have dismissed Lin Yu as delusional. Yet now, with hundreds of spectral soldiers standing like dutiful sentinels beside Lin Yu, breaking into the main hall seemed trivial. Lin Yu glanced at the leader of the spectral soldiers, who approached the vice leader, patted him on the shoulder, and offered a chilling yet polite smile. "Brother, please lead the way." The vice leader forced a smile that was more grotesque than tears. Under the intimidation of the spectral soldier leader, he had no choice but to reveal the location of the Dragon-Slaying Society's main hall. Lin Yu cast a confirming glance at Wang Wan, who nodded. "Indeed, it is right there," as her words fell. A beam of white light enveloped everyone present, including the spectral soldiers. In the next moment, all found themselves hovering over a mountain that had been hollowed out by human hands. The mountain's surface appeared as though it had been sliced by a knife. Perfectly level, below lay a massive stronghold, where patrols roamed, drinking and feasting. The dragon-slaying stronghold. The inhabitants below were entirely unaware of the throng appearing above them. The vice leader and dozens of disciples stood upon a layer of white light formed by the power of the celestial array. Trembling with fear, without warning, Lin Yu shoved the vice leader, and a scream filled with despair and terror echoed as the vice leader and his followers plummeted from the sky. Those in the stronghold heard the commotion from above and instinctively looked up, their expressions shifting to shock upon witnessing figures falling from the heavens. The patrols within the stronghold quickly relayed the news, and soon hundreds rushed to gather in the central square. When the figures descending from the sky became discernible to the hundreds of Dragon-Slaying Society disciples below, they were horrified to realize that the falling individuals were indeed members of their own society, including the vice leader. The expressions of the disciples turned to astonishment, momentarily rendering them paralyzed. It was only when someone shouted for them to clear the way that the hundreds of disciples reacted. Retreating as swiftly as possible, the vice leader, witnessing the crowd below scatter, was incensed, cursing in midair, yet no one paid heed to his words, simply wishing to avoid being crushed. For none possessed the ability to catch dozens of individuals plummeting from hundreds of feet in the air. Even if one could, they would not risk their lives to save them. With a series of thuds, the vice leader and his disciples crashed to the ground, causing it to tremble momentarily and kick up clouds of dust. As the dust began to settle, it revealed the fallen disciples of the second hall, all lifeless. The scene truly grim. In the next moment, for figures appeared quietly in the vacant spaces not occupied by the bodies of the second hall disciples. The sudden presence of these 4 strangers shocked the hundreds of Dragon-Slaying Society disciples, leaving them puzzled. Who were these individuals daring to appear at the main hall of the Dragon-Slaying Society? "Who are you?" One disciple pointed at Lin Yu and asked loudly. However, most gazes were drawn to the 3 women accompanying Wang Wan. Each of the 3 boasted remarkable figures and appearances, their auras distinctly different, mature and dignified. Pure and radiant, cold and serious. 3 extraordinary beauties. Lin Yu, however, was overlooked amidst their presence, for he was destined to meet a gruesome end. Under the unwavering scrutiny of the brazen gazes, Wang Wan remained icy in demeanor, while Lu Yumu and Ajio had long grown accustomed to such attention, showing no signs of fear. "Let us kill this brat and take these 3 beauties to offer to the chieftain. Once he tires of them, they can be ours." Upon uttering these words, over a dozen disciples with lustful eyes moved forward, unable to resist the temptation of the 3 women. A scream suddenly pierced the air, extinguishing half of the wicked desires within the disciples. It turned out that the disciple who had set his sights on Wang Wan attempted to reach for her, only to be met with a flash of cold light. His hands were severed, blood gushing forth as he fell to the ground, crying out in agony. Wang Wan struck again, and the disciple's head separated from his body, blood spraying like a fountain as the headless corpse collapsed. The expressions of all the disciples turned to horror, gasping in shock. What a decisive and ruthless display. Without uttering a word, Wang Wan cast her icy gaze across the crowd. The more than 10 disciples who had intended to take advantage of Lu Yumu and Ajio were left dumbfounded at this spectacle. Fortunately, they had refrained from acting hastily. Otherwise, they would have lost their heads. A round of applause broke out, and upon hearing it, the disciples of the Dragon-Slaying Society immediately recognized who had arrived and quickly parted to create a path. A young man clad in white, with a mocking smile, stepped forward, flanked by 2 towering figures. The white-clad youth's face was pale, and the golden dragon-slaying emblem adorned his chest. Lin Yu regarded the white-clad youth, who was undoubtedly the president of the Dragon-Slaying Society. Ajio, however, was utterly astonished. Indeed, it is the president. Lu Yumu maintained her cold demeanor. The white-clad youth lowered his hands, exuding an air of arrogance, and looked at Wang Wan with a smile. "Miss, your skills are impressive. The young master is quite taken." Wang Wan coldly smiled back, raising her blade toward the white-clad youth. "Why don't you give it a try?" The white-clad youth laughed heartily, his eyes glinting with malice. "Perhaps we could test it in bed." He then turned his gaze to Lu Yumu, his eyes burning with desire. "Sister, it has been a while. I have missed you dearly." Lu Yumu met his gaze with a frosty stare, her voice low. "Du Gutsong, cease your pretense." Du Gutsong smiled silently, then turned his attention to Lin Yu, narrowing his eyes. "Boy, where did you come from?" "From beyond the heavens," Lin Yu replied nonchalantly. Du Gutsong's smile faded. What audacity! He suddenly noticed Ajio nearly leaning against Lin Yu's arm, and Lu Yumu standing obediently beside him. Du Gutsong's expression darkened, anger flaring within him. If the 2 women were to practice dual cultivation with Lin Yu, it would surely create a potent furnace. However, this required distorting their thoughts through secret methods, making them dependent on him. Otherwise, the effectiveness of the dual cultivation would be significantly diminished. Du Gutsong could see that the 2 women had wholly entrusted their hearts and souls to Lin Yu. Casting a glance at the dozens of corpses turned to mush on the ground, he looked at Lin Yu and said menacingly, "Was this your doing?" Chapter 68. "You useless wretch." Lin Yu clasped his hands within his sleeves, a calm smile gracing his lips. "Are you dissatisfied?" Du Gutsong's pupils constricted. He had never encountered such brazen arrogance. He merely chuckled coldly and said to Lu Yumu, "Sister, it has been far too long. Let us reminisce at my humble abode." As his words fell, hundreds of Dragon-Slaying Society disciples, with unfriendly expressions, advanced menacingly. Lu Yumu was undaunted by the scene and inquired, "Who orchestrated your machinations to bring me into the palace to meet the 3rd prince?" Du Gutsong smirked, not answering the question, but rather spoke meaningfully. "Sister, we are actually on the same side." Lu Yumu replied with a mocking smile, "You are merely pawns used by someone else. Once you eliminate the current dragon, you will support the next one." "I am not on your side." Du Gutsong feigned astonishment, clapping his hands in admiration. "As expected of you, sister. However, you are mistaken." His tone suddenly turned icy. "Do not forget one thing. Had it not been for my father saving your mother during her 8th month of pregnancy, allowing her to serve as a palace maid, you and your mother would be nothing but filthy beggars in Qianlong City. Allowing you to meet the 3rd prince was your fortune. Yet, not only did you fail to show gratitude, but you also brought outsiders to resist us. What is your intention?" Lu Yumu trembled in rage, and Ajio quickly comforted her. Lin Yu, with a knowing smile, remarked, "You would make a fine actor. What a waste. What concern is it of yours? Close your mouth." Suddenly, Du Gutsong became quite agitated. With a flick of his sleeve, a beam of cold light shot forth in an instant. Lin Yu leisurely raised his hand, gently pinching a slender needle, entwined in black light, between his index and middle fingers. With a slight exertion, the needle emitted a crisp sound, transforming into powder that scattered with the wind. Du Gutsong's expression shifted, impressive. Yet, instead of becoming angry, Du Gutsong broke into a joyful laugh. Wang Wan, displaying impatience, addressed Lin Yu. "Why don't you just release them and devour these worthless creatures instead of wasting breath?" Du Gutsong cast a puzzled glance at Wang Wan. "Them? Devour them? What nonsense!" Lin Yu communicated through thought, unhurriedly stating, "That would be far too dull. Moreover, the situation is not so simple, including the stance of the Dragon-Slaying Society. This performance has only just begun. It will be far more lively and intense than what you witnessed before. Wang Wan curled her lip, sheathed her long blade, and remained silent, a hint of intrigued amusement dancing at the corners of her mouth. Dugu Tsong had just informed Lu Yumu that, in truth, both parties were allied. Wang Wan then realized that Dugu Tsong's position was not as they had presumed. Furthermore, there was one more piece of evidence. After their arrival, Dugu Tsong had refrained from acting immediately. The situation was indeed growing increasingly interesting. At that moment, Dugu Tsong approached the corpse of the second hall's deputy master and turned to Lin Yu, inquiring, "Is the third prince in your possession?" Lin Yu smiled without a word. In the next instant, the third prince, the size of a fist, appeared on the ground, rolling twice. Upon seeing Dugu Tsong, the third prince's eyes lit up with joy as he cried, "Young Master Dugu, save me!" Dugu Tsong sneered, his face filled with disdain. As if gazing upon a drowning dog, the third prince, perceiving Dugu Tsong's attitude, felt his smile freeze. His expression quickly morphed into a twisted mask of rage as he shouted, "Dugu Tsong, do not forget that your father is but a dog under my mother's command. If you dare not save me, my mother will surely kill your father." Dugu Tsong then turned to Lin Yu, an amused glint in his eyes, and asked, "Do you despise him?" Lin Yu paid no heed. "I find him exceedingly loathsome." Dugu Tsong glared at the third prince, his eyes brimming with disgust. "Since 10 years ago, the sight of you has made me wish to skin you alive." With that, Dugu Tsong suddenly lifted his foot and began to stomp on the third prince. The third prince's screams, intermingled with an abundance of curses, echoed throughout the entire encampment, inciting even the disciples of the Dragon-Slaying Society to contemplate joining in for a few kicks. Dugu Tsong was their most revered lord, and for the third prince to dare insult him was tantamount to courting death. It was only when Dugu Tsong grew somewhat weary from the stomping that he withdrew his foot and spat disdainfully at the third prince. "A mere drowning dog? And yet you dare to be so arrogant? I once thought you could be of some use. Now it seems your demise would be a relief. You cannot even perceive the truth laid before you. What good is it to keep you alive?" The third prince lay on the ground, his face filled with despair. No longer uttering a word, he now resembled a rat scorned by all, utterly helpless. He also realized that the dragon Dugu Tsong sought to slay was, in fact, his own lineage, particularly his mother, who had been deceived time and again, and that lecherous old man who had not only become the national master but also spent every night within his mother's chambers. Moreover, the third prince had already been stripped of his soul by that old man, who had sealed him within the royal palace using secret arts. It was all intentional. The memories of those moments now felt 100 times more revolting than before. Yet the third prince understood that this was a sacrifice made by his mother for his sake. An insurmountable fury brewed within him, yet he had no outlet. Instead, he felt a profound sorrow and concern for his mother. Gazing at the sky, the third prince's heart turned to ashes. He had lost the will to ponder these matters any further. Whatever would be, however. The thought of his mother being humiliated by that old beast gnawed at him. Just as the third prince was about to close his eyes in resignation, a figure suddenly appeared within his line of sight. Lin Yu, his hands gathered within his sleeves, exuded an elegance reminiscent of a scholar. Looked down at the third prince and smiled. "Is this how you choose to accept your fate?" The third prince's expression turned icy as he replied, "If you wish to kill me, then do so. Spare me the useless chatter." Lin Yu, maintaining a calm demeanor, remarked, "If you truly care for your mother, who is subjected to nightly humiliation by that lecherous national master, as her son, how can you not seek vengeance? Do you truly wish to accept this fate? To simply let it go? You are but a waste." After uttering this, Lin Yu delivered a kick to the third prince. The third prince's eyes widened in disbelief. Feeling as if his very soul were fracturing into countless shards, the sensation was beyond description. The kicked third prince rolled across the ground several times before Lin Yu summoned him back with spiritual force. Lin Yu scolded, "You possess the courage to allow me to kill you yet lack the guts to stand before that lecherous national master and slap his face? Are you truly a man?" The third prince suddenly burst into tears, his voice raw as he yelled, "What do you expect me to do?" "What can I do?" Lin Yu smiled faintly, for he desired precisely this reaction. "Do not say I have not offered you an opportunity." The air began to chill, and Lin Yu instinctively drew his hands deeper into his sleeves. I can grant you the chance to stand before the national master and slap his face. I could even assist you in ascending to the throne. The third prince questioned whether he had misheard. The scenes of his mother being nightly violated by the national master were deliberately paraded before him. In the palace, every moment felt as if he wished to tear that old bastard apart. Yet, he felt powerless. Even his mother consoled him, claiming that if he endured a little longer, it would soon improve. Now, an opportunity lay before him. If he let it slip by, regret would be inevitable. The third prince did not deliberate for long. His expression hardened, his eyes filled with a chilling intent to kill. Whatever you demand, I shall comply as long as you allow me to personally slay that old fiend. I would even serve as your dog. Chapter 69. Borrowing power, the third prince knelt before Lin Yu. His expression resolute. For the sake of his mother, he was willing to become Lin Yu's dog, as for the throne? The third prince did not dwell on it. He only wished for his mother to escape the national master's grasp. Dugu Tsong, who had been silently observing, felt somewhat surprised. The third prince, having been favored by the queen since childhood, had developed a weak disposition and lacked resolve. Otherwise, he would not have fallen prey to the national master's schemes. Given that Dugu Tsong's father was also a person of the royal palace, he had met the third prince a decade ago. Though the third prince had been excessively pampered, he had possessed the intellect of a 10-year-old at merely 3, which explained the queen's preferential treatment. The two children had shared an encounter filled with mischief. The third prince had devised a scheme to trick Dugu Tsong into jumping into a pond. That incident was inconsequential, except that the third prince had secretly buried a spirit-powered water cannon in the pond beforehand. The resulting explosion had splattered mud all over Dugu Tsong. The third prince stood atop a pavilion, brimming with pride, pointing and laughing heartily at the disheveled and dazed Dugu Tsong. From that moment on, Dugu Tsong had harbored a grudge against the third prince. Then, when the third prince turned 15, an accident occurred. Dugu Tsong understood well that the third prince's plight at the hands of the national master was largely self-inflicted. The third prince, in a state of spiritual disarray, had once met with Dugu Tsong. Dugu Tsong had advised him that if he wanted to break free, he must first accept the situation. Thus, when the third prince was expelled from the Soul Banner and saw Dugu Tsong, he immediately sought his aid. However, having been tormented by the national master to the point of losing his spirit, the third prince found Dugu Tsong of no use to him. He was far too terrified of the national master. Now, having been roused by Lin Yu, the third prince's spirit rekindled. He turned to Dugu Tsong, earnestly expressing, "Regarding the past, I was in the wrong, and I apologize." Dugu Tsong merely smiled disdainfully, remaining silent at that moment. The third prince appeared transformed, no longer the panicked figure he once was. Instead, he exuded composure and calm. He revealed the truth. "Dugu Tsong, I know you align with the national master, but it is not to aid him in slaying dragons. Is it? How did you discern that?" Dugu Tsong crossed his arms, a curious smile gracing his lips. The third prince, with an impassive expression, replied, "Because you are not that kind of person." Dugu Tsong's eyes brightened. "Well done. No wonder you were the cleverest among the 3 princes back then. You saw through this." The third prince remained unchanged in demeanor, in Lin Yu's eyes. The third prince, in his spiritual form, now emanated a golden light as if the fog had cleared to reveal the truth. The national master had ultimately miscalculated. Though they appeared to be at odds, their actual positions aligned. Such a shift left Lu Yumu somewhat perplexed. Dugu Tsong pretended to be subservient to the national master while secretly plotting against his power. Lu Yumu suddenly realized something and, astonished, asked Dugu Tsong, "Did you send the second hall to trouble us as a ruse to eliminate the national master's confidence?" Dugu Tsong grinned widely, then feigned distress, saying, "Oh no, oh no. How could you see through everything? What secrets do I have left?" Lu Yumu, filled with confusion, questioned, "If that is the case, why did you introduce me to the palace back then?" Dugong Tsong, taken aback, replied, "Sister, given that the matter has been laid bare to this extent, you still do not comprehend?" Observing the perplexed expression on Lu Yumu's face, Dugong Tsong rolled his eyes, exclaiming in exasperation, "Of course, it was for the sake of collaboration. Without cooperation, how could this scheme be executed?" Lu Yumu's demeanor turned icy. Her gaze dimmed as the realization dawned upon her that she had merely been a pawn, utilized by both sides. Dugong Tsong, with a dismissive chuckle, remarked, "In any case, nothing untoward transpired after you entered the palace. What loss have you suffered? It was merely that the third prince resided within your soul for a few years, dormant and doing you no harm, nor could he, moreover, if it weren't for the third prince unlocking the potential of your soul. Do you believe you would still be alive today? Be grateful, Lu Yumu. Your cultivation has made remarkable progress over these 5 years, largely due to his contributions." Lu Yumu retorted with a cold smile. "Am I to be grateful to you?" Dugong Tsang replied with a grin. "The third prince might not appreciate your gratitude. Perhaps I should convey it on your behalf?" Lu Yumu averted her gaze, disinterested. The third prince's eyes remained fixed on Lin Yu, awaiting his response. Lin Yu glanced at the third prince and asked, "What are you looking at? Did you not understand what I just said?" The third prince remained silent, his eyes reflecting hope as he bowed his head to Lin Yu. At that moment, Dugong Tsang extended his hand towards Lin Yu. "Smiling, brother, shall we collaborate?" Lin Yu did not reciprocate the gesture, calmly stating, "You proceed with your own affairs." Dugong Tsang, undeterred by the rejection, scratched his head and said, "You have quite the temperament. Bring forth the dragon banner." Upon hearing this, the disciples of the dragon-slaying society displayed expressions of confusion. 2 Disciples presented a black dragon-slaying flag to Dugong Tsang. Holding the banner, Dugong Tsang, without hesitation, shattered it in front of the gathered crowd. The members of the dragon-slaying society gasped in shock. Their leader had personally destroyed the banner. What could this mean? Silence. The two burly men flanking Dugong Tsang glared fiercely at the disciples who had gasped in dismay. Lin Yu observed quietly as Dugong Tsang tossed the torn flag before him, grinning. "Isn't this what you desired?" Lin Yu smirked. "What use do I have for this tattered flag? It cannot be sold." Dugong Tsang remained unfazed, courteously asking, "Might I invite you to my humble abode for a discussion?" "Very well," Lin Yu acquiesced, subsequently storing the third prince within the Wan Hun banner. Upon entering the room, Dugong Tsang took the seat of honor at the long table, while Lin Yu sat opposite him, with 3 women standing beside him. Dugong Tsang glanced at the 3 women by Lin Yu's side and chuckled. "My brother is indeed fortunate. Let us get straight to the point. 3 days hence, on the day of the new moon, I plan to lead a group into the Imperial Palace, heading straight for the Ascending Dragon Hall." Dugong Tsang sincerely expressed, "I genuinely hope to collaborate with you." Lin Yu tapped his fingers on the table, stating, "As I mentioned earlier, you proceed with your own plans." Dugong Tsang's eyes brightened with curiosity. "May I interpret this as you having your own scheme?" Lin Yu remained silent. Suddenly, Dugong Tsang slammed the table, startling the 3 women. He stood, clasping his fists toward Lin Yu, declaring, "Then we shall meet at the Ascending Dragon Hall in 3 days. However, I wish to borrow someone from you." Without waiting for Lin Yu's response, his gaze shifted to Wang Wan. Chapter 70. Do you deserve it? When Dugong Tsang expressed his desire to borrow someone, Lu Yumu instinctively thought it would be her. To her surprise, the individual he sought was someone beside Lin Yu. Wang Wan had not removed her right hand from the hilt of her dagger since entering the encampment. Upon encountering Dugong Tsang's fervent gaze, her brow furrowed, and a surge of murderous intent arose within her. Having become the youngest divine constable in the Shangming City Yamen, she had honed her keen instincts. Wang Wan could perceive Dugong Tsang's intentions to borrow her. Just as she was about to unsheath her blade and confront Dugong Tsang, Lin Yu's voice suddenly resonated in her mind. "Do not act hastily. I will handle this." Hearing this, Wang Wan sheathed her long knife, having chosen to follow Lin Yu into the imperial city, placing her unwavering trust in him. Lin Yu, unperturbed, calmly inquired, "Give me a reason." Dugong Tsang, unflustered, replied, "To enter the imperial palace, one requires a bait. You may not be aware, but this young lady beside you has a history with the royal family, does she not?" Wang Wan let out a cold laugh, initially expecting a more substantial reason. However, she found it peculiar and astonishing that Dugong Tsang knew of her vendetta against the royal family. She was certain she had never met him, nor had she ever interacted with him. If one were to argue, the only encounter she had with the dragon-slaying society was when its disciples had once committed theft in Shangming City, for which she had slain the 5 thieves. If Dugong Tsang intended to exploit this incident for revenge, it would make sense. Lin Yu's smile intensified as he refrained from interrupting Dugong Tsang. Dugong Tsang, brimming with confidence, declared, This young lady may not even realize that she harbors a deep-seated grudge against the royal family. Miss Wang, do you not wish to know the circumstances surrounding your parents' demise? Wang Wan feigned shock, passionately retorting, how do you know about that? Lin Yu began to admire Wang Wan's acting skills and their unspoken understanding. She did not falter at a critical moment, appearing genuinely engaged. In truth, Wang Wan's performance was not entirely feigned. She genuinely sought clarity on how Dugong Tsang had acquired this knowledge. What if, perchance, Dugong Tsang was somehow involved in her parents' deaths? Dugong Tsang remained silent, leaning back in his chair, awaiting Wang Wan's response. His silent demeanor was unmistakable. If you do not comply, I shall withhold the information. Lu Yumu suddenly leaned in, whispering something in Lin Yu's ear. Dugong Tsang seemed to surmise the content of their exchange, maintaining his smile while softly humming. Lu Yumu, I am aware of what you conveyed to him. Though I possess my flaws, I understand the distinction between priorities. Do you truly believe I would be so easily swayed by a woman? Lu Yumu, unafraid of Dugong Tsang's insight into her conversation with Lin Yu, retorted coldly, it is necessary for me to remind you of such matters. Dugong Tsang turned his attention to Lin Yu, a hint of impatience creeping into his voice as he asked, have you considered this thoroughly? Lin Yu, with his hands clasped together on the table, replied nonchalantly, do you believe we cannot enter the imperial palace without you? Dugong Tsang displayed a self-assured smile, propping his feet on the table, his expression one of smug satisfaction. Lin Yu, with a chilling smile, began, let me take a guess at your reasons for wanting to borrow someone. Dugong Tsang's triumphant expression dimmed slightly, his eyes narrowing. Lin Yu raised a finger. First, if I agree to lend you someone, your immediate action will be to subjugate us. You will then seize the 3 young ladies accompanying me, and I shall be besieged by your subordinates, imprisoned in a dark dungeon, subjected to torment. Second, you intend to employ the technique of yin-yang absorption, siphoning their primordial yin energy to cultivate a nefarious art that enhances your power in a short span. The mention of the first point. Dugong Tsang remained impassive. However, as Lin Yu elaborated on the second point, Dugong Tsang's composure faltered, his gaze turning cold and shocked. Lin Yu had deduced the truth. Thirdly, once you have completed your yin-yang absorption, you will use your dark arts to dominate Miss Wang's mind, turning her into your puppet. You were indeed truthful when you stated you would use her as bait to divert the attention of the palace's elite, allowing your men to infiltrate the palace seamlessly. Subsequently, you will pursue your own ambitions, with her as a pawn, just a disposable piece on your chessboard. Lin Yu leaned forward slightly, fixing his gaze on the increasingly frigid expression of Dugong Tsang. Articulating each word, I trust my deductions are accurate. A Jew, seething with indignation, took deep breaths. Lu Yumu had long recognized Dugong Tsang for who he was. His thoughts were entirely predictable. Wang Wan had seen through Dugong Tsang's schemes from the outset. Do you really think we cannot access the imperial palace without you? It seems you overestimate your significance. The room fell into a profound silence, the atmosphere thick with tension. The 2 parties remained mute for half a minute before Dugong Tsang suddenly lowered his feet and stood. Rather than lash out in anger, he raised his thumb toward Lin Yu, nodding vigorously with genuine admiration. You are the person I have respected the most in these 25 years. Then, with a sinister smile, Dugong Tsang added, only someone like you is worthy of collaborating with me. Lin Yu also rose, retorting with a cold laugh, I must say, you have consistently overestimated your own importance, as if the world could not function without you. Relying on your father's position beside the national master to relay information, you presume that this grants you the right to expect unwavering loyalty from us as bait. Furthermore, when have I ever suggested that I intended to collaborate with you? I have arrived here merely to assist Miss Lu in venting her grievances. Shall we collaborate? Do you deem yourself worthy? Lin Yu refrained from further discourse, turning his back to the imposing figure of Du Gutsong and addressing the 3 ladies. Ladies, let us depart. Do you truly believe you can leave? Du Gutsong's words had barely escaped his lips when 2 towering men, as solid as iron towers, blocked the entrance, glaring menacingly at Lin Yu. Get back, one of the brutes shouted, his gaze condescending and fierce. With a swift kick that was almost blinding in its speed, Lin Yu sent the man flying, who rolled on the ground for several revolutions before lying still. This commotion drew the attention of hundreds of Dragon-Slaying Society disciples outside, their expressions shifting to alarm as they rushed forward. The other hulking figure found himself grasped by the throat by Lin Yu, effortlessly lifted into the air. The expressions of the hundreds of disciples were a mixture of horror and fear. These two were the formidable guardians of the president, specially employed martial artists whose physical strength could withstand attacks from low-grade mystical artifacts. Yet, before Lin Yu, one lay incapacitated while the other hung helplessly, unable to resist. Even Du Gudsong stood in stunned silence. Chapter 71. The vault has been robbed. At this moment, Du Gudsong's mind was a blank slate. Unable to fathom the reality before him, the two towering guardians had been procured at great cost by his father, their strength so formidable that they could emerge unscathed from encounters with low-grade mystical artifacts. Over the years, they had followed him into battle, expanding their influence. The current achievements of the Dragon-Slaying Society were largely attributable to these two guardians, and they were the source of Du Gudsong's unfaltering confidence. Who would have imagined that they would be so easily defeated before Lin Yu? Earlier, Du Gudsong had personally tested Lin Yu's strength. Even though his hidden weapons had been effortlessly detected and destroyed by Lin Yu, he had considered it merely an appetizer, not indicative of Lin Yu's ability to contend with the two guardians. Fear gripped Du Gudsong, stripping him of the arrogance he had previously displayed. With one hand gripping the massive man before him, whose eyes rolled back and face turned a ghastly shade of purple, Lin Yu remarked with a faint smile, "Do you truly believe I need to collaborate with you?" Du Gudsong swallowed hard, his complexion pale, unable to utter a word. Lin Yu's voice turned cold. "You still wish to utilize my capabilities? Do you genuinely think that because your father serves as a dog in the palace, you are of any significance?" Wang Wan cast a glance at Lin Yu, her cheeks flushed with warmth. "Since when have I become yours? This is sheer nonsense." Du Gudsong forced a smile that was more grotesque than tears. Waving his hands in dismissal, "It's all a misunderstanding, truly just a misunderstanding. It really just a misunderstanding." Lin Yu's gaze glinted with frost as he sought confirmation. "Indeed, it is truly a misunderstanding." Du Gudsong stammered, his voice quaking. Gathering his courage, he implored, "Could you possibly release my man? He is nearly asphyxiated under your grip." Lin Yu relented, allowing the brute to crash to the ground with a thud, gasping for air before slipping into unconsciousness. Lin Yu turned to Lu Yumu with a grin, inquiring, "Has your anger subsided? Would you like me to administer a couple of slaps to further alleviate your grievances?" Upon hearing this, Du Gudsong was instantly petrified, collapsing into a chair, his face a mask of despair. Lu Yumu, with a blend of allure and tenderness, replied, "Thank you, but that one tea be necessary." Jiao, linking her arm with Lu Yumu's, glanced between the two with a sly smile. If only her elder sister could remain by such a man's side, she would feel at ease. As for herself, to merely be a small companion would be a blessing from her ancestors, though she doubted she would even be accepted. Lin Yu remained unhurried in his departure, addressing Du Gudsong. "Once you enter the palace, you will align with your father's influence and contend against the national master, am I correct?" Du Gudsong quickly rose, nodding obediently. He did not dare defy Lin Yu, though he remained perplexed as to why Lin Yu posed such a question. Lin Yu withdrew his hands from his sleeves, stating, "Since I have already promised to assist the third prince in his ascension, you must clearly understand your role moving forward." Du Gudsong's face brightened with understanding, and he eagerly replied, "I will know how to proceed. Please rest assured." Lin Yu cautioned, "Mind your phrasing. I have not agreed to accept you as a subordinate." Du Gudsong's heart trembled, his head bowing almost to his chest as he dared not meet Lin Yu's piercing gaze. 3 days hence, at the Ascending Dragon Hall. Suddenly, Lin Yu recalled something and smacked his hand in frustration. "I forgot to procure the Yang energy stones before leaving." Just as Lu Yumu was about to speak, Du Gudsong interjected, "Yang energy stones? I have some on hand. There is no need for you to make another trip." Lin Yu laughed heartily. "How could I have overlooked the fact that you are the president of the Hidden Dragon Auction House? How many do you possess?" "I shall purchase them all," Du Gudsong declared grandly. "There is no need for your expenditure. I have stockpiled quite a few Yang energy stones, which I do not require. So I shall gift them to you." Lin Yu shook his head. "That would be inappropriate. After all, President Du Gu is a businessman. It would be against the rules to not offer payment." Du Gudsong insisted. "As the president, I set the rules. I can give them to whomever I please." Without waiting for Lin Yu's response, he called out, "Come here." "What should I address you as, Lin Yu?" bring every last yang energy stone to Lord Lin. Not a single one should be left behind, Du Gudsong warned. If I discover anyone daring to hide any, I will have their head. With a rush, all disciples gathered outside surged toward the vault. A Jew observed the commotion with surprise. Is this truly necessary? Surely, this many people are excessive. Du Gudsong smiled at Agio. You see, Miss Agio, I have stockpiled quite a number of yang energy stones over the years. The quantity is substantial, requiring a larger workforce to tally and collect them. Truly, he is a president with wealth, a Jew praised, giving Du Gudsong a thumbs up. Please spare me your rebuke, Miss Agio. Du Gudsong chuckled awkwardly. Before long, hundreds of disciples rushed back, each bearing expressions of panic. Sensing something amiss from the commotion outside, Du Gudsong approached the entrance, inquiring with curiosity, "Where are the items?" One disciple, panting heavily, replied with a tense expression, "The vault has been robbed." What? Du Gudsong's face paled in shock as he leaped forward, seizing the disciple by the collar, glaring fiercely. "Repeat that. The vault has been robbed." "It is completely empty." The disciple trembled in fear, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he repeated himself. Du Gudsong's face was one of disbelief, yet he did not unleash his fury on the trembling disciple. Pushing him aside before dashing toward the vault, Lin Yu instructed the disciple, "Lead the way." The disciple, too intimidated to disobey, guided the four of them toward the vault, which was situated in a two-story stone building to the south of the village. As Lin Yu and the three women approached the stone building, they heard Du Gudsong's anguished roar emanating from within. He emerged, a visage of fury, his eyes bloodshot. Du Gudsong bellowed at all disciples. "Investigate. Find out who is responsible for this. I shall have his body torn asunder. Gather all the members from the other 9 divisions and ensure you uncover which scoundrel dared to steal from my vault within 3 days." The hundreds of disciples sprang into action, rallying together. Du Gudsong, appearing distraught, approached Lin Yu, striving to maintain his composure as he stated, "Brother Lin, I apologize. The yang energy stones are of little consequence, but there are numerous mystical artifacts within, all critical for the assault on the palace in 3 days. Without these artifacts, our strength will be severely diminished, rendering us incapable of facing the palace's experts." Lin Yu spoke softly, "I can assist you in uncovering who has pilfered your vault." Du Gudsong, with steadfast principles, declined, "There is no need to trouble Brother Lin. This is a matter for the Dragon-Slaying Society." Lin Yu shook his head, "Since I have pledged to follow the third prince as he ascends to the throne, I must take an interest in your affairs. I too wish to know who could infiltrate your domain and abscond with an entire vault unnoticed." Chapter 72. All that glitters is not gold. Lin Yu and Du Gudsong entered the stone building. The vault lay utterly barren, devoid of even a mouse, which would surely weep and turn away. Du Gudsong, his eyes reddened with rage, spoke in a low, intense tone. "I had set up a spiritual array within the vault. If anyone attempted to enter without my authorization, I would have been alerted immediately. Yet, this thief managed to bypass the array and stealthily make off with everything. There are 2 possibilities. The first, this individual is exceptionally skilled in formations. The second, this person possesses such high cultivation that they can dismantle the formation at will without detection. Upon inspection, the formation remains intact, which leaves only the latter possibility," Du Gudsong lamented. "However, I have sensed no residual spiritual energy within the vault, nor any traces left behind. It is as if the items simply vanished into thin air. Yet, it is not entirely devoid of remnants." Lin Yu spoke as he walked outside, followed closely by Du Gudsong, who bore a look of confusion. Lin Yu paused at the center of the first floor, where the ground was smooth and gray. He extended his foot and gently pressed down on a spot a step ahead. To his surprise, a hollow sound emanated from the ground. Du Gudsong's expression changed drastically. Lin Yu turned to him and said, "You may lift it to take a look." Du Gudsong enveloped the area Lin Yu had stepped on with his spiritual energy and peeled it back. A stone slab was flung aside, revealing a circular pit before their eyes. Du Gudsong widened his eyes slightly. This circular pit could easily accommodate 2 adults, let alone the treasures that had been transported away. Just as Du Gudsong was about to descend, Lin Yu stopped him. "There are mechanisms below." Du Gudsong trembled with anger, exclaiming, "Not only have they taken all my treasures, but they also left behind traps. Are they even human?" Lin Yu closed his eyes, reopening them a second later, and stated, "This hole leads to the Imperial Dragon City." "How do you know?" Upon mentioning Imperial Dragon City, Du Gutsong's expression turned grave as he recalled something. Lin Yu chose not to answer the question. I believe you can guess who it is. Du Gutsong's expression grew serious and complex, and he then clasped his fists in gratitude to Lin Yu. My Lord Lin, thank you for your assistance. However, I shall keep my promise to you. Once I retrieve my treasures, I will present the Yangji stone to you. Lin Yu replied nonchalantly, no rush. After a moment's thought, Du Gutsong mustered his courage to inquire, may I ask what my Lord Lin intends to do next? Lin Yu responded, we shall visit Imperial Dragon City and wait until the day of the moon's shadow in 3 days' time to enter the palace. Du Gutsong offered, I have a residence in Imperial Dragon City. My Lord Lin and your 3 friends are welcome to stay there. Lin Yu nodded in approval. That would be splendid. Du Gutsong retrieved a token from the storage ring on his hand and handed it to Lin Yu. This token marks the location of my residence. Upon your arrival in Imperial Dragon City, it will guide you there. Lin Yu accepted the token without hesitation and stored it away, saying, thank you for your trouble. Not at all, Du Gutsong replied with a somewhat awkward smile. Lin Yu then said, we shall take our leave now. We meet again in 3 days at the Ascending Dragon Hall. Allow me to see you off, Du Gutsong offered, escorting Lin Yu and his companions out of the village. Beside Du Gutsong stood the comatose King Kong, who had been choked by Lin Yu and was still suffering from excruciating pain in his neck and lungs upon awakening. Lin Yu and his companions vanished from sight. The raspy-voiced King Kong asked, President, why did you not keep them here? Keep them here? Du Gutsong regained his prior haughty demeanor, casting a cold glance at King Kong as he replied, have you lost your wits from being choked? What level of cultivator would condescend to collaborate with a lowly gang like ours? You only dared to voice such rebellious words because they have already left and cannot hear you. If they had, they would undoubtedly call you a fool. I can hear you. Lin Yu's voice echoed in their ears, causing the space around them to freeze instantly. Du Gutsong's face turned pale. King Kong widened his eyes, instinctively taking 2 steps back, scanning the surroundings in fear. Fortunately, nothing further occurred. The 2 exchanged terrified glances, silenced, and turned to re-enter the village. The 4 of them traversed the celestial travel array. Arriving at a mountaintop 50 miles to the north, gazing at the bustling Imperial Dragon City nestled amidst 9 towering mountains, Lin Yu's eyes. The surfaces of these 9 mountains were shrouded in a faint, purplish-black mist. And within the mountains, a faint dragon's roar could be heard. At the northernmost peak of Imperial Dragon City stood the Imperial Palace. However, to ordinary people, the northernmost part of the city was enveloped in a thick fog, making it impossible for even cultivators of lesser realms to penetrate. The 9 mountains surrounding Imperial Dragon City typically exuded purple dragon energy, yet now it bore a blackish hue, clearly indicating an invasion of sinister energy. Upon closer listening, the dragon's roars emanating from within the mountains were laced with pain and struggle. Wang Wan gazed at the grand Imperial Dragon City, scoffing, what a pity. Such a vast city is completely infiltrated by evil forces. Ajio asked curiously, Sister Wang Wan, how can you tell? No need to look. One can feel it. Wang Wan replied. Ajio stared at Imperial Dragon City for a long time, unable to discern anything or feel any peculiarities. The city gates were bustling with a multitude of outsiders entering and exiting, along with caravans of goods, creating a lively scene. The exterior appeared serene and peaceful. Lin Yu withdrew his gaze and said, let's enter the city. The celestial travel array transported the 4 of them to a position 50 zhang away from the city gates, landing right beside a caravan guarded by 20 sword-wielding guards. Who are you? The lead guard, startled to see Lin Yu and his companions appear silently beside the caravan, questioned with heightened vigilance. The caravan halted, and the 20 guards coldly scrutinized the unfamiliar quartet. A delicate, fair hand gently parted the curtain of the sedan chair. Lin Yu smiled at the lead guard. We are merely passing through and mean no offense. However, the lead guard was not so easily convinced. He understood the significance of the goods being transported by the caravan. Anyone who approached within 10 zhang of the caravan must be driven away. Yet, considering they were about to enter Imperial Dragon City, even if Lin Yu and his companions harbored ill intentions, they would not dare to act recklessly in broad daylight within the city. They are merely passing through. Uncle Jean need not be alarmed. A gentle voice emerged from within the sedan. How coincidental, the lady in the sedan asked, are you from outside the region? Without revealing her face, She slightly lifted a corner of the curtain, inquiring gently. Lin Yu nodded. If you don't mind, you may join us as we enter the city. Nowadays, outsiders require entry documents for Imperial Dragon City. You can accompany my caravan and bypass this process. The expression of the lead guard shifted slightly, puzzled by why the lady would suddenly invite these four strangers to join them. Yet, Lin Yu simply smiled and responded, since the lady has graciously invited us, I shall gladly accept. Miss, is this appropriate? The lead guard approached the curtain of the sedan chair, whispering. The lady replied softly, no worries. If we are fated to meet, we should extend a helping hand. With that, the lead guard found it difficult to object. The lady further invited the three women, if you do not mind, you may come aboard the sedan to rest. Liu Mu politely smiled and said, thank you for your kind invitation, but we shall not trouble you. A Jew shared the same sentiment as Liu Mu. Wang Wan, indifferent, remarked, I am accustomed to walking and find it uncomfortable to ride in a sedan. The lady said nothing further. My surname is Lin. May I ask how to address you, fair lady? Lin Yu inquired. My surname is Li, she replied. Lin Yu clasped his fists. I shall trouble you, Miss Li. The four followed the caravan to the city gates, where two armored guards halted the caravan and stated, please present your entry documents. The lead guard produced the documents and handed them to the guards. The guards opened the documents for inspection, counting the number of people in the caravan, only to soon realize something was amiss. The guard, puzzled, asked, the documents state there are 20 people in the caravan. Why are there 4 additional individuals? The lady in the sedan coughed lightly. The lead guard produced a purple token, raising it before the guards. Upon seeing the purple token, the guard's expression shifted to one of alarm. The lead guard coldly demanded, can we proceed now? The guards hurriedly closed the documents, bowing and handing them back to the lead guard with expressions of reverence, stepping aside. The caravan smoothly entered the city. The token stored within the system space reacted at this moment. The lady in the sedan asked, Lin Gongzi, do you have a place to stay, or shall I arrange accommodations for you? The lead guard named Jian appeared somewhat displeased. It was already quite risky to allow 4 strangers into the city. One could even say it was against the rules. Having allowed them to enter was a considerable act of kindness, yet the idea of also arranging accommodations for them seemed excessive. The lady disregarded the lead guard's displeasure and awaited Lin Yu's response. Lin Yu declined, thank you for your generous offer, Miss Li, but we already have a place to stay. The lady softly replied, very well, may we meet again if fate allows. The caravan then began to move deeper into the city. After the caravan departed, a Jiao expressed her confusion. We do not know her, yet she treated us with such warmth. Isn't that a bit strange? Wang Wan shot a glance at Lin Yu, sneering, perhaps she has taken a liking to you. Surely not, a Jiao exclaimed in disbelief. Wang Wan glanced at a Jiao with a half-smile. What is so unbelievable about it? Someone has, after all. Who? A Jiao wore an expression of innocence as Liu Yumu gently tapped her arm, her cheeks flushing slightly as she whispered, please, don't say any more. Lin Yu gazed thoughtfully at the departing caravan, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Following the guidance of the Dugu Tsang token, the quartet arrived at the entrance of a grand residence. Could it truly be this coincidental? Wang Wan exclaimed in astonishment, directing her gaze at the adjacent estate. This cluster of mansions was reserved for high-ranking officials and nobles, with no fewer than 100 estates in total. Each mansion was separated by narrow pathways. The caravan led by the golden-clad guard emerged precisely from the small path beside the right estate. Upon spotting Lin Yu and the others, the guard was equally taken aback. The curtain was lifted slightly, revealing a voice filled with surprise. Young Master Lin, what a coincidence! You reside here as well? Lin Yu smiled calmly and replied, indeed, what a stroke of luck. Then we shall be neighbors from now on. I hope young Master Lin will take care of us, the guard said, clasping his fists in greeting. Lin Yu returned the gesture with a slight shake of his head. You're too kind. The exchange was brief, and the golden-clad guard began instructing his subordinates to bring in the laden carts of goods. Lin Yu and the 3 women entered the residence. Fong Shien could not help but comment in Lin Yu's mind. As expected of a mansion at the foot of the imperial city, it surpasses my estate by far, Lin Yu replied. With Brother Ye's wealth, acquiring such a mansion should be a trivial matter. This time, Brother Lin is mistaken. Aside from those with connections to the imperial family, only officials of the 5th rank or higher, or generals with military achievements, are qualified to reside here. In simple terms, wealth alone is insufficient. Lin Yu nodded in agreement. Dugutsang's father is indeed a member of the royal court. It is not surprising he possesses such a mansion. Fong Shien added. Moreover, this estate is of the purple nobility level. One must have family members serving in the palace or be closely affiliated with the royal family. If we are to discuss wealth, I dare say I am no match for Dugutsang. Lu Yumu and Ajio went to rest, while Lin Yu and Wang Wan made their way to the main hall of the estate. Wang Wan took a seat at the long table and remarked, "That woman namely should be quite extraordinary." Lin Yu chuckled. "Of course she is remarkable, and we shall have the pleasure of meeting her later." "Why is that?" Wang Wan inquired, puzzled. "You will find out tonight." Lin Yu teased. As night fell, the Imperial Dragon City was illuminated like a sun in the darkness, vibrant and alive with revelry. However, it also marked the commencement of hidden currents beneath the surface. A Jew, having just arrived in the Imperial Dragon City, was brimming with curiosity about everything, urging Lu Yumu to take her out to explore, savor fine delicacies, and purchase beautiful garments. Although Lu Yumu left the auction house empty-handed, she had accumulated quite a fortune in spirit stones and worldly gold and silver over the years. After exchanging pleasantries with Lin Yu, Lu Yumu led Ajio toward the bustling heart of the Imperial Dragon City. Before departing, Lu Yumu extended an invitation to Wang Wan, which was politely declined. Not long after Lu Yumu and Ajio left, a knock echoed at the door. Lin Yu and Wang Wan approached, and upon opening the door, they were greeted by the golden-clad guard. With an indifferent expression, the guard announced, "My lady has invited young Master Lin to the Treasure Appraisal Pavilion. Might I inquire if young Master Lin would be interested in accompanying us?" "The Treasure Appraisal Pavilion?" Lin Yu's eyes brightened at the prospect. Not rushing to respond, he asked, "May I bring another person along?" The guard glanced at Wang Wan and nodded. "Young Master Lin is free to do as he wishes. My lady has arranged a private room for you on the 8th floor, third room to the right. Allow me to escort you." Chapter 74. The Treasure Appraisal Pavilion. The Treasure Appraisal Pavilion was, in fact, an 8-story golden tower. Atop the tower stood a golden needle, shimmering with a radiant yet gentle light that cascaded down like a waterfall, enveloping the tower in a golden glow from a distance. The pavilion appeared as though it had emerged from a pool of gold, exuding an air of grandeur and magnificence. For ordinary folk, the ostentation of the Treasure Appraisal Pavilion seemed a blatant display, as if it feared no one would recognize its significance. However, those familiar with the pavilion understood that such extravagance served a purpose. The golden-clad guard led Lin Yu and Wang Wan into the pavilion, where they were greeted by a resplendent hall, adorned in gold and brilliance. The hall contained only a staircase leading to the upper levels, with few visitors present. The guard stood at the entrance and informed Lin Yu, "I shall leave you here. My lady awaits you in the 3rd private room on the 8th floor." "Thank you, kind sir," Lin Yu replied, clasping his fists in gratitude as the guard departed. Wang Wan surveyed the opulent hall, feeling a potent surge of desire resonating within. Upon entering the Treasure Appraisal Pavilion, one's inner yearnings were magnified, almost as if it were a natural occurrence. Wang Wan murmured, "Though it is called the Treasure Appraisal Pavilion, it could easily be dubbed the Treasure Buying Pavilion." Lin Yu chuckled softly. "One must appraise treasures before purchasing them. Your statement holds truth." Wang Wan speculated, "Could it be that this Miss Li has summoned you here to appraise treasures for her?" "Who knows?" "We shall find out upon our arrival," Lin Yu replied. Just as they ascended to the 8th floor, the door to the corridor burst open, and a slender young man clad in golden robes rushed out. Colliding directly with Lin Yu, the young man exclaimed in surprise upon encountering an unexpected obstacle, instinctively crying out. With his swift momentum, he was unable to halt in time, crashing into Lin Yu's chest. The impact felt akin to striking a wall of iron and bronze, leaving the young man momentarily paralyzed, causing him to tumble backward. Suddenly, he sensed an unseen force enveloping him, halting his descent mere inches from the ground before pulling him upright. Once stable, the young man met Lin Yu's peculiar gaze. Regaining his composure, he frantically urged, "You, move aside." His voice was high-pitched, compelling one to resist the urge to slap him. Too late. A furious voice echoed from behind as 2 guards clad in black armor approached, blocking the young man in between them. The young man's face contorted with resentment as he cast a glare at Lin Yu. One guard addressed Lin Yu, "We thank you, sir, for your assistance. Otherwise, this little thief would have escaped." Wang Wan's expression darkened as she inquired, "He stole something." The guard said nothing further as he reached for the young man's shoulder. However, the young man slipped away like an eel, darting to Lin Yu's side and defiantly pointing at him. "He is my boss. If there are any issues, you should seek him out." Upon hearing this, the guard's expressions turned icy as they fixed their gazes on Lin Yu. "Are you truly his boss?" one guard asked coldly, his hand resting ominously on the hilt of his sword. Lin Yu found himself incredulous at the absurdity of the situation. It seemed he was suddenly being wrongfully accused. Clearly, the young man harbored a grudge for having his path obstructed and had tried to drag Lin Yu into his predicament. Unperturbed, Lin Yu responded, "If I were his boss and he had stolen something, I would have certainly punished him severely." The young man glared furiously. The guards, however, were not foolish. They quickly discerned that the young man was attempting to frame Lin Yu. After all, this was not the first time the young man had sneaked into the treasure appraisal pavilion to pilfer items. In previous instances, he had managed to evade capture. The guard clasped his fists in apology to Lin Yu, saying, "My apologies, sir, for the disruption to your enjoyment of the pavilion. Take him away." The young man was swiftly shackled by one of the guards, his complexion paling in fear as the guards led him downstairs. As Lin Yu and Wang Wan prepared to enter, they heard the young man's panicked cries from behind. "They are all part of my gang. If you don't believe me, search him. The stolen items are definitely on him." Lin Yu couldn't help but smirk at the absurdity. "Fool, the items are right there on you. How dare you attempt to frame an innocent? This is impossible." The guard's furious reprimands mingled with the young man's incredulous protests below. Wang Wan scoffed, "This petty thief's methods are utterly lackluster. A common trick. He crashed into you while attempting to slip the goods onto you, hoping to implicate you. Little did he realize that while you were using your spiritual power to catch him, you inadvertently returned the stolen items to him. I encountered such antics frequently when I first began investigating cases." Lin Yu smiled silently as they arrived at the third private room on the right, the door opening automatically. Inside sat a woman adorned in a semi-transparent silk white gown, revealing her delicate shoulders, yet veiled in a light purple veil. Her hair was elegantly styled, exuding an aura of grace. "Young Master Lin, you have arrived," the woman said softly, rising with a gentle smile. Lin Yu made no effort to pry into the appearance hidden beneath the veil. An enchanting fragrance wafted through the air, emanating from her. The private room bore a striking resemblance to the platinum VIP room of the Qianlong auction house, featuring a colossal glass window that offered a view of the outside world. Lin Yu wasted no time and inquired directly, "Might I ask the purpose of Miss Li's invitation to the treasure appraisal pavilion?" The woman did not respond. Instead, she slightly retracted the cuff of her right sleeve with her left hand. Extending her 5 fingers together, her palm as smooth as white jade, she gestured for the two to take a seat. Once Lin Yu and Wang Wan were seated, the woman took her place across from them, her gaze fixed straight ahead at the transparent large window. Outside, there was an open space surrounded by other elegant chambers, and tonight, on the 8th floor of the appraisal building, all 108 elegant rooms were occupied. In 5 minutes, 10 spiritual artifacts would be presented. Should anyone be able to accurately identify the grade and origin of the displayed artifacts, word for word, the appraisal building would bestow the artifacts upon that individual. Lin Yu, astonished, inquired, "Why would the appraisal building do such a thing?" The woman replied with a light smile, "The appraisal building is affluent and extravagant. Every year, it introduces numerous new spectacles to attract all the dignitaries and nobility from within the city. Some often say that the appraisal building is merely a treasure-buying establishment disconnected from genuine appraisal. Thus, tonight's appraisal building is akin to a treasure-giving venue, where one earns their reward through merit." Turning to Lin Yu, she stated, "From the very first glance upon meeting you, I could tell that you, young Master Lin, are no ordinary individual. I have invited you here to present you with an opportunity." Lin Yu raised his right foot, resting it upon his left knee, his hands crossed atop his right knee. "Is there truly such a fortunate occurrence in this world?" He gazed at the woman, his expression contemplative. "Miss Li, there's no need for you to test me. Please speak candidly." Chapter 75. Fragments of the Spiritual Gathering Basin to ascertain the grade and origin of a treasure. One must articulate it without a single word amiss. Lin Yu found it hard to believe that there were no hidden agendas involved, even if a person could genuinely recount the origin and grade of a spiritual artifact. The appraisal building could simply modify the rules slightly and everything would change. They could directly refute any inaccuracies in 1S statements, effectively countering any claims. Bestowing spiritual artifacts? Is there truly such a fortunate scenario? The woman's visage, veiled, maintained a serene smile that was both gentle and enchanting. Mr. Lin is indeed not an ordinary practitioner. Your vigilance is quite pronounced. However, you seem to be overthinking this, she asserted. Lin Yu, intrigued, asked, "Oh, how so?" The woman replied firmly, "The appraisal building will not resort to underhanded tactics as you might suspect. Once someone accurately states the origin and grade of a spiritual artifact, it is because the appraisal building is not under the influence of the royal family." Lin Yu was taken aback. If it was not a royal influence, then it must be an external force. To establish such a venue at the heart of the imperial city and host such a grand event was indeed remarkable. Akin to a living bodhisattva, the power behind the appraisal building seemed to have no fear of the royals. This was becoming increasingly interesting. The woman earnestly continued, "Among the 10 artifacts to be presented shortly, there is one that I require, and I hope young Master Lin can assist me." Lin Yu, with a hint of a smile, replied, "We are merely acquaintances. At most, we are neighbors fortuitously residing in the same place. To entrust me with such an important matter, Miss Li, is quite flattering," he added furthermore. "Do you have such unwavering confidence in me, believing I can truly assist you?" With complete assurance, the woman stated, "I have 100% confidence in you. Young Master Lin, although this is merely our second encounter, I understand that having a stranger suddenly entrust you with an important task can feel quite strange. Yet, I will not ask for your assistance without offering something in return. As long as you help me obtain that spiritual artifact, I can assist you with whatever you may need thereafter." Lin Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, retorting, "How does Miss Li know that I have matters to attend to?" The woman remained undeterred, stating, "Young Master Lin, do you require a substantial amount of spiritual stones?" The moment those words left her lips, the air in the room seemed to solidify. Lin Yu maintained his expression, not responding, and stared intently at her. He realized that her approach towards him was undoubtedly intentional, from their encounter at the city gate, where she had actively helped them enter the imperial city, to her invitation to the appraisal building. It was all part of her plan. Yet, one must ponder, who was truly approaching whom? Who was the player and who was the puppet? The woman softly remarked, "In 5 minutes it will commence. Please consider swiftly, young Master Lin." Lin Yu laughed heartily, nodding. "Since there truly exists such a generous offer of spiritual stones, how could I possibly refuse? I am willing to assist. However, Miss Li must also promise me one thing." The woman replied with a gentle tone, "As long as you help me, I can agree to anything you wish, young Master Lin." Lin Yu's eyes brightened as he confirmed, "Really? Even if it pertains to something rather excessive, can you also promise me that?" The woman let out a captivating, melodious laugh. "Of course." Lin Yu clapped his hands, declaring, "Excellent, then it is settled." The woman then turned her gaze toward Wang Wan, who had remained silent. "And what of this young lady? If you have any requests, please feel free to voice them." Wang Wan, with a sly smile, suggested, "Why not consider my request as part of young Master Lin's?" The woman merely nodded in acknowledgement. As a resounding gong reverberated throughout the appraisal building, all attention shifted to the open space outside the window. A gentle feminine voice then echoed through every room. "Esteemed guests who have traveled from afar, your presence at the appraisal building truly graces us. We will now present 10 spiritual artifacts, and I trust you are all familiar with the rules. There is no limit on the number. As long as a skilled individual can accurately state the origin and grade of each artifact, correctly identifying all 10, they may take home all 10. Each artifact will have a 3-minute appraisal period. Please inscribe the information about the displayed artifacts using spiritual energy on the exhibition window before you. Rest assured, each exhibition window is equipped with a shielding formation, so no one can see what others have written, thus preventing any instances of plagiarism." As her words concluded, a blackened, reddish artifact appeared in the open space outside the window, measuring the length of a palm and the width of half a palm. With the front half shaped like a sharp triangle, the timer begins. At that moment, Lin Yu observed the countdown appear in the center of the exhibition window, precisely down to the second. The countdown then shifted to the upper left corner to allow space for everyone to write on the window. Lin Yu suddenly felt a sense of disorientation. This seemed remarkably reminiscent of technological methods from a previous life. Of course, Perhaps there were indeed connections between the two realms. The universe is vast. How could it possibly be that only the past possessed technology while the mystical world was devoid of it? Lin Yu began to harbor a profound interest in the forces behind the appraisal building. He inquired nonchalantly, "May I ask what spiritual artifact Miss Li requires?" Since she was aware that one of the 10 artifacts presented would be necessary for her, she must surely possess some insider knowledge. The woman chuckled softly. "You will find out shortly, young Master Lin." Lin Yu glanced at the iron piece suspended in the open space outside the window. Utilizing his celestial eye, he instantly discerned its origin and grade. It was remarkably fortuitous. The iron piece was a fragment of the spiritual gathering basin. The gathering basin, having been a shattered spiritual artifact, had been revealed to him by the system after he acquired it in the mountains behind the mining site. To his astonishment, he encountered a fragment of the gathering basin here at the appraisal building. Lin Yu felt an instinctual sense that everything seemed to be preordained. Indeed, the system provided a notification. Ding! Fragment of the lost gathering basin detected. Ding! Side quest to locate the lost fragments of the gathering basin triggered. Number of lost fragments of the gathering basin, 3. Currently encountered the first fragment. Each time a fragment is found, the host's cultivation will increase by 1 realm. Once all fragments are collected, the host will not only elevate 3 realms in total, but will also unlock a new achievement, Sovereign of all spirits. The woman remarked meaningfully, "I trust this artifact is indeed the one you seek, young Master Lin." "Miss Li, you have indeed spoken correctly," Lin Yu nodded with a smile. Subsequently, Lin Yu detailed the origin and precise grade of the gathering basin with his finger as a quill and his spiritual energy as ink. Swiftly inscribing 3 lines on the exhibition window, he glanced at the other exhibition windows, confirming that he could not see what others had written. Once the appraisal time elapsed, the characters on the exhibition window vanished automatically. Suddenly, Lin Yu felt a slight tremor within the elegant room. Simultaneously, the fragment of the gathering basin that had been floating outside the window disappeared and reappeared right before Lin Yu. Chapter 76. The Quest for the Treasure. Initially, Lin Yu had harbored doubts about the integrity of the appraisal building. However, upon witnessing the fragment of the gathering basin materialize before him, rather than feeling elated, he sensed something was amiss. It was too simple, too effortless. Why did Lin Yu feel as though this entire appraisal event was orchestrated specifically for him? Furthermore, the brief tremor he had experienced in the elegant room added to his sense of unease. The woman approached Lin Yu, offering a graceful bow, and smiled. "Congratulations, young Master Lin, on acquiring the artifact you desired." "Thank you," Lin Yu replied with a nod and a smile as he stored the fragment of the gathering basin in his system space. Ding! Host has collected the first fragment of the gathering basin. Cultivation realm elevated from the first stage of the 5th realm to the first stage of the 6th realm. The completeness of the gathering spirit basin stands at 50%. The host may harness the power of the basin to elevate their realm to the first level of the 8th stage for a duration of 1 minute. The gathering spirit basin consolidates spirit stones, upgrading them to 6th level stones. Over the course of a day, it can accumulate a total of 100 6th level spirit stones across 12 time segments. Should one encounter a location rich in heavenly and earthly spiritual energy, the quantity of accumulated stones may further increase. Lin Yu felt a surge of joy. 100 6th level spirit stones per day is indeed an astounding figure. However, he was not in a hurry to return the spirit stones. Having already returned a portion of the stones obtained by handing over the soul-extinguishing spear to Ningying's master, he was in no rush. Repayment occurred once a month, so why the urgency? Moreover, Lin Yu saw no necessity to repay. When the date for the repayment arrived, should he choose not to return the stones, the mysterious force behind this vast sum of spirit stones would inevitably reveal itself. Lin Yu was curious to see who this formidable entity was. With a transcendent system at his disposal, he felt invincible. At that moment, a woman began to deliberately draw closer to Lin Yu. The fragrance she exuded not only brought a sense of tranquility but also gradually ensnared one's senses. Congratulations to a distinguished guest on the 8th floor for acquiring this spiritual artifact. Next, we shall unveil the second spiritual artifact. The appraisal period remains 3 minutes. As the countdown reappeared in the display case, the door to the private room occupied by Lin Yu and his companions was suddenly flung open with a resounding bang. The trio turned to see a young man clad in a golden robe, his demeanor brash and untamed, flanked by more than 10 subordinates. all of whom entered with unfriendly expressions. The golden-robed youth surveyed the room, his gaze lingering on the woman and Wang Wan, a glint of desire flashing in his eyes. To his surprise, there was an unexpected delight. He then turned to Lin Yu, his face contorted with rage, and demanded, "Are you the one who has taken what belongs to me?" Wang Wan appeared to have anticipated such an occurrence, showing no semblance of surprise as she lounged on the sofa. Wearing a look of amusement, the woman disregarded the golden-robed youth, instead focusing on the countdown in the display case. Addressing Lin Yu, "Young Master Lin, I will keep track of the time for you." She understood that an impending conflict was unavoidable. Lin Yu, unperturbed, inquired, "Does the appraisal pavilion not intervene in such matters?" The woman replied softly, "There is a popular saying within the appraisal pavilion. Treasure belongs to those with the ability to claim it." Lin Yu chuckled. The scope of this notion of ability was exceedingly broad. With his hands clasped within his sleeves, Lin Yu regarded the golden-robed youth and stated, "Since when did it become yours?" The golden-robed youth, seemingly encountering someone who dared to challenge him for the first time, exploded in fury. "You dare to retort? Do you know who I am?" Lin Yu, dismissively curling his lip, replied, "I care not who you are, nor do I wish to know. All I know is that you are but a dog perpetually trodden upon and fed scraps by its master." "Scoundrel, kill him!" The golden-robed youth, struck at his most vulnerable point, issued a command, and his more than 10 subordinates charged towards Lin Yu and his companions. Without hesitation, Wang Wan drew her sword, sweeping it across the throats of the two assailants rushing toward her. A flash of cold, accompanying blade light gleamed before the throats of the two men.